It was 7 years ago. That's when this terrible disaster happened. A horror called Dungeon Breakout had begun, but none of the citizens appeared to be prepared for it. Many different monsters emerged from the dozen or so rifts that sprang up across the country, and many people died as a result of this incident, for the monsters spared no one. His parents were also among the dead. Michael Nodforth lost everything in an instant that day. That's when he promised revenge, shedding bloody tears that made it all the more frustrating. He swore to himself to become a monster hunter, but 7 years later, nothing has changed. He'd been kicked out of the hunter training center, and now the guy sat in despair. At this time, he was just approached by an inspector who addressed Michael, referring to him as participant. The man told him not to come to the hunter training center anymore because there was nothing for him to do here. Of course, Michael couldn't just accept it and asked why he was being kicked out. The inspector replied that he himself knows that a couple of months is enough for a normal, awakened person. That's good enough for hunter training, except he's been here for 7 years. Michael stared at him, not understanding why he suddenly decided to tell him now. And the man went on to say that he didn't have a gram of talent in him, and in general, he could be considered trash. And if they let him stay here, the image of their center will also suffer for lack of good staff. But deep down, he felt sorry for the guy, because he'd always seen him practicing hard every morning. Except, on the other hand, in those 7 years of training, his stats never increased. Not to mention unlocking unique characteristics and acquiring skills. Now he was sitting in Memorial Park, clutching a can of cold coffee with anger. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice asking her child if she remembered how Daddy died. The girl replied that she knew everything because her mother had told her about it many times. She added that when the monsters attacked, her dad died fearlessly, saving people until the very end. Her mother praised her and then asked her what to do if there were difficulties in her life in the future. The little girl's answer surprised Michael, for she said that one must be brave and not give up. Afterwards, her mom hugged her, saying that her daughter was the smartest, and she laughed merrily. Michael got up from his seat and walked over to them, surprising the woman and child a little. They wanted to ask who he was, but the guy only bowed and ran away the next moment. He didn't want to talk to them, so he wouldn't tell them about his life, because he felt like nothing. But he was also grateful for the words they said. He was in agreement with them. But until he met them, and it's been 7 years, he couldn't just give it all up. With that thought, he ran to the place he had been kicked out of today, wanting a second chance. It started raining in the evening, but that didn't stop the guy. He came to the right place and knocked. The inspector did not open the door at once, for the time was late and he was not expecting visitors, so he was surprised to see him. But soon, his face frowned and he told the guy to get out of here, for he had told him everything today. Michael then asked him to help him pass his hunter's exam one last time. He explained that he couldn't give up that easily, and he even thought the curator thought about his words. However, this proved to be a false judgment. The man's name was David, and he was very angry at his request. Michael had never seen him like this before, so he was a little surprised. But he continued. He asked if the guy had come here to get his wasted money back, but Michael replied in the negative. He shouted that for him it wasn't about the money here, because he wasn't here for that. He was here for the opportunity. But David apparently thought otherwise. He slapped him and sent him away, telling the guy not to dare come here. Michael flew off into the trash cans and hit his head on the wall, causing him a lot of pain and hurt. David, meanwhile, said the guy might not even lie to him, since he knows him like a shell of himself. Calling Michael a brat, the man turned around to walk away, and the boy was left lying on the ground. After a while, he managed to sit up, but his head ached and his mood was depressed. He wondered if he too had a unique characteristic, or better said, had some talent. Then he would be able to change his worthless life, from which he now received only pain and suffering. Suddenly, he saw some system window reporting that the Tower of Trials was praising him for his iron will. After reading this, Michael was surprised twice. First at being praised by someone for the first time in his life, and then at the fact that it was some kind of tower. And then something incredible happened. He realized that he was falling into the unknown. At first, the guy was surprised, and then he was not on a joke afraid, because never before had not happened to him such a thing. Then there was a huge explosion that even David, being in his room, heard. He didn't understand what had happened there, because Michael had left it there only a while ago, but he decided to go out and look. He thought the guy was calling for help, however, when he went out to take a look, he wasn't there. A surprised David looked around, but Michael was still nowhere to be seen. He then looked at the trash cans where he last saw the guy and saw that he was gone. Michael himself, meanwhile, was falling into the abyss, not realizing what was happening to him. It was like he was underwater, and after a while he realized he couldn't breathe and had to get out. But then the water ran out, and he realized he was continuing to fall somewhere into the unknown. He read one more message saying that the test tower had selected all the suitable candidates from the ground. And then he was asked to choose a difficulty level, and the reward he would receive would depend on the difficulty he chose. Michael didn't understand what was happening to him, but his gut told him he was on the right track. The guy, not thinking long, chose a difficult level of difficulty because he had nothing to lose. He realized that a chance had turned to him, and he must use it to his advantage. And then something started to change, and the system window said they hoped he'd get good results. Then it was said that he would soon enter the first floor of the Tower of Trials, and Michael still didn't understand anything. He suspected he was dead and dreaming it all, but he still had a headache from hitting the wall. And then suddenly, he read that all status ailments and traumas were being healed from him. The trial was about to begin, and he realized that something important was about to happen. But the guy didn't expect to find himself in the desert without any resources. After a moment, however, he was given a sword, and Michael thought that with a weapon, his chances increased. Apparently, it was some sort of survival thing, though he didn't fully understand what it was all for. But his thoughts were soon confirmed by the system, saying that the reward for this ordeal was the discovery of a unique characteristic. When Michael saw this, he froze in surprise, for this had been his dream for as long as he could remember. The guy thought he'd finally cushioned what he'd been working hard on for the last 7 years of his life. After all, the unique characteristic allowed him to become a hunter without problems, just as he wished. It would be so unbelievable that it even seemed crazy, and Michael even thought he was crazy. But he soon realized that his mind was not clouded, and the first thing he did was to pick up his new weapon. But as he approached the sword, the sand at his feet suddenly stirred and moved from its place. Michael started to run away from him, and he climbed higher and higher, forming a huge hump of sand. The guy read in the system window that a training trial was about to begin. His difficulty he had chosen was displayed there as well, and Michael realized that none of this was good. A huge sand golem suddenly appeared in front of him, looking just at the guy, and the guy froze with horror. This was something incredible to him, as he had never defeated a single monster in his life. And then the status window announced that he had to survive for 10 minutes, and then the task would be completed. Michael was not happy about this prospect. He started to run away as fast as he could to avoid being hit by the golem. It also surprised him that the penalty for failing this test was death in the real world. He ran away from the monster hoping that it wouldn't chase him, but of course that wasn't the case. Michael himself was beginning to doubt whether he could escape from him in this way, for it was exhausting. Plus, the golem was much faster than he thought, and that only made it harder for him to survive. Primarily because of the sand, and with his endurance, it was impossible to run 10 minutes. It was also worth doing without rest, because at any moment he could be killed by a golem. The system had given him the sword and punished him to survive, so he didn't have much choice, and Michael understood that. Either he would die trying to escape or die fighting. He liked the second option better. So the guy stopped and quickly thought about how he could overpower this thing, since it was made entirely of sand. Suddenly, the faces of all those who had laughed at him all these years and bullied him flashed before his eyes. Michael remembered how many times he'd been called nothing and yelled that he was sick of it. He didn't want to die a miserable death trying to just run away, even if it looked safer. And because he would never become a hunter or avenge his parents who died as a result of that disaster. Of course he wasn't going to settle for that. The guy was determined to fight to the end even if he lost. When it comes to theory, he could safely say he knew more than many hunters. So he knew that running away was a bad idea because the golems would only stop moving in one way. If you destroy their core, however, it is usually in hard-to-reach places. And if so, he must first find the location of the core and then destroy it. Michael ran upward. He knew that the nucleus was usually located near the heart in humans, but sometimes it could also be the arm. All one had to do was detect a faint red glow as if from the heart. Michael decided to give it a try. He pushed off from the sandhill, intending to strike the golem with his sword. It was harder to do than he had imagined, but Michael didn't give up. He managed to climb to the top of the hill just as the sand began to fall from there. This played to his advantage, for by his movements at the foot of the hill, he caused a small sand avalanche. Thanks to her, the golem lost its balance and Michael was able to approach it on a sand wave. He figured he could only do it if he timed it right, so he waited a bit, and then pushed off and jumped. A moment later, he was already on the body of the falling golem and saw its core. Michael cheerfully stood up and walked over to him, swinging for a punch and keeping his balance. And then he hit it with all his might, and the blade went right into the core, but somehow not completely. It was harder than Michael thought it would be, so it only had a crack in it from his impact. Michael froze in surprise, as he had hoped to end it all with one attack, but it wasn't enough. He realized in horror that he would need one more blow to break it completely. But the guy couldn't inflict it, because the golem suddenly screamed in pain and started flailing his arms. Michael realized in horror that the golem was about to tear him to pieces, and the thought made him nervous. He figured he'd have time to strike again, because that should be enough. But the golem's hand was already near his body. The monster grabbed him and squeezed him tightly. If it had been a stone golem, there would have been nothing left of the guy. Michael screamed furiously in pain, no matter what you say, but sand in large quantities squeezes no worse than a boa constrictor. For a moment, instead of the golem, he saw the faces of all those who laughed at mocking him, especially now. That's when the guy decided he couldn't go on like this, and he would either die in battle or emerge victorious. Michael gripped his sword tighter and shouted for them all to shut up, and suddenly the rage gave him strength. He managed to free his hand from the golem's grip and thrust his sword straight into its core, hoping it would penetrate it. And then, to his surprise, it did. The sword hit the monster's heart and it loosened its grip. He then screamed loudly and began to crumble as he was made of sand. The system window gave out messages that the guy had successfully destroyed the sand golem core in 3 minutes. This meant that he had completed the training trial and should receive his reward soon. Michael himself was left with almost no strength. He had used the last of it to drop his sword and was now lying on the ground. He didn't know how long he lay like that, but if it hadn't been for the heat, which was unbearable, he wouldn't have gotten up. The guy kneeled down, covered in sand from his battle with the golem. He couldn't believe he'd done it. He was spitting blood and breathing hard, but he was alive, and that thought warmed him, giving him new strength. Of course, it was dangerous, and at any moment he could say goodbye to his life, but still he managed. Michael got to his feet and was very happy that he had survived, and the system window congratulated him on passing the first floor. As a reward for the sweep, he received a unique characteristic and 1,000 points. He also received the fast recovery skill as an additional reward and another 500 points. Michael looked at all of this with his eyes wide open. He didn't yet understand what all those glasses meant. However, if that was true, then the most important thing for him remained that he was gaining a unique characteristic. He has put in so much effort over the last 7 years, and the only thing he has gotten in return is scorn and ridicule. The system window displayed a message that he was receiving the unique characteristic of necromancy. The boy thought excitedly that now he could finally become a hunter too. This way he will realize his dream, but it will only happen if he survives. He wanted to think about it some more, but suddenly he felt some strange change in his body. And then some strange red round thing appeared on the spot where he had killed the golem. It was dotted with black mist and resembled ball lightning, and it really surprised the guy. He decided to touch her, at which point another system alert window popped up. It stated that his necromancy characteristic had been activated, and now he had to make a choice. He was asked if he wanted to absorb the sand golem's soul, and Michael thought about it with surprise. He realized that this black mist must be his unique characteristic and made his choice. It was positive, and soon some kind of tentacles stretched from the ball-shaped lightning. They all entered his body, and as Michael realized, sucked directly on his heart, causing him pain. And then he read that he had successfully absorbed the sand golem's soul and his skill increased by 7%. For a while longer, the tentacles continued to enter him, and it was all swallowed up by the black fog. Michael was also surprised that he suddenly stopped feeling any pain in his heart area. The only emotion he had was amazement at how the absorption process was happening. But now the soul of the golem itself approached him and entered his body where the guy's heart was. The soul left behind no signs of injury, and everything happened without pain. The system window showed that he still had 4 of their 5 souls left, and Michael suddenly realized that he could feel the golem's soul. It appeared that he could store souls if he absorbed them, and boy did he think it could be used. Behind that, he read that he could also increase his stats with the souls he received, and he decided to apply it. His strength increased by 3 and his stamina by 2 points, and the guy even felt something. It seemed to him as if energy was filling his body, and the most mysterious thing was that it actually was. His stats had actually increased, and after all, he hadn't been able to raise them for the past 7 years. According to his characterization, he could not only store souls, but also use them as he wished. The lad thought happily that he could be an excellent hunter if he managed to get back. And then suddenly, he saw a small portal form in front of him, and the window changed as well. He was asked to go to the waiting room, and Michael decided he should enter that portal. Besides, it wasn't like he had any other choice, so he slowly headed towards the portal. He stepped slowly as his whole body ached after the battle with the golem, and it was serious. When he entered the waiting room, he immediately collapsed from lack of strength and great pain all over his body. Michael thought he had underestimated his wounds, but it was too late to change anything now. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in a strange green mist that had a pleasant medical odor. After that, the guy realized that all his wounds were suddenly healed, and he was able to stand up, wondering what had happened. He looked around and noticed that there was only one bed in such a rather large room. But Michaela was too tired to think about it, so he immediately lay down on top of her. He thought about what he should do now, for getting out of the tower seemed a difficult task. He also didn't understand why this tower had called him here. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by another message. It stated that there were now 5 commands available to him: information, store, community, inventory, and challenge. Saying the command would cause it to activate, and Michael slapped himself in the face, telling himself that he had to survive first and foremost. He called the test command and saw that the next test on the second floor was almost 1 day away. He couldn't pick one out yet, but the lad noted that it looked like he was going to have quite a few such trials. He then called out the report command, and an hour with people discussing the same topic appeared in front of him. Everyone in the more common area was confused. Besides, it looked like there were those who were not hunters here as well. But suddenly, the chat room locked up because an admin had logged in, and Michael was even more surprised by this. The admin, meanwhile, said he had important information to share with them. Michael realized he had to focus, for it might help him get out of here. The admin was talking about the points they got after the challenge. Here they served as the local currency. They were necessary for survival, for without them, they wouldn't even get a drop of water in the Tower of Trials. Michael figured that since points were only earned in challenges, he should do his best to have enough. After all, he can't survive without them. The admin said that was the end of it and left the chat room. Michael realized that at first he had hoped to become a hunter just after he got home. But now it seems he's stuck in this Tower of Trials and has to play by its rules. His gaze fell to his sword, but he realized there was little he could do with just a sword. Then he called the store team, and a short time later, he was successfully practicing with the shield he had acquired. It seemed to Michael that all the hunters had lost all their stats when they hit the tower, but they had an advantage. After all, they should be able to master the skills they had previously mastered more easily, and that was important to Michael. After all, he was on different levels with them, so he should have practiced to catch up with the others. After a couple minutes of the exhausting workout, he collapsed powerlessly to the floor, breathing heavily from exhaustion. He thought about taking a break, but suddenly felt his strength recovering again. Thanks to the healing effects of the waiting room, he realized that he could train without any problems. But soon, the guy felt a new problem. It was hunger, which negated his entire workout. Of course, he couldn't just leave it like that, so he called up the inventory command. There he saw the items he had already purchased, on which he had spent almost all of his points, of which he had only 40 left. If it weren't for the extra reward, he wouldn't have even dreamed of a shield. But now, he had to satisfy his hunger. Time flew by, and it was now 17 minutes and as many seconds until the second floor test. Michael noticed that even the restless chat had gone quiet when it was almost time for the next challenge. For a moment, he wondered if he could survive again. For this time, it would be even more difficult. However, the boy quickly dismissed the thought, telling himself that he would definitely survive this time as well. Meanwhile, with only 10 seconds left to the challenge, by the looks of it, every contestant was in suspense. And then, the waiting time was over, and everyone heard a deafening sound in their waiting rooms. A final message from the system appeared, asking if they were ready for the test. Michael responded positively, and soon there was a new portal for him to enter, and boy did he. The guy was surprised to notice that this time the location was a forest, and for one thing, that made things easier. Then he read that the purpose of this trial was to kill. He had to kill the leader of the orc tribe. He probably had these assignments because he chose the difficulty hard. But killing an orc tribe leader was no match for a sand golem, and that made him nervous. Michael couldn't believe he'd have to sneak into a camp crawling with monsters and kill their boss. He stood on the mountain and managed to count at least 20 orcs who hadn't noticed him yet. The guy figured it would be harder to survive this time, but that didn't mean he was giving up. As you know, orcs are not particularly advanced creatures. They kept small camps and had their own boss. All the monsters obeyed him, but essentially, each was just a dumb creature with honed skills. Michael realized that he could overpower the leader without even getting into a fight with the rest of the orcs, but it would be difficult. The lad also knew that usually in dungeons, if there was a sentry in the orc tribe, a hunter should be expected as well. However, Michael wasn't sure he could defeat even one hunter, for those were stronger than the others. The problem was that there were too many orcs, so hunters usually had to form a group. He couldn't do it alone, and Michael realized what he had to do, but the idea seemed ridiculous to him. He decided to back off for now and come up with a plan. For one thing he was flawless at, and that was his mental skills. After a while, he realized with a smile on his face that he had figured out a way to pass this test. After some more time, he had already gathered the right amount of materials needed for his plan. Now there was only one thing left to do to fulfill it. Michael built some sort of torch, and then he called up the inventory command and sent his new piece there. The system window with his inventar showed that he had a new item, and Michael smiled contentedly. This meant that his theory had worked, and now he could move on to the next point of his plan. Although orcs look like lazy pigs, they're actually a pretty diligent race. They stick to small groups, which allows them to react quickly to any danger. Hunters, on the other hand, always leave to hunt in the morning and return by sunset, so he still has plenty of time. The biggest hurdle in this mission was to break through numerical superiority. Therefore, he should have used something that would make all the orcs scatter and open the way for him to the chieftain. Michael knew that, according to the Hunters Association, the orc sentinel wasn't always on guard. They usually returned to the village to eat or rest for a while. Consequently, he must use this time for a deceptive maneuver to make his plan work. Michael threw the torch into the bushes and hurried to the pond, which was located not far from the village. After a while, as the fire spread, the orcs noticed it too. And the lad knew that if the flames completely engulfed the village, he wouldn't have to worry about meeting the hunters. After all, those would be returning from the hunt, but before that, he should have killed at least 2 orc workers. As expected, several of them ran to the pond to draw water and douse the flames. It was there that he waited for them, and when one orc filled a bucket with water, the lad went behind his back. The next instant, his blade pierced the orc's neck, and he let the bucket out of his hands and slumped to the ground. Michael, meanwhile, activated his unique characteristic of necromancy. The system window asked if he wished to absorb the orc's soul, and the guy answered affirmatively. When he did so, his skill increased to 9%, and he felt another soul within him. However, right after that, he heard someone coming up behind him. It turned out to be an orc sentinel. Michael was able to react in time to his attack and put his shield up to protect his head. This orc was stronger than the others, and the guy could barely contain his onslaught, but he wouldn't give up. Then an unexpected solution came to him. He realized that he could add to his strength if he lacked it. Why would Michael use the absorbed soul of a LRK to improve his stats? As a result, his strength increased by 4 and his agility increased by 2 points, allowing him to repel the sentry's attack. After a couple minutes, the orc was defeated, and Michael activated his characteristic again, absorbing his soul. He boosted his stats again, and in the meantime, his fast recovery skill was working. Thanks to his new soul, his agility increased by 3, strength by 2, and stamina by 4 points. After some more time, he moved away from the pond, the area around which had already caught fire. He was noticed by the other orcs, who prepared for another battle, but Michael's face read confidence. He had already killed 3 laborers, 1 sentry, and an old chief, successfully consuming their souls and raising their stats. The lad realized that if he was careful of the sentinels, he would have no trouble defeating the chief. Plus, thanks to the sentry's absorption, the orc workers were no longer a threat. Michael easily defeated them one by one and didn't forget to absorb souls, increasing his stats. But lo and behold, as he killed another laborer, a more experienced opponent appeared. The new sentry was already running at the guy, hiding behind the corpse of his fellow clanmate. He attacked Michael with his club, but he was able to defend himself thanks to his shield. On the other hand, it meant that the sentry had gotten away from the chief, thus leaving him alone. Accordingly, this sentry was the last obstacle in the way of the chief, and Michael had to overpower him. He dodged his new attack and caught the moment when his opponent lowered his defenses. The guy then pounced on the orc sentinel, ducking under his punch, which the orc hoped to get him with. He stabbed the monster in the belly, causing it to die. Meanwhile, Michael successfully consumed the soul of the last sentry. The lad used it to increase stats, but at that moment, the chief brought up his staff cane, which turned out to be magical. And then he attacked him with his charge from a pillar of fire that rained down directly on the guy. Michael didn't even realize how to react as he froze in place with fear. But at the last moment, he managed to put up a shield, with which he managed to defend himself against the chieftain. That one looked surprised after all. Not everyone could survive his fiery attack, but this guy could. Seeing that the enemy was still on his feet, the chief shouted in a strange, broken voice. Michael, meanwhile, read in another system window that he had a new skill, fire resistance. He also got a new achievement, the one who passed the fire, and prepared to finish off the orc chieftain. He looked him straight in the eye, and the chief did not take his eyes off the lad. He was interested in who he was. And then he pointed his staff at Michael again, intending to finish him off with another attack. But this time the lad was faster. In a flash, he was close to the chief and swung his sword. The blow passed near his head and shattered his mask, and the orc closed his eyes in surprise and fear. He realized that he could not match this opponent because he was much better than him. So the orc thought of nothing better than to run away. He rushed into the tent hoping to get away. But Michael has no intention of letting him go so easily, for all he has to do is kill the chief and he will be rewarded. The boy followed the monster into the tent, expecting that he might still pull some trick. He chopped down the entrance to the tent and prepared for a surprise attack, but it did not follow. Instead, the guy saw a slightly strange sight that definitely couldn't have been foreseen. The orc chief sat in the center of the tent and cradled two small orcs, all of them scared. And then another baby orc approached Michael's leg and tearfully started tugging on his leg. The guy thought that even these monsters had their favorites, and for some reason he even felt sorry to kill them. He remembered his own parents, who had been just as protective of him on the day of the disaster. They did it so he could survive, but while the guy was thinking about it, the little orc reached for his weapon. He took out a small knife and aimed it at his leg, hoping his opponent had let his guard down. But Michael was like on pins and needles. He couldn't afford to die, so he hit the kid first. Even though the blow was struck with the hilt of a sword, it was enough to crush the small skull. Seeing this, the chief lunged at his opponent, wanting to avenge his child, but Michaela pierced him too. For a moment he hesitated, but then he remembered that he had to kill monsters. After all, it was the least he could do. Once he was back in the waiting room, Michael contemplated buying a new shield. He also drew attention to a chat room from which it could be deduced that half of the applicants did not survive. And then he suddenly froze with surprise when he saw one participant post that he had used his question. He did this to find out how to get back to Earth, and Michael realized that such a way existed. After a while, he figured out that they could ask questions in the information command. In the community chat, players came to the decision that they should all share any information with each other. Upon reaching level 5, they will be able to purchase temporary return to Earth stones, but only for a couple days. And starting at level 8, they will have access to new items, one of which will allow them to return to Earth permanently. Michael took another look at his stats. His necromancy had already reached 65% mastery. The guy thought that he would be invincible if he had such powers on Earth, so he wanted to return as soon as possible. But so far, he was only at level 2, and 8 was still so far away, so he decided to look for the positive. He found it in the fact that his stats were at rock bottom. However, they were now approaching 20 points. For starters, Michael decided to absorb the 5 souls he caught, considering he almost died in the process. After that, almost all of his stats approached 30 points, and only magic was at 13. Michael noticed that he felt more and more powerful with each improvement, and he liked it. He suddenly started running around the room and climbing the walls without falling off like a spider. These were not human abilities. The guy realized that he had finally surpassed human limits and felt incredibly powerful. He jumped from the ceiling he was standing on and didn't calculate the speed at which he rushed to the next wall. As a result, he crashed into her, leaving a dent. It was quite painful, but the healing effect worked. Michael thought he had pumped so fast, causing his body to probably not yet be used to the new power. He then opened a store and purchased a dead wood shield that cost him 2,100 points. This shield was created by a black mage from the wood of a huge dead tree. It activated a buff when you lost health. As a reward for the ordeal, he received a black steel dagger that improved his stats. Also, the assassin's cloak, which allowed him to remain more undetected and move faster. When everything was ready, Michael exhaled. All that was left was to get used to the new items and stats. He had to do this before the next challenge, however. That wasn't all. The guy wanted to become stronger than anyone could dream of, so he continued to train. After a few more days, which flew by very quickly, he entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. The theme of this challenge was dueling, and the system reminded him once again that he had chosen the hard difficulty. Michael considered. Apparently he was in some sort of cave where he thought the duel would be. Then suddenly, a new message appeared saying that a Guardian of Darkness would appear in 10 seconds. The guy realized that he would be his opponent, so he prepared himself, not knowing where he would attack from. As expected, the enemy acted unexpectedly. He went behind Michael's back and he didn't even notice. In the last instant, the guy felt something rasping the air near his head and realized he was under attack. He barely had time to turn around and shield himself, but the attack still hurt him a little. The Guardian of Darkness looked quite intimidating. He was also strong, and it made one act more cautiously. When Michael saw it, he realized he was facing the doppelganger he had read about from Hunter's reports. So he knew that physical attacks worked best against them, and with that thought, he kicked him. The monster flew a decent distance away, but rather got back on his feet, and they looked at each other. Doppelganger smiled wickedly. He was clearly confident of his victory, for not everyone could overpower him alone. But Michael wasn't going to lose. He had to win at all costs to survive and move on. The wound he received quickly shrank thanks to his quick recovery skill. And then the lad was surprised to notice something odd about the doppelganger's demeanor. He was made of dark matter, so mon to take any form, and now he was mimicking it. The monster took the same stance, and suddenly he too had a sword and shield. To see for sure if he would copy him completely, Michael rushed to the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was behind his opponent's back, intent on a sneak attack. But the doppelganger couldn't react in time, so the attack was successful and the monster was wounded. This meant that he could only copy his movements, but they were no match for Michael's strength. However, now the course of the battle had changed. The guy noticed that the doppelganger had stopped copying him. On the contrary, he seemed to get angry, and the wound on his chest began to tighten as well. The monster looked at the guy. He was surprised that he was able to hurt him, so he didn't know how to proceed. And Michael mockingly said that he seemed to have a recovery skill as well. Doppelganger didn't answer him and rushed back into the attack. Now he was going to repeat the new maneuver. It was the same attack Michael had come at him with, so the monster copied it. However, the guy knew that the one would act like this, so he had no trouble anticipating his movements. When the monster swung his sword, he dodged and then kicked it with his foot. He already knew how to overpower it. After all, he had the advantage of knowing how to counter his own techniques. The initiative was clearly on the guy's side. He was crowding the doppelganger against the wall to finish him off there. His swordsmanship skills had improved greatly during this time, and he thought that the training had not been in vain. But suddenly, when he was about to knock his opponent out, the guy saw a sword right in front of his eyes. He was able to quickly regroup and block this attack, but the monster was able to move away as well. Michael froze in surprise, not realizing what that had just been, since he hadn't used that move. And then, doppelganger took the initiative and began to push Michael against the wall. It wasn't just a coincidence after all. They had only been fighting for a short time, but the monster had already evolved. It was harder to block his attacks now, though he was still copying all of his moves. At that time, Michael activated his assassin cloak skill and his movement speed increased by 15%. That meant he had to finish everything in less than a minute. For just how long the effect of the cloak lasted, Michael rushed to attack his opponent. The one seemed to notice the guy getting faster too, but for now, the monster decided not to back down. Michael, meanwhile, was already across from him and swung around for another attack that was deceptive. So when the doppelganger swung his sword to repel her, Michael kicked him. The monster wasn't ready for this, but it wasn't over. The guy was already preparing to finish him off. Then followed a sharp lunge that pierced the doppelganger, but the lad did not foresee the consequences. He thought he had succeeded and decided to kill the monster permanently as soon as it hit the ground. So far, the doppelganger had only screamed loudly from the wound he had received. But then, something strange happened. Michael's arm had somehow been severed as well, and he couldn't even scream from sheer shock and horror. This was something he'd expected, though everything indicated it had to have something to do with the monster's copying skill. Michael was already screaming then. The pain was incredibly intense and made it hard to concentrate. But the guy realized that this wasn't the end, because if he won, he would surely get his arm back. Plus, the doppelganger hasn't moved yet either, which means that even though he has a recovery skill, but it looks like he needs time to recover from this kind of attack. So this was his chance to win. But without a sword it was hard to do, so Michael came up with a plan. He has 15 seconds of the assassin's cloak effect left, which means he'll lose his speed soon. Deciding he had nothing to lose, he grabbed his shield, telling himself he could win. After all, It's better to take a risk than to just wait for death. It's probably been Cialo his creed lately. With that thought, he pounced on the monster. He had only one shield to bet everything on. Seeing the guy approaching him, the doppelganger was surprised by his determination. It even frightened him. He swung his remaining arm to block the attack, but the guy couldn't even attack. He relied on the tip of his shield, which was his new and final weapon. He hoped to impale the monster with it. And then Michael ducked under his attack, dodging his arm, and was able to press his shield into the doppelganger's stomach. The one couldn't even scream and fell to the ground a few feet away from the guy. He didn't move again. But the monster wasn't dead yet. It was waiting for its recovery and looking at the guy with hostility. And Michael swung around to finish him off, saying that now he'd have another critter on his account. It always added to his strength that he killed monsters to avenge his parents. And with that thought, he plunged his shield right into the heart of the doppelganger, causing him to die a quick death. Immediately afterward, a system window appeared congratulating him for passing the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. When he was back in the waiting room, all his injuries and defects were healed, and he could feel his arm again. It was much better with her, but now he should have been preparing for the 4th floor, and Michael resumed training. He hit the wall in his room with all his might and left a huge dent there, which spoke of his power. The guy thought the healing worked perfectly, since he didn't even feel anything. He had a doppelganger soul that he absorbed after defeating the monster. The consistency of his soul, however, was so dense that it was no match for the others. Michael was surprised to see that the souls of all the monsters were different depending on their strength and abilities. It also pleased him that his mastery of his characterization of necromancy had reached perfection. Her rank had now increased by 1 level, of which there were 5 in total, and her current progress was 0% level 4. As a result of this, another skill was added to him. Michael gained the probability of acquiring the absorbed soul skill. In other words, he could now absorb not only souls, but also their skills, though the effect didn't always work. Just like how he was only able to get accelerated reincarnation after being on the cusp of death a couple times. Skills could never be obtained simply at the snap of a finger, and he was well aware of that now. Michael called up the community commands and logged in. There were now 880 members out of 1508. This was his 3rd time back in the waiting room, so it felt like home. Suddenly, the guy came across some interesting information about the next challenge. The chat was talking about it. Someone said that this time the challenge would be a combo challenge, and it was a bit confusing. One guy named Kim said he might be exaggerating, but he learned that the theme of the challenge would be competition. And since they're talking about a competition between hunters, it could very well even mean a kill. When Michael read this, sweat broke out on his forehead. The guy realized that the guys in the community were aiming serious. It turned out that in the next trial, there was a probability for each of them to kill a person. After a while, the system window notified everyone that the 4th floor test had begun. The condition for its successful completion is to defeat the Goblin King in the allotted time. The condition for failure was the elimination of all applicants selected for the team or the expiration of time. The penalty in case of failure was death, but Michael already knew that the most important thing in this case was to stay calm. When he entered the portal, it sent him to a new place and he saw his team for this test. These were also the first people he'd seen in a long time, so it was a little strange. Michael felt uneasy, for he had only crossed paths with monsters lately. The first to speak was the girl in the big blue cape. He invited everyone to introduce themselves and started first. Her name was Beatrice, short for Betty. She had a magical staff and she was trustworthy. She added that she was a rank 4 hunter on the outside and specialized in team support. Hearing that she was a hunter, the guy who was the 2nd member on their team snorted contentedly. He introduced himself as Magnus, saying he specialized in close combat and was a rank 5 hunter. Michael thought the man was acting rather rudely, like a lower-ranked hunter, for they were more humble on the ground. Then it was his turn. Michael introduced himself, saying he also specialized in close combat. He added that he wasn't a hunter on the outside yet, but he was taking a training course, and Magnus hummed unhappily. He called him a cadet, telling him not to even dare to tangle under his feet. Michael was a little surprised by this behavior, but not to say it was the first time he'd heard it directed at him. The guy simply said he was confident he was a pretty good fighter and could handle his assigned role. But Magnus didn't change his attitude towards him, saying he would kill him immediately if he saw him failing. Michael thought that in fact he was already used to this kind of stares, for he had met them all his life. For a moment he forgot about the nightmare, but finding himself back among the humans, it all came back up again. Looking at Magnus, he thought he was pissing him off, and he could tell with certainty that he had the power to silence him. After all, in the Tower of Trials, it's all about skills, and he had them pretty well developed. In the meantime, 2 more system boxes appeared, reminding the rules and the topic of this challenge. Then, the main gate of the Citadel opened, where all the participants from different sides were to enter. And as soon as it happened, small goblins with axes and other weapons immediately chose to meet them. He intended to surround their squad and pounced on the first man standing, who turned out to be Magnus. The boy was surprised that goblins could fight in such a battle formation and turned to Michael. He yelled why the guy wasn't fighting, but the guy had his own battle tactics. Besides, Magnus didn't even look in his direction, and he had already managed to kill 2 goblins. While Magnus held back the rest of the goblins, Beatty was finishing up preparations for the spell. She needed a little time to finalize everything, but Michael noticed that Mashness needed help now. He told the surprised girl that he would leave her for a little while, and after these words, he rushed to his comrade. Thanks to his cloak, his speed was incredible, so he was beside him in no time. But Bethy shouted that if he left like that, then who would cover her from the rear? Except the girl wasn't done, because no more sounds could be heard from behind. She turned around and saw that all the goblins that came from behind had been killed. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen someone deal with monsters so quickly. Meanwhile, the goblins were advancing with renewed vigor on Magnus, who was already finding it difficult to hold them back. The boy sagged under the weight of his sword, expecting that it wouldn't be long before Bethy would give him strength with a spell. But it wasn't happening, and the goblins realized that it would be more effective to attack from different directions. One of them, wielding a mace that was attached to a metal whip, he aimed his attack at Magnus. The guy didn't expect it and was surprised to see the weapon fall out of his hand. His large sword fell not far away, but there was no time to go after him, for he would be finished off immediately. Here a new goblin with a machete jumped on him, and the guy could only cover himself with his hands, hoping for the best. He screamed why he was so unlucky to be on the same team as a cadet. But the next instant, Magnus ducked because someone swiftly dashed near him with an attack. The guy looked at the man in surprise and saw Michael, who had killed the monster that was threatening him. The rest of the goblins screamed at having killed their next comrade. They retreated briefly. Seeing that the cadet had defended him, Magnus couldn't find the right words to say to him. But Michael didn't expect anything. He just told the master to stand back for now. Hearing this would normally have made Magnus angry, but right now he was rather discouraged by it. Then Michael destroyed him morally by adding that he wanted the guy to stay out of his way. In the blink of an eye, he then dealt with the rest of the goblins who continued to advance. The system window gave a message that he had gotten the new Goblin Hunter achievement. But the most surprised of all was Magnus, who even opened his mouth in surprise. So shocked was he by Michael's skills. When it was over, he had successfully absorbed the amount of goblin souls available to him. And he also made the discovery that the black haze from his characterization was invisible to other people. After that, he increased his stats. Strength by 3, agility by 4, stamina by 2, and resilience by 7 points. But suddenly he saw that he had absorbed one of the Goblin Guardian skills as well, and that surprised Michael. This skill included a larger sight radius, which helped you spot opponents faster. Michael decided to try it out right away and concentrated to feel the skill. After a while, he got it right. It was like bringing the phone camera closer to something you can't see. Michael smiled contentedly, for it was another jackpot, though no one but him had gotten anything. Magnus, meanwhile, to make some kind of excuse, said that the cadet was very lucky. He added that he'd done a pretty good job, but both Michael and Betty looked at him questioningly. Michael then said that from now on, he would be in charge of the operation, moving in the vanguard. He remembered to ask if Magnus had any objections to that, still teasing him. But the guy wasn't having any of that. He only gave him a strange look and then answered in the negative. Michael then added that the guy just needed to protect the huntress, Betty, and it would be up to him to fight ahead. To the girl, Michael told her that she should just keep doing everything she was doing before. Beatty replied that she understood him, and then said she was resuming her search for a target, and used magic. A few minutes later, they were already fighting another goblin squad again, and Michael was successfully absorbing their souls. The mastery of his level 4 unique characteristic was already at 12%, and there was still 14 hours of time left for the trial. Soon it was dark, and they set out to find shelter, saying that the fights with the Goblinasi were exhausting. They were attacking at different intervals, but now everything was quiet, and Michael thought. Then he suddenly snapped out of his seat and ran off on his own somewhere, while his partners were left standing in wonder. Bethy asked what was going on, but suddenly she saw what Michael was running towards. It was water. More specifically, the beautiful fountain is probably the only thing that survives on the property. Magnus said he thought the other challengers had been here before, and everyone was surprised at their speed. Michael leaned over and tasted the blood of the goblin he had killed nearby, and it was still warm. Consequently, if they hurry, they can catch up with the other contenders, because if the other team wins, they who fail the test will die, never to return to Earth, and will be buried here. That prospect didn't suit either of them. Michael said they'd better hurry up. Meanwhile, the other team met up with the Goblin squad again, but they posed no threat to them. Among their team members was a guy with an inventory like Michael's, and he was doing great too. Another guy who possessed an unknown ghost art was also present. His name was Thomas, and he said he was sick of these perpetual little skirmishes, but it looked like this was the last one. After her, the boss was also supposed to appear, but for now, the focus should have been on the battle with the goblins. The guy had been sitting on the head of one of them the whole time, but then he cut it off and pushed himself off the dead body. He lunged at the goblins that were left, his eyes burning with hatred for the monsters, and it was terrifying. In a moment, all the monsters were finished. He was standing in the middle of the goblin corpses. His comrades praised him, saying he had done a good job and did a great job. But Thomas replied that he was sick of this freak hunt, since he had to do everything alone. He then turned to one of the guys, whose name was James, asking if he enjoyed skimming all the cream. The man was a little confused about what he'd asked, so Thomas irritably ordered him to just open the boss's room. They already wanted to finish with everything as soon as possible and rest in their rooms. James went to open the door as he was ordered, but the guy didn't like being commanded like that. When he opened the door, the system window notified everyone that all members of the Challenger team had entered the spire. It was the home of the Goblin King, but the battle with him would not begin until one of the two teams remained. It was also reported that it will become impossible to get out of the current location at this point. As if to confirm this, a huge red barrier formed across her territory. Thomas looked at him disdainfully, asking why this was suddenly happening and what the other two teams were. But next, he realized it all for himself when he saw that there were indeed 3 more new people standing on the other side. Michael's team had arrived just in time, and now the guy was looking at the men they were to fight. Thomas grudgingly wrinkled his face, saying that he had hoped to finish things quickly. But Michael suddenly said that he would fight alone, which surprised his team. Secondly, he asked Bethy to provide him with the agility-boosting buff, everything else she could supply Magnus with. The girl replied that she had seen with her own eyes how strong he was. However, humans would probably be scarier than all these monsters put together, and that was the truth. Michael said he heard her, adding that he would signal if he reasoned he was in danger. Until then, he was counting on their support, and with those words, the lad threw himself into the fray. His agility was increased by 2 points, and this effect lasted for 10 minutes thanks to Beatty's spell. Michael himself had already convinced himself that he had surpassed the skill level of the average hunter. On top of that, he had just killed over 30 goblins. The guy noticed the other team getting ready. Finally, Michael thought that the current him was strong enough to handle the ordeal. With that thought, he rushed to attack the 3 men at once, which surprised and alarmed them a bit. Thomas didn't understand where he was coming from, but he saw that the guy looked confident enough. He ordered James to use his shield at full power and to do so immediately. The guy with the curls started to follow the order, activating his defenses. Apparently, he had a magic shield. It was, and Michael realized it too when he saw that the boys were covered by a magical dome. However, it couldn't be called a solid barrier, so he prepared to break it. He pushed himself off the ground and hit it with all his might, causing it to shatter into many cracks. After a moment, the defense disappeared altogether, and James, who was running it, fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Michael was almost approaching Thomas, and he realized that this opponent was quite strong. Michael pounced on their team and the guys couldn't react in time. He even injured one of them. Bethy and Magnus watched it all with amazement, clearly not expecting to see such skill. And Michael continued on. He was already rushing at Thomas, who he realized was the leader of their team. The guy also realized that the main battle would now be his, so he prepared for it. Their blades met, but to everyone's surprise, Michael was stampeding the guy and the guy was only defending himself. It was also strange that Michael's skills were inferior to Thomas's, but he easily blocked all of his attacks. The lad reasoned that, in that case, he should act more decisively. However, as he was about to perform some sort of maneuver, Michael was suddenly at his back. This was followed by a pretty strong attack that was going to be decisive for the guy. But just when Michael thought he had won, Thomas suddenly reflected his sword, twisting his body strangely in the process. He did it almost in a leap, which surprised Michael, because he had not expected such reflexes in his opponent. Thomas, meanwhile, was starting to get angry at not being able to retake the initiative of the fight, so he began to take action. Michael noticed that the guy had unusual eyes, thanks to which he could see the trace of the blade pointed at him. Thomas bounced to the side, choosing the right moment to counterattack, but Michael wasn't about to back down. Suddenly, Thomas saw the shield that had served as Michael's defense flying at him. As it turned out, this was done intentionally, because this way the guy had a limited field of vision, and Michael was already running at him with another attack, hiding behind his shield from below to hurt his opponent this time. The next instant he pierced him with his blade, and Thomas couldn't see it because of his shield. He spat out the blood, amazed that there was someone who could overpower him and even seriously wound him. Meanwhile, Michael's system window announced that he had received an additional award after the challenge. Thomas was dead. The attack had hit vital organs, so there was no way for the guy to survive. But those were the rules. The penalty for losing was death, and everyone knew it, even though they looked very shabby. Betty noticed that Michael was trembling for some reason. She realized that he himself was also uneasy about the murder. She turned to him, asking if he was okay, to which the guy replied that he was fine. He added that the girl might not worry, but his look was somewhat detached. Betty decided he was interrupting in shock over the murder he had just committed. Michael then asked them if they would mind going and fighting the boss right now to end the challenge. Betty and Magnus responded positively, saying they were ready to fulfill that immediately, and Michael nodded. After some more time, they defeated the Goblin boss, and the decisive blow was struck, as always, by Michael. The guy stabbed his sword into the monster's back, where his vulnerable spot was, from which he died. The system window popped up a message stating that the test target had been destroyed. As a reward, all stats increased by 4, and as an additional reward, Michael received a new skill. It was a rank 3 instant acceleration, and when it was over, they walked safely to the portal. Magnus hurried back first. He was a little afraid of Michael, but Betty lingered at the portal entrance. She turned to him abruptly, telling the guy not to worry about what happened today. The girl said that perhaps her words were out of place, but he had only done what he had to do. Someone needed to kill the opposing team anyway, and if they refused, she would enter the fray. This surprised Michael a little. He thanked her, saying that her words made him feel better about himself. Then the girl clicked something in her system window, and Michael saw that he had a message. Beatrice Carroll sent him a friend request, which surprised the boy, for he did not know that such a thing was possible here. Betty explained that they passed the test today because of him, so she feels indebted. The girl added that in the future, when he returned to Earth, he should look for her in the White Guild. Michael looked at her without saying a word, but he understood what the girl was trying to tell him. When she went into the portal, he realized he had an important decision to make for himself. It consisted of whether or not to consume a human soul, he thought to himself, as he looked at Thomas. Once Michael was satisfied that he was capable of something like this, he put the process on hold. He did it because he felt he was about to cross an irreversible line, but now he had made up his mind. Even though he had no intentions of killing people to become stronger, but in a situation where there is no right to choose. He's ready to go on a killing spree. With that thought, Michael consumed Thomas's soul as he continued to look for excuses for himself. He thought that beyond his very first desire to become a hunter, a new ambition had begun to germinate in his soul. After all, the Tower of Trials had given him a chance, and he wanted to take full advantage of it as he continued on his way to the top. When the absorption process was complete, he too entered the portal and emerged in the 5th floor waiting room. To his surprise, the system immediately announced the expansion, creating a ranking of applicants. Michael didn't understand what it was, but he was required to enter a nickname. The guy even hesitated a bit, since he hadn't played many computer games in his life. He didn't have to think long, however, and soon he saw that his nickname had been changed to Hunter. The system then summarized the 4-floor test by showing a list of applicants. All were as good as gone. Michael started looking for his nickname, thinking that maybe he was on that list somewhere. He saw himself in 16th place and was very surprised by his ranking in this test. After all, that one was much higher than he thought, and then the system added that the contenders ranked in the top 50 will be designated as first-timers, and whoever has achieved that status will get a head start on the 8th floor. And if they continue to hold first-timer status all the way to the 8th floor, they get the Halo privilege. Michael was surprised by this, but thought it was some sort of granting of a skill. He decided to find out the details when the time came, but for now, he should have been focusing on his growth. He could now absorb up to 15 souls and store them all, so it was worth increasing his stats. When he did so, he felt that he had already finally crossed the limits of human capability. The 5th floor opened up access to purchase the Return to Earth stone, though only for 3 days. But Michael decided to take that chance and purchase the item for points at the store. He also wanted to see if he could move with his gear. When he absorbed the Perturbation Stone, the system gave out that his next time point was Earth. The absorption process began, and Michael felt as if he were being sucked in by something. It felt the same as the time he went to the Tower of Trials, and the emotions were the same. And then it was over. As suddenly as it had begun, he was lying on his bed at home. He was wearing the same dirty t-shirt he'd worn the first day and the same pants, and he also felt like he smelled bad. Michael thought he really was in his home, which meant the move really worked. He got up on his elbows, intending to look around first, but this was indeed his room. Even from the last time he was here, the guy hadn't closed the window, so it was a little chilly now. In the midst of the summer heat, it was just the thing. Michael fell back onto the bed, amazed at how soft it was. The only thing that spoiled the whole picture was his own odor from his dirty clothes. So he made the decision to take a shower and got out of bed to do so. However, he was unexpectedly surprised. After all, there were his items from the Tower of Trials on the floor that he had inadvertently stepped on. Michael decided to check it out just in case, but it looked like they really could carry items with them. However, it also meant that other challengers would probably be able to carry weapons as well. Soon, the number of people returning to Earth will increase, leading to a dramatic increase in the number of items. This would cause the price of Hunter's gear to drop in the market, so he should have gotten rid of his items. But the problem was that only those with Hunter qualifications could sell them on the market. With that thought, he reached for his phone, intending to make the important call that would change everything. Inspector David watched the training of those trained as hunters from his office. All the guys and girls were fighting well enough when suddenly he was distracted by his phone. He accepted the challenge, introducing himself as an instructor at a hunter training center. Michael introduced himself in return, asking if he remembered him, to which the man responded affirmatively after a while. He asked why doesn't he apply for a refund online, but Michael said the man may not be able to return the tuition he paid. Then he asked if he meant it, but Michael only confirmed it. He said he would have one single request for him in return, and that was beginning to displease David. The man wanted to turn him down right away, thinking the guy would ask again to be allowed to resume training. But Michael unexpectedly asked for help taking his hunter's exam, at which point David reminded him of his unsuitability. Michael then calmly accepted that his midterm had not gone as well as he would have liked. However, if the instructor refused to help him, he could easily change his mind about the payment made. After all, money is never superfluous, so he offered him a deal where only one thing was required of him. When the guy ended the call, he went straight to the bathroom and was now examining his body in the mirror. He noticed that it had changed greatly in proportion to his progress in the Tower of Trials. But now was not the time to admire himself, for he had arranged to take his hunter's exam today. Michael quickly got dressed and went outside. The first thing he saw was his neighbor. The boy thought he missed this daily life, for it was nice to see even his neighbors. He decided to greet the girl, and she returned the favor, though without much enthusiasm. But Michael wished her a good day anyway, for he knew that everyone in this house thought of him as a loser. And that had indeed been the case up to this point, for today he would make them all look at him differently. A couple minutes later, he was already hailing a cab, putting his hand up, but no one was stopping. Time was running out, and Michael realized that at this rate, he might even be late for his exam. So, without thinking long, he decided to put his skills to use and made his way across the rooftops. He figured running to his destination wasn't a bad option either, considering he wouldn't get caught in traffic that way. At this pace, he arrived at the place even faster than if he'd caught a cab, and he liked it that way. The Hunters Association was a huge building, more like a skyscraper. That's where Michael headed. Once inside, he saw that he was already being greeted by the right people. One of them was Instructor David, who honored his request, and with it the deal. Michael greeted him again, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while, and the instructor agreed. A smile appeared on his face, for really, he couldn't hate the guy for his talentlessness. Michael, meanwhile, shared that he has had to endure a lot of things lately, that he felt like a different person. David was a little surprised at this information, for he remembered saying goodbye to him near the garbage cans. At that moment, another man spoke, introducing himself as the examiner who would be grading his test. The man's name was Kim, and he asked if the guy had any questions about how the exam was going. But Michael replied that he was perfectly aware of that, so they could get straight to the point of the test. In a couple minutes, he was already standing in a special room. He was given a sword, and the guy got ready. David turned to Mr. Kim, asking if he remembered his request to expel the boy as soon as possible. The examiner replied that he could not worry about that and turned to Michael, telling him to choose the desired difficulty. He could make a choice from 1 to 10, and the boy remembered how he had always chosen the first degree before. A goblin appeared in front of his eyes and defeated him every time, even though he tried his best. But the problem was that he didn't get them then because he was very weak. That feeling when David announced that he had failed the test was so bitter that he almost cried. David advised him from the balcony to opt for the easiest first degree of difficulty. But Michael unexpectedly chose 10th, which surprised the instructor and the examiner. The guy himself was quite observant of their reactions, for there were probably few who chose the most difficult degree. David thought he was crazy, because he remembered perfectly well that he was losing even to a goblin with a first degree. And then the examination began, the essence of which was the hunt for the firebird, and Michael saw it. He also felt his movements slow down. It turns out it was a special effect working. In addition, his sword suddenly cracked in several places at once, and it was very serious. Turns out David personally slipped him a broken gun so the guy would fail the exam. He wanted Michael to finally give up on his attempts to become a hunter after losing once again. But for now, the lad stood firmly on his feet in front of the bird, which sprang up to attack him. Her entire body was covered in flames, but Michael stood calmly and analyzed the monster's behavior. He realized this was his last chance to be a hunter, so he couldn't screw up. Among the names of those who passed the hunter's exam was his name, so David was very happy to be a hunter. At the time, he thought he was the best, but in reality it turned out to be quite different. Gradually, the gap with his peers began to widen, and eventually he gave up trying to bridge the gap. The man thought the world of hunters was based on innate talent and gave up trying to make a difference. People are forced to give up when they feel a wall in front of them that they can't overcome. And not only him, everyone does it, because you just have to accept this fact and live the life you have. So the same should have been done to Michael Nodforth, David thought, as he watched him fight desperately. However, it's also time for him to give up and stop trying to prove to himself something that will never happen. Michael, meanwhile, saw that his blade had cracked, which surprised the lad greatly, for it had been issued to him. He thought that even if it was a low-level weapon, there was no way a WoW could crack with such ease. Then he realized that there was no outside interference and looked at the instructor. And David smiled gloatingly, quietly wondering what he would do with the slammed sword now. To make matters worse, the bird began to attack, directing a fireball towards the guy who was defenseless. But Michael was even glad things had worked out this way, because it was the perfect situation to test his skills. He had learned a lot in the Tower of Trials, so right now he would show it to everyone. With that thought, he used the skill. It was an instantaneous acceleration, thanks to which he pushed off the ground and approached the bird. Tar hadn't expected the guy to be so nimble, plus he was now standing on the ceiling and looking right at her. Michael noticed that this skill was far better than the speed increase when using the assassin's cloak buff. The bird, meanwhile, formed the fireball again, intending to finish him off here. But Michael decided to be proactive and ran to her first, surprising the monster a little. He didn't even need a whole blade to wound the bird before it could attack him. He thrust his sword right into her eye, thus limiting her vision, and the bird screamed furiously. As expected, the sword was too short, so it wasn't enough to kill the monster. Michael glanced at the tile that had cracked from the bird's attack and decided he could use it. He peeled off a piece of tile and threw it with all his might at its head, intending to stun the bird. But the tile, casting at great speed, turned with its power into an axe and cut through her head. The piece of floor didn't stop there and crashed into the balcony wall where Principal Kim and the instructor were standing. David was surprised to think that Michael was doing something incredible, but it looked like he was done. The unconscious bird fell to the floor and he was greeted with a successful exam. Michael didn't forget the instructor and examiner, apologizing for not calculating the force. He smiled contentedly, for he was able to pass the exam even with the broken weapon that had been slipped to him. After a while, the woman in charge of issuing certificates handed him a card. It had his data on it, stating that he had become a rank 2 hunter, which was pretty cool. Michael thanked her, and the woman added that he could now visit the dungeons and sell items at the market. Meanwhile, David was asking Examiner Kim how this could even happen for a guy to pass the test. After all, the man said that one would fail within 10 seconds, but on the contrary, he ended up handling everything in that time. But the examiner replied that he had done his best, because based on the reported data, the guy would have failed. David then asked if they couldn't have given him a lower rank, but Kim replied that they already did. Their conversation was interrupted by Michael, who entered the office and announced that he had received his hunter's license. He walked over to David, noticing that he looked a little pale, and asked if he was okay. The man replied that he was fine and congratulated the guy on his new accomplishment. And Michael suddenly said that if his memory serves him correctly, the instructor had reached rank 3 before he retired. He added that he remembered fleetingly how the man had called him scum, because he really felt that way. Suddenly, the thought popped into his head that perhaps David himself was the scum he was talking about. Hearing this, the man jumped up from his seat to hit him, asking if he had lost his fear. And Michael thought that, contrary to his expectations, the instructor had easily fallen for the provocation. He dodged his blow and swung to deliver his own, eager to demonstrate his strength once again. David grimaced in pain because the guy had hit right in the solar plexus, and he understood that he would not get anything for it because he acted in self-defense. And this was in response to the aggressive actions of the instructor, who was also slapped. David had time to think and wonder how a rank 2 could have such strength, and then he lost consciousness. In the evening, when the boy was saying goodbye to Principal Kim, he queried whether the latter was offering him a job. The man responded positively, saying he would work directly for the Hunters Association, and his salary will be around 1 billion won. With those words, he handed him his business card. Finally, the man added that he was doing it because he could see his potential. But Michael wasn't interested. He said it seems the difficulty level of the exam was adjusted arbitrarily. Seeing that it made the principal's face change, he said he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. However, it wasn't in his nature to make a deal with someone he didn't have an ounce of trust in. The 2 remaining days flew by, and here he was back in his room, ready to go. The news reported that there had been rumors of a mysterious apparition of the Tower of Trials among hunters recently. Michael thought that finally everyone had found out about the towers, so he made sure he did the right thing. After all, he was able to get rid of the gear at a very good price, so those 3 days were very productive. But his time on Earth was coming to an end, and soon he saw the familiar system window. It began the countdown, at the end of which he would be sent back to the Tower of Trials. Michael even wanted it a little bit, because he would be able to progress again and become even stronger. The boy thought that after his return, he'd be busy again, and that thought made him happy for some reason. Within seconds, he was back with his waiting team in the tower, also in full uniform. As expected, they could safely move items between the tower and the real world. He took a small chest and a stone with him and decided to put it all in his inventory for now. Michael then jumped off the bed, deciding that he would start by warming up his body a bit and working out. After that, he wanted to challenge the 5th floor, but suddenly the system gave him a new achievement and a new skill. The skill was called Eye of Truth and was of the highest rank, which surprised Michael greatly as he had never possessed such a thing. Based on the description, thanks to this skill, he could get all the information about the target he was observing. His skill was certainly lacking so far, but what surprised the lad the most was the following trait. With this skill, he could determine whether his opponent's words were true or not, which was incredible. Michael figured that with that eye, he would now always be able to tell the difference when people were lying to him. It was a jackpot of pure water, because such a thing was not available to everyone, and even more so among hunters. Michael then decided to do some shopping and entered the store, first purchasing a rank 2 Thunder Sword. After that, he bought a rank 3 plus Hunter Scout Shield. He spent a whole 9,300 points for the whole thing. However, though they predominantly went for the sword, Michael really liked its options, so he couldn't help but buy it. All because he had a 10% chance to apply a lightning effect when hitting an enemy. The guy then called the test team and was asked by the system if he was ready for the 5th floor test. Of course, he responded positively, and after a few minutes he was already running into the portal, preparing for new battles. The theme of this challenge was hunting. The difficulty, as always, was high, and the penalty for failure was death. He had to kill the boss werewolf in the Wolf Gorge over the course of the day, and Michael realized his task. He was excited to win, eager to see how the werewolves would fight him. After all, they were half human, half wolf. He found himself right at the foot of the mountain, where apparently there was a cave with a boss, but it still had to be reached. Meanwhile, many small wolves surrounded him and attacked him from all sides, but the guy didn't even flinch. He wielded his sword perfectly and finished off all the monsters that were there in no time. He was even a little annoyed that those turned out to be so weak after all. He had hoped for stronger opponents. But suddenly he saw new opponents approaching him, and these were much stronger. Michael was even a little surprised at this sudden change of heart, but it was what he wished for. In front of him stood another pack of wolves that were bigger, stronger, and fiercer than the previous ones. One of them clacked its teeth, and Michael felt their murderous energy. Each of the monsters was aimed at killing him, but for some reason it made the guy smile. He prepared himself for battle, realizing that now he would be able to test his real powers, not like he was on a fake exam. Michael thought the Tower of Trials never disappoints and rushed to attack the monsters. The giant werewolves rushed at him in response, barking loudly and opening their mouths to swallow him. But Michael deftly jumped on one of them, dodging all the attacks. He realized he was even having a little fun. Perhaps he was slowly beginning to go mad, for a normal person would not enjoy the ordeal. It didn't really bother him, however, because the guy knew he was getting stronger day by day. The system gave out information that his sword skill had reached rank 5 perfection, and his sword skill had increased to 5+. Also, by level 4, his accelerated regeneration skill had increased, and Michael thought he should get a new skill. After all, his current inventory stats had already almost betrayed his growth, so it was worth considering. The wolves, meanwhile, jumped right on top of him, and if it wasn't for his well-developed stats, he'd be dead by now. Michael liked that he was honing his skills. He turned to the monsters, telling them to keep attacking. After a while it was over, the guy was absorbing the souls of slain werewolves. He thought he had already hunted 3 times, but the lightning effect never appeared. The system window alerted that he had absorbed quite a few souls of mad wolves, and his skill had increased by 16%. This was a good thing because at this rate, he could achieve a rank increase in his unique characteristic. Also, he had already almost reached the middle of the wolf gorge, so the boss was going to show up soon. But suddenly he stopped, looking in wonder at what he saw among the high rocks of the gorge. There were the tattered bodies of other wolves, and the guy figured there had been some kind of conflict in the pack. However, he later dismissed that thought as he saw that the blows had been delivered with a sharp weapon, and the footprints left nearby only confirmed his assumption. Michael decided to use his new skill set, activated the Eye of Truth to find out the truth. He saw the trace of a rank 3 aura that was left behind after someone had gently rocked the wall. Suddenly he felt kind of uneasy, because there were too many nuances that didn't fit in his head. And then suddenly he heard someone scream, which he could not distinguish at a glance who it belonged to. But the boy felt that it was somewhere near and ran in the right direction, as it seemed to him. As he ran, he saw the medium-sized cave from which he determined the roar was coming. But no sooner had the boy entered the cave than a huge pink werewolf wolf flew out of there. He was badly shredded and collapsed, left lying unconscious, and Michael was surprised at his sudden appearance. He realized that another monster couldn't have eradicated him that badly, which meant right now there was someone else in the cave. The system window gave a message that the boss werewolf had died and the reason for it was being investigated. And Michael stared at the dead monster confused, not understanding why this was happening on the floor. But lo and behold, the system's analysis was complete, and it reported an invasion of the Challenger trial. Then the purpose of the challenge changed. Now he had to kill a challenger from another dimension. He was the one who had made the invasion, and now showed himself to the lad completely. He looked like a knight. Michael didn't understand why he was suddenly here from another dimension, as the system said, but he didn't like it. He suddenly wondered if this meant that the Tower of Trials existed in several worlds at the same time. The stranger from another dimension spoke up, saying he was surprised that the guy wasn't dead yet. It appeared that he was the master of this ordeal, but alas, it would be over for him now. He attacked, and Michael blocked his blow, thinking that this guy seemed to have his head on straight as well. For a while, they stood looking at each other and assessing strength, and then the knight displayed his sword. Michael never imagined that a situation would arise where the target of his ordeal would be wiped out by an invader from another world. Nevertheless, he was extremely lucky that the trial was not a failure, for then it would have been all over for him. Meanwhile, the knight asked if he was so frightened that he couldn't even utter a word. Michael prepared to defend himself against any attack, expecting anything from this man, for he looked strong. He called him a knight because he was covered in armor, and his sword was more like a long spear. The speed at which he moved in that outfit was also surprising, but Michael couldn't lose. He decided to use what was at hand, his foot to be exact, so he kicked the dead boss's body towards him. Such a hindrance was nothing to the knight, who didn't even slow down his speed and continued advancing. As he approached the boss, he chopped him down with one precise strike of his sword, but then he was a bit surprised. After all, he didn't see the guy in front of him, but he felt someone go behind his back and attack. His speed was incredible, and the knight was surprised to realize that his defenses had been penetrated. And Michael was already preparing for the next blow and swung to leave a more serious wound. The knight swung his sword, but the boy ducked under his arm and struck right in the rib of the stranger from another dimension. To his surprise, however, the armor didn't crack, and then the knight said it fell right into his hands. Michael realized that the situation was getting dangerous, for he had planned to split the armor in half, but he didn't leave even a scratch. The knight meanwhile brought his sword down upon him, which would have severed his head before he could step back. Even so, Michael couldn't keep his balance, for the shockwave from his attack hit him even at a distance. The guy hit the rock with such force that it collapsed a bit, but no debris followed. Michael realized that this opponent was the strongest he had ever had to fight. His shield was defeated and his sword was damaged. In addition, his whole body was also sore from the heavy impact into the rock. And the knight was a little surprised that the guy was able to block his aura, since he was hoping to finish him off quickly. Michael shouted that the system recognized him as an intruder, but he'd never heard of anything like that. But the knight questioned him back, asking how a barbarian like him would even know about floor embedding. Upon hearing this, Michael asked why it was in his trial that such a thing happened, and the knight asked him not to hold a grudge. He added that the tower was originally such an unpredictable place, but now it was time for the guy to do the honors. He swung, intending to finish the guy off, but the guy waved his arms asking him to stop. Michael asked if he could tell what this floor introduction was after all, and that surprised Knight. After all, the guy was essentially on the cusp of death, but wished to know such things. However, he figured he could tell it, since Michael was already a dead man anyway, so he cleared his throat. He began by noting that among the system options that expand from the 8th floor is floor implementation. And if you buy a ticket for floor implementation at the store, there will be an opportunity to interfere in other people's trials. Michael then wondered if the stranger had really come from another world, just as he had thought. Hearing this, the knight smiled, though the guy didn't see him smile, and asked if he really thought so. Meanwhile, Michael activated his new skill, Eye of Truth, to test the veracity of his words. The system window showed that his opponent's words were true, except that for some reason, the knight saw it too. He became angry, asking how dare he doubt his words, and wanted to pounce on him again. However, Michael replied that he couldn't help it, since he wasn't really even hurt. The knight called him a barbarian brat, asking if he dared to insolence him. And Michael said he got the information, so he should share a fun fact with the guy too. He said that thanks to his pain tolerance skill, his injured arm was barely bothering him at all. It's just that if he let her go, it would activate the accelerated regeneration skill. Then he showed it. Finally, he added that it seemed to him that the knight would have shared the information with him had he been in that position. And the one asked if the guy was just testing his healing skills, because if that was the end of it, he couldn't escape death. However, Michael got to his feet again and grabbed his thunder sword, saying sarcastically that he didn't even know how to be. After all, his strength continued to increase rapidly. He had increased his stats with the help of the souls he had absorbed earlier. Stamina, durability, strength, agility, and mana increased by 4, and he felt it well. The knight seemed to notice these changes as well. He asked if the guy had a unique characteristic. And instead of attesting, Michael activated the temporary effect of the assassin's cloak, which added to his speed. He only had a minute left, so he had to hurry, and this time Michael attacked his opponent first. And the knight was already seriously surprised, because it was strange to him that the challenger from the 5th floor had so many skills. Michael, meanwhile, was rapidly approaching him, preparing to hit the weak points of his armor this time. They faced off in battle again, but this time he was more cautious and moved incredibly fast. The knight didn't understand why this guy had such prohibitive stats after all. He was only on the 5th floor. He realized that at this rate, he might as well lose, so he decided to end things with an aura. This time, however, Michael was ready for his attacks and was able to bounce back from his crushing blow in time. But the knight did not plan to stop there and continued to attack, masterfully wielding his sword. Michael knew that aura was a high-level skill, so such a strike could seriously damage him. However, he was definitely ahead of the knight in terms of stats, so he had no trouble dodging. However, the real snag was in that armor, as his equipment was also of a high level. And with Michael's current abilities, It was impossible to break through it, no matter how hard he tried. But the guy knew he had another trump card. By continuing to strike blow after blow, he was able to activate the effects of the sword. A flash of lightning struck the knight so suddenly that he didn't even realize where it came from. And Mike smiled contentedly, for it was just what was needed. The 10% effect of his sword had worked just at the right time. The lightning struck the knight's entire body, and though his armor remained nearly unharmed, the metal was well through the charge. He spat blood and fell to the ground, and Michael walked over to him, preparing to finish off his opponent. The guy thought that if the armor had a lightning rod function, it would add to the hassle, but luckily it worked out. The knight raised his head, looking at him with big eyes. He realized that the situation had drastically worsened for him. The stranger tried to stand up, but was too weakened after being struck by lightning, so he stopped trying. He thought that he should have won originally after all. He was just a challenger from the 5th floor in front of him. And Michael said that he was very foolish to rely completely on his skill and armor alone. Then he pointed his sword at him, saying that now it was time for him to know the honor too, and he asked him to stop. He said he could provide answers to all of his questions, but the guy said there was no need. He thrust his sword right into his eyes, causing him to die instantly from pain shock, managing to curse him before doing so. But Michael didn't care about his words. He realized he had destroyed the intruder, so mission accomplished. He also suddenly noticed that he was finding it easier and easier to kill people each time, and it was frightening. But if he felt uncomfortable piercing another man's flesh, that would be a much more serious problem. Meanwhile, the system window congratulated him for successfully passing the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Michael, without thinking long, consumed the soul of the stranger from the other floor, as it now became clear. His skill increased to 15%, and the system window reported that he had absorbed the spirit of challenger Cade Adrax. Michael was surprised to think that he had almost missed the opportunity, because the knight's body had begun to disappear for some reason. Apparently, if you die in another dimension, the body disappears like a mirage, and this was another important discovery. Suddenly, the system window gave a message that the difficulty level and the reward did not match, so the rewards would be changed. Michael looked questioningly somewhere where Cade's body had been a second ago, wondering what his rank was. He then obtained the first breakthrough reward, a high rank 3 absolute skill. As a bonus award, he received 7,500 points and additionally received another 3,500 points. This made the guy happy. He noticed that instead of the promised rank 2 reward, he got a high rank. The invading knight must have been quite strong since the system thought the rewards and difficulty didn't match. After a short time, he returned to the 6th floor waiting room and was healed of all defects and injuries. The boy threw his equipment into his inventory. His shield was broken, but he had other things on his mind right now. Michael tried his best to save his tickets for sending questions to the 8th floor, but realized he had to use them. He activated the right command. He had a total of 5 tickets, respectively 5 questions. Michael wanted to know more about the floor infiltration and whether it was possible to know about the impending invasion. When he was done, the system reported that his question had been sent and would be answered shortly by an admin. Not 10 seconds later, he received a reply, and Michael was surprised that it had happened so quickly. But that was even better. He opened the answer he received, waiting to finally deal with the matter. It said that floor implementation is a system that allows you to enter another challenger's trial. However, the gap between them must be no more than 10 stories, and he could only invade personal trials. Then Michael realized that, in other words, it was like breaking a ladder to the person climbing it. But then a new message appeared saying that this information was not available on his floor. And since the request was only half granted, the ticket for submitting the question will not be used. It was a little strange for Michael, but nevertheless, he was glad his ticket was still intact. Then the guy thought it was time to use the items he had brought with him from the ground. One of them was the Tower recovery chest, which allowed you to recover items. Michael used it to repair his secret hunter shield, and it was as good as new in no time. He then used another item called a purity stone, which might seem like a waste of money. But Michael felt that a couple thousand won was not a small price to pay for the feeling of freshness and vigor that comes from bathing. There was still an hour and a half to go before the 6th floor test, so Michael figured he could still check the accessibility of the totals. But what was his surprise when he saw his nickname in 3rd place and he had an epic rank. The guy thought he had climbed pretty high from 16th place, and if it kept going like this, he'd get the achievement. He was not yet aware of the advantages of the first mover, but he was getting closer and closer to them. And then he entered the community chat room. But what was going on there really surprised the guy, because the atmosphere of the chat room had changed. Applicants were looking to acquire skills related to homicide and robbery. It was evident that people had become selfish towards each other, as everyone was trying to survive and pass on. Michael thought there was literally chaos and disorder in front of him. The mental resistance skills that are now being actively traded have the effect of easing mental pain. And then Michael saw a message that made him a little surprised and remember what had happened before. Someone in chat brought up Pretendant, who publicized the info on floor 4, saying he changed his nickname. It was this person who then voiced the idea of killing each other, and now someone has found out that he changed his nickname to Sudi. Michael wondered if this time the guy was going to do the same thing he did on the 4th floor. For starters, he decided he should memorize this nickname well, and soon it was time for a test. Its theme was occupation. Everything was given 50 minutes, and the condition for successful completion was the capture of a stronghold. Michael entered the portal, wondering what the reward would be this time, since his rank had improved significantly. When he found himself in the trial area, he was surprised to see the sea and sunny weather in front of him. Michael looked around and saw what appeared to be their strongholds to capture. Suddenly, the system reported the selection of applicants to form teams. But for some reason, there was no one but Michael on the dock, and the guy was a little surprised that no one was showing up. He looked into the portal, but suddenly a spear flew from there straight at Michael's head, something he definitely didn't expect. He managed to intercept the weapon before it hit him, however, and his master was soon to appear. The guy who was holding onto him showed up literally the next second, so Michael had to step back. Seeing his weapon grabbed by someone, the guy looked at Michael in surprise as he continued to fly. He finally lands, and Michael asks what he's even doing, since he just attacked his own team. But the guy called him a douchebag, saying he should know what's what too if he was going into the community. After all, it said that killing was the easiest way to get achievements. Michael then asked if the most important thing for them was to earn as many achievements as possible. To this, his new comrade replied that the guy should look around before playing the part of the righteous. Michael decided to do so and saw what this challenger was talking about, as other teams were killing their members as well. It was an eerie sight. People went crazy in pursuit of achievement to earn as much as possible. Seeing the whole picture, Michael lowered his head a little and drew his weapon as well, approaching the guy. Suddenly, he called him a hypocritical idiot, and the man suddenly realized that he was now facing a new battle. The other players, meanwhile, continued to hunt each other down, killing their comrades. But there seemed to be some who were disgusted with the bloodshed. Right now, 2 people had gotten their hands on it. One of them, a chubby guy, was glad to have met someone who shared his opinion. He felt that everyone else should have come to their senses, for at this rate, they would all die here. Except that the one he was shaking hands with suddenly drew his sword and stabbed the guy in the stomach, agreeing with his words. He was surprised that the guy shook hands with strangers without a shred of doubt, without even fully understanding the situation. By killing his teammate, he gained the Vile Assassin achievement and his stamina increased by 1. This battle happened right in front of Michael's eyes, and meanwhile his comrade also spoke to him. He told him to stop playing the holier-than-thou because he wanted to get a new achievement. But Michael didn't answer him, and the guy thought he was distracted, which meant it was the perfect moment to attack. He swung, intending to kill him, but Michael remained still until the end. It was only when the guy's blade was already near his eyes that he suddenly made a lightning-fast maneuver and pierced him first. The guy spit up blood, amazed at the speed of his opponent, and he could have been his partner. Before he died, he regretted his decision, and Michael got the traitor achievement, and his power increased by 1. He himself thought it was weak, for this was not the kind of ordeal he had hoped for when entering the portal. But at the same time, this trial could be called a kind of event specifically for him. After all, here he will be able to increase the mastery of his unique characteristic and perhaps get his hands on new skills. However, he decided not to specifically attack the other challengers, but only to fight whoever would do so first. The guy with black hair activated a newly learned technique, an iron dome made of water. It looked pretty impressive from the outside, but that wasn't the main thing. It was his personal abilities. After all, it was the perfect test for him, for he had studied water magic to perfection. Suddenly, however, the lad heard someone rapidly approaching him and turned around. It was Michael, who for some reason ran just at the guy, clearly not with friendly intentions. He pushed off the ground and hovered in the air for a moment, choosing the best place to attack. His eyes read determination and complete confidence in his actions, and the guy noticed it. He was surprised that he was aiming at his iron dome, for the water in it was spinning incredibly fast. However, Michael was really planning on cracking this technique and landed right on the dome. Seeing that it didn't work out, the guy gloatingly said it was an impenetrable defense. What was his surprise, Michael's corner suddenly broke through the top of the dome and flew just on top of him. He kicked the guy and then finished him off with one precise sword strike, and the guy only had time to spit up blood. His dome dissipated, and the guy himself fell unconscious not far from Michael, who landed safely. He thought that perhaps his actions were a bit cruel, but what mattered was the end result. By his actions, he instilled fear in the other contenders, who began to think of him as a monster. He had just captured the stronghold that was the target of the test, and now all that was left was to defend it. He only needed to hold out for 10 minutes without letting anyone capture the point in the remaining time. Michael thought that breaking through this challenge would be easier than he thought, as the challenges were mostly low-ranked. The trials on the 6th floor made you think about many things because it revealed the essence of man. Distrust of others, the darkness and gloom nurtured by the Tower of Trials, and also hatred and desire for power. You will think sympathy, and there is real hypocrisy, because even if he managed to ward off rivals from himself, eventually someone was going to die anyway. The system window gave a message that an enemy had joined. He looked around and saw 4 people stepping into his stronghold together. One of them, a tall blonde guy, said the guy must want to know why there were 4 of them. But Michael replied that it was obvious without his explanation because they were just 4 idiots. Coming together, they formed an assassination squad to earn more achievements. The blonde happily agreed, saying that he had caught the gist of it, and now his sentence would be carried out. Suddenly he became serious, telling the guy to die, and after saying that, his companions rushed to attack. He noticed a bucket of water at the fat guy's place, which surprised him, and the other guy was moving pretty fast and unpredictably. Michael prepared to defend himself by taking a stance, but the next instant, his arm felt as if it had been pierced by a sword. Turns out the guy who stayed with the blonde guy used the merging hearts technique. It was his unique characteristic, and through its use, Michael now shared his pain. Taking advantage of this, the guy bared his sword and swung for a strike, except he was aiming for himself. And then he stabbed his own arm, which made himself grimace in pain, but Michael was more bothered by it. The sudden pain caused him to drop his sword, and now he couldn't defend himself against the 2 guys attacking him. Things were bad, so he activated the pain tolerance skill, and all types of pain were reduced by 15%. But in the next instant, a big man with a bucket of water approached him, which Michael wondered at first. He poured it on the lad, and the lad made sure it was ordinary seawater, for the sea surrounded them. Except next came the message that he had touched the water from the 6th floor, and his power was reduced by 10. It was the same with agility and endurance, and the penalty duration was 3 minutes. Michael realized that in this ordeal, the water in the sea was not easy, and a fine was given for touching it. Meanwhile, his opponents had almost reached the distance where any attack would pass through and hit him. It was a terrible layout for Michael, but he realized that only a normal player would fail in this situation. After all, he himself had long since surpassed the limits of human capabilities and possessed incredible skills. The first to attack was a guy who moved unpredictably, which couldn't be said for his attack. Michael had no trouble dodging her, saying that he had to admit the guys had come up with a pretty good strategy. He added, however, that they had made one very serious mistake, and he reached for the face of the first of them. After all, they had picked the wrong opponent, and with those words, he slammed his head against the floor of the stronghold. Michael did it with surprising strength considering he had it limited due to the penalty. It was instant death for the guy, and his 3 companions froze in surprise, marveling at Michael's strength. Toth, meanwhile, gained the new skill Contempt for the Weak, as well as the achievement Killing with a Single Blow. The new skill allowed him to increase his power if his opponent's stats were lower than his own. Just at that moment, another of the foursome pounced on him, pouring water on him, and all his stats were lower. Thus, Michael's new skill activated, and he attacked the big guy first. He hit him in the head with his knee, causing the guy's nose to bleed, but Michael didn't stop there. He jumped up and brought his foot down on his face, splitting it wide open, and blood splattered all around. He then suffered a concussion, from which he died, and Michael got the achievement of Ruthless Killer. His agility increased by 1, but there were still 2 challenges he hadn't dealt with. The blonde who was watching all of this grudgingly gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected the guy to be so strong. Michael, meanwhile, headed straight towards him. Without saying a word, he looked him straight in the eye. The guy who had used the heart fusion looked at the blonde confusedly, asking what they should do now. Instead of answering, the man suddenly swung his sword and it hit his companion right in the leg. Thoth cried out in pain, but it transferred to Michael too, who grimaced in discomfort. He dropped to one knee, thinking the blonde wanted to end both him and his associate at the same time. Thankfully, his pain was limited due to the effect, but it limited his actions. Meanwhile, the blonde aimed again at his comrade, this time intending to finish him off. He started stabbing him with his sword, and Michael felt half of all the pain on himself. The other guy was screaming. The blonde man turned to Michael, telling him that if he took another step in his direction, he would slit the jerk's throat. Michael realized that even with the pain tolerance skill, it would be difficult for him to react to his opponent's lunges. So, as expected, hearing him there was only one answer, which again included murder. After all, he must kill the challenger who activated the fusion of hearts as quickly as possible. With that thought, Michael threw his shield, putting all his strength into it, and it transformed again as if into a flying axe. As a result, he slit the guy's throat, which only gave him time to think he was dying, and then he passed away. Michael himself also felt quite a bit of pain in his neck area, but luckily the skill helped him deal with it. He sank to his knees, spewing blood, and the blonde realized he was vulnerable to attack now. The guy swung around, thinking that if not now, there wouldn't be another chance, and pounced on Michael. Thoth continued to kneel motionless, waiting for him to get close enough. And when the blonde was almost at his head, about to chop it off, Michael suddenly grabbed his sword. He stopped him literally a centimeter from his nose, asking if the guy wanted to die first. The blonde man hummed something inaudible, and then said that Michael had just lost his mind, and that wasn't far from the truth. He applied even more force and suddenly ripped the blade of the blade right out of the blonde man's hands. He had no time to blink before Michael had the weapon, and then he cut off his head. It happened incredibly quickly, and he earned the Cold-Blooded Cruncher achievement, earning 1,500 points. And then the system window alerted everyone that the time trial was up. Michael's stronghold had been captured. This meant that everyone who managed the same had survived and passed on, but there was another observation here. In the end, the ultimate winners were those who kept their team and comrades together. Of course, there were no exceptions. Michael looked around and saw many people like him. Those who killed others, and it didn't matter if they were his comrades or just other pretenders. The guy wondered how he looked in the eyes of those who hadn't stooped to murder and kept his team together. He was probably as much of a monster as the guys who attacked him before the end of the challenge. He was rewarded with 8,000 points and also a rank 1 random draw box that went to his inventory. A portal then opened, and Michael was once again successfully returned to the 7th floor waiting room. Before that, he didn't forget to absorb the souls of the guys he killed, having learned all the information about them beforehand. With this, the rank of his unique characteristic increased by 1 level and was now rank 3. When Michael moved into the waiting room, he had a new achievement viewer activated. A list opened up in front of him where he could see all of his accomplishments from the tower. Among them, there was even an epic class he received for the first return achievement. He then decided to look into each achievement in more detail and found that new skills were immediately given for some. There were also stat improvements attached to some and points for others, all of which he had in his arsenal. Michael was surprised that he had actually gotten quite a few achievements for the murders, even though he hadn't planned on committing them. He then opened the inventory where the rank 1 random draw box had already been moved to. By opening it, he could get a random item from rank 5 to rank 1, so there was no point in procrastinating. Michael didn't have much hope for this reward and wanted to get it over with soon so he could move on to absorbing souls. He pulled the yellow ribbon it was tied with and the box opened. Something quickly flew out of there, and the boy followed the object, wondering more and more. It turned out to be some little monster that landed nearby and looked at him. Michael asked the system what the other Pokemon was, assuming he needed to catch one, and the monster glared at him. Then the boy pounced on it, reaching out to grab the creature, but the thing proved nimble. He easily dodged Michael's hand and looked like he was playing with him for fun. Michael chased after it for a while longer, but all attempts to catch the creature came to naught. But here at last he managed to grab the monster with both hands, and the monster didn't seem to expect it. Michael rejoiced, saying that now he wouldn't let him go. But still, he didn't anticipate that the creature was not of the domestic kind. Suddenly, it bit him on the arm, from which the guy felt a little pain because the teeth of the monster were sharp. It made him let go of it, though the guy hadn't planned it, but his hand unclenched instinctively. When the monster bounced again, Michael said in a creepy voice that he'd been polite to it so far, since it was pretty cute. However, now he could expect no mercy. With those words, he pounced on the creature with renewed vigor. For a while, the monster managed to keep shortening further, but here the guy suddenly jumped away from him. He pushed himself off the ceiling and then flew at the creature with incredible speed, swinging for a strike. He couldn't dodge it because it was too late, so the blow went straight to his head. The monster's eyes rolled behind its orbits, and its head suddenly turned red and, as Michael noticed, cracked. And then something happened that he never expected. The creature disintegrated into a multitude of porcelainic pieces. Michael saw a beautiful necklace appear out of them. It was said that a rank 1 item had fallen to him. It was a wrought iron pendant, a steel pendant imbued with the soul of the blacksmith who had worked with him all his life. It increased the effects of metallurgy and sword skills by 7% and also had a special property. When wielding mana, an exclusive effect, Steel Defense, was activated. This effect was that his skin absorbed 10% of all physical damage. Michael realized that this was a really cool item, as it was equipped with both attack and defense. The guy thought he didn't expect anything from this prank and ended up ripping off such a big score. However, when he put on the pendant to test its power, the system window reported that his mana was depleted. Then he realized that this effect was very cool, but the price to pay was his mana, which had to be stored from now on. Now Michael decided to check the rank status of the unique characteristic, which had increased by 1 rank. But then suddenly there was a message from the system, asking if he was ready to begin the 7th floor test. This surprised Michael a bit, since usually the time before the test was announced first. He wanted to see if this was also the case for other members, so he went into the community where he confirmed his speculation. And so it was. Now everyone could proceed to the next challenge without waiting for the others. But there was still an air of desperation in the community to return home. So no one cared a little bit that the wait time was gone, but Michael noticed something else. The manner of communication in the chat room had also changed. Now people were more and more actively discussing people who had betrayed their comrades. Michael was sure that all these maniacs were quiet now because the 7th floor ordeal was going to be personalized again. But one had to be wary of those who used the lives of their comrades simply as tools to gain achievement. Most importantly, Michael must develop his skills that those proved to be unshakable to any variables. Then the guy finally checked the status window of his characterization and saw a new additional effect. Now he could use the souls of the dead to protect the body, but at this time his energy would be proportional to the strength of the blow. The guy also noticed that more specificity was added to the description of the base effect, which surprised him. After all, while before the main focus was on stat boosting, souls could now be used in a different way. He could use them both as magic power and as a protective shell. Michael figured that anything could happen, so the ability to protect the body would never be superfluous. With that thought, he suddenly pulled his sword out of his inventory because he decided to try things out on himself. Throwing his blade into the air, he went in to test how effective the spiritual shield would be. Michael put his hand out, deciding to take the risk, because even if the sword cut it off, the waiting room would heal everything. Meanwhile, the blade continued to rotate, rapidly approaching his hand. And then, as the weapon was about to touch his flesh, the effect of his characterization suddenly triggered. The system window reported that the soul of a guy named John Flock had absorbed the damage from the attack and disappeared. He had 3 of 30 souls left in possession, and Michael thought the defense exceeded his expectations. After all, it had worked quickly, not allowing him to be harmed in the slightest. So it was fashionable to draw a new conclusion from that. It's best not to absorb all the souls at once, but always have a couple in reserve for your own defense. Michael then opened the board with a subspecies of the 6th floor test results, wanting to see his progress. To his surprise, he slipped to 4th position, but it wasn't critical for him at all. After all, he only needs to be in the top 50 to earn the title of Pioneer. Finished with that, Michael stretched his body a bit, saying how exhausted he was while he was checking one thing and another. He had no time to procrastinate, so he decided to challenge the next floor without delay. In the next instant, a portal opened, and the theme of this challenge was proof. He had to pass 3 tests in 40 minutes, otherwise death awaited the challenger. But a successfully completed task gave a new skill, Wind Grace, of the highest rank. When he found himself there, he realized he was in some kind of corridor with an unusual atmosphere. You literally couldn't feel anyone's presence here, and that annoyed the guy a little. Suddenly, he felt the energy around him change, and the system reported that he had entered the first zone. This was the first testing area where it was required to prove that he had overcome his fears. He was suddenly transported to the desert from where he had started his growth. It was here that his first fight took place. Michael had already guessed what was about to happen, and as if to confirm his words, the ground beneath him shook. And then it showed itself, a sand golem, this time much larger and apparently stronger. The guy realized that this space was now a reproduction of the training trial. The condition for successful completion was to break through 3 trials in the remaining time. Michael realized that as he fought the golem, 3 more challenges would appear. They too, he must have overcome them at one time, but since this is a test evidence, it will have to be done again. Meanwhile, he finally saw the golem that stood before him, its size truly impressive. Michael thought his size had increased somewhere around 3 times, but it didn't matter much to the guy. The golem, meanwhile, pulled his hand out of the sand and prepared to attack, swinging at the guy in front of him. The monster did look huge, but Michael didn't even flinch when it started to act up. Michael pulled his inventory out of system storage out of habit, preparing for another fight. And then the golem struck. Michael managed to bounce away, but noticed that the golem's speed was pretty good. He waited for him to attack again, then jumped on his arm and ran forward, looking for the cannonball. He remembered from his last fight with that monster that it had a cannonball near its arm, so he headed there. But this time, there was nothing there, so Michael decided to stick to the original plan, aiming for the head. Still, it was strange that he hadn't seen the golem's core anywhere, and after all, that was where its weak point was. Then the guy had a hunch that the more massive the golem was, the deeper the core was hidden in its body. And the scheming monster attacked again. This time his movements were even faster and caught the guy off guard. Michael marveled that the sand could move so precisely, so it was urgent to come up with a plan. The golem's hand appeared before his eyes so suddenly that Michael didn't have time to bounce anywhere. Then the monster clenched it into a fist, intending to crush the guy like a bug, but it failed. Suddenly he felt something in his hand vibrate violently, and then he felt cuts. Michael had broken free from the sand trap, mangling his palm from the inside, and was now free again. He figured since he couldn't strip the monster with one punch, he would just chop it into pieces. In the next instant, he put his words into action and pounced on the golem, attacking its entire body. The guy chopped up his head and arms, inflicted wounds on his body and legs, so he thought that was enough. However, he realized that each time he cut it was just sand, which was immediately replenished with new sand. Therefore, he had to find the core at all costs, and he had enraged the golem with his tactics. The one swung at the guy again, and Michael had to go on the defensive again, bouncing away from him. But suddenly, after another attack, they noticed something interesting that they hadn't noticed before. He had no time to think, for the monster was going to finish him off again, this time by stepping on his foot. The guy quickly ran away from that spot, amazed at how fast and accurate the golem's attack was. He suddenly realized that dodging the blow wasn't a problem, but if he got caught in that sand wave, then everything can end quite tragically, because sand is nature, not a monster, so there is no point in fighting it. Michael ran with all his legs, hoping that he would be far enough away from the wave in time. But she was getting mercilessly closer, and the guy realized he couldn't get out of her way, no matter how hard he tried. As it happened, piles of sand covered him completely, as if he had drowned in a sea of sand. Some semblance of a gorge was formed, in which Michael lay under the sandy rubble. Michael was annoyed by this. He realized that at this rate he could fail the test trivially on time. Meanwhile, the golem continued to advance, though he was walking towards it himself, but the sand made things much more difficult. Michael drew his sword and prepared to defend himself, going to find out the exact location of the core this time. The golem was still going to crush him and had already stretched out its hands to do so, but this time the guy didn't run away. He used his new skill, 3 absolutes, according to which he could amplify 3 sword attacks. It required the use of one's mana, and as an additional effect, sword strength was increased. Michael activated the skill and rushed to attack. This time his punches actually became stronger. He was able to completely chop off the golem's arm in one blow and then proceeded to hack away at its torso. Michael was surprised to notice that he suddenly had such power, but it was just as well. He remembered how angry he'd been when he'd first encountered the floor infiltration during the test. Now, however, he involuntarily thought that he should thank the knight for invading him. Although this abominable golem was recovering with sand, it nevertheless continued to deliver slashing blows. The guy did it with one single purpose, to find the core and destroy it, so he attacked without stopping. The initiative was already clearly on his side, as the golem was only recovering from his attacks. It seemed to Michael that he had already slashed his entire body, but somehow still hadn't found the core. It was starting to piss the guy off because this could go on forever, and he only had 30 minutes left. But suddenly, Michael made one interesting and slightly strange discovery for himself. He wondered when this golem had managed to get so cute, since it was much bigger before. Hearing that he was called cute, the golem's cheeks flushed. Apparently, even monsters were pleased by compliments. But it seems that the sand that makes up his body cannot be endlessly extracted from the environment. That's why he had shrunk in size. Michael had already figured out what to do with this new arrangement. He smiled evilly as he turned to the golem and asked if he wanted to slim down some more. The suggestion didn't really appeal to the monster, and he yelled something back, but the guy didn't understand his yelling. He pounced again, and the golem had no choice but to attack back. He swung his fist at the guy again, but never realized that these attacks were already useless. Michael chopped his arm with ease and continued to chop the sandy body without stopping. The guy was doing it at such an incredible speed that it was becoming increasingly difficult for the golem to recover. Soon he collapsed altogether, his legs and torso corroded and his arms severed. He was immobilized. This time, Michael decided to wait until he was back on his feet, and now he looked much smaller. To be more precise, he looked the same as the first time the guy fought him in a training challenge. But it also meant that he could now clearly see the core of the golem, just as he had the first time. It was on his back, and since his body was covered in a thick layer of sand, it became extremely difficult to reach it. Michael also thought he should have sped up, as the test only had 40 minutes to complete. The guy had about half an hour left, but the golem itself approached him, moving faster, however. Of course, it couldn't catch Michael off guard, but he did notice that the monster had become more nimble after the intense diet. It was kind of funny, but the guy added that he didn't have time, and so he'd love to play with it some more. In the blink of an eye, he was suddenly behind the monster's back and swung to smash its core. The golem felt something sharp pierce its body and screamed, then began to crumble. Still, if it weren't for the core, golems would be very tricky opponents, but luckily, everyone has a weakness. The sand golem core was destroyed, the system window reported it, and then gave two more announcements. The first was that challenger Michael Nodforth proved that he had overcome his fear, and the second was that he had completed one trial. After a while, all that was left of the golem was sand, which scattered everywhere around Michael. And then the guy saw a spirit golem that was different from the one he had absorbed last time. This one was much brighter and emitted a strong energy, so Michael activated his characteristic. However, the guy didn't manage to absorb his soul because a second portal suddenly opened. He pulled the guy into him, and the system window gave a message that he was being transported to the second test zone. Michael froze like that with his arm outstretched. He couldn't believe it was the first time he had failed to absorb a soul. Apparently, skill upgrades here were limited, if not impossible to obtain at all. But here he was transported to the second test zone, where he was required to prove that he had become wiser. Looking around, the guy realized he was at the location of the second trial in the orc settlement. Just as he thought, a rerun of the previous tests was now taking place. Just like that time the settlement was burning, and he entered the tent the orc chieftain had run into then. But there was no one there, which surprised him a little, however. When he came out, he saw what was the matter. He realized that the subsequent events of that day were now unfolding before him. After all, he had destroyed the orc settlement, so now he was facing the eager orcs who looked stronger. One of them glanced at the guy, assessing him for a moment, and then suddenly his expression changed. His pupils dilated, and his gaze became sort of hazy, and Michael immediately realized what the signs were. A fit of rabies was a phenomenon often seen in monsters seized with anger. An orc in a state of frenzy was no longer a pitiful monster on the likes of a rank 4, so it would not be easy. Meanwhile, a similar condition appeared in all the orcs, and they pounced on him together. But suddenly, Michael noticed something interesting in their behavior, or rather, he figured out the reason for their anger. For before this, they had bowed over the dead brethren who had fallen by his hand last time. Michael thought that monsters shouldn't show the pain of loss to family members and activated the skills. Suddenly, he too was taken by anger for the orcs trying to avenge their comrades. It shouldn't have been done in front of him after all. He had lost his parents too, so anger swept over him as well. He overpowered all the orcs and then turned to their chief, asking if it was a nasty feeling. Watching your family die and being unable to do anything about it made the head orc angry. With his last strength, he pounced on him, but Michael knew victory was already on his side and drew his sword. He was surprised at the eagerness with which the monster tried to fight to the last, so he eased his suffering. By beheading the last orc, he passed the test, thus proving to the system that he had become wiser. However, this wasn't the end. Michael quickly turned around, thinking that this time there was no need to delay. He wanted to have time to absorb the souls of the slain orcs, for there were at least a dozen of them. But he failed again. The portal to the next dimension opened literally as soon as he killed the last orc. Nevertheless, when he was almost inside the portal, he was able to absorb a few souls of orc eggers. The mastery of the Hunter's Dagger skill has increased to rank 3, and the Instant Acceleration skill to rank 3+. And then he entered the last area of the test, expecting that this time would definitely be a blowout. To his surprise, he found himself in the location of the 6th floor test where he had been just this morning. This was the very battleground where the stronghold was to be captured and held. However, Michael noticed that the layout of the tiles was different, and this time those were made of slippery metal. But there was nothing to be surprised about, since such an ignorant previous test was labeled Wisdom. The guy opened his inventory and pulled out a life potion from there, eulogizing 20% physical and magical strength. Without thinking long, he drank it and instantly felt the effect, his strength renewed. A couple seconds later, he stood, wondering what to do with the flask that held the potion he had drunk. And then he decided that he could litter a bit in the Tower of Trials and threw the flask directly into the sea. It's not clear if it was from the fact that he did this or some other reason, but suddenly there was a wave behind his back. It was so huge that it blew away the metal plates and started moving on the guy. And the one realized that the matter smells fried and activated the exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak. His movement speed increased by 15% within a minute, allowing him to quickly run away. Michael figured that the trials before were repeating rules that already existed, so that was the case here. It appeared that he needed to find and capture a stronghold, and before that, he should avoid the water from the sea. Fortunately, his speed was faster, so the wave couldn't catch up with him. At least that's what he thought. Michael decided to just keep going in the same direction, but suddenly the slab beneath his feet shuddered. No sooner had the fellow jumped to the other than a big wave lifted him along with the stove. He lost his balance and fell, and the system reported that he came in contact with water from the 6th floor. Strength, agility, and endurance were immediately reduced by 10, and the duration of the penalty was 3 minutes. Michael thought when the thought of the tiles staying in the same order. Was a kind of hope that there was some common sense in the Tower of Trials after all. She proved that wasn't true. The guy realized he was going underwater and activated instant acceleration. Pushing off the tiles, he ran down the remnants of the path, no longer afraid of coming into contact with the water. So he managed to run a little more, but the situation was getting more dangerous. For one wrong move, and he would have fallen into the sea, and the tiles would have covered him as if in a grave. Michael had no idea that one could die so easily in such a place, so he kept moving. At last he saw a stronghold that seemed to be his salvation, and the lad headed towards it. The red tile of the stronghold grew closer and closer, and Michael felt he was almost there. Soon, finally, this annoying ordeal would be over, and the thought gave him a boost of strength. Suddenly, however, the water around the stronghold swirled, forming a new wave. Michael thought that now the Tower of Trials had decided to go completely insane and finish him off. He could barely react in time to dodge a wave that would have swept him back into the sea. It was only a short distance to the stronghold, and now he could run toward it on the slabs instead of in the air. But suddenly, when the stronghold was only meters away, the wave took the form of a spinning vortex. It was so unexpected that Michael couldn't bounce aside in time, and the wave's attack caught up with him. He realized with horror that he was going underwater, so he decided to try to use the effects out of last resort. He activated the effect of a wrought iron pendant that absorbed 10% of all physical attacks. Also, the soul of the orc egret he was able to appropriate absorbed the damage dealt to him and disappeared. This happened 2 more times, and Michael realized that if it wasn't for the improved characteristic rank, he would have been dead by now. After all, the guy clearly felt the shockwave, but right before the impact was able to do any damage to him. The shield blocked it, and because of that, Michael was able to get back on the slab walkway. It was pretty close, but he managed to survive, so he continued running towards the stronghold. The waves didn't back down either. Spinning, they followed him, swiftly taming the distance. And then suddenly the effect time of the assassin's cloak ran out, and he lost his speed. This was very bad for Michael, because his mana was already at 0, and if his instant acceleration failed, the guy would definitely be screwed, so he decided to use what was at hand, namely his souls. There were still a few Orkeggers left in reserve that he was still able to devour, and now he had eaten one of them. With that, he was able to replenish his mana and felt his strength return. It was about time. The waves, meanwhile, had almost reached him and were again coming from different directions for another attack. However, Michael regained his speed and saw that there were less than 3 meters left to the stronghold. He crossed the last slabs and was about to jump onto the red slab of the point when he suddenly saw an obstacle. The last slab rose into the air from a shockwave that struck from below and formed an obstruction. When Michael saw this, he was surprised and even a little afraid, because he was losing time, and for him, every second was precious. He couldn't go backwards either, because the same water trap was waiting for him there. So there was only one option left. It was a test where he had to prove he had overcome his doubts, and boy did he know what to do. Completely relying on luck, he continued running straight at the water wall in front of him. As he entered it, he felt an incredibly powerful wave flow tearing his body apart. But fortunately, he was saved again by another Orkegger soul, absorbing the damage, and he was able to escape the water trap. The only thing he hadn't calculated was that the force of the current threw him high up. Though he was flying toward the red plate, the altitude was high enough to be lethal. Michael screamed, thinking that this could end rather sadly, so he relied entirely on the effects. The slab was quite before his eyes, and when he fell, he broke it a little from the great force with which he flew. As expected, the orc's soul saved him this time as well, with it being the penultimate in his arsenal. Michael lay wide-eyed for a while, wondering if the ordeal had been so difficult. He was not even able to get to his feet, and the waves meanwhile came over him, and the lad was not in the least frightened. However, the system window reported the task successfully completed, saying that he had proved that he had overcome his doubts. After that, the waves stopped rotating, forming a vortex and turned into ordinary water. It all came crashing down on Michael, and he thought that finally this damned ordeal was over. As a reward for his breakthrough, he received a new high-level wind grace skill and 15,000 points. And he also saw a message that rank 2+ speed boots would be sent to his inventory as a bonus reward. Then a portal appeared, and Michael walked through it, returning to the now 8th floor waiting room. When he returned, the guy thought he was unexpectedly close to failure this time, but still he made it. In the current situation, he was much more anxious to return to the 8th floor. He thought he couldn't keep having this kind of luck, but suddenly there was a message from the system. It announced the expansion, as the number of applicants who passed the 7th floor test exceeded 1,000. Then he read that the test had created some sort of overpowering point and activated the floor embedding system. But most importantly, what everyone was looking forward to so eagerly was the permanent return to Earth. And the cherry on the cake was a message saying he was among the pioneers. Now he could choose a halo, an advantage that could only be gained by maintaining the title of pioneer. Michael also read that the halo affects the unique characteristic and skills of the applicant. There were a total of 3 halos available to choose from: ruler, hunter, and monk, and Michael wondered. First, he should have read the description of each and then made his choice. Ruler had a varied performance and was perfectly suited to his current rank. It affected all skills and even a unique characteristic, and it also had a special power called skill synthesis. Plus, the Tower of Trials was openly saying that it was the most appropriate halo for him. He then became familiar with the Hunter's halo, which was closely related to the improvement of characteristics and stats. His unique power was level up, and he was also a perfect match for Michael at the moment. The last was the Monarch, but here everything depended on talent, which the guy did not possess, so immediately discarded this option. It appeared that a choice had to be made for the remaining 2 halos, but which one he didn't know. After a bit of thought, he decided it would be best to opt for the halo, where there was more emphasis on height. The system window confirmed his choice of the ruler halo, and its special effect triggered the evolution of a unique characteristic. The options were sorted by the applicant's current ability, with a total of 3 available. But Michael didn't even think about which effect he should choose, because he decided everything at once when he saw the first option. He chose the summoner effect, which allowed him to absorb spirits to revive helpers. These had to be powerful dead skeletons, and Michael figured such help couldn't hurt. After a while, his body was getting used to the new effect, and then a message popped up that the halo had been successfully created. Guy decided to take a look at his stats after these transformations, as well as read up on his unique power. Skill synthesis allowed you to combine two needed skills into one. This helped create new effects. Michael decided to test this power right away and opened his list of skills, of which there were only 7. He pondered what he would combine, then chose Contempt for the Weak and Continuing the Battle. Both skills were level 5 and he hardly used them, so he confirmed the continuation of the synthesis. After a while, the process completed and he was notified. And then he also saw the result, which was a new skill created from the ones he had chosen. This skill was called Forced Breakthrough, and it was also noteworthy that it was rank 3. Its effect was to allow Michael to break through unknown forms of containment. However, his magic level must be higher than the magic level of the one who sends restraining effects on him. Michael thought it was a really rateable skill that simplified a lot of things. He liked how the new unique power worked and decided to try it again. This time he chose Ranger Training and Burn Resistance. Both skills were also level 5. The guy froze in anticipation, thinking that the system wouldn't disappoint him this time either, and so it did. The new skill was called Strong Eye. It was level 4 and consisted of being able to provide good visibility. This worked especially well in bad conditions, and his vision is getting sharper. But Michael wondered why he got rank 4 this time. He thought the previous skills combined better. Based on this, it was conceivable that skill combination also played an important role in synthesis. Then he closed all the windows and fell on his bed, for he was much fatigued by the long battle. Michael thought he had already gone from holding pioneer status to receiving the Halo Award. But for some reason he felt somewhat wounded, as if he had achieved everything through no effort of his own. He lay in thought for a while longer, and then suddenly jumped out of bed, saying he should get back to work. After all, he hadn't familiarized himself with another new skill he had gained for passing the 7th floor. According to the description, the skill gave plus 10 to all speeds if you pronounced its name, but there was a nuance. Michael could use it a total of 7 times and increase his speed to 70%. But after that, there would be a 24-hour cooldown. However, Michael was blinded by the thought that his speed would increase by as much as 70% and he would be able to dodge any attack. Also, this skill consumed absolutely no mana, so it came in handy and the guy liked it. Basically, Grace of the Wind was a skill that had no disadvantages, and that couldn't be helped. Michael then opened his inventory to check his latest perk, rank 2+ speed boots. Michael noticed that all the rewards on the 7th floor were speed-related because the boots also increased it. The guy then opened the skill store, which displayed all the effects available for purchase. Among them were Enhancement, Steadfastness, Monster Skin, Enchanted Weapons, Instant Acceleration, and others. Michael thought that, contrary to his expectations, the quality of the skill store left a lot to be desired. However, he needed a skill related to magic, so he bought a magic chain for 15000 points. He also acquired Magic Resistance for 12000 points. Both skills were rank 3, which was already encouraging. The last skill had the effect of resistance to other people's magic, moreover, increased due to the chain. Michael thought that now that he had these 2 skills, he would be able to resist attacks like Heart Fusion. He also wouldn't be caught off guard by someone else's magic unless it was an incredibly powerful technique. The Magic Chain skill had the effect of accumulating magic into a chain, increasing the efficiency of mana utilization. And then suddenly, Michael felt his whole body burning, and the system reported that the circuits were forming. It was even a bit painful, but the guy realized that thanks to these chains, he would be able to increase his mana. It ended as suddenly as it had begun, and soon he was able to sit up on the bed again. Michael got to his feet and felt a strange lightness in his whole body, as if he weighed a few grams. The guy decided to waste no time and start testing his new abilities. He stepped back a little farther, into the middle of the room, and stood like that for some time in thought. And then suddenly he swung his leg, intending to kick straight into the floor, even though it made no sense. But Michael wanted to test how strong he had become with his skills, and the effect of the blow surprised him. He realized that the mana used randomly formed a chain and enhanced his physical abilities. As expected, he made a successful purchase, and this pleased Michael, for the points were not obtained without difficulty. A moment later, he was already reading more about his new effect that allowed him to summon souls again. The abilities of the summoned dead will correspond to the number of souls in his arsenal. Now all that remained was to make the decision on which his future progress depended. The choice was whether to challenge to the next floor or go back to the ground. Meanwhile, some guy put up a recruitment ad for the team. He needed 2 more people. He sat on a bench in Memorial Park, where the emergency portal had appeared, but there were no one willing to join him. Suddenly, 3 men approached him, apparently another team, its commander laughing at him. He noticed that he never got the team together, so he should have handed the portal entry authorization to them. But the guy wasn't going to share his pass with anyone. He said he had no intention of giving it to others. Then, the fat man noticed that there were quite a few hunters gathered in the park, but for some reason, no one wanted to join his team. And then he said that in that case, they had no choice but to take the pass by force. He added, "Does the guy really think anyone would want to be on the same team as trash like him?" Some of the hunters at the park agreed with him, saying the guy hit it right on the mark. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, they all heard someone ask the guy if he had taken any more people in. Everyone turned around to see whoever said that, and he headed towards the guy who was sitting on the bench. Michael showed his second-rank hunter's license, and that already gave him some respect for his person. He asked the guy who was recruiting people for the team if that was enough to join. The one was a bit shocked at the appearance of such a strong hunter, so he just nodded his head. However, this did not please the big guy, who asked if he couldn't see that there was a line of people waiting. Michael only smiled at that, which provoked the boy even more, and he squeezed his shoulder. Michael then said if he was unhappy about something, he should have just applied for James's team. That was the name of the guy who got the portal pass, and then Michael added to get the big guy behind him. He told the man to remove his arm from his shoulder before he broke it and activated his powerful aura. The boy was shocked at how strong this hunter was, but his hand still clutched his shoulder. He himself was also a rank 2 hunter, but now he doubted that the guy standing in front of him had the same rank. Meanwhile, his partners thought it was their commander who was emitting such powerful energy and rejoiced. But the man replied that it wasn't his doing and then said he'd bitch about Michael's antics this time. As he left, he added to let the man know that he was just lucky, for representatives from the Hunters Association were here. But Michael didn't care about him. He was watching James, who was upset that things had gone downhill. That's when he decided to cheer the guy up, telling him that he couldn't get someone on the team anymore anyway. Therefore, they shouldn't have wasted any more time and go into the portal with the 2 of them, as their strength would be enough. But James didn't seem convinced of that, he interjected, wondering if Michael was going to handle everything with just him. He answered positively, and soon they were the first to enter the portal, which took them to some dungeon. James immediately rushed to look at his surroundings, not believing his eyes that he had gotten inside. Apparently this was his first portal, but Michael said he didn't need to worry so much. After all, he himself would be able to deal with most rank 3 monsters, so the guy could take it easy. Then the guy asked if Michael hadn't said before that this was his first time in the dungeon too. Guy added that he should listen to him carefully, for their lives were at stake. He suddenly asked as Michael thought who had the highest mortality rate in the dungeon, rank 4 or rank 2 hunters. James continued, saying that at first glance, it might seem that a rank 4 hunter would die first. However, in really a rank 2 hunter has a higher mortality rate because they are too confident in their abilities. Therefore, the likelihood of fatalities for rank 2 hunters is extremely high, and the same can be said for driving. The more overconfident the driver, the more likely they are to have an accident. So the underground was a pretty dangerous place. And since Michael had ventured in here without a tank or healer, James was even more alarmed by his self-confidence. Suddenly the guy asked if he could take over as leader of their group, since he knew everything about dungeons. Michael noticed that he actually wanted to stand at the head of their small group, but he agreed nonetheless. James bowed to him, thanking him for his trust. He added that he was doing it for everyone's safety. And then they continued on their way, Michael deciding for himself that he would take the initiative if the guy didn't do well. After a while, they saw the first monster of the dungeon, an ogre, who also noticed them. James reported that these monsters are known for their skillful use of various weapons. The guy said he'd start by drawing all his attention to himself, and Michael would have to attack from behind. Michael was also curious as to how a fairly experienced hunter would fight such a creature. The ogre pounced on James. This time his weapon was a long sword, more like a spear. The guy also bared his sword, but for some reason swung for an attack too soon, as Michael noticed. James continued to swing his sword in the air, and even the ogre didn't realize what he was doing. Michael wondered if they were measuring their fortitude, because if they were, it would be a while before it was over. The temporary return to Earth only takes 3 days, but at this rate it will be over faster for him. With that thought, he put on his shield and drew his sword, which caught James's attention, and he was surprised. Michael said he had to intervene now, but the guy protested, saying he couldn't do that. He wanted to add that it was dangerous to interfere with the fight, but Michael had already activated instant acceleration. With lightning speed, he pounced on the ogre and cut off its head, and James was thrown into shock. He even opened his mouth a little in surprise, asking what that had just been, and Michael answered him. He apologized for not following orders, but said he had to step in because he was in a bit of a hurry. James replied that he understood him perfectly, and then Michael asked if he could voice another suggestion. After the guy responded positively, he said he would like to take on a leadership role from now on. He proved it, however, when they encountered the ogres again. James didn't even have to do anything. Michael was killing monsters one by one, exactly the same as on the floors of the Tower of Trials where he had come from. Suddenly, 2 ogres pounced on him from behind, but the guy was able to spot their attack in time. He jumped up and lingered on the ceiling of the dungeon, forcing the monsters to search for him, and then landed on one of them, stabbing him with his sword right in the stomach, resulting in instant death. James was in amazement at the skills his temporary partner possessed. After all, he literally fought all the monsters alone, not allowing himself to be harmed. One after another, the ogres attacked him, but no one had managed to hurt the guy even a little bit yet. Michael spared no effort to put up a quality fight, willing each of the monsters to die by his hand. James, meanwhile, thought that perhaps he was now facing a super rookie battle. Michael slid open the belly of one of the ogres and pulled out a mana stone from there, containing quietly murky magic. Depending on its use, it may have proved a great help in metallurgy or chemistry. So Michael gathered all the stones from the slain ogres and asked James to be his porter. Suddenly, another ogre pounced on him, this one moving much faster and more agile than the previous ones. Apparently, he was waiting for Michael to let his guard down and not be able to block his attack. However, it turned out to be quite different. The guy was able to pierce his stomach with one precise blow. After that, the monster didn't get up anymore, but when it fell to the ground, it did so with a great rumble. That rumble caused a small crash of debris right on top of Michael's head, but he defended himself. James was swaying too, except he looked a little scared, for this was the first time he had ever encountered the wreckage of a dungeon. Michael offered to talk to him later, for it was extremely dangerous to let his guard down now. Michael then pretended to yawn, but in reality he was absorbing the souls of all the ogres he had killed. For each mastery of his unique characteristic increased by 0.07%, this was very little. He figured that at this rate, he'd have to mess around for a long time to improve it in any way. But suddenly, they saw a new portal in front of them, and James said they had found the boss's room. The guy added that he didn't even think they'd be able to get here, because it was a measure of skill. It seemed to him that the man in front of him, that is, Michael, was able to accomplish a complete sweep of the dungeon. Michael himself, meanwhile, asked if he was okay with going to the boss's team now. James replied that he didn't mind, saying only that maybe Michael should take a little break. But the latter replied that there was no need for that, and they entered the portal. Upon seeing the uninvited guests, the Ogre King stood up, intending to finish off anyone who approached him. James asked what they were going to do, and Michael said he had to think about it for a while, which excited the guy. After all, he thought he had some kind of plan, but Michael was acting on the situation, and now they should have gone on the defensive. The Ogre King decided to pounce on them first, and Michael thought with a smile on his face that it was just in time. The monster had 2 weapons in both hands at once, allowing it to quickly both attack and defend. Michael was still using the instant acceleration skill, so he wasn't inferior in speed either. However, the reflexes and reaction speed of the Ogre King with his size amazed the guy. But Michael thought that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to get any closer to him. After all, the one was still not fast enough for Michael to not match his pace of combat. In an instant, he was behind the boss's back and swung his blade for the first attack. However, to his surprise, the ogre was able to not only repel the attack, but also hit him back with his tail. The force of his blow was so tremendous that the guy was thrown right back into the rocks, and it wasn't good. James grabbed his head, thinking that Mr. Hunter might not have survived something like that, though he hoped he didn't. Luckily, Michael's spirit-assisted damage absorption effect worked, and he remained unharmed. He decided to proceed more cautiously now, but at the same time, it was a good way to test out his new skills. The Ogre King marveled at the fact that the guy not only survived, but was back on his feet. Michael turned to him, saying that unfortunately, not even 1 stone was left of his throne. He asked if he thought it was an ominous omen, and strangely enough, the boss understood him. Suddenly, he activated magic and his strength instantly increased, and then something strange happened. The monster suddenly screamed furiously and released a bright purple beam from its mouth. This was its skill. Next, Michael saw a message from the system that he had been subjected to the retaliation wave skill, and his speed had been reduced by 25%. However, the guy didn't plan to give in to his opponent's speed and decided to use his trump card. He activated Force Breakthrough, and since his magic level was higher than the boss, the slowing effect disappeared. Seeing this, the Ogre King was even more surprised. Now he felt a little uneasy. And Michael thought the breakthrough skill was the result of synthesis, so he had his doubts about it. However, its efficiency was very high, and as a result, it was able to override the opponent's skill. Suddenly he heard James's voice, who fell to his knees from his body not obeying him. The guy turned to Michael, asking for help, and the guy suddenly realized it was the boss's doing. He looked at Michael with interest, as if asking what he was going to do now, and then rushed toward James, forcing Michael to act even faster. After all, he rushed after him, trying to protect his friend and telling the boss that his opponent was him. But the Ogre King didn't even turn around. He was determined to finish off at least one of them. Things were bad. Michael saw that the distance between them was too great, and there was no way he was going to make it. And then a crazy idea came to his mind. He thought that if he couldn't help the guy himself, let others do it. An item in his arsenal, he had one more additional effect of his unique characteristic. He used Summon the Dead near James, and 2 dead skeletons immediately appeared around the guy. They each had a blade and were determined, covering James with their own. Of course, such warriors couldn't do anything about the power of the Ogre King, but that wasn't what Michael was using them for. He himself realized that they didn't have the strength to stop such a huge thing, but the second, one with their help, allowed him to use the summoning skill, Favor of the Wind, and increase his speed by 60%. That was enough to get close to the boss and mangled him in the blink of an eye. Michael landed not far from James, and the latter was grateful to him for saving his life. The Lizard King, meanwhile, couldn't sustain life for long, being with his head cut off. He died, and Michael immediately absorbed his soul, permanently increasing all his stats by 1 point. In addition to that, he absorbed a new rank 3 Spirit Eye skill that allowed him to recognize attacks. The team leader from the Hunters Association just yawned out of boredom because he was tired of waiting. He asked his partners who were on duty near the portal if anything had happened, but those answered in the negative, and the lad thought that soon they would have to act as they always did. After all, usually their squad would enter the portal, what to finish off the boss after the advanced team of hunters. He also thought that they might be able to get their share if the attacking team cleared the first quarter completely. But then, his enthusiasm quickly disappeared, for he himself realized that such a thing was only possible with a high rank. And would there be a single high-class hunter who would pull such a crazy prank? As he thought about it, 2 people from the advanced teams suddenly came out of the portal. His partners reported that these guys had already finished sweeping the entire dungeon, which surprised him. The leader couldn't believe that it was just the 2 of them going into the dungeon. After all, based on this, their group should have traveled no more than halfway, but by no means the entire dungeon. But later the leader saw that contrary to his thoughts, the guys were telling the truth after all. He saw it through the portal. That one suddenly became colorless, and that only spoke to the fact that the boss room had been completely cleaned out. This thought pleased the manager a little, but he was confused, not understanding how this was even possible. He ran up to the guys and introduced himself as the head of the Hunter Association's portal control team. James then asked if he was really here to buy the rights to occupy the portal. Guy added that in such a case, there was only one person in front of him to whom the proposal should have been made. He revealed that Michael had single-handedly cleaned out the entire dungeon, and this caused Mr. Roger to be even more surprised. He asked if the guy was top-ranked, but Michael said he was only rank 2. However, he said that wasn't important either, asking how much he wanted to buy the rights to occupy the portal for. The leader cleared his throat then, saying that if we go back to the main thread of the conversation, that he and his portal control team wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal from him for 1,200,000,000 won. These were unbelievable sums, and of course Michael agreed. Betty, meanwhile, worked without rest. The girl thought that since returning from the Tower of Trials, that's what she'd been doing, plowing like a horse. Suddenly her phone rang, and she was surprised to see who was calling her at this late hour. Beatrice worked as a supervisor on the applicant control team from the Tower of Trials. The girl's job was mostly paperwork, so she always had to deal with documents. Even then, the girl thought that this coming would undoubtedly lead to revolutionary changes. After all, even if the applicants were hiding their identities, she never thought it would be so difficult to recruit them. She didn't even manage to get 10 people, and all of those applicants were of low difficulty. Of course, that wasn't enough to satisfy upper management, and Betty wondered. For some reason, she thought of a guy named Michael, who she found herself on the same team with on the 4th floor. She was curious how this guy was doing now and suddenly wished she had proposed to him sooner. It was then that she was distracted by her phone ringing, and when she looked at who was calling her, she was greatly surprised. It was the same Michael, however, who no longer waited for her to take the call and simply sent her a text. It said that if she too had successfully returned to Earth, he would like to meet her. The guy himself, meanwhile, checked his account, surprised to find that he had earned almost 1,300,000,000,000 won. Nevertheless, he felt amazing and even considered buying a new home for himself. The guy was sitting in the cafe that served as his meeting place with Batty, and soon the girl came in as well. Michael noticed that she seemed to be running here as fast as she could, so he said she shouldn't have been in such a hurry. But the girl started with the fact that he didn't even reply to her text she sent him a long time ago. She asked if he knew how long she'd been waiting for his answer, and Michael blushed a little when he heard that. He then apologized, saying that he must have been in a great hurry at the Tower of Trials, but the girl brushed it off. She said she held no grudge against him and asked if he was going to go further up to the upper floors of the tower. The guy replied positively, saying that was why he had called her here, because he needed to join some guild. He immediately voiced his conditions, among which was the right to refuse the order to report to the guild immediately. Next was non-interference in his affairs related to the Tower of Trials and permission to use the guild's dungeons. When he was done, he noticed that the girl was wetting herself and thought he might have gone a little overboard. But then she spoke up, saying that the conditions offered to them were absolutely impossible to fulfill. After all, from the guild's point of view, there was nothing due to her. And then Michael said that maybe he had asked too much. Suddenly, he took the girl's hand, slipping his fingers into hers, and she didn't even want to think about what that meant. She desperately invited him to join their white guild, and then suddenly added something unbelievable. The girl said she would do anything to make these impossible conditions feasible, which surprised him very much. Their meeting had happened last night, and this morning he was on his way to a new place, and he was doing it on the roof of a bus. Michael thought he had had an extremely productive day yesterday, from raiding dungeons to joining a guild. Although for the latter, he still had one task left to complete, to single-handedly clear a rank 2 dungeon. That was Betty's request yesterday, for she said he should demonstrate his abilities. That way, it would be easier for her to convince the guild head and the others to accept him and agree to his terms. Michael noticed that her words meant that not everyone could use the guild's dungeons. So the person to whom this will become possible must be either a rising star or an outstanding hunter. That was when he asked for everything he needed to prepare for the rank 2 dungeon sweep and shook Betty's hand. He was on his way to another neighborhood, but as the houses tried to show up more and more, the guy decided to stretch his legs a bit. He jumped off the bus and suddenly ran straight to his destination. He did it so quickly that the people around him were only surprised by his speed. A few minutes later was already in place, approaching the portal where the guard still stood. Meanwhile, Batty had also arrived at the right place, telling someone that she was confirming the reservation to storm this dungeon. The man in charge said it was fine without even looking at her ID. At this point, he motioned for her to sit down and wait for a while, as there was still an hour to go. But what was his surprise when he saw Mike, who had arrived a full hour early. He asked Miss Beatty if she could go to the dungeon now, without slowing down, and she didn't know what to say. The girl stood pensive for a while as he began to scatter the smoke all over the beach in a tuneful manner. Betty wondered if such a windstorm had picked up just because of normal running. It shocked her a little. Michael replied that he had nothing better to do anyway, and the girl thought that the guy wasn't human. Then she said she had already gone through all the vetting procedures, so if he was ready, they could start. Michael nodded, and soon the two of them were on the other side of the portal, this time somewhere in a field. Michael asked in surprise what they were doing here, and the girl was silent for a while, gazing into the distance. Seeing this, Michael told her to be sure to let him know if she was in danger. She added that she was wearing an artifact issued to her by the guild. This effect had the function of a shield and weak invisibility. After all, if she gets the monster's attention, she will be helping him in some way, so she will stay away. Michael replied that it was just fine, because now he could do battle in peace. The guy activated the spiritual eye skill that he inherited from the Ogre King. He wished to test it and suddenly saw in front of him, or rather felt the presence of enemies. These opponents were invisible to the eye, and he realized with surprise that he wouldn't be able to do much this way. Adding to the difficulty was the fact that there was a field all around, in which it was extremely difficult to see anything. But Michael could clearly see the grass near him shuddering with the sound of someone's footsteps, so he prepared himself. And then the enemy suddenly appeared. Several monsters immediately pounced on him from all sides. These creatures were a bit like ogres, but, as Michael had noticed, had no special intelligence. Seeing the monsters, Betty was surprised to think that it was a poison fish, but it didn't match the level of the dungeon. She shouted for Michael to be careful after all. The opponent was about rank 1, so it wasn't an equal fight. But to her surprise, the guy had already dealt with almost all the monsters with his incredible strength. The poison fisherman didn't even manage to launch a single poison attack, something Michael was very happy about. And Betty stood in shock at what she had just seen, for it was incredible and crazy at the same time. The fishermen were arriving in new numbers from the portal leading to the boss room, but Michael fended off all their attacks. He had a lot of skills, but other than that he had great stats, among them strength and stamina. The guy didn't seem to get tired. He was killing monsters as if he was doing it around the clock, but in fact he was. Suddenly, he had a lightning effect activated, and Michael thought it was such a rarity that he had forgotten about it already. Suddenly, one of the venomous fishermen went behind his back, intending to be the first to attack him. But Michael had no intention of letting that happen. He grabbed the monster's tail and twisted it hard in the air, and then collapsed to the ground with such force that the fisherman did not continue the battle any further after that. It was the last monster to show up in the area, but the guy decided to wait a little longer. He wanted Betty to see everything in person, so he called out to the girl who was standing nearby so as not to disturb him. Michael added that he had more or less already put things in order, so the girl could approach without fearing anything. And she couldn't believe her eyes that he'd gotten to the portal leading to the boss's room in less than an hour. But the most amazing thing was that he did it alone, even defeating such difficult monsters. After all, the poison fisher was one of the monsters recommended for group attacks. So Betty still couldn't believe that Michael had been so quick to dispose of him as if he were playing with a child. Plus, she realized that this was not yet the limit of his abilities, and what he would show what the future held. It was impossible to even imagine. Meanwhile, Michael had successfully absorbed souls and increased stats. He figured that with the level he had now, even the boss wouldn't be much of a threat. He then told Beatty he was going to the boss room and stepped into the portal, with the girl following right behind him. They found themselves in a huge forest that, judging by its size, belonged to someone big. Betty said it was a little strange, since they had already come pretty far, but they hadn't seen the boss yet, and usually he shows up right away if you invade his territory. However, suddenly, some kind of attack came down on them from above, and they realized that the boss was proving to be cunning. All the while, he waited for them to approach the spot where he had set the trap and then attacked from above. It was very dangerous, and Michael realized that the girl wouldn't be able to dodge the blow in time. Luckily, he was close enough to grab her and carry her away from where the boss had hit. Betty didn't even realize what had just happened, but she felt the guy's grip on her well up. Boo's fisherman, meanwhile, activated his attack, aiming for the guy and girl who managed to dodge. It released a powerful column of blue fire that Michael had never seen before. But it looked dangerous. He continued to run away with Betty in his arms, and she pointed to the approaching attack from behind. The guy had literally 1 instant to react, because what followed was a huge explosion where they were. But Michael was able to move to safety, telling Betty that he hoped she would understand. They sat on a tree branch, which were quite large here, and watched the fish boss. The one in the meantime had noticed them and ducked down, adopting a new fighting stance to attack. Then Michael said he would leave the girl here and deal with the thing himself, but Betty stopped him. She offered to use the enhancement skill on him, but the guy replied negatively, saying he had to do everything himself. He added that he would be back soon, and with these words, he rushed down to the furious king of the fishermen. As he flew, he had time to think of the tactics he would fight with, for this was very important. He put his feet out to start, and when he landed, the ground shook from the force with which he did it. Even the boss was surprised by this, and Michael activated the instant acceleration skill and the exclusive effect of the boots. To all of this, he added the effect of the wind grace skill, summing it 7 times, and his speed increased by 70%. Now Michael could dodge any attack. Even if the opponent attacked stealthily, he pounced on the boss. And the guy couldn't even keep up with his speed, so he missed the moment the guy was under his nose. The monster decided to attack based on the fact that the one would want to finish him off anyway, and it was a good judgment. But before he could do any damage to Michael, the latter used the 3 absolute skill. Thanks to him, the boss was defeated. For habit, the guy chopped his head off and looked up at Beatty. The girl kept her eyes on him the whole time, and then a system window appeared, reporting that the boss had been defeated. Betty thought that now she was completely confused as to who the monster was here, because Michael's abilities were incredible. And the man involuntarily thought that he had gone a little overboard in mowing down the boss, but it didn't matter now. When they came out of the first portal, Beatty admitted that she hadn't expected a rank 2 hunter to be so strong. She added that now that he had passed the test, he could use all of their guild's dungeons. And then she turned away from him so the guy couldn't see her face and said she was going to back off a bit, but said that when they are summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty they originally chose doesn't matter much. After all, even on low difficulty, challengers will face increasingly trumpeted challenges. Conversely, even on a high difficulty, if performance is lame, the challenger may slip to a low difficulty. Finally, the girl said that based on that, we could conclude that his difficulty level was killer. So she hoped the guy would try to be a little more careful in future trials. She added that she would like to accompany him as long as possible and see him grow. And then they said goodbye. In the evening, Michael sat on the roof of one of the buildings and ate an apple. In 5 minutes, he had to go back to the Tower of Trials and thought that he had been spinning like a squirrel for these 3 days. However, due to this, both his stats and his confidence grew, which he was extremely pleased with. But now his time on Earth was up, and he returned to the Tower of Trials where it all began. The boy was even glad to be moving there again. For some reason, the ordeal appealed to him. Once he was resting on the bed for a bit, Michael got up and called out the test command. The system asked if he was ready to move on to the 8th floor test, and the guy responded affirmatively. And then he was asked to choose an intersection point from the 3 available: tactics, combat, and capture. Michael remembered seeing mention of creating an intersection point earlier, so it should be fine. He also thought that he should choose combat if he wanted to increase the effectiveness of necromancy. Next came the message that all of his personal trials from now on would be based on martial skills. And then suddenly there was a message that said he had the title of Pioneer. What happened next surprised Michael, for he had read that a private chat with the administrator was about to be opened to him. The system then reported the start of the consultation with Lord Steelblood, the manager of the combat crossing point. And suddenly Michael found himself in another location, which apparently wasn't an ordeal, since he hadn't entered the portal. The guy looked around, wondering where he was, and the system window told him he had entered the Steelblood world. It was winter, and he was probably in some forest where everything was strewn with swords and other weapons. Michael decided to explore the place himself and used the Eye of Truth to do so. The Steelblood world appeared to be a space created especially for her by the Steelblood Lord. This place had no rank and could not be invaded. Suddenly, Michael saw a message saying that the Lord was unhappy about someone making inquiries. And then, right behind Michael's back, one of the swords stirred and gained powerful energy. The administrator, Steelblood Lord, suggested that he not suffer nonsense and follow the sword. Michael was a little surprised by this message, but decided it would be best to listen to the admin. The sword pointed the way and floated in the air leisurely so that the guy could follow it safely. After a while, he stopped because he had reached his destination and was now looking at it. It was a small house that looked completely ordinary, but Michael realized he had to go in there. When he opened the doors, he read the administrator, Lord of Steel Blood, looking at him. There was a rather attractive girl sitting in front of him who said he had finally arrived. She added that she was the administrator who was assigned to consult with him. Michael noticed that outwardly she looked like a foreign beauty, but for some reason she was called a steel-blooded lord. For in reality, the creature in front of him was the one who was exercising control in the Tower of Trials. And then the girl suddenly drew close to him, looking questioningly into his eyes. The girl said she was curious as to what the monster looked like, and she admitted it was pretty good. Michael asked if she knew him, and the girl replied that of course she knew everything. But she also noted that she only knew about his trials from reports, because it's impossible to observe applicants below the 8th floor. This surprised Michael a little, for the girl was an administrator, but she couldn't watch anyone. Then the girl said that he must have misunderstood something because the admins didn't run the tower at all. She added that they should rather be seen as creatures subordinate to the tower, so he shouldn't be so nervous. After all, as long as she obeyed the tower, she couldn't hurt him, and this information was an eye-opener for Michael. Then the girl said that she was here for counseling after all, so he could ask her anything. Michael judged that no hostility was sensed in her, so he decided to trust the girl. Plus, she had explained earlier that this counseling was an advantage he had earned in the trials. Then, Michael remembered how he had almost been killed by a challenger from another floor when he himself was on 5. He wanted to know why the knight had chosen him. And to this, the girl replied that there were advantages in it for that one. After all, challengers from other worlds come from where the tower has existed for decades. And they also know that the tower of this world will someday find itself united with the towers of other worlds. Starting on the 20th floor, the focus is on combined trials rather than personal trials. And then the guy would have to face challenges from other worlds. Michael wasn't happy about that. Then he asked another, broader question, wanting to know what the Tower of Trials even was. Suddenly he saw the girl lower her gaze and wait a moment before answering. And then she said that this was a question she herself wished she knew the answer to, for unfortunately, she did not possess this information. Michael then reminded her that she was the receptionist and asked if the girl didn't know anything. She then explained that the administrators were originally applicants like them. But those who die after passing the 40th floor gain the right to be reborn as administrators. The thought that the administrators were merely former applicants made him a little angry. After all, Michael had hoped they still knew something about the top of the tower and where it ended. These words of his didn't please the girl, and she suddenly grabbed the guy by the neck, pinning him against the wall. She said that the words about the top of the tower were not something to be uttered so lightly at all. Michael was surprised, not at what she was saying, but rather at the force and speed with which she pounced on him. The girl noticed that he wasn't particularly puzzled and asked if he wasn't scared at all. To that, Michael replied that he just didn't feel any animosity from her. Plus, counseling was his perk. He also had no intention of letting her harm him so easily and suddenly broke through the wall. The guy prepared to attack, saying that the girl actually said she was obeying the tower. The receptionist was a little surprised by this behavior of his, but he quickly realized that he had acted rashly. She remarked that she had lived for many years, but this was the first time she had seen someone who was able to destroy the administrator's residence. And then she added abruptly that the guy's actions had convinced her of something, and the guy was wary. But what she said next, Michael was unprepared for this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The girl offered him a patronage pact. It was rather surprising but incomprehensible. After a while, he went back to the 8th floor waiting room and lay down on the bed. Suddenly he remembered that he could now use a new team and opened an exclusive store. His contractor was a steel blood lord. There were a total of 3 categories: skills, strength, and items. The boy remembered how the girl had told him then that she couldn't pass up a suitor who was both bold and talented at the same time. And then the system window asked if he wanted to sign a patronage agreement. Of course, Michael agreed and read that an exclusive store would soon be available to him. As a special benefit, all of his stats were increased by 1, and he would also receive COs, special points. Michael selected the strength category in the exclusive store and familiarized himself with its 3 components. He wanted to see the list further down, but was told he could only do so on the 10th floor. It turned out that there were only 3 powers available to him at the moment: Purity of Mind, Steel Soul, and Winter King. He opened the characterization of the former and read that it allows you to maintain rationality in any situation. The Steel Soul power allowed for a 2.32x increase in proficiency in all weapons. The last power temporarily increased the user's stats in cold conditions, and he also won't feel cold. All of these descriptions seemed kind of ambiguous, and Michael thought he'd accumulate more CO first. However, he quickly changed his mind and still bought his first power, which was Purity of Mind. Thanks to her, he will be able to exercise good judgment in any situation and not give in to panic and stress. After all, it was better to raise your survival bar in this way than to prepare for nothing at all, because there was a chance that he was going to face the floor infiltration again right now. The system asked if he was ready to begin the trial on the 8th floor, and Michael responded affirmatively, stepping into the portal. The theme of this challenge was annihilation. He had to defeat a lich summoning skeletons. But when Michael came out of the portal, he was surprised that the number of opponents was so large. He figured it was an attempt to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, so he decided not to delay and start mopping up. The guy jumped off the cliff he was standing on and landed in the very center of the cluster of skeletons. With a powerful shockwave, he killed some of them at once, but now there was a melee. The skeletons pounced on him. They were similar to the ones he had summoned in the dungeon. They also had weapons, but Michael successfully dodged all of their attacks without even doing anything. After all, as expected, they couldn't even penetrate his basic defense after all. Skeletons were so squishy. He destroyed them one by one, but soon realized that there were more and more of them. With each new skeleton he killed, his skill only increased by 0.08%, and it was annoying. Nevertheless, the guy continued to put up a fight, intent on getting to the lich as soon as possible. But still, it was useless to improve one's skill during this ordeal. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking who he was and how dare he make a disturbance in his sanctuary. Michael looked around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from, but it was hard to do so himself. So the guy decided to use one of his trump cards and fulfilled the call of the dead. The system window notified that he had absorbed souls to summon skeleton soldiers. He summoned almost all of the skeletons, leaving himself with only one soul just in case. Thus, he left his new assistants to deal with the enemies, and himself went hard the boss's head. The guy activated Wind's Grace and summoned the effect 6 times, increasing his speed by 60%. He also applied the effect of rank 2+ speed boots, also instantly increasing speed. Suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a castle in front of him and realized that the boss was probably there. Michael thought it was amazing if he could summon dead skeletons at that distance. Nevertheless, that was why it was necessary to get rid of him as quickly as possible, and Michael increased his pace. The Skeleton King, meanwhile, didn't expect to see a guy here, and also so quickly. He was standing on the roof of one of the buildings inside his castle, and Michael landed right in front of him. The king remarked that he was a defiant boy who dared to cross the threshold of his sanctuary. He added that he would make him pay in full for his insolence, and suddenly the king summoned new monsters. This time, they were sand golems, and Michael was surprised that this boss could command them as well. That's when the guy realized that he probably wasn't capable of fighting on his own, so he called on others. Michael smiled and suddenly asked if he could summon someone stronger by chance. After all, if he doesn't have stronger exhibits in his arsenal, it's a bit of a disappointment to him. Upon hearing this, the king became angry, saying that these guards would be enough to tear him to shreds. The golems, meanwhile, were advancing, but Michael had already activated the instant acceleration skill. He dealt with all the new opponents within 3 seconds, surprising the King of the Dead very much. And then he even had time to be frightened, because the guy rushed straight at him, intending to finish him off. He swung and hit him with his sword, causing him to fall, and the system window reported that his skill had increased by 1.2%. Michael noticed that the undead were definitely increasing his skill quickly, and it was a good feeling. The King of the Dead wondered where this monster came from, for its powers were simply beyond the realm of possibility. In his eyes, the guy was a true monster, eager to kill all monsters for his own pleasure. Michael, meanwhile, swung around, saying that they could already finish little by little. And the guy also realized that the king freely summoned various monsters using the book. And since that was the case, he might be able to master this skill as well. Michael smiled gloatingly. He suddenly grabbed the book and threw it to the King of the Dead, asking if he could summon those guards again. The one was a bit perplexed, asking in return why he was asking him such questions. But Michael calmly replied that if he couldn't, they would end on that note, at which point the boss protested. He said he was able to call the guards again minutes after their deaths. He also asked what Michael was after, but seeing the man swing at him, he said he'd start the draft right away. A couple seconds later, the sand golems that the boss had managed to summon again were running at the guy again with an attack. And of course, within those same couple of seconds, Michael had dealt with them again, which was understandable. Then the King of the Dead asked if the guy was happy now, but Michael answered in the negative. He said they were just getting started, so the boss had yet to summon any skeletons here that weren't dead. Michael also ordered him to put all their strength into those guards and almost had him do it by force. The king didn't even understand why he was doing it, he asked, until when he should do it. But Michael was busy killing monsters. In fact, he had a reason why he was doing all this. To the King of the Dead, he told him to keep going until he told him to stop. That was enough. The boss was able to summon golems that were bigger and faster due to merging with skeletons. However, it didn't make any difference to Michael. He still easily dispersed them. Also, these golems were much more useful than the single skeletons he fought in the beginning. After all, he was given +1. 2% for golems, and soon the mastery of his unique characteristic reached 100%. With this, her rank increased by 1 level, and the guy clearly felt the change. He then smiled contentedly, for now his necromancy also had level 2, and that was impressive. Meanwhile, the King of the Dead had already used up almost all of his strength and cursed the guy for it. He called him a crazy creep who would make even the devil himself tremble. And Michael noticed that the fact that he had more and more cracks with each call spoke of his imminent demise. It wasn't a favorable scenario for the guy, as he wanted to use it a little more. King's last words were that meeting the guy was the most disgusting thing that had ever happened to him. And then Michael chopped off his head and immediately saw the message got a new achievement and increased stats. He also remembered to absorb the spirit of the Lich, and after that, the system reported a successful completion of the 8th floor. As a reward, all of his stats were increased by 2, and he also got 3,000 points and 1,000 CO. A moment later, a portal appeared, and he was safely back in the waiting room. He then got the message that the system had expanded, and now administrators could watch the trials. The restrictions on questions were removed, and rank 2 skills were becoming possible. Michael opened a window with information on his stats, all of which were roughly the same level. He went to his unique characterization information to read about a new additional effect. Now, when absorbing someone else's skill, he could completely inherit the skill of the deceased. And also, when absorbing the spirit of a deceased person, there was a 20% chance that one of their skills would be acquired. Michael thought the 8th floor ordeal had ended rather gently, but he clearly shouldn't have relaxed. The guy thought he could still continue to use the sword, but he had a problem with his shield and skills. After all, since he had brought his hunter's dagger skill to its maximum, he needed a new skill. So Michael went into the store to purchase something to replace the old effect. However, his hopes were not realized because he did not see anything there worthwhile or better than what he had. Then he thought that if there was no skill, then he needed to create one, so he bought the skill Basic Swordsmanship of rank 5. It was a common skill that enhanced sword abilities, but Michael needed it for another matter. He was going to increase the rank of the hunter's dagger through skill synthesis, so he needed a second component. The guy hoped to guess the best compatibility, so he chose these 2 skills to synthesize. The system produced a message stating that the fusion would be centralized around the hunter's dagger. And then he read that he had a 75% chance that a higher level skill would be synthesized. This statement pleased Michael, for he realized that he had correctly predicted compatibility. So he started the process, and after a while he saw that a new skill had been created. It was called Demon Slayer, and was rank 2, which surprised Michael. He went into the store to familiarize himself with everything. This skill increased basic knowledge of all types of swordsmanship and increased cutting power by 3 times. An additional effect was a double speed increase when fighting non-humans. Michael thought that this skill was just perfect for monster hunting. He even contemplated trying to synthesize his remaining skills. After all, the guy had checked their compatibility and likelihood of synthesizing, so he saw no reason not to try it. From accelerated regeneration and resistance to the laws of nature, he gained the skill Iron Blood Regeneration. And from the regeneration of iron blood and tolerance to pain, he gained the skill Ash Blood rank 1. It was the basic racial trait that a mutant vampire was born with, and he also gained enhanced regeneration. On top of that, he could block up to 40% damage, which was already a cheat in itself. Michael figured he wouldn't have a chance to properly test that skill in the waiting room anyway. After all, it was equipped with a regeneration effect, so he cancelled it at the store for 50 points. Michael put his arm out and swung his sword at her, thinking that since all the spirits had been absorbed, the shield wouldn't activate. With that thought, he proceeded to check and mangled his hand quite badly. However, the regeneration effect of the peninsula met his hopes and even exceeded them. After all, his arm had healed simply at lightning speed. In essence, he was now under eternal healing. And in addition to such a level of regeneration, he also had a spiritual shield. The guy then opened the community, but he didn't seem to find anything there worth his attention. Besides, his time in the waiting room was coming to an end, so there was no point in dragging it out any longer. With that thought, he entered the portal to the 9th floor trial, where the theme was combat. The difficulty was high, and everything was given 1 day to complete. The condition for successful completion was to kill all monsters in the arena in the allotted time. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a new skill, rank 2 Beast Instinct, and the penalty was death. But suddenly Michael saw a message from the system saying that currently, this test is not safe for him due to the confirmed floor introduction of a challenger from the world of Murim. There was also confirmed goal stealing by this challenger, but Michael had already made a decision for himself. He stepped into the portal and immediately saw the pile of defeated monsters the intruder was standing on. It was clearly no longer a young man who introduced himself as the Murama Union commander, Albert. Immediately afterward, Michael receives a message that the purpose of the challenge has been changed, and he must now kill the invader. The man asked Michael what his name was, but the guy questioned why he was talking about it out of the blue. To this, the man replied that he had already revealed his name and position, but Michael was still not named. He said that he had not entered his floor with good intentions, so there was no point in introducing himself. The intruder then replied that there was a certain etiquette between swordsmen. Michael was speechless, wondering if there weren't any normal warriors among the applicants from other systems. The man, seeing that the guy wasn't going to answer, drew his sword and said that in that case, he wouldn't do anything about it. With those words he attacked him. Michael had to admit he was moving pretty fast. And then suddenly, the invader used some sort of skill that unleashed a hail of sword strikes on Michael. In turn, the guy activated the skill Favor of the Wind and increased his turn by 30%. Thanks to this, he was able to fend off all of his attacks, and the man marveled at this, for few people were able to do this. They recoiled from each other, preparing to regroup their forces and counterattack. The man said that it appeared that there was such a skilled warrior in this dimension as well. Suddenly, he apologized for looking down on the guy, but Michael didn't need his apology. He suddenly turned to the man as well, telling him to stop being a hypocrite, for he was here to kill him. Also to steal his bounty, and if he already showed up with such intentions, then don't let him act all polite. It was disgusting, and Michael looked at him angrily, ready to pounce and kill him. To this, the man replied that probably because he was from different worlds, they couldn't understand each other. He then raised his sword, and Michael realized that he was preparing to use a new technique and prepared himself. The man said for the lad to rest in peace, for he was about to meet his end. And Michael saw that because of his unique sword-light characteristic, he was blinded for 5 seconds. The guy realized that he couldn't see anything, and it even scared him because the opponent had 5 seconds to attack freely. Michael activated his resistance to magic skill and was able to reduce the effect of losing his vision to 2.5 seconds. And then he activated the spiritual eye skill, so he was able to recognize attacks in the invisible range. Because of this, he could repel the enemy's attack in time, even if he didn't see it. The next instant, Michael felt the blade of the blade near his neck and ducked at the last second. He even got the new achievement, Avoiding Blindness, and all of his stats increased by 2. The effect of the unique characteristic Sword Light was disabled. Both opponents bounced off each other. The man was surprised at how the boy fought, for he was the first challenger from Earth to repel his attack. Michael's Ashblood skill had activated in the meantime, and he thought he had almost had his throat slit. The man asked how he figured out the trajectory of his sword, but the guy wasn't going to continue answering him. He activated the Instant Acceleration skill and Wind Grace, increasing his speed by 50%. And then he rushed into action. Michael wanted to straighten out this man standing out of politeness as soon as possible. Thoth saw this and prepared to defend, for now the initiative in the battle was on the draw. Their blades met, and now each tried to figure out their opponent's weak spot and pierce the defense. Michael began to use not only his sword, but his entire body. This knowledge came to him through a new skill. But, to his woo-vv, the man had time to block everything and was pretty good at fencing too. When Michael kicked him again, he swung around to stab him in the leg. Luckily, Michael managed to avoid that blow. He even decided it was worth trying other moves now. Still, it was amazing that the man had time to block all the attacks as Michael launched them with great speed. But the guy wasn't inferior to the intruder in skills either. He was also good at blocking his blows without giving him a chance to hurt himself. Their abilities were about on the same level, but Michael didn't know how many floors this man had already traveled. The man, meanwhile, noticed that the guy was using some strange and unusual techniques. He added that he was a bit puzzled, as he did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. After all, despite his incredible stature, their characteristics were essentially on the same level. So after a moment the man's face changed. He said he was going to be serious from this second on. After that, he swung his hand and used his unique characteristic again, blinding Michael for 5 minutes. But this time, the guy already knew what to do. He quickly activated the magic resistance skill and the spiritual eye skill. In this way, he was able to reduce the duration of the blinding effect to 2.5 minutes. But the enemy was already attacking. Michael noticed that the speed of the intruder's blows had increased, and that didn't please him in any way. If it wasn't for the effects of the skills, there was no way he would have seen the attack, or rather felt it. The guy activated the effect of the rank one wrought iron steel defense pendant. Because of this, he was now absorbing 10% of all pain from physical attacks, which was just about right. However, his shield suddenly cracked and the steel defense skill activated. Just at that moment, the blackout effect ended and Michael could see his opponent again. He realized that he couldn't use his technique all the time as it required recharging. So without wasting any time, Michael rushed to attack the man using whatever was at hand or foot. He kicked a rock right in the man's face, and the man couldn't understand how the guy managed to deflect his attacks. The man chopped down the stone thrown at him with ease and then went on the counterattack. But Michael was already rushing in the other direction and was behind the intruder's back in a flash. Thoth had not expected it, for such speed staggered him, but the man prepared to defend himself. The guy didn't attack for some reason, and when Albert turned around to see what he was doing, he was surprised. After all, the hand wound left by his sword was healing at an amazing rate. Seeing this, the man said that he thought the guy was a pretty good martial artist. But all his techniques were borrowed from somewhere. Michael replied that the old man's unique power was also issued by the tower. He then activated the skill Wind Graces and increased his speed by a maximum 70%. Albert put his sword out, wanting to add more, but he didn't have time to finish due to a surprise attack from Michael. The guy was already looming over him, swinging for a punch, so the man had to defend himself quickly. He could barely make it at the last second, and was greatly surprised that the guy's speed had increased noticeably. Returning to his words, Michael asked how he looked at dying from a borrowed ability. He thrust his sword harder, and Albert had to hold back the onslaught with all his strength to survive. He thought that he had done the floor introduction dozens of times so far. It was also the case with this floor. He chopped down opponents from various worlds with his sword, but he was especially fond of the planet Earth, particularly because the people from this world were weak in terms of ability across the board. The challengers from Earth couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Besides, he had always had enough of a single attack. And this time he was sure history would repeat itself again. Just at that moment, Michael almost got him. Albert ducked at the last moment and realized that he couldn't go on like this because he was starting to lose. This made the man angry, so he decided to take the initiative and end this battle. After another fight, they bounced away from each other, building up their strength for the next attack. Michael too was wounded, for his sword was well wielded, but all his cuts were healed in no time, which could not be said for Albert, who was already clearly at the limit of his abilities and was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the system gave out messages that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was admiring the young challenger. The Monsters of the North admin predicts his imminent defeat, and the Lord of Late Night has taken an interest in him. Albert, though he didn't video all those messages, realized that the admins were probably watching them. It meant that if he ended the fight now with his victory, he would probably get new opportunities. With that thought, Albert activated the One Strike, Two Skins, and Lightning Sword Key skill. They were followed by one-hit skills and Nymph Walk, all of which greatly improved his stats. The man even changed in appearance. An incredible power that had not been there before was suddenly emanating from him. But Michael was amused by it, reminded of how he had inked any techniques he had received just moments ago. Suddenly, the system popped up a message for Albert that said Floor Implementation Penalty. All of his stats were reduced by 8, and some of his skills were forcibly deactivated. But the recovery time of Sword Light was over, so he used the technique again. Michael, however, was already used to it, so he was able to guess the moment when his opponent would attack him. This time, the attack was from behind, but thanks to his Spirit Eye, he was able to sense it at the last moment. At the same time, Michael activated the 3 Absolutes skill and his attacks were greatly enhanced. He knew where his opponent would end up, and he wasn't the least bit embarrassed that he would be striking literally blind. The boy swung his blade and brought it down where he thought his opponent would be. Suddenly, the effect of Albert's unique characteristic was turned off prematurely, both swordsmen standing side by side. Michael bent over with fatigue, panting in pain, but was happy that he had succeeded. Albert let the sword out of his hand, though he continued to stand, but it wasn't for long. After all, Michael had cut his body in half, and it was bound to disintegrate. The man only managed to say that it couldn't be, but the wound was fatal. So in the next instant, his body fell to the ground, splitting in two, and Michael took a breath. He was tired, as using skills consumed a lot of mana, but he was glad he had won. The system congratulated him for successfully making it through the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials, and the guy smiled. He absorbed Albert's soul and his skill increased by as much as 27%, and his breakthrough rewards changed. The system reported that they did not match the complexity of the battle, so a revision was made. When it was over, he received a new rank 2 plus 6th sense skill as a reward. He was also given 30,000 points and 1,000 COs, after which a portal opened and the guy headed there. He also noticed that this skill had a much higher rank than the one that was originally in the reward. However, Michael decided to watch the details already in the waiting room, so he stepped towards the portal entrance. Many administrators who watched his fight expressed their impression and delight at his battle. Michael froze like that before entering the portal, reading all this, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Then he remembered that earlier there had been talk of expanding the system where admins could watch him. Either way, they remained enthralled by his fight, and the lad felt a slight satisfaction. Then suddenly he read that the Lord of Steelblood was condemning the excessive interest in the contactor. She added so the guy doesn't become obsessed with the increased attention from administrators. Just at this moment, the administrator of the White Crane Sword offered him an exclusive power. Michael was surprised by this, for he didn't know that administrators could give out powers so easily. He then read that the Steelblood Lord was saying in a disgruntled tone that he could take strength. She added that there are times when they sponsor a force to gain favor with the contractor. White Crane Sword laughingly added that they would have many situations in the future where they would have to clash. And the Steelblood Lord said that the power provided would be so awesome that he would feel some kind of encumbrance. Michael then said that in that case, he had no need to doubt and would gratefully accept the power. Immediately, the system reported that the strength of Swordmaster Key had been added to his exclusive store. Sword of the White Crane, with a smile on his face, asked the lad not to forget this kindness, and Michael thanked him. When he returned back to the waiting room, the system had expanded again. He now had access to the common areas, but the guy didn't understand what that meant. He was interested in other things. After all, he didn't know if the system administrators could watch him in the waiting room too. Deciding, however, that he wasn't going anywhere from this, Michael opened an exclusive contractor's store. He looked at his powers and found a new one among them, which turned out to be a good 2+ rank as well. According to the description, this power allowed him to greatly improve his sword skills, however, the sword itself as well. He could infuse his mana into the weapon and use the so-called sword kei, which was much better than a normal sword. But what Michael also realized was that a second page in the exclusive store was now available to him. When he went there, he saw a new list of powers consisting of 3 options, 2+, high-, and 1 ranks respectively. His first power, Bone Reconstruction, increased all of his stats by 2, and he also became malleable to any martial art. The power of the Steel Blood Sword allowed one to summon a Steel Blood Sword composed of mana. The last power, Hand of Death, doubled the effectiveness of necromancy and black magic. However, each of these forces was quite inexpensive, and Michael only had 2,000 COs in his location. So the only power he was able to buy at the moment was either Bone Reconstruction, either Swordmaster Key that was added to his exclusive store by one of the administrators. My first thought was to decide to save up some more CO to buy a few powers at once in the future. On then, the guy remembered that the man Albert who invaded his 9th floor was a real monster. And so, in order not to die at the hands of such scoundrels, it was necessary to buy more strength to begin with. After thinking this, Michael opted for the Key Swordmaster and purchased this power for 1,500 CO. After receiving the new power, the guy thought that the skill 3 Absolutes also used mana, but the feeling here was completely different. If you call the mana flowing into the sword instantaneously like a wave, the triple absolute skill. Though, perhaps the strength of the Swordmaster Key should be compared to a stream of water flowing down the sword. After he used this power for 1 minute, the system gave messages about a 2% increase in mana consumption. After 2 minutes since activating the power, mana consumption has already increased by 4% and more onwards. Michael realized that at this rate, his mana consumption would increase by 100% in about 50 minutes. Therefore, he deactivated the strength of Swordmaster Key and thought that he should distribute mana well. He also remembered that the reward for passing the 9th floor was the new skill 6th Sense, and went to read about it. It was as simple as that. All his instincts sharpened to the point of becoming a 6th Sense. With that, he would be able to make complex inferences, and Michael thought that was a pretty useful skill to have. Then the guy decided to check out the last thing, the common areas he was going to find information about in the community. As expected, it was all about them there, as everyone who made it past the 9th floor got an enhanced version of the system. Michael noticed that there were a lot of comments here about common areas in the key of skill sharing. What surprised him the most was one comment from a guy calling himself a max-level swordsman. He said he had just been asked by a foreigner in the common area if he wanted to exchange force with his administrator. Michael thought the opportunity to see in person the many applicants from around the world was quite good. He decided not to delay and go exploring on his own, so he moved to the common area of the 10th floor. The common area turned out to be a very spacious place, or rather a whole separate world inside the Tower of Trials. Right now, one guy had moved here from his floor and was incredibly happy with what he saw. He even used a question ticket to learn as much as he could about the place, so he already knows the basics. He commanded himself to go forward, going to make the most of it before returning. What he didn't know, however, was that he was already being followed by a group of 3 people who had figured out who he was. And after all, the guy was a top-ranked Korean hunter, so he was among the talented applicants. One of their squad said that outside of the general area, it was okay to kill, so soon Corey would have one less hunter. Meanwhile, the guy was walking down the road towards the central castle-like building with some other girl beside him. Suddenly, his mana consumption rate increased by 100% and all stats decreased by 20%. To top it all off, a part of his body was paralyzed, all due to the effect of unique characteristics. The guy didn't realize what had just happened, but he had a bad feeling about his life. Suddenly, he heard someone's laughter behind him and turned around, seeing the 3 foreign challengers. One of them leaned toward him with his blade, asking if the guy really didn't understand what was going on right now. And the man thought that they were all out of the trial, but these people were looting even here. Things were bad, but suddenly someone shouted for the foreign boys to stop their barbarism. This was the same girl walking beside him. She threatened to report everything in the community. But the head of the gang was not frightened by this threat in any way. Instead, he took a closer look at the girl, who was quite beautiful. Then he sighed in annoyance, saying that he would do as she wanted if she would do his bidding in return. The guy went on to add that the girl should take off her clothes, then maybe he would think about what he said. And if she drops all her items, he'll let one of them live, so be it. The girl was clearly puzzled by such a statement, so she didn't even know how she should proceed. Meanwhile, the guy reached for her, saying lustfully that he would help her himself if she was unable to. However, the moment he was still speaking, someone was incredibly fast near their small group. Michael stood with his back to the foreigners, intending to continue on his way unnoticed. The guy who was apparently in charge of his team gave him a disgruntled look. He addressed him by calling him Black Robe. But Michael wouldn't take offense, because that's essentially what it was. He turned around and took off his hood. Asking if the guy was addressing him, the guy agreed. The foreigner then noticed that Michael was also Korean, and Michael did not deny it. He too noticed that these guys were strong contenders from another country, most likely China. Those in turn attacked him with their unique characteristics that they had attacked another Korean with before. But Michael didn't even blink an eye as he relied completely on his effects and stats. He only thought that all he wanted to do was quietly pass by, but alas, now he would have to defend himself. The guy activated his forceful breakthrough and magic resistance skill. Because of this, all effects were cancelled, much to the surprise of the foreigners, especially their ringleader. And Michael didn't think to stop there. He drew his sword, saying he didn't start this first. He was now preparing to attack, and everyone realized that they had a strong opponent when he activated instant acceleration. The 3 guys only managed to get a little bit back, but it wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Michael approached them at the throats of 2 of them, while the 3rd had time to use a technique. He used the ice shield, but Michael was already standing beside him and swung to break through that defense. He had enhanced physical strength, so he hoped to break through this barrier with a single blow. It did so, and the ice shield, which at first glance looked solid, crumbled like sand. It's worth noting that this was surprised by a guy and a girl who were not at one with the foreign applicants. And the guy who was the only survivor of his little squad was scared that he was about to die himself. For when his defense broke down, he saw his opponent in earnest. The guy yelled for the guy to stop, saying he admits he was wrong to kill others. He added for Michael to show mercy, but the man responded by thrusting his blade right into his throat. Why, he quickly absorbed the spirits of all 3 guys he killed, and his skill increased by 6.4%. After that, he turned around to walk, but suddenly he was called out by a girl in a nun's outfit. She apologized, saying she should have helped him, but the battle was over quicker than she would have thought. When Michael replied that it was okay and she could go, the girl smiled at him and said goodbye. The guy who was alive because of him also thanked him for his rescue. Michael replied that he'd just thought those people wanted to kill him too, so all he did was take care of himself. With those words, he turned around to leave, bidding the boy farewell. But he had no intention of letting him go so easily. He suddenly asked Michael to leave him the corpses of the challengers he had killed, which surprised him. Michael asked why he wanted to do that, to which the guy replied that he couldn't help but thank him properly. And if he gives him those corpses, then for saving his life, he will repay him by providing power. Hearing this, Michael was surprised again, for he had not been set up for this arrangement, but it seemed favorable to him. The guy he saved had his own unique gluttony characteristic, something similar to his necromancy. Thanks to her, he had absorbed the corpses of the challengers. But what that had gotten him, Michael couldn't know, nor was he much interested. He just wondered if this was the power this guy was talking about, because if so, it looked impressive. But it was not as he had imagined, for the fellow had said that the power he had promised would be different. It was called Steel Wings and was added to his exclusive store by a gourmet administrator. The guy, meanwhile, explained that it was a power that allowed you to create wings on your back with the ability to levitate. Michael thanked him, saying he would try it out as soon as he got back to the waiting room. The administrator of the Sword of the White Crane suddenly said not to bother the applicant he had swept up, addressing the foodie. The Steel-Blood Lord wasn't happy about who was hanging around her contractor, and the Black Devil was watching everything with interest. Michael wondered what kind of commotion the administrators were making, since the competition between them was already going far. And it was safe to say that they clearly wanted something from the applicants. But Michael thought he would get to the truth himself step by step, and in the meantime, he followed his new acquaintance. The guy was telling me that the common area is divided into an arena, an auction area, and a gaming area. In addition to this, he also revealed that there are only 3 other dimensions that have been uncovered in the floor implementation process. They were called Ares, Murim, and Kallian. And for example, First World contenders place a high value on chivalry. Murim's challenges are similar to them, but a little more aggressive here, Michael remembered Arnold. The pretenders of their world of Kallian, on the other hand, were known for their races, which included elves, fairies, and beastmen. Michael noticed that the guy was pretty well informed, and the guy smiled back at him sincerely. He said he found out everything in advance, exercising his right to ask questions. Meanwhile, they finally made it to the common area, where more and more applicants were arriving. The guy suddenly held out his business card to him, saying that although he wasn't a rancher, he had asked to accept it. Turns out he was the head of the applicant control team for the Hunters Association. When they entered the common area, all abnormal statuses were removed and fights between challengers were impossible. The guy said he should now slowly move toward the auction area. Michael replied that he himself had a place he would definitely go to. And when the surprised guy asked what the place was, Michael said it was an arena, then smiled. Except that after he got there, he quickly changed his mind, because his first impression was incomprehensible. It looked more and more like a big gambling house where the challengers watched the others fight. Michael was a little confused as to where exactly the battles were taking place, as he only saw chairs and some devices. But from the looks of it, he just had to sit in one of those chairs to join the battle. Michael did so, and even felt some relief, because it was much better to fight sitting down, though it was unclear how. Suddenly, the arena system was activated, and he had to make a choice between betting and dueling. Of course, Michael didn't fully understand what that meant, so he decided to take the help. It turned out that by choosing a bet, he would be able to put points on the other contenders' duels. If he chooses to duel, on the other hand, he can fight other people for rewards. When the duel was confirmed, the final ranking and the real name of the challengers also became visible. A duel could only take place if both duelists put a skill, power, item, etc. as a reward. Also, the duel could only take place if both contenders had roughly the same level of rewards. Once the duel was confirmed, he would be able to fight his opponent in the Colosseum. It was over if one of them surrendered. Michael also realized that the reward for duels was the core of the arena, as the melee, skills, and items were unlimited. The guy smiled contentedly and began searching for the useful skill he needed to find his opponent. Meanwhile, some of the contenders gathered to look at the girl, who was quite famous. She was called the Witch of Hellfire, and she was the famous huntress from America, Catherine Benet. The girl sat in the chair, also choosing her reward and opponent for the duel, but no one was willing to fight her. She thought that maybe it was because she had too many victories to her credit, and everyone was just afraid. Catherine wished she didn't have that dueling statistic at all, then she could challenge more often. Her administrator, Firelord, laughed, saying it was just a small thing, but it didn't seem that way to the girl. She decided that she should stop wasting her time and leave the arena, for the only people gathered here were cowards. But suddenly, just as she was about to leave her seat, a new message popped up on her screen requesting a duel. It was from North Korean contender Michael Nodforth, and it will be his first fight. It appeared that this guy came into the arena and immediately chose her. It was pretty interesting. Soon the duel was confirmed, and the move to the Colosseum is underway. They turned out to be quite a spacious place, but it was the first time only Michael had seen it, so their chances were no longer equal. Catherine said she liked his fighting attitude, but before the fight, should have observed her opponent first. The duel began, and the girl immediately activated her fire abilities, to which Michael was just browsing for now. Catherine added that the guy could consider it a good experience and activated the fire birth power. Michael watched her with curiosity, for he had not yet studied this kind of technique, nor had he seen it. Meanwhile, Catherine had already attacked him with a fireball that threw a fiery tail behind her back. The attack came closer and closer, and at first Michael thought to just dodge it by moving away. However, he quickly realized that it was different with this flame, for it was literally chasing him. Seeing that he only had a little bit left before the balloon caught up with him, Michael decided to change tactics. Catherine, meanwhile, said he might as well give up, for this was his end, which would not end until he reached his goal. But Michael thought differently. He activated a new skill, Swordmaster Key, and used it against this attack. As a result, it split in two, much to the surprise of Catherine, who realized she had underestimated her opponent. Sword Key was many times sharper than usual because it was actually created by their mana, so it chopped almost everything. Judging from the expression on the girl's face, she had seen this technique for the first time and was very impressed. They were once again standing in the Colosseum arena, but this time, Catherine was waiting for the right moment to attack again. She realized she could only hurt the guy that way, and he suddenly spoke up, addressing her. He said that the girl noticed that he could get a good experience here, so he would provide it for her too. In a quiet, secluded place where no one lived at all, one girl sipped tea while watching their battle. She watched Michael carefully as he fought Catherine, and it was quite interesting. The administrator didn't expect him to have already mastered the released key energy, which was just right for him. The girl thought she had made a great move when she sponsored such a wonderful force. In the future, she will need to secure the favor of this suitor, and perhaps he will fulfill her long-held wish. Michael, meanwhile, successfully deflected another fireball aimed in his direction and chopped it up as well. But Catherine didn't plan to give up so easily. She attacked him with 3 balls at once from different directions. However, all Michael had to do was simply get away from them, and the instant acceleration skill helped him do just that. The boy found himself in mid-air, but was surprised to notice that the flames were aiming there as well. Therefore, he used Sword Key again, which now increased his mana consumption by 2%. However, as he shattered another fireball, he saw that some of his clothes at the back was slightly on fire. More precisely, it was the hollow of his assassin's cloak, and that was rather unfortunate, for the cloak gave him speed. Michael thought in horror that now the effect of the cloak would be lost if it was damaged like this. He landed in front of the girl, who again suggested he surrender, and then they would dispense with the blood. But Michael had no intention of agreeing to this. He was only thinking about how miserable it was to lose such an exclusive skill. Catherine, meanwhile, had already prepared for another series of attacks, this time forming huge fire spheres. She said she even wondered how long the guy could hold out. The administrators appeared to be watching this fight with interest as well, their opinions differing somewhat. The girl sent the spheres straight at Michael, who, although ready to repel all attacks, realized his weakness. She had mana, after all. It had already been 4 minutes since the activation of Swordmaster Key, and her consumption had increased by 8%. He realized that if this continued, the fight would drag on and he would be at a disadvantage. So Michael decided to add to his strength with Absorbed Souls and used Albert's Soul. Thanks to this, his stats increased, particularly his mana, and also managed to absorb one of the man's skills. The rank 1 Lightning Sword Key had the ability of lightning forming on the sharpness of the blade. Michael wondered if that meant he would be able to launch energy over long distances and hit targets. Catherine, noticing that he was thinking about something, asked if he had time to be distracted. In that case, she would make sure that all of his attention was focused only on her flame. Michael tensed up, and the girl attacked him this time with fire arrows, of which there were quite a few. They weren't small either, so Michael decided that it would be best not to waste mana on sword ki and just hide. He dodged the arrows, but there were too many, so some reached his body. But the guy wasn't going to let them hurt him, so he reflected some with his sword and others with his hands. He wasn't afraid of it as the Ash Blood skill was immediately activated and all the burns were healed. Catherine, meanwhile, was again preparing another attack, but this time, Michael decided to try something new. He didn't know if he would succeed the first time, but it was worth practicing, so he activated the ki power. The newly acquired Lightning Sword ki skill was truly amazing and exceeded his expectations. Thanks to him, the guy was able to attack back from a distance, using his mana to do so, so it turned out to be a powerful counterattack. It was so strong that Catherine even had to use a shield to keep her from getting hit. The girl was amazed at the power with which this guy repelled her spears and arrows and then outnumbered her in strength. She could barely hold back the onslaught, but she realized she couldn't back down that easily. After all, fire was her element. Except that Michael had long ago calculated everything down to the details and anticipated her further actions, he was standing at the girl's back. His sword was near her throat, and Catherine had no choice but to admit defeat. She confirmed that she was surrendering, and as a reward, Michael received a rank 2+ storm skill. And then it was over, and they both moved to the common area of the arena on the 10th floor. Michael discovered information about the new skill by researching it. It said it was quite useful for stabbing blows. The guy thought he was counting on swordsmanship, but here it was a bit different. Nevertheless, it was his first win, and he was ranked 3rd in the final rankings on his server. This was a signal to start growing, so he soon confirmed the new duel again. This time his opponent was ranked 11th on the Japanese server, and looked accordingly. However, in reality, it turned out that the guy was better at flapping his tongue than fighting. He said that he didn't expect the 3rd-place Korean server to turn out to be such a barbarian. Here, Michael smiled. This infuriated the Japanese man, and he asked why he was so funny, and Michael responded in kind to his teasing. He explained that he found it funny that he had the same thoughts about each other. Of course, this made the Japanese even angrier, and he attacked with his first weapon in the form of a spear. But Michael didn't even bother to block it. Easily dodging it, he realized the guy was weak. Such an attack from a challenger ranked 11th in Japan's final rankings seemed ridiculous to him. But then he thought with a smile that he must have just gotten a little too strong lately. And since this kind of level seemed like child's play to him, he would easily be able to earn a lot of rewards. As it happened, Michael got the impression that it was simply a cornucopia of skills. A short time later, he defeated another challenger. This time, the opponent was ranked 10th in Turkey. Behind him fell No. 7 from Russia, which Michael had a good fight with. But in the end, he did some serious damage. No. 13 from Germany seemed to be the easiest for the guy. He dealt with it in just a few seconds. It went on like this until he got the new achievement, Duel Master. His strength increased by 2. Meanwhile, in the central lands of Murom, a young man was meditating on a stone. Suddenly his meditation was disturbed by one of his subordinates who had come to report on his work. He told in general terms that Master Albert had died at the hands of a challenger from Earth. According to the latest news, it has recently become possible to connect to the Earth dimension. And, as people have said, Master Albert was one of the first to embrace the attempt to do a floor infiltration there. The guy was still talking when suddenly there was a ferocious roar and they saw a huge monster. The one sitting on the rock didn't even glance in the direction of his new opponent, but he was already reaching for his sword. It had already been 5 years since he had stopped climbing to the top of the Tower of Trials, he remarked aloud. Then the guy stretched his hand out somewhere in the distance, and suddenly a sword hidden in the rocks flew towards her from there. His weapon looked very powerful, but what was most impressive was that the guy didn't do anything for it. The monster meanwhile roared again, preparing to pounce on him, but the sword was already in the guy's hands. In the blink of an eye, he pushed himself off the ground and was right above the head of the monster, who was a bit puzzled. The monster wanted to eat him, but the guy was too nimble, so he couldn't manage to hurt him in any way. And then the guy attacked and finished off the intruder with one precise and powerful blow. He knew to be near the center of the head because that was where the pain centers of these animals were located. As a result, the monster fell unconscious, and the guy waited a while longer to make sure it was dead. His servant was delighted to think that he had easily dealt with such a powerful spirit creature. The young master's martial arts are so powerful that contemplating his might gives you goosebumps. In the meantime, the latter turned to him, telling him to find out, by any means necessary, who exactly killed Master Albert. It was quite some time before Michael was back in the 10th floor waiting room. He collapsed on the bed, wanting to take a little break because he had expended quite a bit of energy today. But after a few seconds, there was no trace of fatigue. That was the beauty of the waiting room. The guy opened his status window, thinking he'd gotten some more powers in such an unexpected place. The first of these was the power of steel wings, with which you could fly using your mana. Just thinking about it made Michael's heart fill with joy, and he was very grateful to that hunter. Right now, however, he couldn't buy it because he didn't have enough CO, so Michael decided to read on. He suddenly got the idea to make a synthesis of skills from the ones he had received as rewards in duels. And after some hard work, he settled on 3 new skills with good ranks. Michael was surprised that he was so successful in picking the right skills to synthesize, as he even got rank 1 in the end. He had the skill Shield Counterattack, and there was also Secret Shadow Step of rank 2+, and Frenzied Swordplay, also of rank 2+. The first thing Michael tried out was the Counterattack Shield. Its power was amazing. The guy figured that with that skill in his arsenal, almost no attack could hurt him. Moments later, he was already assembled for the 10th floor trial, the topic of which was collaboration. According to the terms, they had 3 hours to prevent the resurrection of the Lord who devours darkness. The conditions for failure were the death of all participants or the expiration of the allotted time. The reward, however, was a rank 1+ skill enhancement potion, and soon participants began to show up. The system announced that the team members were distributed according to their final ranking. First up was challenger Kim Hoon, who was ranked #1 in all of Korea. He looked composed. Second was number 2 on the final ranking list, Martin Lee, who seemed like a nice guy. The third challenger with the nickname Hunter appeared, and Michael himself came out of the portal. And the last to come out was the 6th place contender in the final rankings with the nickname Sudi Gonyu. When all participants exited the portals, they were given a 30-minute grace period to rally. During this time, the trial was not considered to have begun, so applicants had a chance to prepare for it. Michael noticed that Kim Hoon and Martin Lee had met before, for they recognized and greeted each other immediately. But the challenger with the nickname Sudi Gonyu was unfamiliar with either of them. Plus, he had his own strategy. Suddenly he shouted, pointing his finger at Michael, that he was the same swordsman he had met on the 4th floor. Guy added that that's when the carnage between the contenders for the right to grow fast began. And Michael stood a little puzzled by his words, for it was the first time he had seen this man, but he understood everything at once. Kim Hoon asked if they had actually crossed paths earlier in the trial, because apparently this meeting was not a pleasant one. Sudi continued to play the role of the victim, saying it was true, and they did run into each other on the 4th floor. And he also added that this hunter was someone who tended to grow by accumulating achievements for kills. Michael himself, meanwhile, realized that the man in front of him was now the very person who had manipulated the chat room. For him, deceiving others was an everyday occurrence, and he created conflict by turning others against each other. The guy used this time to reap the rewards, for he only cared about his favorite person. Other people's lives meant nothing to him. That was the survival tactic he had developed. And he began to actively use it in another place called the Tower of Trials as well. The administrator, Lying Clown, laughed at the contractor's deception that even the corners of his mouth were tearing up. That's what this guy with the nickname Sudi Gonyu was like. And now he wanted to get rid of Michael on their new team. The guy saw that looked puzzled, so he decided to share some more oil on the fire. And when Michael wanted to say there was some misunderstanding, he accused him of killing his partners. Hearing this, Michael couldn't hold back any longer, asking what the hell he was talking about now. At this time, Kim Hoon drew his weapon, saying that the Tower of Trials was not a place to behave frivolously. So now they will find out who is telling the truth and who is a liar, and the latter will be eliminated from the team. Michael wondered if something would go wrong, and he'd have to deal with all 3 at the same time. That would be the worst-case scenario, and therefore he should have prevented it. But he didn't know how. That's when Martin unexpectedly came to the rescue, suggesting they all calm down for starters. He recalled that earlier, Challenger Sudi Gonyu said he met Challenger Hunter on the 4th floor. It appeared that he must know his real name, since the nickname system appeared in the 5th floor waiting room. So if Sudi Gonyu's challenger gives the real name of Hunter's challengers, everything will immediately fall into place. It was obvious that the guy was a little nervous upon hearing this, but still decided not to back down and pretended to remember the name. And then suddenly gave out that the hunter's name was James, happily thinking that there was no way to prove it anyway. Martin then turned to Michael, calling him James and asking if he had anything to say. To this, Michael replied that he wasn't the least bit amused and reached somewhere for the scruff of his t-shirt. He then pulled out his hunter's license and explained that he had brought it with him by mistake during his return to Earth. Upon seeing this, Sudi realized that he had screwed up, because by doing so, the guy confirmed that he had lied to everyone present. Kim Hoon said that it now seemed to be clear who should be eliminated and clutched his battle hammer tighter. Sudi Gonyu realized that the situation had taken a very bad turn for him and he would only be able to save himself by a miracle. But suddenly, Michael turned to number one, apologizing and saying that he would handle this matter on his own, because now he was very angry at the guy who dared to communicate him in the murder of his comrades. Kim Hoon replied that he understood him, saying that in that case, he and Martin wouldn't bother him. And Sudi realized that he had a chance, because if he defeated this scum alone, he could survive. The test is designed for 4 people, and if they exclude him as well, it will be extremely difficult for the 2 of them to pass. Meanwhile, Michael reminded him that the guy had been babbling about some really funny stuff that now had to be taken responsibility for. But Sudi replied that he didn't even know what it was, because he only cared about surviving. And he also said, turning to Michael, that he wasn't the only one with powers and activated some sort of technique. In the next instant, swamp spirit stalks circled Michael's legs, but he activated his skills in response. Thanks to the resistance to magic, the attack was completely destroyed, and Michael pounced on the guy. He swung to finish him off, and the man had time to be frightened, but decided he would not lose this battle. The guy immediately appreciated that his opponent had the resistance to magic skill in his arsenal, and it was annoying. This time he defended himself already against Michael's attack, forming a solid shield over himself, all of it more like spells. Kim Hoon said they should move back, and Martin replied that the battle atmosphere is better here. But Kim told him to stop being cranky, because there's nothing wrong with being cautious, and took the guy off the battlefield. Sudi Gonyu, meanwhile, attacked Michael again, intending to finish him off this time by putting all his strength into the attack. He shot a multitude of white spheres that flew straight at Michael, but he didn't see anything special about them. The guy deftly and quickly dodged all the projectiles and continued running towards the enemy. However, when he swung for his counterattack, he saw that his opponent had a smile on his face. To make matters worse, Sudi managed to bounce off his punch just in time, after which he rather turned to taunt him. The guy said that it seemed the hunter had become the prey, but Michael didn't understand his words at first. It was only when he turned around that he saw the very spheres he had just dodged a moment ago. They looked menacing, and Michael realized he had fallen into the creep's trap, just as he had planned. The spheres, meanwhile, merged into one and formed one powerful stream of energy that rained down on him. Sudi laughed contentedly as he saw the guy fall under the rubble of his attack, but then the smile disappeared from his face. It was replaced by surprise and fear as the fog cleared and everyone saw the real picture of the battle. It turned out that Michael had time to apply the counterattack shield at the last moment and save himself from the rubble. The skill also had the additional effect of absorbing 25% of the damage taken by the shield. He would then immediately return it, and Michael hoped to try out this effect in real combat right now. This was already starting to anger Sudi. He didn't understand how the guy blocked his attacks with such ease. Meanwhile, Michael used a moment's acceleration and came almost right up to him. All this time, Sudi had been summoning various effects and powers with the magic book, so he used it this time as well. He caused a huge concussion that caused large rocks to cover him, preventing Michael from hitting him. But the guy wasn't deterred by this. He confidently rushed towards the rocks, intending to destroy them with sword ki. So it did. Though not the first time, the hard rock soon cracked and split. Watching as he was about to finish off Sudi Gonya, Martin turned to his friend, asking about Michael. But Kim Hoon replied that he had never seen his name on the list of highly ranked hunters, and if so, there was a good chance that on Earth he was just an ordinary civilian who had grown so much. It was truly impressive, and both hunters recognized that Michael hadn't even fought Sudi at full strength. Kim Hoon remarked that somehow he felt as if this Michael's level was comparable to his personal level. Upon hearing this, Martin was surprised, reminding us that this guy is ranked #3 in the final ranking so far. Kim responded by saying that even though it's just a guess, maybe the guy was just underestimated by the system. This was most likely due to team trials, where challenger ranks were awarded for common missions. But the most surprising thing was that Michael didn't seem worried about it in any way. All he did was do what he did best, and right before their eyes he shredded Sudi's spellbook. The attack also grazed his arm, causing him to scream in pain, but Michael didn't plan to stop. He stepped closer to the guy and held out his sword, and the guy knelt down, holding his hands and squeezing the pain away. Kim Hoon was surprised that the guy didn't kill the opponent, but suppressed his superiority. Plus, did it like it didn't cost him anything, and Sudi desperately yelled for him to stop. He said that if he killed him, then maybe no one could survive the challenge, because the system had chosen 4 players. He added, did the guy really think the test tower would give out some simple assignment, which even 3 challengers can safely pass without losing one of their comrades? Michael thought for a moment and looked back at Kim and Martin, who were standing nearby watching the fight. Kim replied that they wouldn't interfere, so Michael could choose to do what he saw fit. For a while, Michael thought about what he should do, and Sudi decided to use that to his advantage. Suddenly, he drew his sword and attacked Michael, but he was able to see it in time. The attack wasn't even strong. But he was pissed off by the very fact that he did it behind his back, so the guy swung around and hit him. His sword pierced Sudi's head, splitting it in 2, but somehow he survived. The guy jumped away from Michael, and he noticed his bright pink aura manifest and activate some skills. Turns out, Sudi used his unique deception characteristic, and all of his stats instantly increased by 10. He suddenly shouted that he wanted to hold his trump card until the very end, but now he would finish Michael off with it. Thoth didn't understand anything that was said, but prepared himself for any attack from the enemy. He put up a shield, blocking a powerful blow from Sudi, but didn't notice that he had other methods of attack. The purple chains didn't pierce the shield, but went around it from high up and ended up behind Michael's back. In the next instant, they pounced on him like snakes, but the guy's 6th sense kicked in. Thanks to him, he was able to sense the attack and activate the Wind Grace skill, increasing his speed by 40%. Thankfully, none of the chains hit him, and the boy approached Sudi again, shield out in front of him. He said he knows now that it's far more dangerous to mess with trash like him than to challenge the 3 of them to a trial. Sudi screamed with despair and anger, for he realized that now the guy would definitely kill him. And Michael used the counterattack shield skill, which instantly released the accumulated damage. The opponent was unprepared for this, so he could not defend himself in time from Michael's powerful attack. A moment later, he was already adding new items to his inventory, among them Sudi's equipment. In particular, he liked the old high- rank vampire count's tuxedo and the bloody celestial demonic sword of rank 1+. Michael hid it all away, saying he would use the items properly in the future. At this time, Kim and Martin jumped off the cliff from where they were watching his battle, which was already over. Martin said he was just great, and Kim remarked that there didn't seem to be any problems between them now. Everyone agreed and decided to move forward after all. There were 10 minutes left before the challenge started, so we should have been prepared. They saw a large statue of a rider on a horse. It looked a little creepy, but that was not what bothered Martin. He wondered if it would come to life. Since it was the Tower of Trials, it could very well happen. Michael mentally agreed with him. Glancing at the statue, he noticed something odd about it. First of all, the rider had a crown on his head, and secondly, Michael saw that a faint black mist was coming from it. None of his associates paid any attention to it, and Michael himself didn't pay much attention to it either. But, as it turned out later, this fact was not to be neglected. Meanwhile, they had come to the right place. Martin was surprised to see a huge room that was furnished with obscure decorations. Kim said it looks like he came to the right place, but something caught the attention of all 3 contenders. They were huge statues of ancient warriors that looked quite intimidating. Martin remarked that he had a bad feeling about it, and everyone agreed. And in the very center was a huge throne, on which, as if someone was sitting, but there was only armor. Suddenly, the system informed me that the grace period had expired, and now the Dark Guardian squad was about to appear. The challenges were required to prevent the resurrection of the darkness-eating overlord. In the next instant, one of the statues of ancient swordsmen suddenly moved. It was a warrior from long ago, all in armor, and he looked quite powerful and even awe-inspiring. Following him, the other statues moved, and then they all jumped to the guys below. Kim said he had just about had his bones then too, so it was a good time to stretch out a bit. Suddenly, Michael turned to everyone and pointed to one of the guards standing directly in front of Kim. The guy said that he had a head on his back that the guards were carrying to the Lord for resurrection. Kim agreed, saying that in that case they should prevent it and prepared to attack. He liked that it was pretty easy, as the guys just had to distribute the forces one per warrior. The opponents meanwhile attacked, but all three challengers were ready for it, and the fight began. Stepping on his opponent, Michael thought it would be best to deal with him with a single attack. He planned to use Sword Key for this, so he dodged the warrior's attack and went behind his back. Except the guy didn't calculate that stone statues could use mana and create energy flows to attack. To his surprise, his opponent attacked him back and even blocked a bit of his own attack. Michael jumped back and began to analyze his opponent as he always did in these situations. Much to the guy's surprise, the stone warrior also possessed key energy and used it just now. That meant that these warriors were not as simple as they seemed, and Michael wondered how the others were doing. They weren't doing well either. Kim also noticed that the enemy was using the same techniques as him. And then there was a pretty big explosion, and the warrior who fought Kim used it. He ran towards the darkness-eating lord, or rather his armor, clearly with the intention of resurrecting him. He even almost managed to get close to him as a sudden attack followed from the side. The Dark Guardian managed to block it with his halberd, but time was lost, and that pleased Kim. After all, he was the one who attacked the warrior, this time with a new attack, clearly unwilling to let him fulfill his intention. The guy also figured that each of these scum had a level to match the boss. So he addressed everyone, telling them to keep their ears open and not let themselves be caught off guard. Then, Martin's voice came from somewhere, noticing that Kim himself had just lowered his defenses. The guy suddenly added disappointedly that the hat didn't suit him, so he couldn't use it anymore. He then turned to the dark guard he had been fighting, saying that for making him wear that stupid hat. Now he would have to pay with his life for this. With those words he drew his bow, which turned out to be his weapon, and then released an arrow that traveled with incredible speed and power and hit the target accurately. But the guard didn't think of stopping there. He suddenly ran straight at Martin with another attack. The one in turn prepared to defend himself, but in this he had a huge advantage. After all, when dealing with mages, close combat is the standard, so Martin even smiled. After all, it only worked if the mage was an ordinary wizard, and he himself was no such thing. With those words, the guy summoned a new weapon. This time it turned out to be a huge, sinister scythe of death. Michael was impressed by this, thinking that after facing only weak opponents. The sight of these people stirs the blood, so the main thing is only for him not to fail in such a team. He dodged the attack of a guard who fought very confidently and could really match the level of the boss. But Michael had no intention of letting him hold the initiative for long. He counterattacked him with stones. The next step was to activate Wind Grace. The guy increased his speed by 50%. Except instead of attacking, he ran past the guards toward the throne where the Lord was to return. Suddenly, he activated a new rank 2+ secret Shadow Walk skill, temporarily increasing his strength by 3. He then connected the Frenetic Swordplay skill, increasing his attack speed by 10%. The activation of the Swordmaster Key skill was decisive, after which he pounced on the Overlord's head. With all the extra effects activated, his power allowed him to shred it. Kim Hoon, seeing what Michael was doing, decided to help him and used his depth bomb technique as well. At the same moment, the guard he was fighting let go of his weapon from the immense power that pierced through his body. Even though he was just a stone statue, but the effect of Kim's attack was colossal, even for him. The Lord's head, which the guard was delivering to the place of the armor, was badly damaged, but had not yet cracked completely. However, there was still one member of their team left who was already rushing their attack to make it decisive. Martin twirled his scythe in all directions, simultaneously fending off various attacks and striking back. But here he jumped up and swung for a controlling blow, intending to crush his head. The guard who had her on his back tried to block this attack, but was unsuccessful. Martin's scythe went behind his back and sliced the Lord's head in half, making resurrection impossible. The guard shouted loudly. By all appearances, this was a serious failure in their plan. And then the rest of the guards matched him and hurriedly fled the scene of the battle. The guys just watched it. Kim Hoon said that they should slowly wrap up already too, and the others agreed. They ran after the guards, but it turned out to be a mistake, for the boys had not calculated one detail. Michael suddenly heard a strange sound coming toward them, as if someone was riding a horse. Just as suddenly, one of the guards suddenly stopped and knelt down, slung his halberd on his back. The other guards also knelt down and thus formed a small springboard. For whom it was intended, the lads realized in the next instant when a rider ran across it. It was the same knight who had been standing at the entrance, and now he was flying straight for the Lord's armor. The situation was dire, for the knight also had a head, which he intended Vladimir to armor. Kim was the first to react and rushed after the rider, but it was useless because he was already close to the target. Michael quickly assessed the situation and realized that it was really too late to run after him. This was bad. The rider, meanwhile, jumped off his horse and aimed at the armor in a leap to put the Lord's head there. Then, Michael, with his last strength, decided that the best solution was to throw something and swung his sword. The guy used all of his speed to do so, hoping that he could at least manage to knock the head out of the guard's hands. He threw his sword, which he also put sword key energy into, but it was unclear if he had time. After all, the guard had already almost put his head in his armor. There were literally a few centimeters left. However, at the last moment, Michael's attack still caught up with him and prevented him from completing his action. The crown fell from his head, and the head itself also slipped from the hands of the guard, who was not prepared for this. He was even a little surprised that he couldn't perform the resurrection. But that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, the Guardian screamed. His scream was quite eerie, and the guys realized that something else was about to happen. Martin, however, complimented Michael on the fact that they had managed to buy some time before the head was back at the guard. Michael himself was as surprised as the guard that his attack was successful, because there was almost no time to aim. But suddenly, the guard raised his lord's crown, whereupon he performed an unexpected action. He put the crown on his head, and in a moment, the boys got excited that they had failed the task. The guard then drew his weapon and screamed loudly, and then pierced his head with his spear. The boys were greatly surprised at this, but they soon realized his intent, for the Guardian had decided to sacrifice himself. He wanted to leave the crown on his head and then chop it off and put it into the Lord's armor. The guys were already running to stop him from doing so, but in the meantime, he raised his head over his body. All three challengers simultaneously jumped up and swung for a joint attack. Meanwhile, the Guardian was closer than ever to resurrecting the Lord, for his head had already touched the armor. The next instant, there was a huge explosion that threw the challengers a short distance away. As the fog cleared, there was a message from the system saying that the condition for resurrection had been met. As a result, the Lord who devours darkness has risen, and the boys are frozen in anticipation of what will now happen to them. Michael was the first to read the next message, which stated a special mission to destroy the Overlord. The system also reported that any damage is cancelled by force immunity. Only challengers with stats higher than the darkness-devouring Overlord will be able to deal damage. All three of them were surprised from this, since no one had heard that monsters could use power. The Lord meanwhile summoned his sword, which glowed with a bright red aura and looked ominous. And then the Lord demonstrated his power by stabbing his sword where the boys stood, and those had to dodge. Michael irritatedly thought that it was rather unfair, since if dealing damage by itself was impossible, that means there was absolutely nothing they could do against this terrifying monster that possessed the challenger's abilities. The Overlord attacked again with his long and sharp blade, and Michael barely dodged, but the attack still grazed him. These problems came down on them for failing to complete the mission, but it wasn't all bad. Suddenly, a good idea came into his head that could work, and Michael decided to carry it out. At this point, Kim and Martin ran up to him, asking if he was okay and saying they needed to come up with a plan. Kim offered to deal with the Overlord's guards first, but Michael suddenly made a request. He asked the boys to hold off the Overlord for a while because he had an idea with which they could win. All he needed was a few seconds and then he would immediately join his comrades. When Kim asked what the idea was that had occurred to him, Michael simply replied that there was a way to kill the Overlord. This statement surprised Kim a bit, for even he didn't understand how it was possible if their stats were lower than his. However, he said that they would trust Michael to fulfill his request, only that he should hurry too. After all, they cannot stand for long, so Michael should not pull the cat by the tail, and he agreed. After that, Kim and Martin pounced on the Overlord, though they didn't understand exactly what to do with him. But the important thing was that Michael got some time to carry out his plan, and he smiled. The guy turned to the three guards, saying that they were going to have to play an interesting game with him for a bit. Kim, meanwhile, activated his Warhammer for another attack, intending to compare their stats. He used the depth bomb, and in an instant, the Overlord's body was subjected to incredible power. But before any damage could be done to it, the technique was nullified by force and inviolability. As expected, their attacks were of no use to her, so the guys backed off, deciding to just wait. But the Overlord suddenly went on the counterattack and activated his power, Overlord Greatness. The system gave a message that the guys should show respect towards the Overlord. Any action that does not meet this requirement will be blocked. The overlord attacked. Kim and Martin dropped to their knees, but did so involuntarily, and from the fact that their bodies were paralyzed. Kim activated the magic resistance skill, which partially removed his body's blockage, and he was able to move. The boy got to his feet then, but saw that the overlord had already swung his sword to attack, and they had only seconds left. Besides, Martin still couldn't move, and Kim quickly reasoned what he should do. He grabbed his friend by the mantle and leapt to the side, tumbling over him with his body weight and closing him off from the attack. But unfortunately, the overlord's blow thus hit him himself, and Kim felt a severe pain in his back. Martin was not in the least afraid for his friend, for he usually never allowed anyone to injure him. He ran up to him and put one arm around his neck, supporting him to keep him from falling to the ground. But unfortunately, it was still in vain because the overlord had already swung at the two of them again to finish them off. His blade was hovering right over the guys' heads, and they were already preparing for the worst when suddenly someone blocked the blow. Michael arrived just in time and used his counterattack shield to protect his friends. He apologized to a surprised Martin and Kim for being a little late, and the two couldn't answer anything in return. The only thing they could see was that the guy had just saved their lives and also appeared to have come up with some sort of plan. Michael did have a plan. He discreetly used one of his extra necromancy skills. Thanks to the guardian spirits, he increased his strength by 4, dexterity by 3, stamina also by 3, mana by 6, and resilience by 4. Thus, his stats increased quite nicely, and the guy was able to use his shield skill now. He instantly released the accumulated damage directly into the darkness-devouring lord and applied the power of Swordmaster Key. But that wouldn't seem enough for him, and Michael activated a new skill called Lightning Sword Key. This made his sword look like a lord's blade, and the guy was also able to attack using his aura. He put the maximum amount of his strength into that blow, but he couldn't put his full strength into it without passing out. However, it was quite enough, especially since the surprise effect worked. Michael saw that the attack had gone perfectly and breathed a sigh of relief, for the overlord had not triggered a single effect. It meant that with these attacks, they now had a chance of victory, but the overlord suddenly shouted furiously. And then he activated his Lord Majesty power again, causing Michael's body to block. The guy felt paralyzed and unable to move, but luckily he had the right skills in his arsenal. He activated Forceful Breakthrough and Magic Resistance, thanks to which he removed all the body blockages. At this moment, his Forceful Breakthrough, Magic Chain, and Magic Resistance skills increased by 1 rank, rank 2. The guy then activated the counterattack shield again and pounced on the overlord with a new attack. It was also strange that the situation actually looked very dangerous, but somehow Michael wasn't confused by that. He suddenly realized that he couldn't stop laughing and thought it was because of the anticipation of his impending victory. His fundamental desire to get stronger flared like fire, and Kim and Martin noticed it. The latter said that this challenger Michael was the truest monster with incredible strength, and Kim Hoon replied that they should congratulate him nonetheless, as the top spot in the rankings now belongs to him. Meanwhile, Michael's shield's recharge had finished, and it had reached its maximum damage absorption limit. It was then that the boy realized that this was the very chance with which he could defeat the overlord. He knew that if he reduced the shield's area of effect, the energy density would increase. He did so and then released all the accumulated damage, forming a sharp laser that cut through the overlord's armor. Thoth didn't expect his defense to be able to be penetrated, so he was only able to dodge, putting his shoulder in place of his head. And Michael was already running towards him with another attack while activating Wind Grace with a maximum speed of 70%. This was followed by the activation of the Furious Swordplay skill, and the attack speed increased by 10%. The last thing the Lord saw was the lad's gleaming blade, which he used to chop off the monster's head. All this time, he was being watched by the Steel Blood Lord, who thought with a smile on her face that she was very lucky. After all, this challenger showing crazy growth was her contractor. The usual challengers climbing the tower are carefully prepared not to take any risks. But Michael Nodforth is a valuable talent not easily seen in other dimensions. The only problem was that over time, other administrators would start getting more and more interested in him too. So the girl needed to develop a closer relationship with this suitor before others did. She did so for personal reasons as well, for the girl still hadn't given up hope of getting her wish. The Lord Devouring Darkness had been defeated. The system announced it, but it was clear enough as it was. A rank 1 plus Skill Enhancement Potion will be added to applicants' inventory as a breakthrough reward. As an additional reward, Michael was credited with 60,000 points and 2,000 COs. And then, the system suddenly announced that challenger Michael Nodforth had made a major contribution to the special assignment. As a result, he got another 10,000 points and 1,500 COs, and the guy himself thought the reward totally paid off the difficulty. Martin looked a little puzzled and asked how he had managed to pull all this off in the first place. To this, Michael replied that he simply had a skill that was perfect for the situation. Kung Hoon then said that whatever the case, the guy had surprised them a lot today, so he suggested that they become friends. The guys sent him a friend request, saying they'll talk to him more in private chat as they need to patch themselves up a bit in the meantime. As it turned out, more than 1,000 applicants successfully made the 10th floor breakthrough, so the system expansion began. A new category of dimension travel was created, and other dimensions were now available to them. Michael thought he was referring to the two worlds, Ares and Miram, that James had told him about. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator's area of observation had expanded. This also applied to his intervention area, and communication with him in the waiting room was now available. However, an additional contract with the admin and a move to his personal domain also became available. Except it could only be contracted once, after which additional contracts would be limited. In any case, Michael thought, he couldn't know for sure about all the intricacies of this scheme anyway. The first thing the guy decided to do was to deal with what he had managed to get on the 10th floor, namely the reward for the challenge. According to the description, he could increase any of his skills by 20% if he accepted it, which he did. The desired skill for improvement Michael chose was Favor of the Wind, which was his highest minus rank. Thanks to the potion, his skill had reached perfection and his skill increased to simply supreme. An additional effect has also appeared, according to which Michael will have 1% of his total magic power consumed. This will be applied when the total summation reaches maximum and was instead of recharging the entire skill. The next step was absorption. Michael started with the spirit of the overlord devouring the darkness. He used it to increase his stats: strength by 5, agility endurance by 4, mana by 7, and stamina by 5 as well. Unexpectedly, one of the overlord's skills, namely mana control of the highest minus rank, was also absorbed. After reading the description, Michael realized that he had most of his mana restrictions removed. He could now control it like someone with an innate talent. However, he couldn't just stand there and watch it. Suddenly, he got an invitation at my property from 2 administrators at once. They were sent from the Lord of Steel Blood and the White Crane Sword, but Michael was surprised at their simultaneity. Eventually, he accepted the invitation from the Steel Blood Lord and was transported to her domain in an instant. The familiar hut of the girl, in which the light was burning, immediately caught his eye, so Michael headed there. Just a second later, the girl herself, who was wearing only a light dress, came out of there. She walked out towards the guy and then laughed, saying she knew he would choose her. The girl pretty much said that she had won the argument because of him, and Michael realized why the invitations had been sent at the same time. The receptionist equaled him, and they walked together. Michael also asked if she was cold, but the girl replied in the negative. Michael then said that he had gotten the mana control skill completely by accident, and asked if she knew anything about it. Then the girl noticed that he had gotten a rather powerful skill, and told him to use it now. She reasoned that by doing so, the guy maximizes the magical power in his body, and Michael did just that. Suddenly, an incredible power surged through his entire body, so strong that it even became painful. The system announced that his rank 3 magic chain skill had been forcibly upgraded due to mana control. Michael felt as if his physical stats had increased several times over. He suddenly wanted to test it and swung, striking his fist straight into the ground without any equipment. The steel-blooded lord even covered herself with her hands to keep the snow out of her eyes. But then, something awkward happened. The strong wind that formed from Michael's blow ripped the dress off the girl's body, and it flew toward the cabin. The guy froze when he saw the girl naked in front of him because he didn't expect such a thing. In a moment, they were already sitting at the table in the cabin, and the girl said that there was no way you could tell that Michael was capable of something like that. The guy replied that it was just a misunderstanding, but the receptionist understood that herself. She only smiled at him. The girl then told him to try activating mana-using skills with mana control anyway. Michael nodded back at her, and then asked why the girl had called him here, and she smiled again. She said the real purpose of expanding the system is to make sure admins are seriously nurturing applicants. But Michael didn't understand what that meant, and then the girl snapped her fingers, telling him that he would figure it all out for himself in a moment. The system reported that the Lord of Steel Blood Administrator was transferring power to the contractor using the interference zone. The strength of the steel blood sword of the highest minus rank imprinted itself into Michael's soul. The guy asked if the administrator couldn't have performed something like this before, to which she replied in the negative. The girl explained that the additional contacts feature was also open and he could choose any new admin he wanted. However, she was helping him because she saw him as a huge opportunity. This the guy didn't realize. Then she told Michael that administrators are rewarded by developing applicants. But that is not the ultimate goal, as everyone as one invests in one contender or another to fulfill a long-held wish. It was obvious that the girl wanted to say something else, but Michael suddenly received a lot of messages from the White Crane Sword. And then she said she would end her story there for those too impatient, and besides, she had already transferred the power anyway. Michael nodded gratefully to her and accepted the invitation from the administrator of the White Crane Sword. He entered the forest and noticed that this clearing looked perfect for practicing. The guy couldn't resist trying out the new skill he had gotten from the Steel Bloodlord. As expected, the mastery of all of his skills improved due to mana management. It was truly magnificent, and Michael decided to increase his sword key skill as well. But to his surprise, nothing worked, and the sword remained unactivated with the new skill. It was a bit strange after all. Michael wanted to raise the rank of Lightning Sword Key through the power of Swordmaster Key. He couldn't find an answer to this problem, but it seemed to him that it could be because of the fact that Swordmaster Key was a power. Suddenly, the system reported that the administrator of the White Crane Sword was expecting his visit, and the guy postponed his training session. Michael thought that, judging by the title of administrator, he must be as old as Albert. Only the guy did not expect to see a young girl sitting on a wooden tatami in front of him. She introduced herself as the administrator of the White Crane Sword and said she had waited a very long time for him to show up. And Michael was still recovering from the shock of seeing not just an old man, but a teenage girl sitting in front of him. He remarked that it was surprising to see the administrator before him, whom he had hitherto only corresponded with. The girl smiled sweetly, saying she understood him perfectly, so she offered to go elsewhere. As Michael sat down on the floor, he suddenly felt incredibly fresh and turned to the girl, whose name, by the way, was Angela. She shared that she had always watched him from here, from the moment he entered the fight of no life but death. Michael then asked if she'd really shared her power with a challenger she'd only seen a couple times through the screen. But Angela replied that the guy should know his worth better, because not everyone can beat someone like Albert. And then the girl suddenly said that he must believe her, for she was the one who was bound to Albert by contract. Suddenly, Michael wondered if this young girl held a grudge against him, since he had killed her contractor. However, Angela said that she didn't need to escalate things, as Albert was just a good contender. She added that she has managed to sign with many contenders in her lifetime, but she still hadn't invited any of them into her domain until she met him, Michael Nodforth. Then, the girl suddenly became serious and added that she would tell him straight. She had asked him to make a supplementary contract with her. Michael in turn asked if there were any additional benefits if he did this. The girl then replied that she could make him the administrator apostle of the White Crane Sword. In Tower, the term refers to a challenger who enters into a special contractual relationship with the admin. The latter, however, can only appoint one person as an apostle in a lifetime, and also only apostles can take over all the powers of the admin. Michael was surprised that the patronage pact was so important, and he had made it with a steel-blooded lord. Then, Michael remembered what had been said earlier. The Diop contract could be broken at any time. To this, Angela replied that she was going into this deal for the same reason as the steel-blooded lord. She needs the world's sharpest sword, the best sword that will never break or dull. Michael noticed that his admin had also mentioned this long-standing desire of hers, but it didn't seem to be an easy one. Then the guy decided to ask the White Crane Sword about it, relying on this young girl to tell him everything. It was obvious how Angela was at first embarrassed to hear about her long-standing desire, and then her gaze clouded over. After a while, she said the long-time admin's wish is a memory that comes from past regrets. And at the same time, a long-held wish is a right given to the administrator by the tower. Like her tests, a long-standing wish is a kind of also a test that the admin can give to the contractor. And when the long-standing wish is fulfilled, the challenger will be rewarded. Here, The girl's voice shuddered. But she soon finished, saying that if one suddenly succeeded in fulfilling a long-standing wish, it was fashionable to even change the past. Upon hearing this, Michael objected, saying that it was absolutely impossible to change any event in the past. But Angela replied that he should know everything perfectly well himself, whether she was telling the truth or lying, for he already knew what the tower was. Then, Michael remembered all the strange happenings and abilities that were only unlocked in the Tower of Trials. He suddenly thought that if it was about her, everything became possible. And it turns out, even time. The guy suddenly turned to the girl, asking if he could ask a single question. He wondered how high he must climb in the Tower of Trials to fulfill her long-held wish. Hearing this, Angela was a little embarrassed, for she didn't know how best to respond to it. But soon she said she thought it had to be at least the top floor. In a few minutes, they had made an additional contract, and the girl was glad as a child. Michael thought he still had to go for it in the end, but the terms of a long-held desire were not happy. So far, all he had learned was that the top floor of the tower was the goal he must reach. In addition, he was recognized as a true apostle of the White Crane Sword and gained plus 10% to all skills in the Marima dimension. As a privilege, his strength was also increased by 3, and he was also recognized as the apostle of 2 admins already. The guy thought that he couldn't miss out on this kind of advantage, allowing him to become stronger immediately. Plus, he received an unexpected gift from Angela, who wished to strengthen her bond with him. He asked if he'd heard anything about that woman, but Michael didn't realize who she was talking about. And when he clarified exactly what the girl meant, the girl said she was talking about a woman looking for him. Angela then added that this woman seemed to have complete faith in him and all his powers. Of course, she herself, Angela, believed in him too, but she still felt she had to tell him something. She warned that this used his question tickets, but Michael didn't mind, as he had plenty of them. Suddenly, however, the system reported that all of his tickets had been used up, and the guy wondered what the big deal was. Then the girl began her tale, saying that in the dimension of Murim, there was a great power called the Murim Union. And Albert, whom he killed on the 9th floor, held an important position of command in that alliance. Because of his high position, there were people from the Murim dimension who were now looking for him, Michael. Michael wondered if the girl was talking about the Murim alliance coming after him to kill him. But Angela responded in the negative, saying the Union is in turmoil right now because of the fight for the position of commander. That's why Michael was being targeted by someone else, namely the Namgung family sword dragon. Heavenly sword dragon Akutagawa Namgun, he was a creature that resided in the Murim dimension, where everyone is obsessed with martial arts and learning new techniques, so he is called a genius among them all. He's looking for Michael, using revenge as an excuse, but in reality he is driven by simple curiosity. The girl added that she didn't know when it would happen, but if he suddenly ran into Akutagawa, Tho must be willing to risk his life to win this battle. Otherwise, any skills are useless. After a while, Michael successfully moved into the waiting room, pondering Angela's words. That Akutagawa Namgun guy she was talking about was looking for him right now. To put it simply, he was a psychotic killer from the Murim dimension. Michael went into the store where he bought a rank 2+ steel wings skill, as well as a return stone. He figured that although he had learned something new, it made little difference, so he had no other choice. The guy decided he would pump like crazy on Earth before he met Akutagawa here. When he was back in his room, the first thing he did was check his cell phone. There were as many as 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages from Bethy. She wrote to tell him to head straight to the Hunters Association as soon as he read the message. So Michael decided to get there by activating his new skill, Steel Wings, and put on his old Count Vampire tailcoat. The speed at which he flew toward the association building was breathtaking. It wasn't even 5 minutes before he got there. Some people were just coming out of the building. A few guys were talking amongst themselves, and Michael overheard them talking about some kind of mobilization. Suddenly, the two froze in place from noticing a man who was literally flying on wings. Michael landed a few feet away from them and then apologized, saying he was still getting used to his new ability. After that, he ran to the Hunters Association building and the boys stared in amazement at his footsteps. They asked in amazement if it was really a person who had just flown, and other people noticed it too. When Michael entered the right office, he saw not only Betty, but also, to his surprise, James. Michael greeted them both, asking what business they had asked him to appear on with such urgency. The first to conspire is Labati, saying that there is now a serious incident in Japan. But James said he thought talking was ineffective, so he suggested Michael see for himself. He included surveillance video of Japanese hunters that was published in Japan. Sensing a strong wave of gate generation, the Japanese Hunter Association formed a response team. 7 top-ranked hunters went to the site, but the man who appeared from the portal shockingly killed 6 of them. This is believed to be the first time an invasion of the Earth dimension by a challenger from another world has occurred. Michael then asked if they were trying to recruit a team to support Japan. The thought crossed his mind as he remembered the 2 guys leaving the building, but James didn't confirm his hunch. He said they don't recommend supporting Japan and then switched the screen again. There was visible footage of the only Japanese hunter that came out, where they could see him. He was a young-looking guy with black hair and a fierce, maniacal look. He introduced himself, saying his name was Akutagawa Namgun. He was the Heavenly Sword Dragon, and he had come to avenge Albert. Hearing that, Michael thought, he never imagined he'd cross paths with this guy so soon. There was a tug on his sleeve, and Michael saw Betty, who said it wasn't a forced mobilization at all. She added that it was the first time they had met together again, so she suggested they have lunch together first. But seeing the guy hesitate, the girl changed her train of thought, asking if he was going to sign up for the squad. Unfortunately for her, Michael said he would answer Japan's call and travel to the Shinjuku neighborhood of Tokyo, where the crime occurred. Betty looked confused, for she had tried with all her might to keep him from this decision by any means necessary. She screamed why he always acts so reckless, saying that a guy should at least think of others once in a while too. Then, Michael put his hand on the girl's head, thanking her for her concern, and she calmed down. However, Michael then added that it was a problem that it was certainly up to him to solve. Akutagawa recalled how even from a young age he was misunderstood by his peers, and no one heard what he could hear. One of the boys said it was just sparring, so there was no need to attack so hard. At that moment, he approached them, saying that not everyone could master the released ki energy at the age of 13. Albert said the kid has exceeded his expectations and will go far in the future. However, he added that martial arts is not meant to hurt people. It is a path to excellence. And you can't hurt people for no reason. With those words, Albert stroked his head and then took his hand away. Another memory was how everyone cheered him as he passed the 20th floor of the Tower of Trials. But climbing the tower on his own gave him no satisfaction. Such an incredible feat he accomplished at just 17 years old, but now it was time to move on. He mentally apologized to his mentor, for he began to actively use floor implementations. After all, the guy suddenly posited that nothing was more fun for him than killing other people. But as time went on, he stopped enjoying it too, and he thought that this bastard Michael Nodforth could dispel his boredom. Michael, meanwhile, had left the association building and was already on a plane to Japan. There he was already met, and soon he was on his way to a luxurious hotel especially for persons like him. The girl who led him to the new place pointed to the entrance of the room, saying that other hunters were already waiting there. To his surprise, there he saw his new friends, Kim and Martin, who noticed that Michael was late. Toth replied that there were only 3 of them anyway, but Kim said that another challenger from America should be arriving soon. Michael nodded, adding that at least it was safe to say that each of them had epic rank abilities. Except that the challenger that appeared in the Shinjuku area was a real monster that perhaps even the 3 of them wouldn't be able to defeat. Michael hoped the challenger from America would be just as strong, but soon the door opened and he saw him. 4th on their team was Catherine, who was also surprised to see Michael here. The girl manager asked if they really knew each other, to which Michael replied that they had crossed paths at the tower before. Catherine noticed that she was not at all anxious to meet him under these circumstances. She added that she wanted their meeting to take place in a more normal setting and was nervous as a child. Kim Hoon, who was watching their dialogue, noticed that the whole thing looked more like a love quarrel. Hearing this, Michael shook his head, replying that there was no way it could be true, which made the girl a little angry. Their conversation was interrupted by the manager, who suddenly introduced herself as the Japanese Hunters Association's presentee, Julia. Michael was greatly surprised by this information, for he thought that the girl was a mere staff member. Julia, meanwhile, went on to say that few countries have agreed to cooperate with them. But Martin asked if only 4 people had arrived from all over the world, even with such a dire situation. Then the girl suddenly bowed to them, saying that she was sincerely grateful to each of them. Michael hurriedly lifted her head, telling her that now was not a good time to bend her back. Catherine, observing this gesture of his, thought the fellow was being very kind, but the fellow turned out to be just plain self-serving. After all, he added, instead of bending their backs, the president could have given them a worthwhile reward. In fact, Michael was only here for the reward, which he asked to double in size and stature. After a little thought, Julia promised to fulfill this condition, as she would have to deal with a very dangerous opponent. Besides, the girl added that it wasn't that the situation was hopeless. In fact, they had chances too. After all, Catherine Benet's abilities could make the difference in this battle. Everyone looked at the girl, and the one shared that she had a flame suppression ability that had a special effect. If she can touch an opponent stronger than her with her flame, all of their stats drop by 10. Also, some of his skills will be randomly sealed, so with that, they can grab the initiative. Of course, that would only happen if she touched him, so it was up to the guys to create the situation. Anything to give Catherine a chance to use that power. A couple minutes later, they were on their way to Shinjuku's neighborhood. The news was reporting that a Chinese hunter of epic rank had just met a challenger from another world. They didn't move, but both of them from the outside looked like they were talking to each other. Akutagawa asked the guy if he was Michael Nodforth, but he answered in the negative. He introduced himself as Peter Darius from China, saying he would make him regret coming to Earth. But Akutagawa only said that he didn't understand why the one he told to show up didn't show up, with only bugs scurrying around. Suddenly, Peter attacked using his jerk skill, and he even managed to hit Akutagawa in the jaw. Toth staggered but didn't fall. He was interested that the guy was using a fist technique. This was Akutagawa's first time in practice, so he figured he'd fight this guy. And Peter saw something he was unprepared for and ended up bowing out with his life. There was a large explosion where they were fighting. It was the work of Akutagawa's technique. Meanwhile, Michael and his guys were approaching the battle site in a helicopter, and the battle's layout did not please them. Michael turned to Catherine, asking if she would be able to land properly if she was in the air. To the girl's surprised face, he replied that he had gotten one good but risky idea. Catherine then said that she had a skill called Jump Clear that made her immune to all fall damage. Michael replied that it was enough, for he would be able to hit the Merimian hard himself if the plan worked. With those words, he grabbed the girl by the waist and said they were on their way out, and it made Catherine a little uncomfortable. Michael activated the Steel Wing skill and jumped off the helicopter with the girl. Martin and Kim, watching this, decided that the guy was literally out of his depth to do everything on his own. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch all this either, so they too jumped off the helicopter. Catherine said that Michael was indeed insane, but he wouldn't deny it. He replied that he was glad that this Chinese hunter had pissed off Akutagawa Namgun. To Catherine, he told the girl to use the power as soon as it opened. In the meantime, he added that he had to leave her, and with these words, the lad increased his speed, leaving the girl behind. Peter, meanwhile, was still fighting Akutagawa, but he quickly realized that his opponent was very strong. The guy attacked using his techniques, but they were a bit clumsy in Akutagawa's eyes. Toth said that the Chinese man is not even able to properly concentrate the ki energy in his fist, but still continues to use fist techniques. It was starting to annoy him a bit. The Heavenly Dragon Sword swung for a decisive strike using the pure ki energy released. He didn't have time to finish the guy off though, as he noticed some new enemy approaching him from the air. This surprised the Merimian a bit, but he had no plans to retreat and still had to admit that the new opponent was fast. Michael pounced on him with his counterattack shield. It was a good move since it worked as both defense and offense. As a result, Akutagawa couldn't react in time to better respond to it and flew backwards a bit. There was a big explosion where Michael landed. With such force, he was rushing through the air. Akutagawa even hurt himself a little. He was on one knee, but hurt himself with his left arm, which he used to block the blow. In front of him, he saw a guy in a red tailcoat who had literally appeared straight out of the sky. Michael, meanwhile, told him that falling, the real sky is something you can do twice. Akutagawa was a little annoyed that he said that without taking the overall situation into account, so he asked what his name was. To this, Michael remarked that he had been looking for him so actively, but somehow didn't know who was in front of him when he finally came face to face. Akutagawa activated the One Saint rank Yashin's blood skill, reducing any pain by 40%. Michael responded by activating the will of the Swordmaster Ki, preparing himself for any attack from the Merimian. And the man only said quietly that he wondered who he was, except that he turned out to be a weak scoundrel. Oh, and to top it off, the guy used a fake sword ki. With those words, Akutagawa struck out with his fists. He was furious that such a man could defeat Albert and refused to believe it. But Michael didn't care a bit about those words of his. He figured he should attack since the guy didn't have a gun. Except the one wasn't with bare hands. In a flash, he extended his arm and summoned his sword. They collided, and a great tension hung in the air, making the earth shudder. Michael activated the shield, thinking they had done a lot of damage when they jumped off, but that didn't seem to be the case. His counter shield also shattered in one attack. At this rate, it would be difficult to use. In front of him, he saw a sword that was completely made of energy and mana. It must have been a true sword key. Michael thought that he had never seen such a weapon before, so he attacked from a distance using the lightning key sword. A large wave crashed down on Akutagawa, but the guy was in no hurry to block it for some reason. Instead, he suddenly swung his sword and unexpectedly shattered his attack with the power of his sword. At that moment, however, two more challengers appeared behind him, intent on attacking the blind spot. Martin and Kim simultaneously struck where Akutagawa had been standing a second ago, but he was able to bounce back in time. However, that wasn't the end of it either, as Catherine was already rushing towards him from behind with all her equipment ready. The girl activated her flame suppression skill and launched her hand at the Myrmian's body, though he tried to dodge. There was another explosion, and Catherine realized that the boy had still managed to keep her from touching himself, but only the robe. Martin, meanwhile, pointed upwards, warning everyone where the enemy would be attacking from. Akutagawa stood on the lantern, saying that they kept getting in the way of his fun, so he'd get rid of them. The instincts of hunters who had been through many battles screamed one thing: this attack was impossible to block. Akutagawa knew this very well himself, which is why he directed it at them all, telling them to die. Kim, Martin and Catherine realized that the only way to survive was to dodge this attack. That's what they did, but her range was much longer than the guys could have expected. When Michael was in Angela's possession, among other things, the girl gave him another technique. She said that it was just a normal mana injection, but in the future, he would be able to activate complex techniques with it. And then the girl did something else and added that she had now already administered an unusual injection, for this one would build a bond. Michael didn't understand a word of what she was saying, but he was honored to have a new ability. Then Angela asked how he felt, and the guy did feel a slight difference. He said that the first injection did feel normal, but he couldn't say that about the second. He described her as if she, the master of the White Crane, was inside him, and the girl smiled. She nodded and said that it was now up to the guy to do the same with his sword. But he shouldn't have used it there, because the technique could have failed due to admin interference. So Michael decided to use it in battle, and now that Akutagawa had such a dangerous attack was the right time. Skills and will were henceforth used from Michael, not through sword key, but through his perception. He was using the first sword key on Earth. The Tower of Trials was hit by player Michael Nodforth, and he even got a new achievement. Also, due to the increase in mana consumption by the will of the key swordmaster, the restriction was removed. Michael thought he finally had a completed sword key and turned to Catherine. He asked if she was all right. The girl replied positively, for at that moment he had used an attack of the same power. Thus the blow was absorbed, and the guys stayed alive thanks to him, and Akutagawa laughed for some reason. He shouted that this was exactly how the guy should respond, because he was about to be disappointed in him. He added that the harder you try when building a castle, the more fun it is to destroy it. This time, Akutagawa was the first to attack, making a sharp lunge towards Michael, but the latter was alert. The guy thought that up until this point, all players from other dimensions had annoyed him, but this one was a real psycho. He blocked the Myrmian's blow and jumped aside, joining his comrades. Michael asked Catherine to leave for a safer place, as it would be difficult for him to fight and protect her. The girl wanted to object, but Kim said that Michael was right. He himself was frustrated that he couldn't help again. However, the guy added that when the opportunity arises, they will use the plan with Catherine's fire. Afterward, all three of his friends fled the scene of the battle, but Michael knew they hadn't abandoned him. He himself, meanwhile, continued to fight with Akutagawa. They would come together and separate, each time with new attacks. Only traces of their sword's energy glittered in the sky. Michael's was bright blue, and Akutagawa's was yellow-white. The city of Tokyo shuddered from their battle, but none of the guys wanted to be the loser, so they continued on. Explosions occurred whenever the guys used powerful attacks, usually one attacking and the other responding. Kim, Martin and Catherine realized why Michael had asked them to leave, as he had fought on a level playing field with this Myrmian. But Kim objected, saying that he thought Michael was a little behind, and at this pace, he might even die. Michael himself thought that he was confident that he could fight the opponent after improving the sword key. He remembered Angela saying that she thought Akutagawa's sword-wielding was about the highest rank. But now it seemed to Michael that before him was just a legendary opponent, because that one was incredibly strong. After some more fighting, Michael sank to his knees, unable to get up. He realized that he had used too much stamina, and if he tired more, it would affect his actions. At that moment, he heard someone call out to him. It turned out to be Catherine, who threw him some kind of potion. The guy caught it and looked at the girl in surprise, as if asking what he should do with it. His confusion was taken advantage of by Akutagawa, who kicked the guy with his foot, and he bounced backwards, dropping the potion. Muramek caught it and said he'd drink it himself, so he passed on his thanks to Catherine. The girl and Martin watched as he drank it down to the last drop, and after all, it was Catherine's only one. Michael clenched his teeth in anger that he hadn't been able to react in time, though he had managed something. Thanks to the potion, Akutagawa's stamina recovered a bit. He said, "People always hope." And he, Michael, was the same way, for surely he had always told himself that he could win if he tried. But destroying such thoughts, the moment when optimism turns to despair, was the only thing that brought him pleasure. With those words, he lunged at Michael again, intending to finish him off this time, and the latter defending himself as best he could. Akutagawa noticed something about this guy, and he didn't like it, because he was getting that impression, that there was still hope in the eyes of this challenger, even though he was close to defeat. Muramek gathered all his power and put it into another attack, with the intention of making it his last. Michael was barely able to block it and flew back a few meters, but still survived. He banged his back painfully into the wreckage of the buildings Akutagawa had managed to destroy already. Muramek meanwhile approached him again with another attack, but the guy still surprised him. After all, he could no longer move, yet his gaze somehow remained as proud as ever. The heavenly sword dragon shouted for Michael to feel desperation and slashed his face with its blade. Michael screamed at the pain that stung his eyes. It was unbearably painful, but he still held on. Stamina was at its limit, but the guy knew he could make another attack if he gathered his strength. However, the problem was that he couldn't see anything, so the attack definitely wouldn't work now. Michael clenched his teeth, his despair beginning to overwhelm him, for he didn't know what to do. Just at that moment, Catherine came to his rescue, suddenly running out of her hiding place. But Michael was not happy about her appearance, for he realized that the boys would just die if they interfered. He shouted for those to stay away, and it even surprised Akutagawa a little. Murims was amazed that even while virtually on the verge of death, this guy cared about others. Suddenly, it all became clear to him. His comrades were the reason the guy wasn't desperate yet. Akutagawa had told him that. Catherine, meanwhile, attacked him with her fire technique, hoping to at least partially trap him. But Akutagawa was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the girl's back and swinging. Catherine didn't expect it, so she couldn't put up a defense in time, and then felt the sword cleaving her back. Kim Hoon saw this and shouted for the girl to get out of there immediately, while he himself rushed at his opponent. His battle hammer split the air, but did not hit the Murimian. Akutagawa watched them with interest. A few seconds later, he managed to overpower Kim as well, dealing damage to his head as he lost sight of him. Still, the guy's speed was even a little faster than Michael's, so no one could keep up with him. Michael himself, meanwhile, was blinded from Akutagawa gouging out his eyes, but he could feel his friends fighting. Muramek, meanwhile, grabbed Catherine's head and walked over to Michael so he could hear her screams better. Then the guy brought his blade to the girl's throat, and the girl even stopped resisting to avoid the blade. Akutagawa laughed, turning to Michael. He said, his friends a little toasted. Michael screamed and called him a sick bastard, but Akutagawa only continued to laugh, delighted at his emotion. However, everyone had forgotten about Martin, who had a stealth skill that allowed him to get close to them. He used the ice grip technique and was able to free Catherine from the arms of Akutagawa, who was frozen in ice. Martin ran with the girl, giving her first aid along the way. They should have gotten as far away as possible. Meanwhile, Akutagawa clenched his teeth in anger because his prey had just been stolen. He was furious. A second later, the guy shattered Martin's ice barrier and prepared for a huge tug. In the blink of an eye, he was near them, who had already fled several meters away, but could not escape. Martin used the Zoba Ball effect on Catherine with the intention of sending the girl as fashionably further away. It was the only thing he could do, and he decided to escape immediately. But unfortunately, he didn't have time. The stealth effect worked almost instantly, but the condition was that no one had to touch the guy. Otherwise it was useless, and so it was now. Akutagawa grabbed Martin's head. He threw him where he had defeated Kim a few minutes earlier, and the friends faced each other. Kim Hoon tried to stand up, but his strength was at its limit. He realized it wouldn't be enough to attack. Michael, meanwhile, thought it was the same as 7 years ago. He still couldn't protect anyone. Suddenly, the guy heard the squeak of a mouse, which for some reason ran in such a dangerous place. And soon the squeaking intensified, and now a whole horde of mice were running in his direction. Such countless mice running out to the surface spoke volumes that they recognized this battle as a disaster. Michael realized that this was his last chance. He gathered all his strength to make one last attack. Except it wasn't directed at Akutagawa, but at the mice. Michael was using all their souls to restore their stamina. Akutagawa, meanwhile, had cut off Kim's arm and was about to do something else when Michael called out to him. Though he didn't see anything, he confidently told the guy to calm down, calling him a Murim pervert. But Akutagawa replied in the negative, saying he liked the guy's emotions better that way. While he was still saying this, Peter used his tug again, punching the Murimian in the stomach. The one didn't expect it, as an attack of this kind was indeed quite fast. Suddenly, the system gave a message that due to the will of fire suppression, all his stats would be reduced. His sword key was also blocked for 10 minutes. His fire sword was blocked for 10 minutes. Peter shouted that he was a hero of China and was still alive, but for some reason he didn't risk fighting any further. After these proud words of his, he took Kim and Martin away, saying that they should have left this place now. Akutagawa got angry and wanted to catch up with them, but the system reminded him that he couldn't use sword key for the next 10 minutes. This arrangement was very disadvantageous for the guy. He clenched his teeth and began to think how he could do better. Then Muramek used one of his forced battle skills, forming hundreds of swords in the sky. They all collapsed into the square of the place where the battle was being fought, and only Michael couldn't see it to dodge. This unique ability activated a barrier within a 30-meter radius that no one could pass through. Akutagawa angrily noticed that his sword key was blocked. However, he was free to use his body key. Pouncing on Michael, he smugly asked what the blind fool could do. Michael, on the other hand, stood as still as a statue until the end. He didn't realize when it happened, however. Soul Eyes can anticipate attacks. The guy thought this was already his end, including the edge of the barrier. But, to his surprise, a full view of the situation opened before his eyes, though those were closed. Somehow, Michael could see even every pebble in the 30-meter zone where the barrier extended. As he lost his sight, he only began to see more and realized that he had been misusing his soul eyes all this time. It looked as if he had opened his third eye, which was exactly the technique Angela had passed on to him. The system reported that he had opened the true soul eyes, and the soul eyes skill had increased to rank 1. In this battle, he put his life on the line and put his senses on the line, so the sixth sense skill would also improve to rank 1. He also survived the battle against a strong swordsman, so his Demon Slayer skill would also improve to rank 1. In a short time, his body had endured many dangers, surpassing its limits. Akutagawa was surprised that the guy not only managed to dodge his blow, but was now looking at him. He clutched his blade with confidence again, and now looked even stronger than he had before. Michael himself realized that with these pumped-up abilities, he would be able to fight the weakened Akutagawa on par. Michael attacked, Akutagawa defended. The merman didn't realize what had happened in that short time. For some reason, Michael's sword was getting sharper, and he was putting on a stronger and stronger self with every passing second. Michael activated the stealthy shadow step skill, and his movement speed increased by 30%. He added instant acceleration and favor of the wind, increasing his speed by another 70%. He finally activated the chaotic sword skill, adding another plus 20% to his sword attack speed. But even with all those skills, Michael realized he was falling behind Akutagawa, which is why it was too risky. After all, at this rate, he'll soon run out of steam, and the opponent will have all restrictions removed in 10 minutes. So the only thing left was to win in close combat, as he had the advantage of his sword. Michael suddenly threw it toward his opponent, and the latter thought the guy had lost his mind. Of course, he dodged this attack and smiled evilly, for now the guy had lost his weapon as well. Akutagawa said Michael made a mistake. Being cornered, he attacked him with his fist. Michael in turn dodged the blow by ducking backwards. His plan was different. He used what the Steel Bloodlord had given him, namely the Iron Bloodsword. When his will activated, a new flaming red blade emerged from the guy's leg. Akutagawa was unprepared for this, so he was unable to put up a defense and the sword went through his body. Blood gushed from the Marimian's mouth, and he bent but did not fall, remaining standing on his feet with the sword in his body. The blade scraped through his stomach, and the victory suddenly approached Michael. It was only necessary to finish his opponent. Akutagawa realized that he should react quickly to have time to recover. At this moment, the will of the rule of fire expired, as well as the unique ability of forced battle. The barrier had been removed, which meant other challenges could intervene again, so it was a bad thing. Akutagawa pulled out the stone of return, saying that next time he would see it through to the end. The next instant, a gate opened that appeared to lead back to the Change of Murim. Martin and Peter shouted that the enemy was trying to escape, and they couldn't let that happen, because at that moment, everyone realized that if they didn't kill Akutagawa Namgun now, it would spell disaster for the Earth. The challengers, though on edge, every single one of them were determined to give their lives to defeat him. They pounced on the Marimian, saying they wouldn't let him escape, and he was about to walk into the portal. The guy looked around and marveled that they still had the strength to fight, even though they looked to be at their limit. It also pissed him off that they made it sound like he was running away, because the guy had never run away before. Anger betrayed his strength, and he used the fire sword to end everything here and now. An incredibly powerful pillar of fiery energy headed towards the challengers who were running towards it. Catherine opened her eyes in surprise, for she herself had never seen someone with such a powerful fire energy technique before. The next instant, the entire Shinjuku neighborhood was flooded with bright light from an explosion that occurred on the outskirts of the city. Buildings that were within range of Akutagawa's attack crumbled like houses of cards. Michael, who had time to run forward, activated his counterattack shield, but it didn't fully work. The system issued a message that the damage received from the enemy's attack could not be repelled, and the shield was destroyed. The guy's arm was torn off, and Martin rushed to him with a healing technique, but Michael didn't think about it. He said the enemy was still here and glanced at Akutagawa, who decided not to go into the portal after all. Murametz said he could have killed the guy with one punch and asked if he really wanted to follow through with it. It was disgusting, but Michael didn't know what to say, because the enemy was really strong. Akutagawa took one last look at Michael, then said he'd be back again and stepped through the portal. This time, no one was in his way because everyone was already at their limit, and there was no point anyway. Because Michael fell to the ground and everyone rushed to him to help him get to the base. Meanwhile, Akutagawa had returned to the Murima dimension, where his subordinates and servants were already waiting for him. They rejoiced at the return of their master, but he suddenly fell to his knee and spit up blood. The servants immediately went to fetch the doctor, and Akutagawa vowed to take revenge on Michael Nodforth at all costs. That one was also lying in a Tokyo hospital at the time, where he only regained consciousness in the evening. He tried to get up, asking where he was, but Julia, who was on duty beside him, laid him back down. The girl said he shouldn't move yet, for he was badly scarred, but Michael didn't care. Then, Julia confessed that she didn't even know how best to thank him in return for his great sacrifice. But instead of answering, Michael suddenly stretched out his hand from where it hadn't been a second ago, surprising the girl. It was the ash blood skill that triggered it, causing him to regain his arm. The first thing the guy did was ask where the others' rooms were, and he looked in on Catherine first. It turned out to be a bit of an awkward encounter, as the girl had just had her physical and was sitting half naked. Martin wasn't doing any better. The guy was prescribed crutches because he broke his leg in battle. Seeing Michael, however, pleased him, all the more pleased that he was able to regain his arm. Martin also noticed the slap mark on his friend's face, and the latter explained that he had gone into Catherine's room, and judging by her strength, she was fine. Michael then said he didn't see Kim Hoon in his room, asking if Martin knew where he was. But the man replied that he had only seen him in the morning, adding that the friend was now in a bad state. Still, he had lost his right arm, which Akutagawa had so brazenly chopped off just for fun. It was already evening, and Michael went to the roof of the hospital for Martin's advice, where he saw Kim. Toth noticed that the guy had healed his arm with the skill and said that it never ceased to amaze him. In turn, Kim showed him his wound, saying that he knew his right arm could not be saved. He went in to add something else as Michael suddenly said he was sorry it had turned out this way. He added that it wouldn't have happened if he was stronger, but now Kim interrupted him, telling him not to worry. After all, he also had a suitable skill in his arsenal, and the guy demonstrated it by covering his arm with a strange armor. They approached the balcony, and Michael confessed that he'd conquered the tower just for the power, as if he'd been possessed by something. Kim replied that it wasn't so bad, because it was probably that drive that made him so strong. He added, however, that the strong should help the weak. Himself, at least, he sincerely believed this. Michael nodded, saying that he had learned a lot from this battle and admitted that he had forgotten something very important. Then Kim said it was a relief that such a strong man wasn't an evil psycho. He suddenly took off his mask and lit a cigarette, offering one to Michael as well, but he said he didn't smoke or drink. And then the boy looked at his friend's face, which could now be seen in every detail, and marveled, for his face seemed incredibly familiar to him, and Michael froze with surprise as he looked him over. Then Kim Hoon smiled gently, still holding the cigarette in his teeth, and said that he had forgotten to introduce himself. A few days later, they were all fully recovered from their wounds and stood for photos for the world's press. Each of them was interviewed, especially Michael, wanting to know all the details of his battle. Michael also handed Catherine her necklace, which the girl had forgotten when she changed clothes. The gesture really pleased her, and she smiled at the guy, and the guy had to admit that the girl was beautiful. Martin, Peter, Catherine, and Kim headed for the exit of their hospital, saying goodbye to Michael because he still had things to do. He put on his red vampire count's tailcoat, but suddenly noticed that there was some sort of change with him. The design of the tailcoat was slightly improved while he was in the hospital, and now it was even a little better looking. His equipment items were also licked to a shine, but from Japan's point of view, they were heroes, so it made sense. Michael lay back on the bed, contemplating the fact that he hadn't planned on becoming so famous in the 3 days he'd arrived on Earth. Checking his phone, he even saw a video of his battle. Turns out they were being filmed from a helicopter the whole time. Reading the messages, Michael noticed that he was compared to a sword ghost, saying that he had plenty of skill. Michael was flattered by the title, but he had not expected that Kim Hoon himself would be the Lightning Emperor. Even among the 30 hunters of epic rank, he was rightfully considered to be the strongest in Korea from this troop. He defended the portals with a speed that other hunters of epic rank couldn't even dream of. Then, on the roof of the hospital, he admitted he wouldn't mind recruiting the guy to join him, and held out his business card. Meanwhile, his time on Earth had expired, and Michael prepared to go to the tower again. Still, he should have gotten stronger to wear the title of Transparent Sword deservedly. A moment later, he was already sitting on the bed in his 11th floor waiting room and taking advantage of its effects. Michael thought he'd learned some lessons from his fight with Akutogawa, even though he'd almost lost his life. It was about stamina, which he appeared to lack fully for long battles. Ash Blood is a recovery skill that boasts efficiency among all his other skills. However, it doesn't activate if his stamina is at 0, so it's time to get a new skill. The only problem was that all the skills looked pretty good, but Michael knew what to do. The best way to deal with doubt while shopping was to buy up everything in stock. He bought the skill Auto Recovery Rank 3, Absorption of Moonlight Rank 4. Also, Sunlight Absorption Rank 4 and Overgrowth Rank 2, spending almost all of his points. Michael's account had already been charged 55,000 points, but he videoed that he could afford another skill. It became a Rank 2 Blood Call for an extra 20,000 points, but the guy just liked its characteristics. After all, he had accumulated enough points to afford all the skills he needed, and now he could get down to the fun part. Michael used his unique power of skill synthesis, deciding to start with the most compatible. The first skill he successfully created was Rank 2 Photosynthesis, according to which he could even absorb mana through light. It was already unbelievable, but Michael decided to add a blood call to the mix for added effect. A new skill was the Rank 2 Blood Contract, whereby he could extract power from slain creatures. This time, Michael realized that he had failed, because the skill rank had not increased and the effects of photosynthesis had disappeared. Then the guy decided to buy the Blood Zone skill again, since he had a bunch of points on his account anyway. Now he wanted to try combining the blood contract with the blood call and see the result. As a result, he gained a new skill of rank 1 Bloodseeker, which indicated that the synthesis had been successful. It was truly astonishing, for he could now extract health, mana, and stamina from blood. And it was also said that he could control it. But Michael didn't realize that and decided to check things out visually. He cut his hand to do so, immediately noticing that the blood droplets rose into the air rather than being healed by the skill. It was amazing, but he really could control blood in the truest sense of the word. The guy could also give it any shape he wanted, so he decided to try something and extended his finger. He noticed with surprise that now he didn't even need to make a cut to draw blood, at least not much. As a result, Michael reasoned that this skill would be quite useful, so it was worth saving it. He went back to synthesizing, as he still had to perfect the Eye of Truth skill. This time, he had obtained a high plus rank Fire Dragon Eye skill, and now he could see invisible things. An added effect was that he could see all the information about the items and recognize the lies. Michael looked at his items with new eyes, seeing phrases that were not previously in the description. It was said of the Vampire Count's tailcoat that it could temporarily create a blood shield, and now he glanced at his sword. It was said that the sword's true ability would unlock when the user reached the maximum stage. Michael suddenly realized that he was talking about the same flaming sword that Akutagawa had used to destroy an entire district of Shinjuku. It appeared that only those who had reached the flaming sword stage could awaken true ability. Michael decided not to pull the cat by the tail and rather continue to improve himself in the Tower of Trials. The theme of the 11th floor test was a mental test, where he had to make a breakthrough through all 7 gates. He was given 7 days to do all this, and the penalty, in case of failure, was, as always, the death of the claimant. When Michael was transported to the right place, he suddenly saw a man in front of him who greeted him. In front of him stood a man on one leg who said that from now on, the lad would fulfill God's tests. He explained that the 7 supreme tests of the God Aries awaited him, and now he was in the Temple of Testing. Seeing, however, that the boy didn't understand a word, the man sighed at having to explain everything again. He began by saying that the tests at the Temple of Verification were pretty simple. At the beginning, they checked his body, and at the very end, they would get to the hardest part, the mental check. It was very easy to break through the gate, in which room the high priest would be waiting for him. All he has to do is convince them or kill them, but at any cost to get through. When he finished explaining, the man suddenly put his foot down, saying that they would now proceed to the first test. He pounced on Michael, attacking him from all sides, but the guy had no trouble fending off all his attacks. He thought that such strength was enough to become a challenger with the qualifications of a pioneer. Unfortunately for the man, however, he was in no mood to lose any extra time here, so he activated the Bloodseeker. This time he took the form of a firearm and took aim, then fired at the enemy. The man wasn't prepared for this turn, but it was too late. A bloody bullet ran through his skull. He fell to the ground dead, and Michael thought he'd gotten a really ratty skill. He absorbed the spirit of the first priest named Johann, and his skill increased by 5.8%. Then, all of a sudden, the guy got a lot of messages from admins who happened to be watching his fight. They were new this time, and given their nicknames, Michael thought he'd attracted the right kind of attention. Next, he read that the Steel Blood Lord was shocked by his actions, and the White Crane Sword was upset. Angela was probably resentful that he hadn't told her he was going to the trial, but the guy had other things on his mind. He walked over to Priest Johann's body and pulled some sort of shiny, disc-like object from his pocket. To find out for sure, Michael activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill and read the following information. Priest's Divine Mirror rank, 2+, could use Divine Shield once with it. That was the end of the basic information, but the guy also read that he might be coming to prove his destiny. So using this mirror was more like a disposable protective barrier. In the meantime, Michael walked on, crossing to another testing room where another priestess was already waiting for him. Now sitting in front of him was a girl who, Michael had to point out, was quite attractive. Unlike Johann, who sat on one leg, she had a throne, on which the girl sat proudly with her leg tucked behind her leg. When Michael asked if she would be grading his passing the second test, the priestess responded positively. She introduced herself, saying her name was Jane, and she was indeed in charge of the second trial here. At first glance, she seemed pretty nice to the guy, but then the girl threw a chair at him. Opinion quickly changed. Michael said that since she was using violence, he could use the same tactics. Still, it only meant that he was indeed undergoing a body check, so he should give his best. The girl, meanwhile, attacked him from a new angle. She clearly underestimated his abilities. From somewhere, she suddenly had a sword, which she swung right at Michael's head, but he managed to dodge. To his surprise, the guy noticed that she also had sword ki, only the energy was glowing pink in color. However, this variant of the sword was similar to the one he had used before, which meant it wasn't as strong. Michael used his Swordmaster Ki skill in response and attacked the priestess with a powerful stream of energy. The girl didn't expect this challenger to possess such a great sword ki skill. That's why Michael's attack repulsed her. The girl didn't understand how a normal player could use aura. Michael replied with a counter-question, asking why not if the girl was using her herself. He then quickly approached her and grabbed both of hers with one hand, telling her to tell about the confirmation. The priestess asked what he was up to, since the guy could have just killed her and moved on. but he didn't. But Michael continued to hold her against the wall, waiting for an answer, though for now the girl was in no hurry to speak. Then, Michael didn't wait any longer and turned to Jane again, telling her to just explain the ordeal to him. The girl finally spoke, telling him that there were 2 more body tests awaiting him, then 2 of faith and 1 for consciousness. But suddenly, Jane released one hand and grabbed Michael, telling him that he had better give up before the final test. After all, the girl added, no one had passed it yet. Every last one of them had gone mad or died from bleeding. Just in case, Michael checked the veracity of her words with the eye of the fire dragon. But the girl was telling the truth. Jane said that as her last words, she would like to thank him for such a fight. Then, Michael added that he wanted the girl to tell the way in which she could have avoided death, if there was one. But Jane answered in the negative, saying that she was not afraid of death at all, for she would simply go back to God. Seeing how enthusiastically she said it, Michael slit her throat, thinking it was pointless to drag it out any longer. After devouring her soul, his skill increased by 8.8%, but for some reason, the guy felt disgusted. Either the mood was bad, or all these priests were all obsessed with their god. Nevertheless, he continued onward, and it was not long before he approached the door of the 3rd room. Michael swung them open, preparing to see another priest in front of him, but he still couldn't hide his surprise. This time, he was met by a middle-aged man who introduced himself as Lucilian, the future sword god of confirmation. With those words, he thrust his blade forward, saying that today he would test the lad's martial arts. Therefore, Michael had to prove that he was worthy to pass on. Otherwise, death awaited him. As expected, the old man also wielded sword ki, and his skill was vastly different from Jane. Michael even noticed that though unsteady, the man was holding the very same flaming sword. This kind of blade already spoke volumes on the 3rd trial, but Michael prepared to overpower it as well. He realized that he seemed to have to risk his life, so he threw himself into the attack without thinking about losing. However, at the first fight, the lad realized that something was wrong with this priest's sword wielding. After all, it, as well as his body's capabilities, were inferior to Michael's, so he couldn't match the guy. But that didn't stop Lucilian from continuing to attack him, each time trying to hit at least a little bit of his body. But much to Michael's surprise, although the old man was inferior to him in skill and prowess, for some reason the guy's sword ki was being destroyed. After seeing Akutagawa Namgun use the flaming sword, Michael thought it was an advanced skill. But while fighting Lucilian, the guy thought that maybe Akutagawa Pyubal was just too damn strong. It really didn't depend on skill. Michael was already fully convinced that his sword ki was losing. And Lucilian kept attacking him, not allowing time to respawn so the guy couldn't accumulate strength. He suddenly turned to Michael, saying that although his sword was strong, it was beyond his power to destroy this sword in his hands. He added that it can only be destroyed by those who can endure what cannot be seen. Michael, meanwhile, analyzed his opponent and concluded that he was stronger than him, but the flaming sword was ruining the whole situation. It was a little annoying, because you could compare it to the feeling when someone dumber than you gets good grades. Michael decided he didn't care about what can't be seen and prepared to attack again. Their blades met again, and Michael exerted the maximum amount of force to outweigh the priest. But the one said that only those who could withstand the hidden could create a sword that could cut through anything. Lucilian's words were already irritating him beyond belief. With that thought, he pounced on the man and managed to punch him in the throat, making everything around him splattered with blood. Michael also realized the difference between an ordinary sword ki and a flame sword for the source of the latter's power. There was a will that was getting strong enough to become real. The guy was finally able to use it himself. Lucilian, meanwhile, bent over in pain, wiping the blood away with his hand. He didn't think there would be anyone who could understand the secret of the sword. Suddenly, the old man shot up with happiness, saying that Michael had a perfect flaming sword, not what he had. And Michael didn't understand why the priest cared more about his achievement than his own death. Lucilian held out a trembling hand to him, telling him that the lad had passed his test and could go on. He added that Michael has successfully validated his martial arts and can keep it up. Seeing that the old man was finding it increasingly difficult to speak, Michael swung his sword, saying he would end his suffering. When he absorbed his soul, the mastery of the unique characteristic increased by another 14%. This was enough for his current rank to reach perfection and change to a higher rank. His necromancy was now rank 1, which meant there was probably an additional effect in the description. Michael was already excited and decided not to delay, so he immediately went into the store and found the right tab. This was his already 6th additional effect, according to which he could now absorb his opponent's will along with his soul. Seeing this, Michael couldn't hide his surprise, for in fact, he now had a skill for absorbing willpower. The guy thought his characterization never ceased to amaze, and after all, she was only another rank 1. Opening the window with his stats, he noticed that those were almost already reaching 100, which was very impressive. And he had previously thought that he would never reach this level, but now the result was in front of him. Michael absorbed the souls of all 3 priests as stat enhancements, and his strength increased by as much as 8. He also gained one of Lucilian's skills, Unyielding Will, of the highest minus rank. There was no one in the room of the last body test, which was quite strange considering all the priests before were sitting right in the center. Suddenly the guy heard someone's voice coming from somewhere above, oddly enough, and Michael froze with surprise. When he turned around, he saw a boy who was soaring through the air using real wings. This time, Michael decided to attack his opponent first, even though he didn't know his opponent's ability yet. The boy effortlessly dodged his powerful jet of aura and noticed that the guy didn't seem to be in the mood for conversation. But then he added that it was even better, because that way they could get right down to business. He spread his wings, introducing himself as Priest Kirin, saying he would test his body according to the rules. The system gave Michael that he had met a strong opponent, so he had activated the Unyielding Will skill. The boy himself had already realized that this boy's energy was incomparable to the previous priests. Kirin, meanwhile, activated his sword key, which the guy had reached his true form. Plus, he didn't look fake, and Michael barely managed to dodge his attack by bouncing off to the side. Except he hadn't calculated that the room was made of large mirrors that reflected the attack about equal in him. If it wasn't for the Dragon Fire Eye skill, the guy would have been dead from a back attack he couldn't repel. Michael realized that he should attack while the opponent had used his sword key again earlier. With that thought, he pounced on the boy, and the boy flew even further back and even higher to defend himself, and then immediately went on the counterattack, flapping his wings with such force that Michael flew off in another direction. As he fell, Kirin had already prepared to finish him off with a new attack of his true sword key. But to his surprise, the guy quickly pushed himself off the ground and was beside him again, blocking the attack. He just didn't want to let him launch that beam again, especially since the flaming sword was already new to her here. Michael suddenly thought he realized how this priest probably always wins battles. So the guy clenched his blade tighter and activated his aura, saying that this time it would be different. Kirin, meanwhile, prepared to attack again, intending to launch it across the room of mirrors. However, when he saw that the guy was getting ready for something new, he said he would prepare a little surprise for him too. It turned out to be his new attack from 4 directions at once, and all 4 beams emitted incredible power. Reflecting off the mirrors of the room, they quickly reached Michael, who was standing downstairs just watching. And then there was an explosion, and Kirin thought another challenger was finished. However, the system gave a message that the build-up was complete, and when the fog cleared, the priest saw everything for himself. It appeared that Michael had used the counterattack shield at the last second, absorbing the damage from all of his beams. And now his shield released all the damage it had received, which Michael aimed directly at the priest, increasing the subtlety of the attack. It went right through, cutting Kirin's stomach, something he was not prepared for, so he couldn't dodge it. The boy spit up the blood, amazed that this was the first time he had found someone who could inflict such an injury on him. He asked the guy with a smile on his face what that was now, for he didn't think the guy had magic. The priest was then asked if Michael had divine will, but the priest replied that he didn't know what it was. Then Kirin announced that he had passed the 4th test, for he did not run away from the battle and was victorious. Then the priest died, and Michael absorbed his spirit, increasing his skill by 13%, and also got a message. It said he also absorbed the opponent's will. Since he was stronger than him, it became a rank 2+ divine power. Seeing this, Michael thought that the priests must have used it as mana, and now it had been transferred to him as well. He could feel some energy in his heart, but he couldn't control it, for it was different from mana. After that, the guy absorbed Kirin's soul as an improvement to his stats, increasing his strength by 4 more. Dexterity and stamina added another 3 points. Mana increased by 4, and strength increased by 5. A short time later, Michael was already standing on the threshold of room 5 with a test to his will. A little old man met him there, greeting him and calling him a martial arts nut. She explained that the guy strived to win, to grow, and one day become the strongest, which is why he was obsessed. Michael thought he really wanted to get stronger, but he hadn't even considered being the strongest. He thought his grandmother was exaggerating, but the woman suddenly said she wasn't, for it all came down to the bottom line of his endeavors. The mere fact that she had read his mind was alarming, but on top of that, the old man was at his back. This the guy didn't notice and was surprised by her agility, but he also remembered that O was his opponent. Michael swung his sword, but to his surprise, there was no grandmother in the area, and she spoke from his head. She added that it was not a test of physical ability, just a test of faith. Then it finally came to him that such movements were impossible, and the lad realized that the priestess had invaded his mind. It was a strange feeling, like he was in a battle, but there was no way he could hit the enemy. The power suddenly left his body, and the Moors became many in his head, and they reached for his face. His whole body was firmly detailed by someone's hands, and in front of him he suddenly saw the open mouth of the priestess. Before he could do anything, his grandmother consumed him, and Michael thought he had lost this battle. But in the next instant, everything stopped, and he was back standing in room 5 of the ordeal in front of the little old man. She suddenly divulged that the guy had passed the 5 gates, even though the flavor of his faith was pretty specific. Grandmother explained that initially the 5th gate begins with contemplating mentally images. In other words, only those with an unshakable will be able to look into their own world of images. And she felt this unwavering will in him, this desire to kill anyone to get stronger. She added that if he wanted to kill her, an infirm old woman, he should hurry. However, to his grandmother's surprise, Michael replied that he wouldn't do that. Such a response was quite unexpected. The priestess even questioned for a moment if she had read his thoughts correctly, and then asked what made him think that. Michael then reminded her that she herself had said that the test had been passed, so he didn't see the point in killing her. He didn't even understand a little why he would ask something so obvious. But it was an unexpected turn for the priestess. She said she thought he would have done well even if she had given him the official 5-gate trials. After that, she patted him on the shoulder, telling him that the guy could go on, and she wished him to go through all the gates. Michael thanked her and did indeed go on, except that his view soon became severely restricted. He realized that the surface of the mirror had been swallowed up by darkness, and very soon he found himself in a void where nothing could be seen. Suddenly he heard someone come close to his ear and whispered a greeting. It was a girl. Michael quickly realized that he had just met the priestess of the 6 gates, so he swung his sword to get her to disengage. He wondered if he was back in the world of mental images, and the girl's voice confirmed his guess. She introduced herself as Priestess Hania, saying she planted the seed so he could enter the world of mental imagery. Suddenly, Michael realized as the old man clapped him on the shoulder, guessing it might have been a sign for another priestess. In reality, the girl smiled at him, telling him not to let the guy worry too much about it, because she'll keep a good eye on his physical shell while he's in the mental image world. Michael thought that for some reason he wanted to be even more nervous about it, but the girl didn't like it. Then he asked how he should have his faith tested in this trial. Hania noticed with a smile on her face that the guy immediately changed his tone after she put the knife to his throat. But then the girl explained that he was now in the world of his mental images. Here he just had to try to see from the northern world of images, and once he did, the gate would open. She added that the world of a person's mental images depends largely on their beliefs, but no one has the power to oversee its creation. Michael clarified, asking if he needed to see something like his thought patterns in that void. Hania replied that he had hit it right on the mark again, so she could begin her test of room 6. She announced the start of the 6th trial, and suddenly Michael felt the water right at his feet. It was as if he was standing on water, and then he failed and began to sink deeper and deeper to the bottom of his consciousness. Of course, everything seemed real to him, and he even held his breath so he wouldn't swallow water in this state. And Hania slyly said that she had forgotten to inform him that the pain in this state would be like the real thing. So the guy had to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible, or he would drown without any water around. Suddenly, to the priestess's surprise, Michael activated the Serene Mind skill. He was rank 2, and his strength kept him from losing his composure and the restrictions of mental images weakening. Now the situation was getting better because the guy was out of panic and could hold his breath longer. Hania was impressed that not only was he able to get out of the mental imagery pool, but he was also moving his body. The girl noticed with some delight that this challenger was able to defend himself even on an unconscious level. Henya even had to jump away from him because Michael swung his sword and almost left the girl headless. However, this was only his physical body, and mentally he was still under the water of his mental images. Henya didn't understand how this was even possible, because in only about 2 hours the guy was able to completely regain control. And Michael was surprised by her words, for he could say with certainty that it had not been more than a minute since he had been here. From this, I assumed that time moved much faster in reality than it did in the world of mental images. It was dangerous, as he only had 7 days to complete this challenge, and he couldn't spend them all here. Michael thought that since he was able to feel his body again through the use of the power of the skill, that meant that activating another skill was also possible. The guy had activated Fire Dragon Eye. With this effect, he was able to see his own world of images, and not even a few seconds had passed. The water suddenly receded from the guy, and he felt the ground beneath his feet that he could lean on. Michael wondered if he should call what he saw a sea of blood, because that's what it looked like. Henya meanwhile clutched his head, asking how it was even possible that the world of images had opened up to him. But Michael had already realized that the test had been passed himself. He activated his steel wings. Upon seeing them, the girl asked if he was definitely human, for he possessed simply monstrous powers. Instead of answering, Michael lunged at the priestess, intending to finish her off for nearly ruining him. While conducting the attack, he thought that the world of his mental images that he had seen with the eye of the fire dragon. It looked extremely ominous and unsettling, though Michael had no clue what it could mean. The guy activated his technique that he borrowed from Akutogawa, and a multitude of swords appeared in the sky. Michael directed them all to the image of his thought world, which still instilled fear and some anxiety. He also pulled out his blade, which had taken on a new coloration that indicated improvement. Following the swords, the guy himself landed, shattering the notions of his world, bringing him back to reality. He turned to the priestess, asking why his world looked the way it did, and if he had made it that way himself. It also appeared that he was able to pass the test of faith, but Michael didn't understand what that had to do with it at all. Then Henya explained that the test of faith was merely a way of recognizing himself. It was amazing that people themselves don't properly understand what they believe. So that was the purpose of the test. The girl also shared that she read in his mental image world a promise to herself to become stronger. However, even with such simple desires and thoughts, staying true to them is another story. At this they parted, the girl wished him luck, and Michael swung open the doors of the last room of the ordeal. After reaching the 7 gates, Michael found himself in a completely different world that looked more like a fictional universe. Looking up, the guy saw a huge light coming from somewhere above, and soon there was a message from the system. It said that the god of verification was watching him right now, and Michael realized that it wasn't just light. Soon, his hunch was confirmed, and he noticed how a real eye, like a human eye, was now looking at him. He remembered Jane telling him that no one had ever passed the 7th test before. And then, an unexpected force chained him to the ground, forcing him to bow to the god of inspection. Michael was open to memories from his childhood where he trembled, huddled in a corner for fear of death. It was the very moment he lost his parents, and Michael realized he couldn't stand it. He swung his sword and stabbed his arm, after which the Ashblood skill instantly activated. Michael shouted that she was going to die helplessly, for it was possible to get through anything. This was what the Tower of Trials was for, so that even those without talent could shine. Michael didn't know if he would succeed in injuring that eye called the God of Inspection, but it was worth a try. After all, if there was even a small chance, and if he got even a centimeter closer to the enemy, the guy knew he could chop it up because it was the only way to pass the test. He attacked with his sword key using a powerful aura flow, intending to leave at least a scratch on the god's eye. It looked pretty good at first, and the attack actually followed a trajectory right in the eye. But the closer she got, the worse Michael saw her, because his consciousness suddenly began to blur. He realized he was about to lose him, so he had to end this battle soon, though he didn't know how. Unexpectedly, the system informed him that the verification god was impressed with his stamina. He was also pleased to meet a player with a strong spirit for the first time in a long time and asked him to prove his worth. It was also said that the god of verification remembered him and warned him of the beginning of the 7th stage. Suddenly, the eye that had been looking at Michael all this time closed, and the guy was alone in this dimension. He sank to the ground, wondering what he should do next, for in fact, the god of verification was gone. But what bothered him the most was that gods did exist, and the messages from the system were an example of that. While he was still thinking about it, he suddenly saw a strange mirror appearing from under the ground in front of him. It became directly in front of Michael, and he looked at it in surprise, wondering what it could be. As suddenly the system reported a connection to him from the future and the start of synchronization, then Michael began to understand little by little. He extended his finger and touched the glass of the mirror to see if it was real or fake. Suddenly, he saw Johann from the first stage of the challenge looking sad over the loss of his mirror. Michael still didn't realize anything as suddenly something happened behind him, and everything behind him was flooded with bright light. The boy looked around and was greatly surprised at what he saw, for the room he was in had begun to disappear. Instead of her, he now saw a street filled with people. It was Christmas, and it seemed to be welcomed in Korea. And then Michael saw the same man in the red tailcoat and realized with surprise that it was him from the future. Watching himself, he noticed that he must have been testing a new skill because he walked into a back alley and cut his hand. Michael didn't understand why he was doing this on Earth, however, and it puzzled him a little, then horrified him. For in the next instant, people on the street began to fall and die from the power he directed at them. Michael screamed at himself that he was crazy, and the system gave out that the reflection assimilation percentage had increased to 10. The boy bent down from what felt like weakness in his legs, but he couldn't relax. He gathered his strength again and swung his sword, cutting off the head of Priestess Johann, or rather his image. In mind confirmation, mental defense was very important, and Michael regretted being without the cold mind skill. Meanwhile, he continued to watch himself from the future, which had already gone wild. He suddenly said he would have started a long time ago if she knew what it was like, and the reflection assimilation percentage went up to 20. Michael was still stunned by his words and actions. He couldn't believe that this was really his destiny. The system reported that he was receiving a key deviation due to the severe shock, which was completely out of place. His head was bound by something incomprehensible, and the guy felt that his mind was not listening to him, which made it even worse. He also didn't understand why he had become so violent, for although he was possessed of power, he wouldn't do such a thing. But the system seemed to want him to get into action, reporting that his mana scheme would be decreasing from now on. Michael felt that she was already overwhelmed and grabbed his stomach. Then everything suddenly changed. Now he was watching himself in another dimension, namely the world of Murim, where for some reason he had gone himself. Michael from the future asked the Murimians to call the leader of the alliance to him. He added that he would spare them in that case, but in saying this, he had little enthusiasm for his words. Then someone said that a ghost sword had recently appeared in Murima, and apparently it was Michael. A man came out to him, introducing himself as the leader of the alliance, Arnold Lee, and asked him what the guy's name was. But he didn't have time to finish, because Michael suddenly rushed at him with an attack that the current Michael didn't even know yet. In a moment, all the men who stood in his way were dead, and Arnold Lee was badly wounded. The latter asked if the guy wasn't ashamed that he killed everyone he promised to spare, because it was so low. But Michael replied in the negative, saying that guys like that are just cannon fodder for him and don't let him get tired. With those words, he approached the alliance leader and chopped off his head and headed onward. The reflection assimilation percentage increased to 30, and this time the real Michael coughed up blood. For the dozens of times the mirror changed locations after he killed thousands of people. The guy was like a monster, steeped in madness and obsession with power and his stature. A mad monster who never loses. In a way, the system itself made him that way. The reflection assimilation percentage increased to 40, and Michael screamed at the pain that shot through his head. The reflection assimilation percentage went up to 50, and that was already half of all his suffering. But for some reason, as the percentage increased, Michael became more and more pleased. Meanwhile, he arrived from the future to some place with a different location. This time, it was located on Earth. Suddenly, someone kicked in the doors, and Michael saw Kim Hoon, who for the first time was more than a little pissed off. He asked if Michael thought he could get away with it after what he had done. And then suddenly the real Michael noticed his future copy holding Martin's body in his hands. Along with Kim came Betty, who quietly asked why he did it. The girl couldn't even look him in the eye. But then she desperately screamed why he was killing people to get stronger, since he had already accomplished so much. Then Michael asked her in response, why ask such a stupid and useless question? He dumped Martin's body. After all, he said he actually kills people because it makes him many times stronger. Then Kim Hoon, heading toward him, asked if the guy knew he was controlling lightning. Then he added that in this weather, he had better get ready to die and his whole body electrified in an instant. He pounced on him, saying people like him should die, and Michael spread his arms as if he was waiting for him. He remarked that even he shouldn't consider Kim Hoon an easy opponent, yet he was the almighty Michael Nodforth. In the next instant, he chopped Kim Hoon in half, and the latter didn't even have time to use a single attack. Betty was alone and tears came to her eyes, for just now 2 of her friends had died at the hand of a third. The girl screamed desperately for him to stop, begging him to wake up, and strangely enough it worked. The real Michael could barely stand on his feet anymore, for he realized that just one mistake and he from the future would devour him. Already at 50%, his brain felt like it was tearing up, so he had to find a solution before it was too late. The reflection mastery percentage, meanwhile, increased to 60, and the mastery of his mana scheme skill decreased even further. The feeling was terrible, and Michael swung his sword with the last of his strength, wanting to dispel all these thoughts. O could no longer look at it, for he could no longer distinguish between pain and pleasure, and the percentage had reached 70. Suddenly, just when the guy thought he was already losing consciousness, he felt someone touch him. It was Priest Johann who asked if he had taken his mirror, and the lad remembered finding it. One of its characteristics in the description was its ability to create a barrier and lower the assimilation rate. Then, Michael decided to grasp this chance like the last straw and use it for its intended purpose. He activated the divine mirror of a rank 2+ high priest, and the divine barrier protected his mind from now on. The deflected key cancelled, and he from the future froze with sword in hand beside the startled Bati. Suddenly, he felt like it wasn't even his body, and realized he had to free himself from its shackles. Screaming loudly, Michael pulled free of him, saying he would not allow himself to be consumed by him and do such things. He tried his best to keep the remnants of his mind now protected by the barrier, and he succeeded. The system reported that he had gained a steely mind, and his stamina increased by 1. On this day, a large explosion occurred at the place where he was standing. In reality, that mirror shattered, and the system alerted that he had proven that his faith was not broken. And then Michael read a message that the god of verification wanted to meet him and was forcibly summoning him. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but the system window said that he was being summoned to the divine region. The god of verification also used his power for the sake of power in the tower, and the admins could no longer watch him. For Michael, it was comparable to the sensation of free fall, and he even screamed in panic. It was over as quickly as it had begun, and soon the lad was standing in the middle of the vast sky. And then he saw him, the god of verification, who came down to him, all flooded with dazzling light. The god asked the guy who he was, because for some reason he also felt divine power from him, but Michael was unable to answer. Finally, he was able to move his lips and asked if the tower had created him too, and the god suddenly asked him the same question. He asked if Michael himself was a divine copy created by the tower, but he didn't understand. Then the god clarified that such people are usually called administrators and asked if the guy was one of them. But Michael replied that he was a simple player, and the verification god also, after a little thought, agreed with that. He added that the guy had his own divine power and also shared his thoughts. He thought that they had finally realized that they couldn't create the real using divine copies. So they decided to use the apostle of the divine copy, but Michael thought he had only killed Kirain. Thanks to that, he had gotten divine power. But as the verification god pointed out, the guy had no idea what it was. Michael decided to say he was just lucky, but the god asked if it could be just luck to perfectly clear a god's footprints. He added that the guy might not have known, but it wasn't a mere coincidence, because he clearly senses cause and effect. God thought that the Tower of Trials expected a lot from him, and those words made Michael wonder. He wondered how the tower could expect anything so much more from a regular player like him. But the god replied that he had made a mistake, and he shouldn't have said anything about it, for the tower was now angry. He said that this was their time to say goodbye, but he would be watching him, and Michael wanted to stop him. He had so many questions, such as what is cause and effect, and what will happen to him in the future. The god of verification thought for a moment, seeing the boy sink to his knees from the sharp pain in his head. He concluded that he seemed to have looked too far into the future and told him to remember one thing. When you stare at the abyss for a long time, the abyss starts staring at you because it always wants to consume the mind. With these words, the god left him, saying that the lad would soon return to where he came from. Michael asked in desperation if they could still talk, but God replied that he had no choice. He added that he would answer all his questions at the Temple of Verification and told him lastly not to trust other gods. That was the end of his ordeal, and as a reward, Michael received as much as 70,000 points and 4,500 COs. He also saw that an old verification mirror of epic minus rank had been added to the inventory. Once Michael was in the waiting room, he thought again about the god he had met for the first time. It was a being that told him everything, that Kyrane's divine power was no accident. So the tower wanted the guy to take his power, and that was probably the cause and effect. Plus, Tower expected a lot from him, but even assuming all the admin contracts were her idea, Michael still didn't understand why the Tower would do that after all. He was just an ordinary player, one of millions of others. Administrators, divine copies, the power of the gods, and the creation of the real. The gods' words jumbled in his head. Michael didn't understand anything, and it made him sad, but he remembered the verification god's last piece of advice. At the very least, even if the other gods consider him an enemy, they can't harm him thanks to the tower. And then suddenly, there was a new expansion of the system, beyond which Earth was now becoming the official dimension of the tower. This created a defense against invasion, and players from other dimensions are penalized. More player Michael Nodforth became visible to the admins again, and they flooded him with messages of congratulations. Suddenly, Michael remembered the words of the god of verification, who had said that the admins were those very copies. It appeared that they were also connected to divinity, and the guy suddenly wondered if he could trust them. After a moment, he realized he couldn't trust anyone and bit his lip in frustration. Still, Michael was determined to find out more and set off into the iron-blooded world of his admin. His administrator immediately ran out of the hut and immediately asked if he was hurt. However, instead of answering, Michael suddenly attacked the girl and she barely managed to dodge the blow. She stared at him, and Michael asked in a strange voice if all the admins were cooperating with the tower to use him. It was then that the girl realized that her contractor didn't seem to be away from mind verification yet. Michael meanwhile attacked her again, wanting to hear the answer to his question, but the girl didn't answer yet. She deftly dodged his blows, even though she wasn't even wearing any equipment, and that's when Michael changed tactics. He cut his hand, and she noticed it too, telling the guy to come to his senses, for he wasn't in his right mind right now. But Michael cut his hand in order to use the Bloodseeker skill and shape it into needles. He pointed them at the girl, asking if the admins and the tower were really using players together. The girl jumped away from him, defending herself from the attacks. She said the guy was saying nonsensical things. And then she was seriously fed up with the situation and told Michael to get a grip on himself already. However, the guy asked her back why she kept telling him to come to his senses if he was perfectly fine. He then swung his sword, activating the key, and the girl screamed for him not to do it. It was too late, however, and the powerful energy of his sword pierced the path to her home. The steel-blooded lord looked around, seeing her now half-destroyed house in front of her. The girl got more than a little angry and asked if the guy seriously thought he could do anything. She raised her hand, summoning a multitude of swords that were all imbued with key energy, and flew at Michael. Even though the guy noticed them, it was pretty hard to dodge them all, so he decided to just hide. However, the girl asked where he was going. She was suddenly right behind him, and Michael didn't even notice. Then she grabbed his head and slammed it into the snow that covered her domain, and Michael went a little cold. He managed to put his arms out in time so he didn't end up completely in the snow, so he was able to continue the battle after all. The hand he was holding the sword with swung near the receptionist's face, but she managed to dodge. Seeing that the contractor wasn't wondering, she pointed her swords at him again, which restricted Michael's movements. It took a while longer before the girl managed to stabilize the situation and grab the guy. She tied him up and hung him from the rubble of her house, and when Michael came to his senses, he apologized. To this, the girl said that she would certainly untie him, but she was afraid that next time he would destroy her house. She set down the cup she'd been drinking tea with while Michael was recovering and told him not to worry. For it seemed to her that when he came here, there was still darkness in him, and she would forever be a part of him. After all, even though he saw himself from the future, it was still him, so his suspicions of the admins weren't entirely true. She put it bluntly, saying that no one knows what the tower wants, not even they, the administrators. Michael then asked if that meant that Tower didn't expect anything from him, and the girl agreed that it did. She activated her sword key and swung it towards the guy's body, who closed his eyes in excitement. But the girl had merely cut the rope by which he was attached to the wreckage of her house. She added that Tower has never revealed his wishes to the players, so she probably isn't expecting something specifically from him. However, judging by his hesitation, the girl noticed that someone had told him about it, and Michael agreed. He said that the god of verification had told him that the tower was expecting something special from him. Hearing about the verification god, the girl suddenly smiled faintly. She understood the reason for his doubts. However, as she stood up from the table, she said that all administrators like him report to the tower. She also added that she was glad that the guy liked the tea, saying it was made from black dragon urine. Michael froze with his mouth open, the remnants of his tea oozing out of it. Now he was starting to feel nauseous. However, he quickly came to his senses, saying that the god of verification had also mentioned that the admins had entered into some sort of contract with the tower. But for some reason, the girl said she couldn't tell him about the divine copies yet. She added that the guy would find out very soon anyway, and then Michael asked one more thing. He revealed that Master White Crane had told him about her cherished wish that all the admins had. But Michael wanted to know, asking the girl why she would confide in him and reveal it. The girl hesitated for a moment, then suddenly replied that she was just scared. She continued by saying that Michael underestimates himself, but she saw how obsessed he was with his height. So for the sake of his stature, she thought the guy would immediately want to take the test of a cherished wish. Hearing this, Michael thought he must have been so obsessed with height because he didn't have his talent. And the girl, as if reading his thoughts, said that very soon he would realize how much he underestimated himself. After all, the test of the 12th floor was talent. With these words, he suddenly realized he was back in his room. He sat on his bed and thought that talent was a gift from heaven that could not be changed. In the hunter world, it was divided into 3 parts: gaining skills, stat boosts, and abilities. They are called the 3 gifts for a hunter, but Michael has had none of those things since birth. He couldn't gain skills, his stats didn't get above level, he had no unique abilities. If he had the talent, he would have become a strong hunter without the tower, and the boy even felt a little sad at the thought. But suddenly, he remembered the words of his admin, who had said that it wouldn't be long before he would realize that he was underestimating himself. After all, the theme of the 12th floor challenge was a battle with yourself, where you had to fight and defeat yourself. Michaela thought it was useless to just sit and think about it. After all, the point of the test was to assess his skills. With that thought, he opened his inventory and found a rank 2+ skill increase potion that gave plus 10% to any skill. It was one of the rewards from the Japanese government for helping with Akutagawa Namgun, and Catherine had given him hers, leaving Michael with as many as 3 of those potions. Without thinking long, Michael accepted it and selected the skill Magic Control to improve. It was a skill obtained from the Dark Monarch from the 10th floor, and it was the core of the rest of the skills. So it was beneficial to improve it, and the system reported that the skill was successfully improved by 10%. The next item he chose was an old epic -rank verification mirror. Michael picked it to read more information with the Fire Dragon's Eye. It said that he could only gain the Thoughts of the Past skill the first time he used it. Michael activated the old verification mirror by using the skill once. As expected, the mirror activated and popped up a message that the player was gaining a skill from Thoughts of the Past. It became the high plus rank Concentration in Combat skill, where the combat skills from Thoughts of the Past were sealed. Because of this, the skill's mastery immediately increased by 11%, and he could also increase its concentration by 20 times. And that was only for the moment. And after all, no one cancelled improvements, so Michael liked the skill. He realized that he was now ready for the 12th floor test and started it. The theme of the test was Surpassing limits. The condition was to kill your copy within 48 hours. The penalty for failure, as usual, was death. The reward offered was an ash crown of an ancient emperor of high -rank. This time, Michael found himself in some kind of hall, something similar to one of the 11th floor test rooms. The system suddenly reported that the blessing of the god of darkness felt the alien dude create guards. It was also said that the offender should consider whether he knew himself well and outlive Michael appeared himself. The guy remembered his admin talking about how the copy on the 12th floor would be perfect, in other words. She will know and be able to do everything that Michael himself does, and also a copy gets his talent, so it was not to be underestimated. Michael decided he should give it a try and threw himself into the fight for himself, as strange as that may sound. Guy also noticed that this copy was created by a certain god of darkness, and thought he began to cross paths with the gods often. However, this copy was very similar to him, and judging from the words of the Steel Bloodlord that prompted him, as well as a used question ticket, the receptionist refused to help for nothing. The copy could only copy one item, and it was the vampire count's old tailcoat, which meant the copy had chosen protection. But Michael figured that if the copy was of good enough quality, it was a good way to gauge his skills. He activated instant acceleration, wind grace, and increased his speed by 70%. It was all to test his talent, for the lad still didn't understand what he was about. He also activated the concentration in combat skill, doubling it, and noticed an unexpected change. It was as if time had frozen around him, and he was the only one who could break through that shroud. Such was his new skill, and Michael realized that he really liked it, for that one was truly cool. Lastly, he activated the flaming sword, finding himself already almost at the head of his copy with the attack. And that one, seeing the guy approaching him from a height, also activated her skill in response to his previous ones. Bouncing to the side and dodging the attack, the copy activated the Iron Blood sword and prepared to defend itself. However, Michael thought it was obvious and realized that the copy was probably using a counterattack shield now. And so it was, for he knew that this combination was the only choice for defense in this situation. However, then the guy suddenly saw that his copy didn't stop there. His shield suddenly transformed into a powerful red blade, and now the enemy had two weapons. This movement really surprised Michael, for he had never thought that his shield had such a property. They stood looking at each other for a while longer, Michael using it to analyze. Just then, the opponent prepared to fight in a two-sword style that even Michael himself didn't use. He thought that because such a transformation was wasting a lot of mana, he didn't use it himself. But if his copy mirrored his actions, then why did she choose such an ineffective method? Of course, Michael himself had also thought about using the shield as a weapon, but hadn't dared to do so in actual combat. His copy meanwhile made his move, pouncing on him and attacking him with two swords at once. Suddenly, Michael was a little angry, wondering if his opponent thought this was a workout. They met and the fight began, but it was impossible to even determine which side had the initiative. However, Michael soon noticed himself that he seemed to be losing a bit to his copy in fighting skills. Perhaps because that one used two swords at once or some other reason. But that was it. Michael didn't understand how this could have happened, considering he had the unbending will skill. Thus, in subjects he had an advantage, so he activated indomitable will. He thought that if his physical strength was inferior to the skill of the copy, and also if the opponent was able to maximize his concentration, then this was entirely possible. But that didn't help Michael at all, because he didn't see how he could win at this point. Now he realized that his copy was the real problem, for it used the same sword techniques as he did. She had two of them at once, however, and Michael was having trouble keeping track of each one in time to avoid getting hit. But they were definitely his technicians, because the copy couldn't think of something that he didn't possess. Michael missed a kick, which was quite hard, and he was thrown backwards into the wall. After feeling this attack on himself, he realized that the copy no doubt also had the Blue Heaven Dragon Sword. And his fighting style suddenly became similar to Akutagawa's, which he used to kill almost everyone who came out against him. Michael thought he had only seen his technique once, but remembered it well enough to be able to repeat it. The incredible power made it clear why he looked down on the skills he had gained from the tower. And because the Marimian didn't have a skill or ability, but a real technique that really made Michael wonder. He asked himself if skills could surpass these techniques and remembered the words of the Steel Blood Lord again. Suddenly, he realized what she meant when she said he shouldn't underestimate his talents. The system, meanwhile, reported that he had encountered a strong opponent and his indomitable will skill had activated. This was a bad sign, for the system thought the advantage was not his. That meant only one thing. His copy had gotten stronger, but how Michael didn't understand. He knew he still had an advantage in subjects and skills, so he didn't know how it happened. But it didn't really matter. Michael had activated the concentration in combat skill, increasing it tenfold. He figured since he couldn't find a way to win, he'd use all his skills that the copy didn't possess. After a few seconds, however, the guy bounced off an opponent who wouldn't let him touch him. He wondered if the one was really on the same level as him, since the copy was just a monster. Michael then increased his concentration 15 times, reminding himself that what he had in front of him was just the fruit of the God of Darkness, which meant he, as the original, could beat him. And it worked. The guy was behind his copy's back. He swung around, glad he could finally get to him, and attacked full force. He also knew that wouldn't be enough either, so he activated the steel wings to maximum speed. His concentration, meanwhile, increased by 17% due to the effect of the skill, and Michael shouted. His copy looked even a little confused, for she hadn't expected such a turn, but the fight wasn't over yet. Suddenly, his opponent reached out towards the approaching Michael and strained the veins in his arm. At first, Michael didn't understand why he did it, but then it became clear as his arm burst and splattered everything with blood. It also worked as a blinding effect because Michael didn't have time to close his eyes and blood got in there. He slowed his attack for just a second, but it was enough for the copy to escape. His opponent ripped off his arm and fled. Michael was surprised, wondering if he could have gone for such a thing himself. However, the copy's actions didn't end there. He suddenly felt a powerful energy from behind him. Looking back, the guy saw his opponent was already on his feet, albeit with one arm, but counterattacked him with his sword. In addition, it was not a Kai blade, but a shield transformed into a weapon, so the attack was quite strong. Michael realized he didn't have time to block it, and wondered if it was going to end for him now. A powerful pillar of martial energy ki was directed straight at him, and the guy was left with only one thing to do. He didn't even duck. He just fell on his back to dodge the beam and it passed him by. He then increased the concentration by a factor of 20, and the system reported that he was now exceeding all his limits. This allowed Michael to regroup and get back to his feet, and then he grabbed his head. His copy looked at him in surprise, for she didn't expect the guy to be able to avoid such an attack. And Michael suddenly laughed, saying that he couldn't believe he had almost said goodbye to his life. His look changed, and he asked how the pathetic copy dared to interfere with him. The guy was nothing like himself. The system reported that he was experiencing a mental kickback as a side effect for surpassing limits. His copy decided that the original's new look wouldn't be much of a problem, so attacked again. Michael, despite all his concentration, couldn't see the approaching attack in time. As a result, he was thrown back quite a distance. The guy was amazed at the strength of his copy. He slammed painfully into the wall, breaking it wide open, but it was avoidable. He did it on purpose. After all, thanks to this encounter, he was able to injure himself, which meant that his blood control was available to him. Michael extended his arm and attacked his opponent with rapid volleys, and the latter was forced to dodge. But then, one of his drops hit the copy's shoulder at high speed, and the copy was surprised she hadn't noticed it. But it was too late. Now it was his copy's turn to shudder at the explosion. However, his opponent was smarter than he thought. The copy went behind his back so fast the guy didn't even notice. And then they clashed blades again, and it went on like that for a while longer before both guys recoiled. Michael noticed that his opponent's ash blood skill was also working well, quickly healing all wounds. It made Michael angry, but he had to admit that his copy was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, their battle was being watched by the administrators, including the Steel Bloodlord. Something irritated the girl, especially since Michael had fallen for this trick before. She couldn't openly help him, but she didn't feel comfortable just watching either. The only thing she feared was Tower's reaction. Still, the girl decided to try her luck and contacted her contractor, but suddenly her screen cracked. The system warned that her messages were temporarily disabled so she couldn't prompt. Meanwhile, Michael noticed that his arm wasn't obeying him and was twisting oddly to the side. And then he suddenly hit himself, even though he hadn't thought to do it. In fact, it was all just a shell. The guy bounced off his copy so she couldn't do anything while he was in that state. And his condition was indeed dangerous, for the real Michael had suddenly begun to break through. He screamed for his dark version to stop interfering with his body and leave him, but so far it was all in vain. Michael thought he had already dealt with the version of himself from the future, but it seemed to happen again as a side effect. He screamed in frustration, saying that it was already annoying him beyond belief, which was why he was beating himself up. The real Michael tried to free himself from the bloody shackles that held him back, but it was difficult. All of a sudden, someone's voice said he'd been fighting him the whole time the guy almost died, and the guy didn't even thank him. This was said by Michael from the future, or rather the version of him that formed in front of the real Michael. Toth yelled for the guy to just get out of his body now, but he interrupted him, saying his original was a fool. He asked if Michael still hadn't realized the most important thing up to that point, adding that he should think hard. Future Michael went on to say that he trained so long and hard, reached the 12th floor of the tower. But he can't even look at himself. Hearing this, Michael clenched his teeth in anger. The words of his version from the future set him so hard that he couldn't help it and immediately burst into action. Suddenly, he managed to break the bloody shackles and he pounced from the future with his fists. He was a few centimeters away from his future version when that one suddenly stopped him with a bloody grating. Future Michael smiled evilly and turned around to leave, and the real one screamed in frustration. He started to hit the bars, but to no avail, so he asked where he was going, leaving him alone here. Then his version from the future suddenly said that if he always relied on skills, he will never be able to use real techniques and will just look at everything for the rest of his life. And he himself will take control of his body. With these words, the guy withdrew, leaving Michael alone behind the bars. And the man screamed for the umpteenth time, but he realized that everything he had just said was true, albeit unpleasantly so. Meanwhile, his copy, created by the god of darkness, noticed some change in the original's behavior. Toth was still under the power of the self from the future and said that he seemed to be used to the feeling by now. However, he was unable to continue the fight as the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord sent him an item. It was a rank 1 black dragon potion. Using it increased mental strength and cleared the mind, and the real Michael realized what needed to be done. He strained all his strength trying to escape the bloody bars, and he was even starting to succeed a little. This was displayed on his body, which once again began to act behind his will rather than the will of his future version. Michael figured that at this rate, he'd be able to take complete control and stuck his hand in his inventory. All he had to do was grab the potion that the steel-blooded lord handed him and drink it. However, at that moment, Michael's copy approached him and swung his sword, severing the hand that contained the potion. The vial of potion in his severed hand flew to the ground, but Michael didn't despair and jumped just on top of it. When the potion spilled, he managed to put his mouth to the broken vial, drinking the new liquid. Copia bounced back, being a bit taken aback by his behavior, as the guy didn't react in any way to the severed arm. And then, the copy was even more surprised to see that the original, who had been fighting from the beginning, was standing in front of her again. Michael wiped the rest of the liquid from his mouth, saying enthusiastically that he was back and ready to continue their dance. He also noticed that he could feel everything while the other him was fighting this copy. The guy let things go because of his habit of relying on skills, however. If even his copy could do something, he would succeed. And with that thought, Michael clenched his blade tighter and prepared to attack. He increased his concentration 20 times again, but this time had more control over the process. The guy felt his thinking speeding up again and the ego of his psychotic version rising. But with accelerated thinking, he finally felt enlightenment in this interminably long moment. His copy didn't wait for the original to gather its strength and attacked first. Michael had no trouble dodging the blow and thought that this time he should put all his accumulated skills aside. After getting rid of his common sense and stubbornness, he gained the Enlightenment achievement and his stamina increased by 1. Michael continued to rid himself of all things fake and gained the new achievement Trance. This time, his mana increased by 4, and the system suddenly reported that he could defeat his opponent in battle. The unwavering will skill deactivated on his copy, and Michael pounced on it, full of confidence. He knew this time would be different because he could feel the strength blossoming in his body. He had never felt this way before, but from somewhere he had additional knowledge of how to fight. It was a strange feeling, but he was now using Akutagawa Namgun's most powerful techniques. Michael trusted his instincts completely. He soared through the air even without steel wings and masterfully threw punches. He reached top speed thanks to the grace of the wind and instant acceleration. However, suddenly, his copy also made a sharp dash towards him, as if they were fighting as equals again. However, this was not the case, and Michael proved it by using the Flaming Sword Key technique on his opponent. At the same time, he dodged his attack, but the copy failed to do so and flew off to the side. Michael landed with the confidence that the battle would soon end in his victory. Not much left. His copy now clearly discerned that some change had occurred, but did not understand what exactly had happened. It was a mystery to her why the original had suddenly seized the initiative, even though he had only defended himself before. And Michael continued to successfully repel all his attacks, thinking that he was finally beginning to understand everything. After all, by paying attention to techniques rather than skills, his understanding of techniques grew, and thus his combat experience increased. Besides, it was happening incredibly fast, which couldn't be helped, and Michael even smiled. Now it was his copy's turn to be angry that she was losing, but his opponent wasn't giving up. And Michael thought that as his understanding of the techniques increased, he was finally seeing the flaws in his copy. After all, the one who used Akutagawa Namgun's real techniques, but is just trying to imitate him. However, in that case, mistrust might weaken the key of his flaming sword and he would lose. Which means even when practicing with Akutagawa Namgun's techniques, one should focus on strengthening the flaming sword. Michael realized just in time and concentrated all of his aura into the sword he was holding out against himself. He swung it like a transformed counterattack shield, making his attack as tight and fast as possible. As a result, he managed to wound the replica with a beam to the shoulder, but he realized that it wouldn't end there. The guy activated the true Bloodseeker skill, transforming drops of his blood into a multitude of needles. And then he brought them all down on his copy, which realized it couldn't reflect them all. After all, Michael had only used her blood from the wound, but he had gotten it through his body. He could do that too. His copy, anticipating his imminent doom, wondered in amazement as he tried to figure out what was driving its original. Then there was an explosion, and when the fog cleared, the winner of this battle was immediately visible. It was the original Michael, who went behind his opponent's back while he was trying to figure out what was going on. Then he attacked him again, and his opponent barely had time to put up a counterattack shield to repel his blow. But even despite the defense, it was clear that the copy was starting to lose significantly to the original, and Michael was happy about that. He managed to break through the shield and wound his opponent in the shoulder, making his opponent grudgingly grimace. Of course, his regeneration skill went off immediately, but Michael understood him better now. The copy rushed to attack, and the guy noticed that she was twirling the sword in her hands a second to block his blows. The opponent then connected both hands, forming a windmill like in the movies. But it wasn't enough. Oddly enough, that was not how Michael was able to break through his new defenses. But he didn't need to anymore. He suddenly noticed that the copy's fighting style had also changed and became more aggressive, for they were fighting to the death. But then, to his surprise, the copy changed the owl's aggressive method into a soft sword. It was another of Akutagawa's techniques, and Michael wondered how much longer he was going to imitate But as the French used to say, he who doesn't take risks doesn't drink champagne. So Michael decided he had nothing to lose. He activated the counterattack shield skill and used it as a sword, just like his copy. The latter was surprised, since the original didn't usually take such risks after all. Such a technique consumed mana. But Michael wondered why he was so surprised, because he wasn't the only one who had the courage to use such techniques. Plus, he had the same skills. Michael said it would soon be over for his copy. The boys clashed blades again. This time the original was attacking, and the fight took a completely different turn. After all, both opponents were using two swords at once, and it was impressive besides, while neither one was inferior to the other. Michael realized what his problem was after all. He had only just mastered the true flaming sword key. So he wasn't yet able to reload as quickly as the copy sword did, but he could take his chances. Suddenly, he turned his body around and kicked his opponent in the blocked weapon. Michael used this to push off and deliver a counterattacking blow from a different angle that should have worked. However, the copy was already too angry with him, so it immediately rushed after him, and the original had nothing else to do but accept the fight. Michael thought the copy had turned his shield into a sword as well, and had done so the first way as soon as they started fighting. But that meant that his own sword-shaped sword should also meet that level. Suddenly, however, his blade snapped in half from his opponent's powerful force attack, and Michael barely had time to bounce back. He suddenly thought he might even die if the copy hit with this attack, but for some reason, he threw the sword away. The boy thought if the copy was himself, then now that the counterattack shield was gone, his opponent will think this is his chance, will want to take it, and will attack with his last strength. It did, and the copy pounced on him with an unexpectedly large burst of strength, and Michael could barely block it. He held back the onslaught from himself and thought involuntarily that he could admire his strength. After all, it was the personification of himself in front of him, but suddenly it hit the guy in the stomach and he flew off. Michael hit the heavy tile, but a plan to overpower himself had already matured in his mind. He landed and got to his feet, preparing to execute his plan, but realized he needed to step back first. Because the enemy was angry and stalked him, not giving him a second's rest to gather his strength. But that's what Michael expected from his copy. He put his hand out, telling him that he was finally caught. His copy didn't even realize what had happened, but at some point, Michael's blade went through her body. It was the bloody hand that Michael had been controlling with his skill all this time that did it. After all, the steel blood sword he threw out, and his opponent's impatience was all he needed to succeed. And now that he's seriously wounded and can't fully defend himself, he'll attack him and finish him off. Suddenly his copy screamed, rising to his feet. His opponent spread his arms as if preparing for some sort of technique. Michael noticed this, and thought with wonder that he could still move in this state with a sword in his body. As expected, his copy decided that this wasn't the end, and a monster suddenly appeared in front of the guy. It was still a copy of him, only its appearance was more reminiscent of the monster from the tower. He pounced on Michael, and Michael thought it would be best to just run away and come up with a new plan. He didn't have much time though. The copy was coming closer and closer in this guise, and Michael didn't like it. He was a bit confused by the fact that his attack tactics had changed drastically. But here the guy saw a wall in front of him, which signaled the end of the room, so the only thing left was to either take the fight or punch through the wall and run on. Michael chose the latter. His monster copy's hand meanwhile almost reached him, but still failed to grab him. And then Michael suddenly saw that the copy was continuing to use the skills from before. Suddenly there was an explosion, but Michael was in relative safety as the debris didn't hit him. When the fog cleared, he saw that his copy was using ash blood to retrieve his blade, and she succeeded. Meanwhile, Michael activated his counterattack shield to defend himself as effectively as possible. After that, he quickly transformed it into a sword, and the shield's recovery time also expired. He turned to the monster, asking why he stood up. Was that really all he was capable of? This infuriated the copy, and she lunged straight at the guy, but the guy no longer felt any fear at the sight of her. Michael thought that this stupid monster had already completely lost its mind, but he had to defeat it. As strange as it may seem, as a surprise attack in close combat, one technique came in handy. It was an explosion of his own body. His opponent went out of his mind endlessly producing these explosions. But it also meant that the ash blood would absorb too much stamina hence. When her stamina is at 0, the copy's attacks will stop and Michael can finish her off. It went on like that for a while longer, and then his opponent finally stopped and Michael punched him. There was no point in stalling any longer, especially since his copy had completely run out of steam in the meantime. He turned to his copy, telling her that she was definitely finished this time, and she got even more angry. However, there was nothing she could do anymore, so she simply decided to leave the scene of the battle. But Michael wasn't going to let her go so easily, saying that his copy wasn't going anywhere from him now. It was his turn to run after him, intent on finally finishing what he had started and killing himself. But that wasn't all. Michael was almost there when he saw something strange. His copy stopped running and with his last strength concentrated a powerful clot of blood overhead. This one should have been the final and decisive attack, but Michael simply shielded the counterattack again. However, the enemy struck with such force that he was even thrown back a few meters, but he remained alive. Michael smiled. He realized that this was his opponent's last attempt. But after that, the copy couldn't take the strain and stopped. Or rather, it was a chance for Michael. After all, his shield had reached its maximum damage absorption limit, which meant now it would all turn into an attack. As he transformed it into a blade again, Michael concentrated the power of the shield into a small sphere, and then launched that sphere at his opponent like he was playing golf. But it was fun. Being weakened due to the extraordinary amount of stamina used, his copy was unable to dodge. The attack came right in her face, leaving no chance of escape. Michael decided to finally end things with a release and returned the damage of the counterattack shield. This time, he caused the explosion himself, which spread throughout the entirety of the 12 trial room. There was nothing left of his copy, and soon he received a message that he had successfully passed the 12th floor. As a reward, he received the Grey Crown of Ancient Emperor High minus rank and 80000 points. On top of that, he was also credited with 3,500 CO and gained the additional skill Last Resistance of rank 1. When Michael was back in the waiting room, he immediately saw that the counterattack shield had increased by 1 rank. All of a sudden, the guy got sick from the reboot and spit out blood as his biological needs. This indicated that the fight was really hard and the opponent was incredibly strong. The Ash Blood skill worked, which never failed the guy, though he hoped it would cure the rebound too. If he didn't have such a trump skill in his arsenal, he couldn't have gotten this far. Michael suddenly asked himself if it was even possible to climb the tower with peace of mind. Before heading back to the waiting room, he forgot to absorb the spirit of his copy. It was a strange feeling, for he had absorbed the spirit of another self, effectively killing himself in another version of himself. Suddenly, the system announced that admin messages, which had been restricted for the duration of his battle, were available again. The Steel-Blooded Lord complained about the system because of the sanctions imposed on her because of her cup of tea to the contractor. She asked him to treat her person well from now on, and Michael agreed, thanking her for that potion. He also learned a new fact. Administrators are also sanctioned if they interact excessively with contractors. Suddenly, he saw that all the admin messages that had been restricted were now being printed at the same time. There were an incredible number of them, and Michael didn't even have time to read all of them, as new ones appeared immediately. He was surprised to think that there were so many administrators watching him, and they were all cheering for him, and the Steel Blood Lord even provided assistance. Some admins were shocked by his talent and the difficulty level of the challenge, saying he looked like a monster, while others reacted as if they were fed up with him, asking if he's really a contender who's still only on the 12th floor. But the administrators' differing views didn't end there. Michael noticed new messages popping up. Admins who just said what they wanted and then disappeared when they lost interest, sending meaningless messages. At least that's what Michael thought. He was very curious about it, but he couldn't ask directly. He also didn't understand why, of all people, this was happening to him and why all the admins were trying to get his attention. Suddenly, he thought it might be because of a system extension that gave admins new privileges. For example, they had the opportunity to make a request of him, but their nonchalant response changed that a bit. But since that's the case, admins not contractually bound to him could also benefit in the future. And Michael asked if they didn't think it was a little wrong for everyone to just flood him with messages. He added that if they needed something, then they could send him Force as support. Seeing that the administrators had quieted down a bit, he said that for their information, the offer only applied to the first 3. He said this to make the admins compete, as everyone wanted him to remember them specifically. Not a minute later, the 3 admins who had previously expressed their displeasure sent him requests for added power. Michael nodded contentedly, and then turned around, looking at the defeated copy of himself and thinking about what was also important. After all, he had absorbed the opponent's soul, but he hadn't used it yet because he didn't know what would happen. All because the enemy not only has the same stats as him, but also skills and powers, so it was even interesting to see what would come of it. After absorbing his spirit completely, his skill immediately increased by 28%, which was the highest he had ever received. The system produced a message that the composition of the soul of the false applicant, Michael Nodforth's soul, was completely identical to his own. However, he then read that an attempt had been made to extract the false applicant's divinity, and this surprised Michael. First, all of his stats increased by 10, and he also absorbed the Lightning Sword Keys skill, but the system gave an error. It was said that this skill was already acquired by the challenger, so it would simply improve by 1 level and became a high rank. And then, Michael was surprised to read a servant's message that said the divinity had been successfully extracted. It was also reported that his divine power had become rank 1, and it was becoming possible to transform it. For Michael, however, all these words were empty words, for he had no idea how to use her. But it turned out that he could now experience divinity just as well as Kyrain, whom he had defeated. When he returned to the 13th floor waiting room, he saw that another system expansion had begun. Communities that were globally segregated by country are now fully integrated. Also, messages of different types of difficulty are now available. Team arenas for trials are not tied to one country. Individual county-level country rankings will also be fully integrated. Michael decided that this was by and large a pointless expansion of the system. After all, he was already encountering foreigners. But if it goes on like this, eventually the community will be integrated with other dimensions too. After all, in addition to Earth, the Tower of Trials also operates on Murim and Ares, as well as another interesting world. And what happened next made Michael open his mouth in surprise. He saw the final ranking of the 12th floor. According to him, he was ranked first and had a super legendary rank, the highest possible rank. In other words, he had become the strongest. That was the main reason why he was climbing the tower. At least for the moment, he had become the strongest challenger on Earth, and that was impressive. But Michael had heard that the Tower of Trials had long existed in dimensions such as Ares, Murim, and Kallian. And compared to these, Earth was an extremely weak dimension that just the other day. It was officially recorded as a dimension for climbing challengers. Michael thought that if they didn't increase Earth's power, they would become the target of another dimension like they had been on that day. So whether it was before or now, but he needs a powerful force that can defeat anyone. The guy opened the inventory and found information about the ancient emperor's grey crown that fell to him as a reward. Since the rank of the item was high, the performance seemed powerful. Michael then decided to go for the additional breakthrough reward by unlocking the information on the last resistance skill. According to her, this skill could prevent 1 death, which was truly amazing, and Michael wondered. After all Although the recovery time is a week, but considering the effectiveness of the skill, it's not even a penalty. And during this ordeal, in addition to receiving rewards, he managed to shake the admins out of their powers. He went into the Forces tab and the system asked him which choice he wished to make. Michael chose Support Forces. The first was a rank 2+ Blood Heavenly Energy with which he could replace mana with Key Energy. Next was the same rank's Warrior Defense. With it, he could only gain Divinity Control and Luck so far. The last power was called Instant Magic Charge, with which he could recharge his mana from nature. After evaluating all the powers, Michael concluded that each one was quite unique and very good for a rank 2+. So he couldn't stop his choice on anyone and bought them all for special points. All three of the administrators who had given him his powers reminded Michael not to forget their generosity. The guy also remembered the extraction of divine power before he absorbed his copy's soul. When this happened, he felt the energy settle heavily in his heart, unlike how it had been before. Suddenly, Michael decided to test this power, thinking he could now control it like Kirain. He stretched out his arm and concentrated, preparing for something unusual. But to his surprise, nothing happened. The guy just froze with his arm outstretched, not realizing what he had done wrong, but it was even expected. His body just glowed, but no special abilities or anything like that showed up. Michael figured he couldn't reproduce more than one of the recovery or strengthening techniques, the ones used by the priests during the test on the 11th floor, and it annoyed him a bit. After all, the guy was full of expectations, and in the end achieved exactly nothing, so all efforts have been in vain so far. He tried to calm himself down, saying that otherwise his vile personality would come out again, and there was no way he would then. Suddenly he received a message from the White Crane Sword. The girl was inviting him to her domain. She said she'd love to help him master his divine powers, but Michael refused for some reason. The system reported that Angela cried because of the shock she received from the contractor's rejection of her invitation. But Michael said he could learn how to use divine power later if he needed to. He added that he wants to do everything on his own without relying on other people. He also thought to himself that it wasn't the divine power that was more important now, but his skill. Michael remembered the look Akutagawa had given him when he said he'd be back. So right now, he should have been focusing on what he could do to become stronger. At least that's how it's going to be until he kills Akutagawa, because he's bound to return to Earth. With that thought, he walked into the store and found one of the powers he had acquired from the administrators, Blood Heavenly Energy. The description also said that upon entering battle, his senses were increased by the blood energy of his entire body. Michael decided not to hesitate and try it out as soon as possible. He activated the power and immediately felt a strange feeling. It was as if he had been reborn into a fighter, his blood boiling. And he realized that this was exactly what he needed. The guy was about to think it was a great skill with no back action when suddenly his eye hurt. Michael grabbed at him, but his dark personality had already come out and the situation had become dangerous. Michael grabbed his face and began to stretch, wanting a nasty version of himself to come off his body. The guy sensed that this person was a little different, also crazy, but not the same as before. He, or rather his personality, activated the steel blood sword, telling the original to finally die. Michael took advantage of this and with his last strength activated the flaming sword key in his other hand for defense. One hand with a steel blood sword attacked him while the other blocked him. From the outside it looked ridiculous. Michael wasn't laughing though. His second personality said he was going to get rid of what he couldn't get. Michael swallowed nervously. This was a situation he hadn't foreseen, but he needed to find a solution immediately. His left hand was giving harder and harder, and he realized that soon he wouldn't be able to control it at all, and the blade would pierce him. However, the guy noticed that the sword was absorbing the blood energy generated by the blood sky energy. Unexpectedly, the system reported the creation of an improved celestial demon blood sword. It was said that a user who reached the flaming sword level maximized the activation of the exclusive effect. It was called Blood Energy and revealed the true ability of his sword. Michael was able to change the course of the battle. He pointed his sword at himself, then stabbed his chest near his shoulder, intent on speeding his vile version of blood energy. From the feel of it, though, it came out a little differently than the guy had envisioned. The system reported that if the conditions were met, the true abilities of the Heaven-Blooded Blood Sword would be unlocked. The item's name was changed to Heavenly Demon Sword of True Blood, and the design changed slightly. Michael noticed with surprise that he could even feel a separate blood slot now. The special blood slot looked really impressive. All that was left was to fill it up. After thinking for a bit, Michael decided to activate the Fire Dragon Eyes skill to find out more information. The basic information reported that it could absorb the blood of the victim it killed and imprint 3 random skills. But the additional information said that he could already use the Blood Feast skill and store the skills in his sword. Michael thought that was pretty cool, since he could capture as many as 3 whole skills right in his weapon. One could say that he had come across a fascinating item of a growing type that the world had never seen before. The guy decided to try it out right away and went to the 13th floor test, the theme of which was strategic combat. He had to work together with his companions to kill the vampire count in 2 days. The reward for breaking through was a random skill book of high plus rank, and the penalty was, as always, death. Michael was a little surprised to see this, for now he had gotten a combined trial, which meant that although he didn't have the best memories of this type of ordeal, but still, at the sight of an award with a high plus rating, the mood improved slightly and the guy accepted the challenge. Team selection has begun. The small area has 4 portals again for the 4 contenders on the team. Michael was the first to come out and immediately thought about going to the city and killing everyone there himself. After all, with the powers he now had, he could destroy at least 1 city. Meanwhile, all the contenders also showed themselves out of the portals and their nicknames became visible for better teamwork. One of his companions was a red-haired guy nicknamed Tarkovsky, who kept wondering why he'd gotten here. The second member was a boy with the nickname Legendary Ninja, who was feeling a little awkward. And the last one was an old man with the nickname Clock Tower Wizard, who also greeted everyone. Seeing their nicknames, Michael suddenly thought, remembering the summary board for the previous floor. He remembered that there were definitely the nicknames of 2 of the people below, and they each had a good rank. The first to speak was an old man who was smoking a pipe, imitating his style. He remarked that the place they were now in completely stank with the odor of blood, and no one would get over him, for the sight of the room spoke for itself. The old man suggested that they might have been in the vampire's refectory. And then suddenly, 2 of them appeared behind his back and agreed with him, praising the old man for being considerate. It was a girl and a boy vampire who pounced on the wizard, asking if the dessert itself had come to them. They added that they would love to eat it, and the old man was a little confused, not immediately reacting. But the opponents had already been dealt with by his 2 companions, who mangled the vampires in a second. Tarkovsky beheaded the vampire guy, and the legendary ninja took on the girl, and both handled it lightning fast. The boy turned to Tarkovsky, saying that he guessed that the man was the best in the Ukraine Guild. The man replied that he had no intention of hiding it, adding that his name was Andrei. Then the kid introduced himself fully too, saying his name was Soito Mikimoto and he was a Japanese hunter of epic rank. Then Soito asked if they were ready to fight, for the vampires could sense the death of their comrades and would soon come in droves. Then the old wizard spoke up, saying that they didn't have to worry about it because he had set up a barrier beforehand. He added that thanks to him, the vampires wouldn't be able to sense anything, and Soito looked at him with interest. Then the old man introduced himself, saying his name was David Taylor, and he was the humble wizard of the clock tower. Soito must have known something about it, because he said excitedly that it was the best of all the magic towers in their world after all. David smiled, saying he was lucky to find himself dragged into the Tower of Trials in his old age. That was the end of it, and everyone turned around, looking at Michael, who had decided to introduce himself as well. He said he was a South Korean hunter of the 2nd rank, Michael Nodforth. He added that he heard something from the receptionist about the ordeal on the 13th floor. Even weak vampires could easily surpass the skills of rank 2 hunters, what to speak of an earl standing on par with an epic rank. And his special ability was physical regeneration, so undressing him would not be easy. Tower stated that the key to this trial was the salvation of ministers. They were hiding in different places, but if you find them and help them, they will deny them a huge amount of help. The boys sat around the fireplace in the guest room and began to discuss the best way to sneak into town. David suggested that Saito use the stealth skill and he would put up a barrier himself to block the presence. Michael stood listening silently as they talked amongst themselves, but when he heard it, that the guys expect to handle the test in 10 days, I couldn't wait any longer and gave my opinion. He observed that it was highly inefficient to pass the test in this manner. David frowned and looked at him suspiciously, asking if he knew any other way. Michael answered positively and smiled, saying that there was a method with extremely high efficiency. The old man asked what was the method that was more effective than the one they had only 100 of them had come up with together. Soito wanted to find out too, saying that the strongest challenger in the world rankings probably had his own secrets. Michael agreed with this as well, saying that everything brilliant was simple, and his way was called hit and take. To demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions, the guy drew his sword and swung it for greater effect. Then he snapped his fingers, and the gate that separated them from the outside world opened with a rumble. It was night outside, and there were also a lot of vampires standing there who couldn't get in earlier because of the barrier. Michael finally says that if the guys just shut up and attack, they can kill them all and pass the test. The vampires, meanwhile, smelled the odor of human flesh and began to approach Michael. They all pounced on the guy, but the guy had expected it himself so he could show his partner how it's done. All three of them simultaneously opened their mouths in shock, and Soito wondered if he was going to accidentally kill them. But Michael enthusiastically said that from now on they were starting a head-on breach operation and was the first to rush at the vampires. Of course, he couldn't stop everyone at once, so some of them ran at the rest of his teammates. However, as the vampire approached them, he saw the boys gradually disappear from sight. The other vampires warned their companions, saying that these human brats were using magic. This was in fact true. David had put a group cover-up on them, saying it shouldn't last long. He wondered to himself why, during every combined test, there was a fool willing to make a fuss. This pissed him off, and he told the others that, unfortunately, it would be best to eliminate Michael Nodforth and back off for now. Michael, meanwhile, marveled at the vampire's power, asking if they really had the basic Bloodseeker settings. This was quite a surprising discovery, since monsters in human form used their blood. They too had the ability to transform it, giving it any shape, and aimed hundreds of needles at the guy. His companions were retreating. Soito turned around to look at Michael one last time, wondering why he had done this. After all, the guy didn't understand why he had made such a reckless choice, but was suddenly forced to take back his words. He caught the others' attention, telling the guys to look in the direction where Michael was fighting. Thoth, meanwhile, activated his fresh Bloodseeker skill, forming large spires from it. The vampires even wondered if the guy was one of them, for his ability to manipulate blood was astounding. To be more precise, she outnumbered their forces, and Michael demonstrated this by attacking them with his spikes. Seeing that they couldn't do it on their own, the vampires panicked and decided it was necessary to call the Count for help. And the guys thought it made sense to move forward with the plan when faced with such an enemy. David was especially amazed. The old man couldn't understand how such an ignorant method of Michael's could work. David Taylor was a high-level battle wizard, having been on the front lines for a long time. In addition, he was characterized by a sharp mind and acumen that not everyone could boast of. In the Tower of Trials, he also overcame every challenge every time with the help of his outstanding strategies. And once he was on the 13th floor, he used his sharp mind and developed a clear strategy. A more effective strategy than the one he came up with simply didn't exist. However, then he met Michael. When he first talked about his hit-and-take strategy, the old man thought what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After all, action planning was the first thing that needed to be done to solve the problem. Michael Nodforth, on the other hand, suggested that they just shut up and attack, assuring them that this was how they would pass the test. And now, by the looks of it, he'd proved to them all that those weren't empty words, for half the vampires were already at his hands. Meanwhile, Andrew approached the old man, asking if it was better to leave everything to Michael in that case. Soito said he supports the idea, saying the guy is doing a great job, but David raised his hand. So he urged them to listen to him and said he recognized that Michael Nodforth had incredible power. However, he added that the vampire side was literally the size of a city, and it was overwhelming for one. The old man asked why team hunting had become one of the tower's tests if everyone used to rely only on themselves. All because no matter how strong they are, when a situation of disorderly combat arises, it is simply impossible to handle so many variables alone. And soon, Michael Nodforth will feel it too, so they need to be there to help him. The old man was still talking when the vampires suddenly managed to grab Michael's arms and immobilize him. The guy got nervous seeing the rest of the monsters jumped on him, preparing to attack. So he thought of no other choice but to inflate his arms, which had become the size of huge balloons. And then he burst those orbs, solving two problems at once. He drove the enemies away from him and drew more blood. This allowed him to recreate the sharp, bloody tentacles he used to impale the vampires with. At the same time, Michael activated the Ash Blood skill to heal his hands. However, he noticed that at this rate, he would have to use recovery items relentlessly. Blowing up one's own body, although it was a good skill, but it cost too much to use often. But things changed dramatically when one of the vampires grabbed his head and called Michael an apostle. The others thought about it for a while and also accepted the words given as truth. Now they thought that God was punishing them. Michael thought that these vampires seemed to have deluded themselves into thinking he had come to them as God's punishment. However, one fatty suddenly pointed at him, telling everyone to take a closer look at him. He said the guy was out of breath, which only indicated that he was no apostle. Such news pleased the vampires more. They realized that the guy was exhausted and was the most ordinary person. This was worth using as a chance to attack, and they pounced together, expecting a quick victory. But of course Michael couldn't let that happen. He used the Bloodseeker skill again. The vampires, noticing that he was trying to do something about the blood again, slowed down a bit, but continued their attack. Meanwhile, Michael formed 4 bloody orbs that were probably not ordinary. But instead of attacking with them, he suddenly popped all the marbles into his mouth and swallowed them. Turns out it wasn't blood at all. In fact, he had absorbed a couple souls of defeated vampires. Michael did this to improve his performance, and the balloons were so he could open his mouth to absorb. The guy said enthusiastically that round 2 was about to begin, but the vampires scattered. Those who were right next to Michael got caught in his hot hand. Those who stood farther away were lucky to escape. Watching all of this, his partners realized why he held a respectable first position in the world rankings. Andrew was the first to stand up, saying he was tired of sitting around doing nothing, and Soito soon joined him. Michael, meanwhile, used all the soul he had and increased his stats by an average of 4. The boy was surprised to notice that his growth with the help of the vampires was even better than from his copy. Plus, if he finishes off the count as well, it'll come out a very productive test of self-improvement. And the other good thing about this situation was that he kept getting the administrator's attention. After all, Michael saw nothing wrong with appearing in a good light before the administrators. After a while, when he had finished off the bulk of the vampires at his side, he saw his comrades. Michael said that he thought they had gone in search of the priests, but the priests showed their heads. David said they made the decision to follow his instructions, even though they were initially hesitant. Michael noticed that they were all finally realizing the effectiveness of the hit and take strategy, and that was a good thing. He activated his 6th sense skill to better assess the current situation. And honestly, she wasn't happy about it. The only thing the guy felt around him was a sea of blood. It engulfed the entire city with no way for ordinary people to walk the streets freely at night. The entire situation in the area indicated that his main opponent, the vampire count, was about to show up. Old man David said that the count also possessed supreme magic, but the problem was that the power of it was incredibly powerful. Listening to their judgments, Michael couldn't help but wonder if these were the same high-ranking hunters he admired. But then he addressed them, urging them to leave the place immediately and bring the ministers. Hearing this, Soito asked in surprise how the priests would help him if they themselves were around. Michael then told it like it is, saying that being around him would only get in the way. And to absorb the spirit of the vampire count, he must fight him alone. That was also one of his motives. Andrew replied that they would probably do as he asked, though the man was not used to obeying others. They left Michael, and David said lastly that they would return as soon as they found the priests. Michael could still feel the sea of blood that was relentlessly closing in on him, and wondered if it was time to fight in earnest. He activated Battle Concentration, increasing it by 5 times, and then the Blood Heaven Energy Power. Thanks to the latter, his Bloodseeker skill was fully activated and new features were unlocked. He could now interfere with all blood manipulation abilities within the range of the skill's application. Even he felt it. The Count of Vampires sat on a throne in his castle, which was in the center of the city. He felt that some insignificant human being dared to resist his power. This he disliked very much, and though he planned to preserve the infrastructure of the city for later life. But now he will just make this place a living hell, as no one should allow themselves to resist his power. Michael, meanwhile, had also noticed the Count's presence and suddenly realized that the reach of his power was greater than the lad had thought. He even became nervous, wondering if he wouldn't be able to block the vampire Count's attack. Meanwhile, the Count was dining on his 3rd grape of the night, which held 6 vampires at once. All because Selden Nair, that was the Count's name, was of enormous size, not even comparable to giants. He didn't even remember anymore when it started. The guy just fought again and again, climbing higher and higher. The essence of his life became a battle, as it often is with those who desperately crave more. And when he came to his senses, he was already standing on top of a mountain of countless corpses, and soon his thirst reached the heavens. The god of battle appointed the challenger Selden Nair as his apostle, and the latter had a new desire. 3 powers have been destroyed by the likes of him, and so many people have been killed that the fountain of life has turned red with blood. And if he completely conquers the last country, the god of battle will recognize him as a true apostle. The peak of it all would be his becoming king of the vampires. That was the young earl's wish. He was sitting on his throne, contemplating his plan, when suddenly a servant came to him, reporting great trouble. He said that the forces under the earl were killed by one man who came to their city. At a signal, 2 other servants brought in a large mirror through which the count could observe his domain. In reality, everything was broadcast through an eye that hovered in the sky like a bat. Selden thought he had been crowned, that he had dealt with all the fools who claimed to be heroes. He asked which country had sent these barbarians this time, and the servant replied that they had just shown up unexpectedly. But such an answer displeased the count very much, and he said he did not believe that his precious subordinates were so brutally murdered by someone who just showed up unexpectedly. Selden became furious. His subordinates asked the Lord to moderate his anger, for it was working on them too. But Selden didn't care. He thought he would have been a true apostle long ago if he had conquered this city. Michael reasoned that it would be better for him to retreat for a while, for the count's attack was too powerful. The boy thought that if everything turned out this way, he should forget about the city and concentrate on saving the lives of his comrades. Finding them was not difficult, for David's barrier was clearly visible in the midst of this sea of blood. Michael struggled to rush toward his companions, but the wave of a huge bloody stream inevitably followed him. Michael pushed off and jumped towards the barrier, hoping he would make it in time and put his arm out in front of him. At the end, he was in front of his comrades, who were still standing under the barrier. He activated the counterattack shield. It was a rather wise decision, for this way the water would break against his shield and do less damage to the barrier. However, it was incredibly difficult to hold back this onslaught, and besides, Michael was only doing it with one hand. But he knew he should have held out a little longer, for every second was worth its weight in gold. Just as suddenly, his shield split into hundreds of pieces, and the guy froze like that in surprise, still holding out his arm. A huge torrent of water knocked him off his feet and onto the ground, where the guy continued to be tossed from side to side. When the wave passed, he was badly battered by the current. Lying on the ground, Michael could barely move. While his comrades rushed towards him, the guy activated the Ash Blood skill, recovering his health. He asked the guys if they were okay, and they responded positively, saying they survived because of him. However, that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, they all heard someone's growl that was so loud it was as if they were shouting into a microphone. And then the boys saw the vampire count himself, to whom that growl belonged. Selden landed near them, saying he was surprised, as the humans had managed to survive such an attack. This meant that the killing of his men at the hands of these barbarians was not a mere coincidence, as he had first thought. Looking at their team, the count reasoned that 3 of them were key figures, and Michael was barely alive. That meant it was fashionable to ignore him and focus on these 3. The count prepared himself. It was no secret that he could wield blood just perfectly, forming a bloody dagger from it. The count shouted that all people were like annoying bugs that were always bothering him. He added that he would tear them all to shreds if they got in his way, and that got his comrades a little excited. But then Michael, who was already on his feet, suddenly called back and told the boys to step back. And those were even okay with this arrangement, saying they'd back off for a while. But the guy could always rely on them. This didn't please Selden, who shouted that he wouldn't let anyone go so easily. After saying that, he rushed after the 3 applicants who were trying to leave the place. The count was angry, for he had never met people like this before. He usually dealt with everyone within 5 minutes. As he was rushing at breakneck speed toward the guys, he suddenly noticed Michael right beside him. Selden wondered with amazement if this was the same man who had earlier been lying pressed into the wreckage. He didn't understand how the guy got here. And meanwhile, Michael asked him if he'd heard the saying that words become grains. So everything the vampire count said the guy was going to give him back. Here he even smiled. This attitude did not please the count, and he decided to deal with this insolent boy first. Selden changed his trajectory, preparing to attack, but Michael was faster and mangled him in a flash. The guy said that he himself had mentioned dying torn to shreds, so now his will would be done. Soito, Andrew and David froze halfway through the retreat, marveling at how quickly he had disposed of the count. The one shrank in size in an instant and fell to the ground, while Michael towered over him with 2 swords in his hands. He turned to the boys, telling them to go look for the priests sooner rather than later. But Soido didn't see the need for that anymore. Michael didn't think so, however, he asked. Didn't anything seem strange to them, nodding toward the Count? After all, there should have been a message about the end of the trial long ago, but for some reason, there wasn't one. Michael activated the Fire Dragon's eye, hoping the skill would show him the whole truth about his opponent. Hovering his gaze over the Count's arm, he saw the message that Selden's body was now recovering. This was due to the power of regeneration, and everyone was amicably surprised that the monster was capable of such a thing in this state. Then Michael once again said that they should hurry up and bring the priest's face to find some relics. Soido replied that searching was his specialty, so he would try to find everything as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Count's body was already half recovered, and there wasn't much left to his full appearance. Within seconds, Selden was standing in front of them again, and this time he was serious. He screamed how Michael even dared to do such a thing to him, saying that now he wasn't leaving here alive. Michael, on the other hand, noticed that the opponent had incredible regeneration power, which meant his recovery and blood control skills were far more effective than what he had in his arsenal. However, in terms of fighting ability, the advantage was clearly on Michael's side. The guy quickly realized this. The vampire, meanwhile, was even angrier about the fact that there was no way he could hit it. Then, instead of bodily attacks, he used his blood manipulation skill and grabbed piles of rocks. Covering them in blood, the Count directed this rain of stone directly at Michael, but he remained calm. He realized that he wouldn't be able to defend himself from all the attacks at once, so he decided to act differently. The size of the rocks was big enough to even kill him, but it also meant something else. He could dive under them. Covering his head with his hands, Michael instinctively dodged the largest debris while the rest just flew past. They crashed into the walls that still remained standing from some of the buildings. But it seemed that now they too had come to an end. Selden was pleased that he was now setting the pace of the battle, saying he was the best at blood management techniques. Only Michael didn't care. He activated instant acceleration and was quickly at the enemy's back. And the man didn't realize what that meant. Selden turned around to see his opponent, but Michael was already attacking. Suddenly, the Count felt an intense pain that pierced his body like an electric current. Then he was shredded again by Michael, but the boy knew that even though he had mangled him into smaller pieces this time, the vampire would still regenerate, and he was even curious if the Count was really impossible to kill. At least it required something holy or clergy who might not even be in town anymore. After all, it was now completely destroyed, and it would be far stranger to see a single living priest. While he was thinking about it, Selden finished regenerating and reappeared in front of him, this time in his original form. He asked if the guy really thought he had the power to kill him, because it was absurd. But Michael replied with a mad grin that he was just curious how many more times he could mangle him. After all, sooner or later a vampire must die, and it didn't matter who did it, the priests or himself. The Count, meanwhile, noticed that his body was shaking and wondered if it was he, Count Selden Nair, who was shaking with fear. After that, he shouted for the guy not to dare underestimate him, for he would become the king of vampires. But in response, Michael only cut his body apart again. This was his third time. When Selden recovered again, he told him not to think he was going to win just because he was hurting him. However, Michael didn't then even listen to him. Not letting the Count finish speaking, he mangled him for the now fourth time. During the next regeneration, Selden said that Michael was only human hence. He would soon pass out from exhaustion, but the guy kept attacking and killing the Count over and over again. The end he chopped it for the 7th or 8th time, Selden suddenly asked if he was that legendary player. Michael really didn't even pay any attention to it, because he only had one goal in mind. And he also got the Battlefield Artist achievement, and he has a new Torture Art rank 3 skill being created. After the Count saw that the guy wasn't getting tired, he decided that it was pointless to continue. Being nearly unclothed, Selden reasoned that it would be best to leave the city immediately to stay alive. However, Michael was already waiting for him on the retreat road, reminding him that he would return all the words he had said to them. One such freight was that the Count had said he wouldn't let them leave here alive, and Michael twirled his sword with a smile. Selden wasn't just trembling anymore. He was afraid of the guy, thinking it wasn't a man, but the devil himself in human form. When his body had been chopped up for the 10th time, the Count offered him a deal, saying he would do anything just to get him to stop. However, Michael still ignored his words, paying no attention to the Earl's suggestions. He even plugged in the new achievement, Beginning of Madness, thanks to which the skill Pain Amplification rank 3 skill became conscious. Selden, meanwhile, could stand the agony no longer, begging the lad to stop and saying he would give him everything. And suddenly Michael stopped, as if thinking about his words, which pleased the Count very much. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly waved his finger toward the half-crouched Selden, who was confused. However, when the Count realized that this was his chance to end his eternal suffering, flashed a confession to him. Michael said he had a plan brewing and added that if the Count cooperated, he would give him the blessing of death. Selden was kneeling, so the lad couldn't see his face, but he didn't need to. The Count asked what he had to do. Instead of answering, Michael activated the counterattack shield skill, saying a modified version of it. It was called a counterattack sword, and the guy transformed the item into a large red cross. He stuck it into the ground beside the Count, who was still kneeling with his head down. Michael then told Selden to attack that cross until he said the word stop. It was as different a requirement as possible, so it took Selden a while to figure it all out. But Michael helped him by reminding him of the Count's eternal torment that would continue if he didn't. Selden's mind was unable to make sense of the series of events that had happened to him today. Like a snowball, first some crazy person showed up and then destroyed the greatest force in vampire history. No matter how much he thought about it, the Count of her video, there was no logic here. And suddenly, he had a new hunch. He wondered if all that was happening to him now was a test from the god who had promised him to make him an apostle. And yet, from the beginning, he had thought it strange that a human had the ability to control blood. A vampire savior who makes true warriors out of his subordinates teaches them to be on guard. The thought seemed very plausible to him, and meanwhile Michael saw that the shield had reached maximum. It meant that now he would be able to release the accumulated damage at the right time, so he told the Count to stop. Thoth immediately stopped stuffing the cross and looked at the guy, waiting to see what he was going to do now. And Michael angrily said that now it was time for him to die, and the thought of a savior instantly fell away. Selden couldn't tell if he was a god or a man. He thought Michael looked more like a monster than anything else. The guy, meanwhile, said that since the Count was constantly regenerating no matter how many times he was killed, he'll be atomized to the point where there won't be a single piece of flesh left. With those words, he hurled his sword at the Count, a pre-octave Selden bloody ball from his shield. He then activated an instant release of the accumulated damage that was to be poured directly into the orb. Selden was a little scared, but eventually realized that this way he could finally die. A moment later, there was an explosion of immense power, but it didn't go beyond a ball from the counterattack shield. Michael just stood and watched, hoping it would work. But even if it didn't, there was still the relic plan. Fortunately, the system congratulated him for successfully breaking through the 13th floor by adding a random skill book to his inventory. He also received 90,000 points and 4,000 COs, with an additional 5,000 COs given to him as an extra. Michael thought happily that he had succeeded in killing the vampire count, and now absorbing the blood he had spilled. According to the skill of his sword, he was getting a blood feast effect that absorbed the opponent's blood into the blade. The guy activated this effect, wanting to see how cool his sword was now. Plus, it could absorb blood too. Doing so, his sword level increased to high minus rank, and he also imprinted a 2+ blood enhancement skill on it. According to the description, it could strengthen blood, a blood control area, and increase strength and control. Such effects were very much to Michael's liking, but the others would fall off topic when they heard the conversation go on and on about blood. Michael decided to test this skill as well, activating it, and immediately sensed an incredible situation within a huge radius. He now possessed a blood control ability that surpassed even the vampire count. Michael got the feeling that he had become the vampire king that Selden had so desperately wanted before he died. All in all, things looked good, though the guy realized that there would be some misunderstandings in the will because of this ability. Michael used the Spirit of the Fallen count to improve stats, increasing everything in the range of 4 to 8 points. The system also reported that it had managed to detect divinity from his spirit and an extraction attempt had been made. Michael remembered seeing the same message when he absorbed his clone's spirit and watched curiously further. And next, the system announced that his divine power rank was being increased by 1 level. Michael realized that he didn't know then that the condition for extracting divinity was the difference between the one, whether or not the soul has divine powers, for considering that divinity was not extracted from normal vampires. Though, perhaps the extraction is only applicable to those with divine power at least the same level as him. After absorbing the divinity, he also saw a message that he had been given one of Selden's skills, charisma, too. According to the description, when absorbing a spirit more powerful than the user, a power extraction assessment was made. Michael had some guesses about this, for it seems that spirits associated with gods or apostles were considered highly ranked. The assessment completed, and the system reported that Count Selden Nair had the power that had now been extracted for Michael. It was called Harvest of Faith Rank 2+, became engraved on the soul of challenger Michael Nodforth. However, he couldn't read more about it in detail because his comrades had already joined him. They reported that the priests had protected the people with the power of defense, and there were more survivors than they had anticipated. The civilians came out of their hiding places, hailing Michael as the hero who had saved them from the vampire count. Unexpectedly, the guy read that the power of reaping faith found a strong faith in the user. He suddenly realized that these people were sending him their faith, which was far more important than he could have imagined. In addition, apparently faith sent under the influence of delusion was also regarded as faith. After all, people thought of him as God's messenger. Michael thought he should use this opportunity effectively. So the guy activated the newly acquired skill Charisma, rank 2 Charisma, to make himself more attractive. His weight in the eyes of others increased, and others became more susceptible to his influence. Michael thought that he had never once lied, however, and suddenly got an achievement for it. His mana increased by 1. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of a more powerful divine power effect, reporting the mythic's calculation. It was committed based on actual results versus the faith of the believers, and soon the myth of the vampire slayer was formed. Michael didn't understand what it was, so he activated the mythic to check. New effects were immediately added to his attack. Inability to regenerate and exorcism said absolutely nothing to Michael, but it sounded cool. The guy thought that impossible regeneration was added to it after breaking the Earl's healing chain. The exorcism effect was probably added after the mass murder of vampires in the city. Divine power combined with the newly found harvest of faith takes the form of myth, and Michael saw the divine power that he had never once used until now steadily flowing outward. When the myth was activated, there was an absorption of the divine power within its force. Michael is suddenly approached by David, saying he thought he was an infantile fool at first, but it seems. Missing his ability, the old man held out his hand, asking if the guy would forgive him. Michael was surprised at such a gesture from the old man, but shook his hand, saying, of course, not to hold a grudge against him. Suddenly, the system reported that the god of battle realized that his potential apostle was dead. It was also said that the god of battle sensed his divine power and was hostile. Michael felt again as if someone had forcibly bent him to his knees. He couldn't get up because of the great pressure. Suddenly, the ground beneath the civilian's feet shuddered and then cracked with a jolt. The system reported entering the divine realm, and suddenly, some people would fall into the lava that was hidden underground. The guy didn't realize what was happening, for the ordeal was already over. He saw David being pushed into the stream of people as well. The old man was far away from his portal, as was Michael. Only Soito and Andrew had managed to leave the ordeal before. Michael quickly assessed the situation and then turned to the old man, saying they should shake hands one more time. David didn't understand why he suggested it, but in the next instant, after complying with his request, flew straight to the portal. Michael tossed it so at least one of them could make it to the exit, and the old man yelled that this method was ignorant. However, he added that the guy wasn't expected to be any different, and besides, the method turned out to work. He successfully escaped through the portal, but Michael saw that there were still people on the ground who were terrified. The guy yelled for all of them to move aside, and he himself slammed his fist into the ground, activating his counterattack shield. Its radius of action had spread to an area large enough to completely cover the remaining people. Old David, who was already moving to his waiting room, didn't know if this guy was a hero or not. However, he thought that if there were heroes in this world, shouldn't they look like this? The British wizard hoped that Michael would also return safely to the waiting room. Now he was a real hero in his eyes, and the guy meanwhile turned to the men, telling them to get across the bridge sooner rather than later. Michael had a little hope, but no longer felt any surge of faith, so another thought crossed his mind. He thought of returning to the waiting room as well, when suddenly the system informed him that the battle god was disgusted with him. Suddenly some people grabbed their heads, which split open in pain and then burst. It was so unexpected that Michael froze in place, watching everything from his vantage point in amazement. After a while, there wasn't a single living person left under his shield. but Michael couldn't do anything about it. The system reported that the battle god was saying that the pathetic dog raised by the tower had crossed the line. Michael stood motionless, thinking over his words. He suddenly felt very sorry for the innocent people he was trying to save. The boy turned to the god, knowing that he could hear him. He said that the one who had now crossed the line was himself. After all, as long as he has the protection of the tower, then the god will have a problem if he tries to harm him. Michael added that if the god didn't have anything to say, he was off and headed for the portal. The system gave out that the god of battle chuckled back at him fiercely and said he was looking forward to the mortal's imminent end. When Michael moved back into the waiting room, he saw that the system was expanding again. Elixir-type items and Halo enhancement items were also added, which were all new items. The guy felt like he was covered in the blood of the people he couldn't protect today. Anyway, all the floors were just spaces created by the Tower of Trials. He thought also of the god of battle, for it appeared that he was on bad terms with him because of the murder of the Count. Michael remembered the words of the god of verification, who had warned him not to trust other gods, for those would consider him an enemy. Then, Michael decided that he should stop thinking about things beyond his control. Instead, he should concentrate on what he can do now, and boy did he pick up a stone of freshness. He then opened an exclusive store and was surprised to find that he had as much as 11,500 COs in his account. He bought the epic rank Ghost Path power, using up 10,000 CO at once, but it was worth it. The description said that he would be able to develop his own skills, and it would become easier for him to realize his own enlightenment. A few minutes later, Michael was already standing in the forest, the location of the White Crane Sword Administrator's domain. Angela was already waiting for him, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and she was glad to see him again. The girl reported that she heard from that woman that his enemy was a child of the Namgung family. Michael agreed, saying that it came out somewhere along the line, but Angela noticed that he was concerned about something. She said it must have been because of Akutagawa that he used CO to buy her power. Michael nodded, and then the girl added that he had made the right decision in opting for her strength. In layman's terms, he, Michael Nodforth, is a genius because he's already learned the forms of swordsmanship. Moreover, in the 12th floor trial, he had studied the will of the sword and even improved the sword technique itself to a double sword technique. The very fact that he had acquired some knowledge of the Namgung family's techniques and refined them. It was telling that he possessed the qualifications of a great master, and even if he founded a sword sect, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, the power he had chosen this time was a great choice. Everything he would learn or realize now will be converted into tower-approved abilities, and she also promised to teach him everything, but on one condition. The girl said that a mentor-mentee relationship should be established between them. After much thinking, Michael suddenly answered positively, saying that he would become her student, which surprised the girl a lot. Angela then hastened to say that she wasn't trying to force him into anything and he could think again. But Michael raised his hand, urging her to stop and saying that he had already decided that he would become her student. The girl then replied that she appreciated his choice and added that the Sword of the White Crane was a challenger fuller than the 40th floor. Angela asked if the guy would regret his decision later, and Michael wondered if he'd have any reason to. Of course, the girl answered in the negative. She told him that in Miramar, only one master could be a mentor. When Michael said he was fine with it, the girl said he should start by fully introducing himself. She said that she was the 17th head of the Bake Swordmaster family and was the strongest Murim master of the past generation. And from now on, she, warrior Angela Beck, would be his mentor, and Michael was stunned by her words. He was especially surprised that the girl was Murim's strongest master. He bowed to her following the procedure. And then, Angela started telling me the theory. Martial arts are largely divided into spiritual and physical methods. Spiritual method is a technique that purifies and stores external mana inside the body and the mana accumulated during the purification process, called internal energy. The physical method was a technique that utilized his body, which included all of his skills. Michael suddenly had a question as to whether his blood sky energy belonged to the category of spiritual methods. He asked Angela if he would have any trouble learning if he already had a spiritual method. He added that he was even able to master it already, and the girl looked at him strangely for some reason. She suddenly asked him to explain everything in more detail, and Michael said he thought he had imagined something. Hearing this, Angela asked if he was trained in aura cultivation by a steel-blood lord. Michael replied that it wasn't quite like that. He didn't know if he could trust the girl, since she was also an administrator. She suddenly said she didn't believe him, adding that she needed to see for herself. Angela moved closer to him in a flash and, pulling up his tailcoat, put her hand on his stomach as if she were checking something. Suddenly, he felt some kind of energy coming from her hand and asked his mentor what she was doing. But Angela only replied to let him sit quietly for a second, and then she would explain and show him everything. After a while, he reported that he had seen no sign of mastery of any spiritual method. At that time, Michael thought that the blood sky energy was a power sent to him by one of the administrators. Her activation improved his combat sense, so he used this power often, but now the girl disappointed him. After all, it really wasn't a spiritual method but a force, so Michael had nothing else to think about. The boy turned to his mentor, asking if she could stop sitting in such an ambiguous pose already. Hearing this, Angela flashed a glance away from the guy, apologizing for checking in such an unusual way. However, the girl said that she was not comfortable with such an arrangement, which surprised Michael. She was angry that a scum from the Church of Blood Demons dared to send such a lowly spiritual method as a force. When they changed their surroundings, going out into the garden, the girl asked if he might not study the spiritual method. After all, he is able to accumulate mana without it, and if he mastered it, he would simply be able to use different methods. In addition, her martial arts techniques were practically unrestricted to the spiritual method. Michael activated his combat concentration, increasing it tenfold to grasp everything he would be taught on the fly. Meanwhile, Angela activated her sword key, and the guy saw her swordsmanship skills for the first time, which were excellent. He thought that he had only seen a soft image of the girl all this time, so he didn't even know how the girl fought. The girl, meanwhile, announced that she would now demonstrate the first technique of her 7 white sword techniques method. It was called White Sword Cutting the Sea, and suddenly Michael felt all its energy. At least what the administrators put out in their blows was truly mesmerizing. Angela apologized, saying that he may not have been able to see everything properly, but that was the minimum speed for such a technique. However, and to her surprise, Michael replied that it was fine, saying that he thought he could do it again. Michael felt as if space itself was tightening and stretching, so that avoiding the impact was impossible. Such was the technique of dissecting the sea, the name was also quite justified, because with this technique, it was possible to conquer even the sea, and the swing of the sword resembled raging waves, and Michael tried to replicate it. When he was done, he looked back at Angela, saying that he had tried to repeat everything exactly as she had shown him. He asked if there were any mistakes, but the girl's face spoke for itself. She couldn't believe her eyes. Geniuses have existed in all times. They achieve much greater achievements than others. Geniuses who demonstrate the pinnacle of their ability to understand, evaluate, and master objects of a field. However, even geniuses could only reveal their true abilities after practicing. Angela was shocked that someone could completely replicate her technique after only seeing it once. After all, her method of wielding a sword is a martial art that contains more advanced techniques than Akutagawa Namgun's method. She said that Michael had previously reproduced the earlier 2 techniques of the noble Namgung family. Heaven Flaming Sword and Heaven Soaring Sword, both techniques were part of the Heaven Sword Forms method. However, Michael had potential far greater than this, as he was able to replicate a difficult level technique after seeing it only once. Angela called him an intuitive genius, saying she'd never heard of someone who comprehended things that way. The girl suddenly smiled and said that it meant he could learn most martial arts in just one day. Originally, martial arts were understood and practiced based on each person's unique path. However, Michael Nodforth, doesn't need to find his way, as he can just watch and repeat. Finally, the girl told him about the mana replenishment method, the fist fighting method, the art of body weightlessness. Up to and amongst the gold grip technique, Michael eventually mastered everything he could and amongst it all. The most effective was the sword-wielding method of the 7 white sword techniques. The first one he had already been shown. The second technique, White Sword Piercing the Sky, was powerful and stabbing, allowing it to pierce through the opponent's defense. White Sword Creating Void is a defense technique that distorts the space around his sword. Seeing him successfully assimilate them all, Angela clapped her hands joyfully like a child. After quite some time practicing, Michael thanked her, saying he had learned a lot. He still addressed the girl as a mentor, and the girl was glad that she was now someone important to him. However, it was time to say goodbye, and Michael bowed to her, telling her that he should be on his way back by now. He promised that he would visit her later, but until then he wished her good health. He called her his mentor again, which completely won the heart of Angela, who was very happy. Still, she managed to come to her senses and, as if nothing had happened, she answered him in the same way, wishing him luck. She added that if he puts in effort commensurate with talent, his skills will improve quickly. When he got back to the waiting room, the guy thought it was a bit far, what with his current level. He hadn't yet mastered all 7 white sword techniques, but it was time for a change in his arsenal. He chose the Demon Slayer technique, thinking that although it had served him well, it wasn't enough now. To cover Akutagawa's heavenly sword forms or the mentor's 7 white sword techniques, Michael activated the Iron Blood Sword power and the combat concentration skill, continuing to practice. He noticed that his steps were more perfect than before and more precise. However, it was still not enough to develop a skill from his new power sword ghost path. The guy remembered Angela's words, saying that skill development could only be created through a system. The system had to recognize the technique as a skill, so the guy continued to practice in the waiting room. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of a more powerful force effect sword ghost path. And then it happened. The new skill, Sword of Mixed Beginnings of High Minus Rank, was confessed. Michael was excited about this effect because he had just succeeded in creating his first skill based on the embedded effects. However, although it was good that adjustments had been made to the skill description, there was still something upsetting him. The guy opened the inventory and found the reward for the 13th floor challenge, which was a random skill book. According to its description, he could obtain a random rank 1 skill, and the book itself couldn't be given to anyone. Michael thought he could cheat a little and activated the warrior defense skill, temporarily increasing his luck. As a result, he gained the skill Demonic Blood Spirit Sword of rank 1+, according to which his blade was given demonic properties. But that wasn't enough for Michael. He activated the skill synthesis, centralizing it around the Sword of Mixed Beginnings. After a while, he completed the synthesis and got a new skill. The guy worriedly looked at him. The skill was called Demonic Sword of Mixed Beginnings and had an epic minus rank. After reading the detailed information about him, Michael realized that he was now ready for the 14th floor test, went into the portal. The theme of this challenge was a water fight, where he had to kill all the monsters in the lake in the allotted 7 days. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a high plus rank wind spirit boots, and the penalty was unchanged. Literally, as soon as Michael found himself on the location, the system reported that he faced a strong enemy. In front of him stood none other than Akutagawa Namgun, who had already defeated all the monsters of the lake. He asked why it had taken Michael so long to show up, because he had thought he was in the wrong place. And he only smiled. Seeing his nemesis, the guy immediately activated instant acceleration. Next to go were battle concentration, warrior defense, indomitable will, and of course, wind grace. This time, he increased his speed by 70% at once, but it increased a little more due to the effect of his boots. The two boys pounced on each other, each of them preparing for this fight since they had said goodbye on Earth. Akutagawa was the first to notice the change because he remembered that Michael hadn't used the flaming sword last time. That he was able to master it in such a short time surprised the Marimian, and he asked Michael about it. However, the latter asked in response why this surprised Akutagawa so much, since this was just the beginning. With those words, he activated the counterattack shield and immediately transformed it into an additional blade. An attack followed, and the Muramech was even more surprised that the guy was now fighting with 2 weapons. Michael, meanwhile, kicked him in the stomach and his opponent flew away, but he did not hit the wall, having managed to put his legs out. But that didn't help him much, for Michael was already preparing a new attack, and Akutagawa was again surprised at his speed. A huge wave of powerful energy sent out by the sword key was rapidly approaching right at him. The Marimian had no more than a second to defend himself in time, but he was able to do so, for he was not amiss either. Although Akutagawa only used 1 sword, but he did it skillfully, so even Michael envied him. However, the advantage was still on the guy's side. He asked the Marimian how he felt about these new attacks. He added that it was his newly created epic rank swordsmanship skill. The Demonic Sword of Mixed Beginnings was considered to contain various demonic sword techniques. The sword attack in double attack can be performed 2 more times, completely repeating the movements of the original. And with the same force as the sword he swung himself, Michael thought it was already a kind of cheating. Still it worked. He turned to Akutagawa, pointing to the wound on his cheek. The boy said she would torture the Marimian until he died, and those words alerted him. However, in the next instant, he activated some of his power and healed his cheek, saying that it was only a scratch. And then, Akutagawa pounced on Michael, wanting revenge for the fact that the guy had managed to hurt him at least that badly. Their blades clashed again, and this time the battle lasted a little longer, but still without a winner yet. Akutagawa noticed that the swordsmanship and movement techniques Michael used clearly belonged to the world of Marima. He asked why the boy had concealed this fact earlier, and he replied that he had not concealed anything, because at that time he was scared to death. So he studied it all, and Akutagawa wondered if he had managed to master such techniques in such a short time. He suddenly replied that even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the guy was still the same brazen liar. After all, he dared to talk nonsense about being able to master martial arts in less than a week. To this, Michael replied that he would not force the Marimian to believe it, but he was not about to recant. They lunged at each other again, but their powers were so far on par, and the only difference was the mindset. Akutagawa was thinking about how he could finish Michael off sooner, while he was thinking about how to use his new skills more effectively. After all, every fight is essentially a workout, and what better way than sparring with such a tough opponent? Suddenly, Michael went into a more aggressive attack and began to crowd Akutagawa backwards, and the latter opened his eyes in surprise. After all, he recognized the martial art with which Michael had attacked him, and that too was unexpected. Suddenly, anger took him, and he shouted, "How dare the guy steal the swordsmanship of the noble Namgung family?" This put Akutagawa out of his mind, and it was clear that their battles would now take on a completely different character. And Michael replied that he had actually created it, diligently repeating the Marimian's outbursts because he should have only seen it once. He also added that the problem was probably that his fencing techniques were too primitive. Akutagawa couldn't bear it. He shouted with anger and attacked Michael again, and the latter involuntarily hesitated. As expected, the Muramek was excellent. Swordsmanship and movement techniques, as well as unorthodox lunges. Everything testified to Akutagawa's skill, but he had no idea that he was giving Michael a masterclass. The guy knew he had to memorize everything well now and then hit back. Akutagawa, meanwhile, activated the new technique called Battle of the Strongest again. This was something Michael hadn't seen before, so he prepared to defend himself, though he didn't yet understand how the technique worked. The system reported that within a radius of 30 meters, through a unique characteristic, form a dueling zone. It was something similar to what Muramek had used last time, but now the walls looked even stronger. Akutagawa angrily said that the guy got caught and he would finally end it because the guy was already annoying him. But suddenly, the Muramek was forced to stop, for now it was Michael's turn to attack. He used his new skill, Bloodseeker, which again surprised Akutagawa, for he had not used it before. He added that the Muramek had actually made the mistake of restricting them to that barrier and directed his attack at it. Akutagawa still didn't understand how it was even possible to master the art of blood, since even he himself didn't know how to do it. He said that even after mastering martial arts, the guy took up his tricks again. In the meantime, Mike had already approached him, and with lightning speed began to deliver blow after blow. Muramek felt he couldn't keep up with blocking everything, and here he was already missing several attacks. And then a powerful kick to the stomach sent him into the air, something he definitely didn't expect and even got a little flustered. Akutagawa realized with surprise that he had been thrown back to the height of the barrier, which meant he had opened himself up for a frontal attack. And soon it followed. Michael was already waiting for him to deliver the decisive blow and finish off the Marimian. Therefore, Akutagawa had no choice but to forcibly deactivate his unique characteristic. He managed to avoid colliding with the guy and jumped away, but to his surprise, Michael was already standing beside him. He still managed to hit his opponent, and quite hard, because he flew off again. Michael, not thinking long, rushed over to him to finish the job and make sure the Muramek didn't get up again. When he ran, he destroyed everything in his path, except maybe people, but there were none here. Akutagawa lay on the ground unable to get up, but he recovered quickly and realized the guy was attacking again. When Michael approached him again, he managed to get up, but the amazing thing was already that he was losing. Michael turned to him, saying that such floundering was not befitting of Muram's title of genius. Hearing those words, Akutagawa closed his eyes and then laughed quietly at the fact that the guy actually thought of him that way. After a moment, he laughed out loud, much to Michael's surprise, for he didn't realize what was so funny. The guy thought the Muramek had lost his mind. But then he remembered that he had, and just watched him. And the man said he didn't know how he did it, but he was really able to master martial arts and become stronger. He added that Michael is an amazing fighter, even though he uses Tao's tricks, however. With those words, Akutagawa pulled out some kind of rock, and Michael decided it was a sneak attack and pounced on it. But Akutagawa continued. Asking if the man thought he wouldn't have a backup plan, he squeezed the stone in his hand. Some of the energy that the Muromek had absorbed was released from him, and he felt much better now. At that moment, Michael just reached him and they met blades again, forming a huge wave. The stone that Akutagawa used was called the Floor Introduction Penalty Removal Stone. Now, all of his skill limitations and characterization reductions, which were the penalty of introduction, were cancelled out. It meant he could use his power without restriction, and the Muromek did so. He asked Michael if he was curious as to why he was called a sword dragon, and then a dragon's head did appear from his sword. Michael watched it all and was shocked, for he had never seen a sword take such a powerful form before. Akutagawa added that a scum like him shouldn't have seen that enhanced ki in the first place. So the guy could consider it a great honor after all. Not everyone gets such a chance to fight with the most powerful ki. He swung his sword with a wave from the energy, but it was much bigger, more majestic and powerful than anything before it. Michael remembered Angela telling him about the ki technique, more specifically the use of magic on the sword. After all, the ki of the blade adds properties to it that contradict the laws of the sword, so it is comparable to magic. Flaming Sword, for example, adds one more property, and the next stage is Enhanced Sword Ki. It allows all the surrounding magic to be used safely, and Michael clearly saw this in Akutagawa's example. The guy didn't swing his sword very often yet, because the attacks were so powerful that one or two were enough. They were aimed at Michael in the form of a purple dragon, under the light of Akutagawa's magic. And Michael was having a hard time. He didn't think he would encounter the enhanced ki so soon, but he kept dodging. It didn't sound all that scary in words when the girl talked about it, but it was a truly amazing skill. The range of his attacks increased a lot, so it became difficult for the guy to even get close to his opponent. In addition, his movements became stronger and faster, all of them unusual and dangerous, as if the sword turned into a living dragon and acted at the will of Akutagawa, who was its master. The onslaught of each attack, when Michael didn't have time to dodge and block them, was insane. If it wasn't for the two swords he was still clutching in his hands, he would have long ago failed and missed the attack. It seemed to the guy that Akutagawa was a bit stronger than the vampire count, but that turned out to be a silly assumption. Sword enlightenment. Michael sensed it as he listened to his mentor, but it seems people from Miram. Skipping a few stages due to enlightenment, and it was kind of cheating too. Akutagawa, meanwhile, decided to move on to more serious attacks and turned to Michael with a smile on his face. He wondered if the guy wasn't having fun already, since a few seconds ago he'd said he was still learning new skills. Michael thought with annoyance that he should have gone straight for the full force and finished his opponent before he used the stone. After all, he had originally wanted to learn something, but now things had gotten more complicated and he had to fight seriously. The guy activated the will of the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Technique, which was another skill he had learned. Michael ran at the enemy with only one thought. He remembered that this man slayed a lot of people on Earth. Akutagawa, meanwhile, attacked him again with his enhanced ki attack, but now Michael knew what to do. He activated his next trump card, which was the White Sword of Void Folding technique. Thanking him, he was able to compare their strengths and respond with an equal amount of energy to the Murimian's attack. Seeing this, Akutagawa shouted, who else had he stolen techniques from? For it was all useless in front of the enhanced ki. With those words, he gave his attack more power and magnified it to a size that the guy couldn't repel. Michael, in turn, activated his combat concentration skill, increasing it by 20 times, so he was able to dodge in time. All this time, he also had his speed at maximum, and in an instant, he was behind the Murimian's back. When he realized that he had walked into his blind spot, he decided to use that momentum for his counterattack. He hit Akutagawa with his sword, and he couldn't even turn around to put up a defense. There was a big explosion. To his surprise, it turned out to be a Murimian defense technique, and Michael slumped to the ground from the pain inside his stomach. There was blood coming from his mouth, and he realized that his insides had been hit, which was not at all happy about the situation. And then it was his turn to be surprised to feel the enemy approaching him from behind, preparing with an attack. With his last strength, and still thanks to his skills, he was able to dodge to avoid the deadly damage. But Akutagawa did not retreat, attacking him more and more, and the boy already felt that his strength was running out. He would break through his opponent's attacks at the last moment before they could hit him, but it couldn't go on like this forever. Michael figured the Muramec was using two techniques at once to keep him in his sights, and he didn't like that. With his side vision, he saw Akutagawa swing in to kick his leg in the stomach. However, the guy didn't expect the blow to be so hard that it knocked him down. Akutagawa, meanwhile, punched him in the stomach with such force that Michael sank underwater, going deeper and deeper to the bottom. Still, he managed to free himself and swim out, where another knockout from the Murimian awaited him. The guy had been thrown back onto the rocks and was now quite seriously injured, spitting blood from his mouth. Akutagawa, on the other hand, felt great. He pounced on him with another attack that Michael probably wouldn't have blocked by now. Muramec shouted that this was where he would meet his end, and put all his power that was left into the attack. And Michael wasn't even able to block in any way. He just put his hands out, covering his head with them. It was primitive, but he figured that at least his opponent would be weakened because of it. All that was left was to hold back the blow. When it was over, he found himself without his tailcoat, which was piled up on the rocks under Akutagawa's feet. Muramec looked in amazement at the lad, who, though breathing heavily and wounded all over, but still withstood such a powerful attack and was still able to continue fighting the battle, albeit to his own defeat. Akutagawa admitted he was surprised, as he didn't think the guy would fight against him for so long. However, he said that his torment was over and raised his sword again, activating the enhanced ki. With a crazy smile and a look on his face, Akutagawa said it was fun, and he will remember their fight. Meanwhile, Michael is on his feet, saying that after everything he's been through, he just won't die so easily. He activated the counterattack shield skill at the last second, absorbing the damage from the opponent's powerful ki energy. His shield limit would fill up so quickly that he almost immediately released all of his accumulated power as his counterattack. Akutagawa smiled, marveling at Michael's fortitude, but it seemed to him that victory was on his side. Suddenly, he made a sharp lunge to the side, and instead of repelling the attack, he moved closer and stabbed the guy in the throat. He finally saw the fear in Michael's eyes, and it gave the Murimian indescribable pleasure. He was clearly insane. He cut the guy's head off, and Michael only had time to think about the last skill he hadn't used yet. This was the last battle, the 12th floor reward that made all critical damage nullified. All of his senses were also heightened for a time, and his skills were enhanced, with a recharge time of 1 week. Michael's head was miraculously back in his body, and it happened as if in slow motion. There was no way the enemy could somehow interfere with this process, and Michael felt his heart pounding in his chest again. He figured the time when he could use that extra reward for the 12th floor was finally here. There was another reward on the 12th floor. He had activated the exclusive skill of Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown. While using it, his mind was gradually being polluted, so Michael also activated the Cold Reason Will. Now he could use rank 1+ Spirit Magic, saying that Muramec was right and he still had trumps up his sleeve. He added calling for his servants, and suddenly monsters appeared behind the surprised Akutagawa's back. Michael commanded them to kill the Murimian, and they pounced on him, forcing him to do something quickly. Akutagawa was surprised that the guy even had necromancy in his arsenal, but he said he couldn't beat him anyway. After all, enhanced ki was quite a powerful technique, so some monsters weren't a hindrance to him. Akutagawa dealt with them in a flash and approached Michael again, who hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Muramez grabbed him by the throat, saying that now they'll see if the guy can resurrect again. He swung around to chop his head off again, but for some reason, Michael did nothing, though this time he might have had time to block. Akutagawa's sword was already near his eyes, and there were only centimeters left before it would pierce them. Suddenly, however, the Muramec stopped, horrified to find that he could not move. He asked what the guy had done, and Michael took his hand. Taking it off his neck, he threw it away. Then he turned to Akutagawa, reminding him that he had already told him that the wound was on his cheek. Will hinder him for the rest of his life. After these words, the monster that was summoned by Michael loomed behind the Murimian's back. Akutagawa felt his presence with fear and realized he couldn't use any techniques to defend himself. As a result, the monster bit his head off, and the last thing Akutagawa managed to shout was a curse at Michael. Since his childhood, he had not shone with any special skills. He was even spoken of with derision and disdain. His dad asks his mom how she could have given birth to such a talentless child. I doubt his blood even runs in it. Akutagawa listened to all of this, not understanding why he was so disliked. After all, he had done nothing wrong. Back then, he just enjoyed his sword without thinking about things like strength and power. After all, true geniuses built their own way of the sword rather than learning other techniques to emulate society. These words were told to him by his grandfather, who became the lad's first mentor and raised him fully. He later became the head of their Namgun clan, and under his patronage, Akutagawa began to grow and improve rapidly. He was already becoming proficient with the sword and would rush to his father after each successful mission to brag about the results. Such was the case when he bragged about killing the disguised blood cult scum by bringing their heads. He wished his father would praise him, showing that his son had become quite strong and developed abilities. But the man replied to him to remove the abomination from the room, asking why his son was so fixated on the murders. He added that the guy should strengthen his spirit if he didn't want to become a monster. These words hurt Akutagawa. Tears came to his eyes, and the boy thought why his father disliked him so much, since he didn't even appreciate his efforts. It made it hurt even more, but for now he couldn't do anything about it, continuing to try and get his father's attention. Meanwhile, the strength of the ancient emperor's ash crown had used up and the item was destroyed. All the monsters that Michael had summoned to distract the enemy also died, and Michael was the only one left. The boy was surprised to notice that Akutagawa was still alive, though his head was lying separate from his body. Muramek quietly asked for Michael to put an end to this, but the guy decided to talk some more last. He remarked that their meeting was truly amazing, because it wasn't even supposed to happen. Two people from different dimensions came together in a battle that was incredibly difficult and painful. But Michael suddenly realized that it was even fun, and Akutagawa was a great fighter. He said that if they were friends, they would share accomplishments and have a good time together on Earth or in Murama. That was what he thought and expressed to Akutagawa, who was lying in a sea of his own blood, about to reply something. Suddenly he screamed, calling Michael a stupid bastard, but the guy could see it was just a cry of desperation. Akutagawa asked if he was saying such a thing if he himself passes the tower, saying that these words are empty hypocrisy. He added that while his head was still conscious, he would tell Michael something funny. Muramek admitted that he had stopped conquering the tower and had invaded them not just to kill. After receiving divinity, he became an enemy of one god and felt threatened with death, for the latter was very powerful. The chosen inevitably encounter divinity, and they have to meet different gods. He added that it would soon meet Michael as well, but if he continued to climb the tower with such thoughts. He could not prevent the gods from destroying his world, for they had all the abilities and powers to do so. However, Michael calmly and firmly answered in the negative, saying that such a thing would not happen, which surprised Akutagawa. Activating a new and final attack to finish off the enemy, he added that anyone who wanted to destroy his home will be killed, and after saying that, he pierced Akutagawa's head with a bloody spike that he activated with the Bloodseeker. Murime only had time to scream in pain before his soul left his body. Murime's heavenly dragon sword was dead. The system reported a successful breakthrough, and Michael was rewarded with high plus rank wind spirit boots. He also received 10,000 points and 4,000 COs, but then the system said he would be given more powerful rewards. The system then reported the creation of the myth by activating the will of a divine power. A calculation of the myth's power was made based on the amount of belief, and Michael simply observed the process. The result was the mythic, battle-hardened warrior, and from that point on, he gained the title Unstoppable and the reflection effect. After absorbing Akutagawa Namgun's soul, his skill increased by a shocking 47%, increasing his necromancy rank. It now amounted to a high rank, and that meant the guy could check the information for a DOP effect. He also thought that when invaders from other dimensions were killed, their bodies always disappeared, but Akutagawa's body remained motionless. Having absorbed Akutagawa's blood, the rank of his sword also increased to high, and a fear enhancement slot was also added. Michael thought he could strengthen his flaming sword once more, but now there was one last problem left. These were clothes that could no longer be recovered after their battle, and thus should have been returned. The system reported that the Administrator Lord of Steelblood wanted to sponsor his contactor with armor, and the Administrator of the White Crane Sword talked about how he would be better suited for a robe, given his fighting style. Michael was surprised, remembering that the admins must have been watching him the entire battle, and were now even offering to help. Still, he decided to look in on his first patron first and moved into the Steel Blood Lord's domain. He immediately noticed some changes. Namely, the girl's house had changed and now looked sturdier. It was no longer that little shack, but a whole house, and such a change was for the better, considering he was the one responsible for the destruction here. Michael approached and opened the doors of the house, peering inside where he saw his receptionist. She smiled at him, telling him that they hadn't seen each other in a while and praising him for his good robotry in defeating Akutagawa. The girl added that he had crossed a large mountain, so he could consider what she was about to give him a gift. Michael notices that she said she was going to give him armor, but instead, the girl holds out some kind of pendant to him. But she only laughed, saying that the armor would appear if you added some magic power. Michael thanked her, saying he would find a use for it, and then went to the White Crane Master's domain. He greeted his teacher, and for some reason she looked a little hurt at the guy, pouting like a child. The girl said that she thought he would come to her first, but he chose the Steel Blood Lord. He added that he was disappointed, and Michael bowed his head to her, asking that the girl not be angry. Then Angela said she wanted to ask him something, and Michael looked at her curiously. It was obvious that the girl blushed a little, but still said she wanted to do his hair. When Michael heard this, he was surprised and even a little scared in his head because he doubted her skills. Also, she didn't have any tools, but Angela said that 7 white sword techniques would be enough. He warned him to move her, or he might hurt himself, and Michael put his hands out in front of him, trying to talk her out of it. It was no use, however, for Angela had already gotten to work. She was far more experienced than he had thought. Michael was able to look in the mirror at the result of her work in just a few minutes. It was even faster than the hairdresser's. Besides, his new hairstyle was pretty good and the guy liked it. He told the girl about it. Angela said it was a relief to her, because if he didn't like it, she couldn't take it back. And then she hurriedly escorted him out of her domain, telling the guy to use his item outside the tower. She was talking about the pendant the Steel Blood Lord had given him, but it seemed to Michael that Angela was acting strangely. So he decided to just head back to the waiting room, where the system expansion was waiting for him again. This time around, a quest feature became available, which was essentially some sort of assignments from the admins. It was also said that they would be linked to past lives of administrators and rewards would be given for them. He could get 1 quest on each floor, and Michael suddenly realized why the receptionists were trying so hard to please him. They wanted to give him a quest, but the guy had a lot on his plate right now, so he proceeded to do everything in order. First, he decided to look at the new myth, Battle-Hardened Warrior, activated along with the titles Unstoppable. In doing so, his body was able to work at its maximum despite his condition, which was quite convenient. When activating the reflection effect, the worse his situation was, the stronger he became. Michael thought that the skill from Vampire Slayer was quite limited, but this myth was suitable for all fights. He also decided to look at the new effect of his necromancy, which said that the characteristics of the god of death had received enlightenment. Michael didn't understand what it meant. He even activated the divine power. But still, nothing changed. For now, it remained incomprehensible to him, but Michael knew that in time, it would all fall into place. He finally got to Akutagawa's Swarming Heavenly Sword, which gave plus 10% to most stats. With his mana, he could activate the Heaven's Rupture effect, with the sword turning into a shaft of destruction. And when combined with the sword, the exclusive skill Sword Sense would be activated, with which he could double copy one of the sword skills. Michael thought that Heaven's Rupture could rival Sword Key in strength, for he remembered Akutagawa's techniques. And Sword Sense didn't tie skills to items, which pretty much spoke to their versatility. He must have gotten such good items because he defeated Akutagawa, a far superior test boss. Then, Michael took the new blade and achieved unification with it. Now he could copy the skill of any sword. The guy didn't think for a long time, making his choice in favor of the skill Sword Sense of high plus rank. He successfully absorbed it, and the guy liked that he now had another good skill in his arsenal. After all, he had absorbed the skill using his own, and now he had 3 attempts for a copy instead of 2. He activated the skill again and chose Heaven's Rupture of high plus rank as well. Due to Akutagawa Namgun's soul absorption, his stats also increased, increasing by 7 points. Michael also noticed a message. It was from Betty, which surprised him because he hadn't seen her in a while. As it turned out, she was angry that he had never once contacted her from the tower. After all, they were partners. Michael figured the girl was most worried about him when he went to Japan, so she should have written him off. The guy opened other messages and suddenly came across one rather strange and frightening one. Someone wrote to him with a report, saying she didn't know what the situation in the tower was right now, but she had news. The girl reported an invasion by a player from the world of Ares who had massacred London, which shocked Michael. For some reason, he was reminded of Akutagawa's words as he said that he wouldn't be able to stop the gods from destroying his world. This made Michael angry, for he then replied that such a thing would not happen, for he himself would not allow it. However, right now everything said otherwise. A true horror was unfolding in the city of London, UK. Near the city's main tower, Big Ben, strange, irregularly shaped magical spheres suddenly appeared. They turned out to be quite hard and slammed into the tower at high speed, leaving a decent dent in it. Soon, they crowded the entire area of the tower, which wouldn't be able to withstand such attacks for long. The civilians who stood below it were pounced upon by unknown dragon-like creatures. They were grabbing people and killing them. This was the second invasion of the Earth dimension in Michael's memory. The UK government has already sent in a rapid response team, tells them the situation. Something similar was also organized in Korea. They were told that first the challenger from Ares created a black sphere over Lond. Right after the first massacre, the strange magical creatures suddenly disappeared, and he hid inside the black sphere. However, it was rapidly increasing in size and to prevent further casualties. The British needed their help. Then one of the hunters asked why Korea had become so active. Not unless it made money, because during the Shinjuku incident in Japan's Shinjuku region, the flow of hunters was cut off. After the incident in Japan, the status of their country was elevated, and this had a positive impact. These words were said by Michael, who was also present at the meeting, though he was standing apart from everyone else. He was spotted by Betty, who saw that the guy had changed his hair, but more than anything she wanted to talk to him. When the meeting was over, they met at the exit, and Michael apologized for returning to the tower without warning her. The girl replied that since he had realized his mistake, perhaps they would close the subject. She asked that he treat her at least a little like a partner from now on and asked what about his battle gear. Michael said he was keeping her inside and was about to explain everything when suddenly the gathering of those willing to go to London was announced. Everything was voluntary as usual, but Michael said it was time for them to slowly move out to land as well. But Betty suddenly declared that they didn't need to get on the plane this time and held out her boyfriend's hand. They walked with her to the roof, where Michael saw an interesting sight before him, feeling like he was in a movie. In front of him, he saw a few people in black suits resembling foreign agents, and Betty smiled contentedly. She said she had also rocked some skills while climbing the tower, spatial magic among them. Now she could move anywhere in space just by setting coordinates and even got permission from the association. Hearing this, Michael was surprised, being unable to say anything so as not to interrupt the girl who had already started moving. She designated the coordinates as the target and moved them there using the auxiliary magic teleport. Meanwhile, their UK hunters watched in amazement as the unknown spheres grew larger and larger. Strange magical creatures that resembled lizards and were quite strong appeared from them. The hunters of Britain specialized in magic and sorcery better than anyone in the world. They resolutely defended their magic tower from enemy attacks, preventing the dragons from harming it. One of their squad turned to the newcomer, telling him to focus all his attention on the portal. After all, if an object from another world got into him, something terrible could happen, and the newbie boy nodded. His job was to guard the portal as he suddenly heard another orb right behind him. A dragon appeared out of it, and the boy screamed in terror, forgetting all the techniques he had been taught. Suddenly, the portal lit up, signaling the arrival of someone from another world or corner of the earth. In the next instant, the monster flew into the air before it could harm the guy, who was left standing there in a panic. But then he saw the lizard fall down beside him, and for some reason it looked like it was already dead, which surprised the boy. After that, he looked up and saw those who had done this to the monster. Michael and Beatty had come out of the portal. The girl turned to the young wizard, asking if these were the magical entities, and the man hurriedly stood up and bowed to them, apologizing that the preparation of the barrier was insufficient. Michael replied that he shouldn't have worried, as they would provide their assistance, and Betty asked when the second attack had occurred. This time, another mage answered her, telling her that they could leave the mopping up of the place to them and head to where everyone had gathered. He ordered the newcomer to escort them to the right place, and the boys followed the kid down somewhere. They were ancient steps that led to a dungeon or something, but Michael paused a bit. After those steps came a not-so-long hallway that they needed to run across. And when they'd managed that too, the kid opened the massive wrought gold doors and invited them inside. It was a lavish hall where other contenders from around the world, including Korean contenders, had gathered. Michael noticed that this time a lot of hunters had rushed out to lend support. But for some reason, he had the impression that the wizards of the magic tower were acting somewhat arrogantly. After all, everyone outside was laboring in sweat, and the top officials were just sitting at this table. He also suddenly noticed that David, the wizard he knew, was sitting in the chair of the tower's chief supervisor. Seeing Michael, the old man was also very surprised, not hiding his delight, for he was glad to see the lad alive. David said there was no way he expected to meet him like this, adding that he was honored. Bethy looked at the guy somewhat surprised, quietly asking if he was really familiar with this man. But Michael didn't have time to answer, because he got to the point, saying that the huge black sphere was a high-level barrier. Although they had almost succeeded in destroying the black sphere when it was still small in size, but now the opportunity was gone. From that moment on, no matter what they did, there wasn't a scratch on the sphere, and suddenly David handed Michael his seat. The other mages watched in amazement, asking who this man was, but some knew his name. But the old wizard thought that giving up his seat at the head of the table to save the country was nothing. After all, other people didn't know anything, but he knew for sure how strong this young man was. David asked if, in his opinion, there was any way to solve this problem and smiled, waiting for his answer. And Michael said that he would just destroy that black sphere on his own, which amazed everyone present. David was a little shocked at his self-assurance, daring to say it was impossible. The other challengers and mages were also shocked that the guy said it so easily, but the guy meanwhile continued. He added that he would do it on one condition, and David prepared to hear anything as encouragement. But he wasn't ready for what Michael said. The guy asked to give him the awards of everyone here. Of course, the others didn't like this and protested, asking who he thought they were. The old man was also a little shocked at such a request, but said he had to consult with the responsible people about the matter. Michael replied that he didn't mind waiting, but at this rate, London could disappear off the face of the earth. He knew that people would move, even if there was no reward, if you took their cause to the extreme. So, nevertheless, he must take care of what was due him. And meanwhile, the old man glanced again at the sulphur. Suddenly he agreed, shouting that by all means he'd get it done if the guy kept his promise. The mages present in the room rushed to stop him, telling him it wasn't such an easy decision, but David didn't listen to them. He asked Michael to destroy the damn orb as quickly as possible, and that was all he was waiting for. He took out his pendant, given by the Steel Blood Lord as armor, and activated it. In the blink of an eye, he was wearing protective gear, and the guy now had two swords in his hands at once. He suddenly swung them and directed his attack towards the wall, behind which he could see a black sphere. It wasn't the best way to get to her, but at least it was the fastest, and the guy punched through the wall. He prepared to head off to eliminate the sphere as he suddenly heard someone call out to him, and it was Beatty. The girl looked a little worried, and Michael wondered if she was worried about him again. He smiled at her, showing her that he would be fine and would get this problem over with quickly. And then the guy jumped off the tower saying he'd be back soon. Now he had to come up with a plan. He activated the exclusive effect of the Wind Spirit Boot, Wind Trail of High Plus rank. Because of this, he was able to run through the air straight towards the black sphere and had already figured out how he would proceed to start. The hunters and mages, meanwhile, simply watched him, amazed at his speed, for he was almost at his goal. A moment later, Michael was standing on a sphere that seemed even larger up close. However, the guy drew his swords, saying that it was about time to start trying to chop up this stale breadcrumbs. He activated the Heaven's Destruction skill, the additional effect of which was the ability to destroy magic power. With that thought, he swung both swords at once and prepared to strike the center of the sphere. With his new skill, even the system reported that he had no limits to what he could break. Michael decided to test it out. He struck with all his might, and the people watching him, even from the tower room, could feel this incredible power. The black sphere suddenly split open, and the characteristic purple light from Akutagawa's sword effect appeared around it. Michael smiled at the thought that he had managed to get his hands on it, and even copied it on his original sword. He squeezed it tighter, pressing it deeper into the split in the sphere, for it was almost cracked. The crack had reached almost to the middle of the sphere, but it was still holding. But it was enough already, as a hole formed in the center upstairs where Michael was standing. It was large enough for a man to enter, and Michael, without thinking long, jumped into the sphere itself. The system reported that he had entered a magical void zone, and so far, the guy hadn't sensed anything. He wondered if he should consider the inside of the barrier as a completely different dimension. After a bit of thought, He realized that he could find out with his spiritual eye. But what he saw shocked him. It was said that any entities other than the owner of the zone would see a horrible illusion that could not be dispelled by skills. Also sealed all sentience-related skills, and there's also a penalty of reducing all stats by 18. Michael turned around, seeing a multitude of monsters in front of him that, although they were only illusions, looked very real. Suddenly, one of them attacked him, and the guy had to defend himself. He hit the monster and killed it with the first blow. However, what surprised him was that the illusion was so strong that it was even capable of using physical force. Michael activated the power of Serene Mind, and the effect of the magical zone Void was cancelled. Through the magic resistance skill, disorientation was also cancelled, and the sealed parts of the skills were cancelled. Through the skill, forced breakthrough penalty in the form of reducing all stats by 18 units also ceased to take effect. All the monsters surrounding him disappeared, and Michael saw the bright light that marked the end of the chasm. But thankfully he landed on his feet, except that it was still dark all around, and that annoyed him. Michael knew that these clothes that the White Crane Master had given him could be restored with mana. It was a very useful option, because even though he was fighting illusions, there were plenty of them to hurt him. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him say that he was surprised to meet such a strong opponent on Earth. Michael quickly pounced on him, chopping off his head within a second. His opponent was something like a mage. He suddenly said that it was interesting that a skilled craftsman had been found in such a wretched dimension, but he had also considered such an arrangement. Michael covered his face with his hands from a large flash of light that nearly blinded him, but it gave the enemy an advantage. Michael activated the battle-hardened warrior mythos, and an indomitability effect was added to his divinity control. Seeing this, the magician was surprised to ask if he was an apostle, saying that there could be no gods in such an insignificant dimension. But Michael decided to prove him otherwise. Using the Bloodseeker skill, he aimed at his opponent. And the one, seeing that the guy was strong, used the invisibility effect to hide from his attack. But it was useless, as Michael simply concentrated her power in one hand and then spread it throughout the area. Bloody tentacle needles pierced the mage, as well as all of his doppelganger clones he had created to confuse him. It amazed him that the enemy was able to hit him and all of his clones so quickly and accurately, despite the fact that they were invisible. However, suddenly he reappeared whole and invisible in front of Michael again, saying that even though he is an apostle, that didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted in the mage's domain, but the guy knew it was fake too. The mage, meanwhile, released some small elf-like creatures, saying that he wouldn't escape death anyway. This one turned out to be a whole invasion of self-destructing spirits technique that flew at Michael. The guy decided to use his counterattack shield against them, shaping it into the shape of a bat to fend off the elves. And he was very good at it, until not one of their spirits got close enough to hurt him. His opponent, meanwhile, was surprised at the guy's savvy, so he decided to retreat, preparing for a new plan of attack. Michael thought he wanted to have a protracted battle, but it wasn't the right thing to do, because the guy wanted to get it over with quickly. Although the space of this sphere is quite large, it is all about limited space. So even though it was a bit barbaric, Michael thought he could just destroy the entire inside of the sphere. He released the accumulated damage of his bat, activating the Heavenly Demonic Sword Sealing skill, after which the exclusive effect of the Demonic Sword of Mixed Beginnings skill, Double Attack, was activated. He then directed all that power at the sphere's wall, followed by a huge explosion inside it. From the outside, the sphere looked like it had been cut with a knife, but not all the way through, making it appear even larger. Inside, however, things were a little different. Michael stopped trying to break through the wall and approached his opponent, who didn't even notice him. The mage breathed heavily and sank to his knees, surprised that the guy was able to wound him in his own space. It made him angry. Plus, he asked Michael why a monster like him was in such a miserable dimension. But the guy didn't even let him finish, telling him to immediately destroy that black sphere. The magician replied that it was complete nonsense, because he had put so much effort into it, which was why Michael had broken his arm. To do so, he used 2 skills, among which was pain amplification, and from now on, his enemy felt double pain. The mage grimaced in unbearable pain, questioning how dare he do this to the future archipelago of the Empire. The enemy could no longer even kneel, collapsing on the ground in a pool of his own blood. He realized what Michael was trying to accomplish, so he shouted that he couldn't destroy the orb. Michael used Fire Dragon Eyes, but the skill showed that there was no lie in the challenger's words. Then the guy ordered him to call himself, describe his dimension, and tell him the purpose of the invasion. It turned out that the mage's name was Sindal, and he was from the Ars dimension, and the purpose of coming to Earth was to gain faith. Michael wondered, asking what he meant by that, and Sindal wondered if the man had come here without even knowing it. This tone didn't please Michael, and he stepped on it with his foot again, reminding him not to let the mage talk idly. Then the man told him that in the hidden ruins he had seen an ancient text that said outstanding wizards and knights can break through the wall of improving skills through faith. Through people's faith, divine power is accumulated in the heart where the ring is located. Michael then interrupted him, asking if he shouldn't have, on the contrary, saved people to gain their faith. Sindal replied that fear of the absolute was also a kind of faith, so he decided it would be quicker to achieve it that way. When asked by Michael why he chose Earth, the mage replied that there seemed to be no gods here to hinder him. Michael took his foot away for a moment, saying he had one more question. He wanted to know about the god of verification and verification. But Sindal replied that he didn't even know if such gods even existed, except that it was a lie. After all, Michael still had his spiritual eye skill activated and could tell when the mage was lying and when he was telling the truth. The boy thought he'd asked that just in case. But it turns out this Sindal clearly knew about these two gods. So he reached out to him, saying he understood. The more important the information, the less likely he was to share it. But he had a few more visors in reserve. Michael activated the torture art skill and used it on his opponent. His gaze was as if he was ready to sizzle him, saying it was interesting to see how long the mage would last. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside, and Sindal was screaming from the unbearable pain that pierced his body time after time. The mage asked that the guy just kill him, but the guy healed him with his skill over and over again after each torture. After a while, he managed to get a lot of information about divinity, magic, god of verification, and god of battle. Also, it had been about 7 hours since he had entered the sphere, and the long torture had worn down his strength as well. However, nevertheless, he finally understood what divinity was, and that was perhaps the main thing he had learned. First of all, simply having this divinity does not make him a god. And when the magical organ, called the nucleus in the center of the abdomen in Murama, or the ring of the heart in Aries, is opened, it was becoming possible to accumulate the very divinity that was essentially the purest energy of them all. The purest form of magic that responds most easily to any will, and by accumulating this power, he would be able to increase his level dramatically. The only problem was that the guy still didn't know how to use this power properly. There were 2 ways to accumulate divine power in one's heart, but it was very difficult to dismantle and purify the magical power 1 drop at a time. Therefore, the way to solve this problem was nothing but faith, for if one has strong faith, strength will accumulate in the heart faster. That was all Sindal had learned from the ruins. He said it was a prophecy and added that the priest of the god of battle had ordered it not to be told. Hearing the mention of the god of battle, Michael clenched his blade with anger, for he had not expected it to be directly related. It was just as the god of verification said. He would not trust the other gods, for they would consider him an enemy. But he had no idea why a god he only knows about through a couple short messages had enlisted him as his enemy. Except that the battle god's hostility towards him was clearly having an effect on Earth as a whole as well, which Michael really didn't like. If this continues, his world will eventually come to an end, because it has happened before. Michael thought that now this god of battle had become his real enemy that he must destroy. He soon killed Sindal, ending his torment, and then absorbed his spirit, increasing his skill by 4.4%. After activating the exclusive skill Blood Feast, he also consumed the blood of the challenger, Sindal. His sword had now gained a new rank, going from high minus to just high, and it also absorbed a new skill. The blood slot imprinted a rank 1 plus soul ego grant skill, but Michael decided to read about all of that already in the waiting room. Michael thought that in order to fight a god, or rather, to at least try to oppose him in some way, he would have to grow his divinity. And then it was business as usual. He defeated the enemy, and his black sphere technique dissipated on its own, and Michael was honored as a hero. He thanked the mages, saying that he had thoroughly enjoyed his 2 days' rest and should now head back. He carried with him to the tower the dimensional bag that Bati had given him, telling him to handle it with care. Michael patted it. It now held all of his awards earned in this raid. There were a lot of them. Skill enhancement potions, random skill acquisition books, physical ability enhancement potions, etc. The guy was able to snatch an incredible amount of items, but it clearly won't be a big loss for the UK. He picked up his name tag, which showed that his rank had increased and was now listed as high. Looking at it, Michael involuntarily remembered how he constantly thought about it. You could say it was his dream. He had previously thought that his desire to become a high-class hunter would remain nothing more than a dream. Now the guy was asking why he didn't have an epic rank, which would have suited him obviously better. After the raid, the British Hunters Association made a request for a press conference, where in addition to being asked if he had any desire to stay in the UK, he was made several annoying suggestions. Similarly, in South Korea, they tried to lure him with various baits like various tax breaks. But wealth and fame on Earth were not so important to him now, for if the Earth itself disappeared, it would be of no use to him. What he really needs to achieve is growth, for he had a battle with the god himself ahead of him. And even if a god were to concentrate the power in his hands to stop him, behind Sindal's words, divine power is the result of putting magical power into its purest form. So Michael set about practicing his concentration, training his divinity. He tried to feel this dantian, which was the core in the center of the abdomen or the ring of the heart. However, as expected, no matter how many times he tried, the result was the same. Although he could refine his magic power to some extent, but he won't be able to bring it to a perfect state so that it transforms into divine power. Although he had tried to do at least something during the guy's stay in that void, but he never managed to create any sword key or magic. Faith and fanaticism, Michael couldn't believe that a divine power would be triggered by that kind of will. And it was faith that was the basis for the creation of the battle-hardened warrior and vampire slayer. Therefore, as expected, he could not right now utilize the divine power to its fullest extent. The boy put on the hood of his hoodie and prepared to head back to the Tower of Trials. After all, climbing further up it, he would be able to figure out what was what sooner or later. It was the only way. Soon, he had already entered the 15th floor, the theme of which was war, as strange as it may sound. Someone told him to kill those stupid occultists who reject their god of darkness. The two men looked amongst themselves, questioning why Mrs. Raynell had accepted such a request. A burly man peered into the tent Michael had moved into, his appearance slightly scruffy. But that didn't stop him from yelling at the guy, asking if he was shirking his duties. Grabbing him by the hood, he told the guy to quickly put up and join the fight. After all, the order had long ago been given to go on the attack, and he was still sleeping here. The man was clearly angry. It wasn't until they came out that the man noticed that the guy's clothes didn't match the battlefield. And Michael, hearing about the Holy War, asked if it was about religious conflicts. The system announced the start of the 15th floor challenge. He was given 17 days in which he must lead the temple to victory. The reward for a successful breakthrough was a protection bracelet of an unnamed god of epic plus rank. Michael quickly reasoned that the number of enemies amounted to several thousand. It was probably the most he had fought. The men on whose side he fought were praising some Mrs. Raynell who was leading them all into battle. The big guy explained to Michael that she was the commander of their mercenary squad that everyone feared. After all, the girl was a consummate aura user. He said it with such enthusiasm that Michael wondered. Meanwhile, the sentry on the tower reported that a new stream of battle god occultists had arrived and everyone should get ready. Michael at first just watched everything with interest, but when he heard about the god of battle, his face changed. After all, if one were to organize everything that was currently going on around them, one could draw the following conclusions. He's a mercenary hired by some nasty guys serving the god of darkness, and at the moment, they are at war with the side of the people who worship the god of battle. Suddenly, Michael felt motivated, for to him in any battle there was bound to be a winner and a loser. The system announced the beginning of a special task, Leader's Path, according to which he must win the recognition of the leader. Raynell had a strong desire to learn the secrets of the sword and was a commander recognized by mid-level mercenaries. For her, a person with no aristocratic roots, the battlefield was the only place to grow up. And so, after going through many battles and having been between life and death a bunch of times, she reached the level of aura user. Her actions were limited, however, as she had never before been trained on how to use it. Therefore, she had no choice but to continue wandering around the battlefield and risk her life. This the girl did so skillfully that she would be the envy of the best knights in the kingdom. Her sword technique reminded Michael of his lightning sword ki in some ways, yet he couldn't feel that energy. Raynell thought that even by eye, the number of enemies numbered in the thousands. And as for the number of their allies, including the corpses summoned by the priests of darkness, there were about 700,000 heads. The picture was completely different from what the priests of darkness said, and if the slightest mistake was made, they would all be in danger. Her mercenaries had rushed to the girl, but she had broken away from them. After all, it was dangerous to fight any of them, if only because she would be the one who would have to defend them, not the other way around. A siege golem that was very large and sturdy suddenly appeared in front of her men, instilling terror with its appearance. The big man, who turned out to be the vice commander, was approached by his comrade, reporting that the lady had been ambushed. The man shouted that it couldn't be, but the situation looked like this. Only a miracle could help the girl. Not only did she find herself cut off from her squad because of the golem, but she was also surrounded on all sides. Raynell also realized that she had no strength left at all anymore as the first opponent suddenly pounced on her. The girl only had time to think, is this really how she's going to die? An insignificant, pathetic death. And because she never made it to the top, it was quite sad, so tears came to her eyes. As she closed her eyes and prepared to die, she suddenly felt someone's powerful attack knock back all the enemies around her. Raynell looked at her rescuer in surprise, not believing she had escaped death. Michael, meanwhile, told her that he would be away for a while to block the attack and she'd better back off. On a battlefield that could safely be called insanity, such a calm voice came from somewhere. The girl even thought she was dreaming, not believing that Michael was real, for he fought even better than she did. The guy also had his own fiery aura with which he overpowered his opponents. The girl stopped crying. The people who fought on the side of the god of battle were surprised at the sudden appearance of such an experienced warrior. Michael, meanwhile, was killing one by one of them, not allowing a single attack to get close to him. He had the perfect combination of strength, flexibility, and grace, and Raynell had the impression she was watching a god. It was truly beautiful in her eyes, and Michael seemed to her to be a fruit of art that was peerless. The guy himself noticed that he was very strong in such fights and could fully replenish his stamina. However, skill only grew by 0.00001%. And that was a bit sad, but it was happy to at least absorb skills. There were countless of them, and Michael thought he could create some legendary skill through synthesis. He continued to exterminate the enemies, who were already far fewer in number than they had been before his appearance. And after a few more minutes, the battle god's side announced the retreat of their forces, seeing that they were failing. One of the commanders said that people should not fight this monster alone, but rather send forward golems. Then, huge golems grew in front of Michael and became his new adversaries. One of them swung his hand at the guy, and the guy used 7 white sword techniques. The first technique was the white sword piercing the heavens, which Michael applied at the right moment. He then jumped upwards, completely shredding the golem into pieces. It was quite easy. Even his allies on the darkness god's side marveled at his strength, as the guy destroyed the golem with a single blow. Raynell noticed that Michael had used the same skill again when he'd saved her, and she got an interesting impression of the guy. It seemed to the girl that he was distorting space itself, and that was beyond the sword's capabilities. Meanwhile, the golems summoned by the supporters of the god of battle had been defeated. People marveled that Michael dealt with them in seconds. They had never heard of it. Then suddenly everyone fell silent, for the general of their troops spoke up, asking what they were making a fuss about. The man said that this guy's appearance only meant that they now only had one opponent. This man was named Mobia. He was a priest of the god of battle and personally came to the battlefield for support. The man ordered a group debuff to be prepared, their secret weapon that could temporarily restrain even a dragon. He added that if they catch this guy, they will have the victory in their hands. Michael, meanwhile, continued to fight. He could sense that there had been some changes on the battlefield, but he couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Feeling his opponents approaching him from behind, he attacked them with a powerful wave of sword ki. People were frightened by such power, so no one dared to approach him for a frontal attack. Mobius saw it too. He was shocked that the guy managed to fend off a group attack so easily. He even thought that there was a priest hiding somewhere near Michael to help him dodge these tricks. However, it was all hers. Michael acted alone and in the blink of an eye approached him, thrusting his blade in. He stabbed the priest in the stomach, and he thought he didn't even have time to see the guy get close to him. Michael didn't forget about the other people who were also his opponents and aimed bloody projectiles at them. Those were confused, covering themselves with their hands. They thought Michael was a real monster. And the one decided that since he couldn't openly use blood control, he'd at least invoke it. He applied drops of blood like bullets, which, however, killed deadly as if they were fired from a firearm, especially since he had killed their priest who had come to support his men, and that had to depress the situation. As it was, the people soon realized they couldn't handle Michael, so they decided to call the bishop. They retreated, and the system reported that everyone on the battlefield had sensed his presence and he had completed the special mission. As a result, the achievement Invincible 1 was obtained and all his skills increased by 4. Meanwhile, the Darkness God squad had also retreated. Michael was offered to take the best barracks. He headed toward her as he suddenly heard the same big man who had dragged him to the battlefield address him. He bowed and apologized for his behavior, but Michael told him not to worry, calling him an orc. He added that he would like to get some rest and headed for the barracks, saying that the man could go as well. Michael thought that once he defeated 1,000 opponents, everyone began to respect him and even gave him the best seat. He opened the system window because he remembered that a message had appeared there during the battle, but he didn't have time to read it. It said that he had killed many people and consumed their souls, and his talent as a god of death slowly began to develop. Suddenly, Michael remembered reading about a similar thing in a new effect of his unique characterization. It said that the data of the god of death received enlightenment, but Michael didn't even know who he was. He was very interested in what it all meant, but for now he could only speculate. Suddenly he felt someone's presence, which clearly said that someone was watching him. Michael swung his sword at the roof of the tent, for it was from there that he sensed the strange feeling. It didn't move, and in the next instant, the ground fell to Raynell, who had been watching him all this time. The girl hadn't expected to be noticed at all, but now she found herself on the ground in front of Michael, who was eager to hear her explanation. Raynell stood up, saying that the other was not to be expected of him, for the lad's senses were incredibly developed. In the meantime, the latter appreciated the girl as a warrior and concluded that she did have some talent. Still, the guy asked what she was doing here, adding that she was lucky she hadn't died from blood loss then. But the girl replied that she was fine now. It was mostly thanks to him. Michael asked if everyone here thanked people so secretly, and Raynell was confused. She suddenly changed the subject, asking if he happened to be someone important, for she hadn't seen him among the mercenaries 5. Michael thought that was problematic. Since he stood out so much on the battlefield, the girl had already figured out what was up. Raynell added that she felt a divine presence, and ordinary mercenaries aren't capable of that. So the girl suddenly became serious, asking who he really was. Michael thought for a moment before answering, then suddenly decided to play with the girl a little. O answered her that the god of darkness had sent him, and Raynell was greatly surprised to hear this, for they were, in fact, his servants. Michael didn't stop there, adding that he was his apostle, justifying himself that he had no other choice. Then Raynell asked if that was really true, and he realized that he might have already guessed that he was lying herself. But suddenly, the girl sank to the ground, saluting the apostle and saying that she had insulted him. She apologized, and Michael involuntarily thought he'd gone a little overboard with his alibi. He turned to the girl, saying they should keep it a secret so the spies couldn't find out anything. However, Raynell asked if he could then tell it to her. Michael replied that it was okay. After all, true comrades see each other at once. He smiled at the girl, portraying the very sincerity. And that one, hearing of true comradeship with the apostle of the god of darkness, glowed with happiness. Michael, meanwhile, has started a new special object of admiration assignment. According to him, the strongest mercenary among allies should be admired by him, and this object will be noted. After completing the task, the strongest mercenary could take command of the army. Suddenly, Michael saw a mark of some kind light up above the girl, indicating that she would be his target. Michael thought as he went through the guide's path task, he didn't know how he was going to manage the men of the squad. However, things looked much easier now, for with Raynell's help, he would be able to arrange it. The guide took the girl's hand and thought that this floor would probably be one of the easiest. All of his stats reached triple-digit value, averaging between 113 and 121. That was great, and Michael smiled contentedly at the fact that he felt so much stronger physically now. During this battle, he had also absorbed a bunch of skills, which now had to be organized. He opened the list of his powers and skills, intending to read in detail about each new skill. So the guy went into the tab for recently acquired skills, among them charisma. Since he already possessed her, the rank just increased, but there were many others besides her. Except that the ones that might come in handy right now were especially absent, so there was only one option left. Michael activated his unique skill synthesis power and immediately amplified its effect with warrior defense. After all, this avocado added luck, and in fusion that was incredibly important. The powerful force became visible even through the tent of his barracks. Crossing skills, He sat like that until evening. However, his labors were not in vain. He received an absolute appeal of rank 1+. Also, the entire arsenal was replenished with Steps of the Wolf of Darkness. This skill was already of high minus rank. The last one was the Steel Jaws skill, which Michael also liked and decided to keep. Warrior's Defense is the power that activated last time his sword was synthesized. And come to think of it, Michael could have said he had it all. He meant sword skills. After all, there was a Sealed Blood Enhancement skill, a Soul Ego Grant, and a Soul Enhancement skill, all of which had different ranks. Michael decided to familiarize himself further with the Soul Ego Grant skill he had received from Sindal. The description said that once used, the skill was gone forever, but the guy even liked that. He decided to apply it to his swords, activating the right technique. Now he had to choose a barrier or object. After all, that's where the Soul Ego Grant would go. And Michael thought for a moment. To grant an EGA Soul Grant means to give an item a personality that supports it. It wasn't about a one-time use, so naturally Michael chose the Celestial Demon Sword. He thought it would be more appropriate to use it, as it was a growing type item. The system reported that the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword was impregnated with the Soul AG of Heavenly Demon Asgold. Suddenly, Michael heard someone's voice rejoicing that he was finally back after such a long time. This was spoken by the Heavenly Demon Asgold, who enjoyed universal reverence, worship, and applause. Michael thought he seemed to have put some crazy person in his sword. Meanwhile, some guy had activated a corpse-mixing technique that was supposed to help in the battle. Suddenly, there was a rider on horseback, only he had an unusual appearance, for he was a dead man. The other fighters praised their comrade for such an admirable technique, and the latter thanked them. In the meantime, Michael, who was said to be so young but was already a ruthless butcher, walked by them. He took off the heads of 1,000 enemies, and not a single muscle on his face did not tremble. His companions were uncomfortable even being around him. But Michael did not care about these conversations behind his back. He walked on, thinking what a quiet and beautiful night it was. Suddenly, however, a familiar voice addressed him, asking if he was mocking him by ignoring him. After all, he, the Celestial Demon Asgold, was the first to speak to the guy, but the guy defiantly refuses to talk. The demon thought he'd escaped from hell, but it turns out this boring little man had become his master. Then, Michael suddenly replied that it wasn't like that. He just wanted to move away to a safe distance where no one could listen to him. The demon, on the other hand, said he had no words, for the guy didn't even know about the technique of mental communication. Asgold added that at first he thought the guy was from the same neighborhood as him, but Michael asked if the guy was a contender too. This made Asgold laugh. He said that it was absurd for someone to not know the name of a heavenly demon. Then, Michael asked him to tell him what floor he had managed to get up to, and he changed his voice strangely. He replied that he had managed to get up to the 41st floor, much to Michael's surprise, but judging by the tone of his voice, it was true. In that case, Michael thought that the information he possessed must be quite significant. He also realized that he could gain a lot of benefit from dealing with this demon, but suddenly he had another thought. Michael said he's heard as if challengers who died starting on the 41st floor could be revived as admins. He wondered why Asgold didn't want to be transferred as an admin, but the man replied that there was no way he'd be that loon of a tower. Such a lowly existence was not for him. He added that he couldn't stand it. Michael then said that while he was alive, he must have been an outstanding warrior, but now he was just a soul ego. He brought the sword closer to him, telling Asgold not to forget this fact. But suddenly, the area around him shuddered with the power that the sword-shaped demon radiated. Michael's words had clearly hurt him. He asked if the guy thought he didn't know it himself. Then Asgold said he shouldn't worry. Asgold figured the guy was trying to build a clear leader-subordinate relationship, so he added that would definitely help him in the fight. Even without all of his former power, Asgold was a martial arts genius and a master of magic. He said he could help Michael accomplish all of his goals and even demonstrated a bit of his power. Around him, everything around him shook once again from the incredible energy of the sword, which leveled the trees with its power. Michael looked at this with great surprise, for he himself had never been able to wield his blade so skillfully. But the effect of this scene was tremendous. The guy stood in the middle of the cleared full and was impressed. Then he told the demon that he really had good support data. Michael added that he was from the Earth dimension, except that the demon had probably never heard of him. So it was. And then Asgold said that the current capacity of this sword could not fully contain his soul. so it was hard for him to stay conscious for long, but he was able to sense that another person was coming this way. That was the end of their conversation, and meanwhile, Michael was approached by Raynell. The girl was running and a bit squished. She apologized for distracting the guy from his training, but they were suddenly attacked by an enemy. Hearing this, Michael thought he should give credit to the Tower of Trials, for it would never let you get bored. He asked the girl to tell more about the attacking elite units of battle priests that were also pulling up to the battle. Michael himself also said he would go there immediately to assist the priests. Meanwhile, the battle raged on full blast, the soldiers protecting the priests, for if the enemies killed them, that the magic of necromancy would be dispelled, enemies they called vile animals who cowardly crept in under the cover of night. Michael noticed that there weren't as many enemies compared to last time, somewhere around 100 in total. However, these ones were clearly of a higher level, for they used powers that were definitely divinity-based. Though it was a trifle by his standards, the enemies meanwhile continued to close in on the priests. When Raynell arrived at the scene of the battle, she was surprised to find that quite a few people had already died. She saw that there was a very strong aura coming from some of the enemies and realized that those were clearly highly ranked fighters. But Michael, who suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, asked if he could ask the girl for a favor. He said that no matter how strong the enemies were or how hopeless the situation seemed, she should trust him completely. After all, he trusts her too. With those words, the guy bestowed a smile on her. The girl even blushed a little at hearing such a thing, but Michael said it deliberately. And then Michael rushed into battle, calling Raynell with him and saying that they should protect the priests. After all, a temple can only be built if they are available, and the girl agreed. She suddenly became serious and also rushed into battle, saying that she would definitely protect her men. The system meanwhile reported that the mercenary Raynell deeply admired him, so the special assignment was done. Now the fighting spirit of the allied camp is internalized, and careful command keeps the ranks from disintegrating. Michael heard the girl wish him luck, saying that if they ever saw each other again, she would treat him to some embroidery. Michael replied that it was the nicest thing he had ever heard, so he gladly accepted her invitation. The guy activated the Steps of the Wolf of Darkness skill because the time of day was just perfect. It was a walking technique that mimicked the movements of the Wolf of Darkness, a legendary creature. Its effect was to increase mobility by a factor of 2 in the dark, and Michael quickly internalized it. He had killed many opponents already, noticing that not all of them were highly ranked. One man, who had interrupted a dozen of their men, was surprised to feel that the line had reached him as well. Michael was rushing at him from behind, saying they would regret daring to attack their camp at night. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the garrison of troops, things were somewhat worse, but the men were not wondering. The enemy had already broken through their equipment and were moving toward the main camp where the command was located. The big guy, whose name was Dean, shouted for his comrades not to panic in close ranks. The onslaught of the enemies was difficult to contain, but they had the advantage, for they were on the defensive. Therefore, if they scattered now, they would only face a miserable death that would end everything. But unfortunately, so far that was the case in many cases, his men lacked combat experience. Suddenly, Dean felt himself being kicked in the stomach as well, but he remained standing on his feet. He only grimaced in pain and marveled that he couldn't spot his opponent's attacks in time. But fortunately, and the man was already being rushed for help, the rider Raynell herself was running to save him. The girl swung her sword. In a flash, she was near her opponent. She killed him with one accurate strike. Michael was surprised that her blade possessed divinity. Also, the girl's swordsmanship skills were astounding. Dean was surprised by this as well, though he'd videoed Mistress in battle many times before, but each new fight felt different. The girl meanwhile turned to him, asking if the man was going to play sick. After all, he'd only been punched in the stomach, and Dean replied that of course he hadn't even thought about it. Raynell stopped suddenly snorting. She felt like a sort of squad leader again. So the girl shouted, giving the command to form up, leaving only the tankers in the vanguard. The girl ordered them to take a defensive position, and they immediately followed her orders. Next, Raynell moved on to the archers, saying that they are their main fighting force, will be standing behind the tankers, and the melee damages would be left to defend the healers. The morale of all the soldiers increased in an instant. Now they were all ready to fight back against the enemy, who still had quite a few men left. However, camping, the enemy also had a few rounds up their sleeves, for their opponents looked on with a smirk. They rushed to attack, saying they would glorify their temple, while the side of the god of darkness prepared for defense. The archers drew their bowstrings and opened fire on the advancing army, but the tankers stood firm. First of all, the people of the battle god wanted to kill the girl in the center, for they immediately realized that she was in charge. Hearing this, the tankers tensed up, but continued to stay in formation, not letting the enemy troops through. The people behind Raynell's back said they wouldn't last long at this rate. They asked to join the fight as well, but the girl refused, saying their purpose was to protect the priests. After all, if they maintain their position with faith in their heart, that person will come to them. It was about Michael, of course, who had been biding his time all along, sneaking up on the enemy's rear. The battle god's side was surprised that he was here so quickly, and Michael had already prepared to destroy them one by one, doing so with great skill. Raynell couldn't hide her joy upon seeing Michael. She glowed with happiness as she watched the boy fight. Meanwhile, Michael used his Bloodseeker skill, forming new targets to attack. They turned out to be bloody rods that bound all the enemies in a flash, taking them hostage. Suddenly, Askold turned to him, asking how dare he use it not in battle, but like this. However, he admitted that he had to like the way the guy mercilessly chopped down his enemies. The demon suddenly added that Michael would be a great swordsman if he came from Murim, and the guy himself felt the sword suddenly filled with mana, which spoke of the demon's presence. Michael thought that this was the technique of mental communication. He just needed to transmit his voice through magical power. This surprised Askold, who asked if in such a short time the guy had been able to master her. And Michael asked in response, "Isn't something like this something anyone who knows how to control mana can do?" Then Askold said that if you follow his logic, half of the martial artists are in Murim, not even up to being called them, for if he wasn't a genius himself, he wouldn't be able to summon his soul. Hearing this made Michael a little uncomfortable, and he said that he probably understood what the demon was talking about. Askold said that he was starting to feel sleepy again, so he had to leave. Michael turned around to walk as well, when suddenly some priest approached him and he stopped. The boy said that the senior priest wished to see him and asked Michael to follow him. He was surprised at this statement, but decided it would be impolite to refuse. He was led to a room where several other priests were gathered, as well as their chief. He also addressed the guy, calling him the killer, but Michael said the guy could just call him Nameless. Then the old man remarked that he was sure the boy would please the god of darkness. Michael thanked him. The elder priest then asked if he knew that he had called him here to discuss the reward. When Michael answered in the affirmative, the old man became serious and asked him to tell him what reward he expected. But Michael said he would ask a counter question in that case. He asked the high priest what kind of libation he was willing to give him while activating the absolute attractiveness skill. Because of this, senior priest Kynel found himself in an abnormal state. It was a state of fear. He now clearly felt Michael's presence, saying the maximum reward he could give. These are holy relics of the highest quality of the Church of the God of Darkness, and it was an impulsive decision. He was even told this by the other priests, saying that they could not put relics into the hands of outsiders. But the old man shouted for the boys to be quiet, saying that before them stood the man who would lead them to victory in this holy war. Kynel thought that for a moment he could clearly sense the terrifying energy in this man. It was so powerful that the old man thought for a second that he met the dragon's gaze. Relics are marvelous objects that contain the power of God, and right now they are being brought out for Michael. Kynel said that these holy relics of the God of Darkness were of the highest quality. Therefore, it was worth handling them with care. Michael activated the Fire Dragon Eyes skill. The first item was an offering seal of a unique rank. With it, you could obtain a new skill. Next came the Veil of Night Absorbing Flame, the same rank. With this skill, he could revive after death. These were very valuable items that Michael decided to save for the trial. However, judging by the augmentation he read with his dragon eye, he wouldn't be able to get them further than the 15th floor. However, he couldn't help but be excited, because nothing happens by chance in the Tower of Trials. Obtaining such items meant that he would have to face some pretty strong opponents in the future. Michael already had a sense of impending danger that made him uneasy. He took the seal and veil, intending to take them with him, when suddenly the priest addressed him again. The old man said that the war had just begun, and he hoped the lad would demonstrate a decent strength. But Michael replied that they didn't have to worry about that, because he had already earned Mrs. Raynell's trust. At this he said he had to leave them, and the priest waited for the lad to leave. Afterward, he suddenly wept at being forced to give up his relics. Michael's technique dissipated, and he was walking contentedly down the road back to his barracks. Suddenly he was called again, and this time the person was Raynell. The girl wondered if his private conversation with the high priest had ended on a good note. Michael responded positively, saying that everything had gone well. However, he suddenly noticed something. The boy wondered if the lady swordswoman had been waiting for him here all this time. The girl stammered and looked away, saying that she had promised to buy him a drink. She also had one request for him. Raynell said it so embarrassed that Michael smiled involuntarily. However, when he heard of the request, he became serious, for it could even mean a new special assignment. A few mirths later, they were already sitting at one of the tables, and the girl was drinking even more than Michael. However, he noticed that the alcohol was not very strong, for the guy was sober as a whistle. But it seems even that was enough for Raynell. A moment later, she collapsed on the table. In fact, his body had long since exceeded the human level because the alcohol was very even. However, Michael managed to continue to stay sober. Raynell said he was definitely like a monster. Michael replied that the most important thing was that the drink had a wonderful flavor, and then reminded the girl of the request. He said she was going to ask him for something after all, so she should have done it now. For some reason, Raynell lowered her eyes and even frowned slightly as if she was about to say something she didn't like. She suddenly remembered a situation from her childhood when the people from the castle took away all their food. This was done for the needs of the kingdom, but countries clearly abused it and took more. She even remembered one of the knights hitting her daddy and how she pounced on him, beating him with her fists. Then she was kicked painfully in the stomach, which made the girl burst into tears and cry. At that moment, she faced the injustice of this life for the first time, and the man who hit her said that if she was jealous of them, then let her become a knight too. Her parents were annoyed by this behavior of the king's servants, but they knew there was nothing they could do about it. And now those memories flooded into Raynell's mind, and she made a decision for herself. Suddenly, the girl looked straight into Michael's eyes and asked him to be her teacher. She wanted him to learn her swordsmanship, and Michael wasn't ready for it. He even stopped drinking, setting the mug aside, and quickly began weighing the pros and cons. For secretly, the lad hoped the request would be to his advantage, but it was a simple and personal request. Michael completed the special assignment, became an object of admiration, and thus got everything he could from Raynell. Paying more attention to the characters of the World Tower recreated was just a waste of time. So he got up from the table, saying he was refusing, and turned around to leave. He told Raynell that she should get a good night's rest, as the fight would continue tomorrow. However, the girl had no intention of letting him go so easily. She suddenly snapped to attention again. Raynell said she had to get stronger at any cost, though it sounded quiet but confident. Suddenly, she too rose from her seat and approached Michael, then surprised him with her determination. The girl fell to her knees and bowed, her face right on the ground. Michael looked at her differently, now interested in why she wanted it so badly. Raynell meanwhile continued to plead with him, saying that no one but him could help her with this. She was just bound to learn from him, so she was willing to do whatever he told her to do. Then Michael smiled involuntarily and thought that a little fun couldn't hurt. After a while, they were already standing on the makeshift training ground. The first step was a stand, but Mike immediately said the girl didn't need to be so serious. It was good that she was trying her best, but if she overdid it, she would become too conniving. She also lacked combat experience right now, so the girl needed to strengthen her mana network. Michael added that they would practice her aura a bit now, and turned Raynell around with her back to him. He then activated the Fire Dragon Eye skill and stimulated the girl's chakra points. Raynell thought he was showing her the path of mana, as if telling her to follow him. In essence, it was similar to her method, but there was one difference. Michael's way was more refined. To put it more accurately, he was gorgeous. But Raynell didn't understand how one could achieve such a thing. Michael, meanwhile, said that it was her personalized mana pathway that he had created based on her needs. He added that a girl should train her aura every day using this method. That was the end of their session, and soon he was sitting in his barracks again, deciding to check his awards. The guy pulled out a bag he had gotten from Barty. It held all the awards for helping Great Britain. He stuck his hand into the bag, which was actually much larger inside than it was outside, and pulled out the first item. However, he decided not to waste time and dumped all the contents he had received from the British Association on the ground. There were quite a few items, however, in Michael's eyes. It was just a bunch of useless trash. After all, he basically already had all sorts of effects and skills already. The last ones he synthesized were 3 high minus and rank 1+ skills. So it was time to use them. With that thought, he activated the Steel Absorption skill. Something akin to a mask formed on his head, which, however, was alive. Or rather, he could control it himself. The description said that absorbing the steel made his body stronger. It also boosted one random characteristic. Michael figured he'd see everything right away. He brought the first steel object from the bag up to his head, which was now wearing this mask, and then took a sharp bite on a piece of metal, which, to his surprise, broke through like a rusk. The system reported that he had absorbed the steel cloud cane, and his mana increased by 1. The guy was even surprised, because the stats were increasing so fast it was a bit cheaterish. He decided to try again and absorbed the heavenly steel stone this time. The result of this absorption was a 0.8% purification of his body's dirty ki. This was accompanied by a spit of blood, and Michael looked at her, not realizing what dirty ki was. However, in the next second, he suddenly noticed that his body felt lighter. Michael thought he was initially amazed at the look of the skill, but now he was glad he had acquired it. The guy could never have imagined that he would be so eager to dye objects. He had already absorbed 8 of them, but suddenly received a message that he could no longer do so. Turns out the mask had a recharge feature that only allowed you to absorb 8 items at a time. But compared to the speed of characterization gains, it couldn't even be called a disadvantage. Michael turned off the skill and the mask disappeared. Now he turned his attention to another curious object. His guy didn't absorb it, of course, because it was a sacred relic of the god of darkness. His black seal activated an offering effect that allowed him to summon items. Michael figured that if he put that seal on his arm, there was a chance it would stay after the 15th floor. It was a little scary to instill this in himself, but he decided to test it out and prepared to imprint his hand. He pressed the seal onto his hand, the system immediately reporting the activation of the effect. The object was absorbed by the mark on his hand, and Michael watched the seal slowly fade away. Suddenly, a bright beam of violet light illuminated his barracks, which made the guy squeeze his eyes shut. And then he saw a mark on his hand that was made in the shape of an animal that looked like a wolf. The system informed him that the tag would never disappear, and the next thing he knew, he was suddenly bombarded with messages from the admins. Michael was surprised to read them. They were all a little strange. The admins were not happy that the tower had gifted him with such an item. Michael thought the admins had been silent all this time, but started writing as soon as he used the seal. Some said there was still time to change his mind, and that increasingly surprised the guy. He even wondered if it was a useless item after all, judging by the admin's reactions. The tower was giving him something he shouldn't have, and it was making Michael quite tense. All of these messages explained exactly nothing, so Michael didn't understand what was going on. And then suddenly the system reported a leak, temporarily blocking admin messages. Admin Tower has warned administrators that if this happens again, they will be banned from viewing player Michael Nodforth's trials. Michael, meanwhile, thought that this relic mystery might be bigger than he realized. However, the guy is determined to find out everything once he uses her. With that thought, Michael activated the offering effect that spoke of sacrifice. Based on that, he could sacrifice any skill, talent, or treasure to the god of darkness. The guy didn't really like it though. He didn't understand what the point of it was. After thinking about it for a bit, he still decided that he should have a good look at everything first. In this, he was aided by Bati's bag, from which he drew a new object. It was some new wizard's cane that he had decided to donate to a god. So Michael chose to donate the treasure, and the system asked him to leave the item in the right place. Michael did. He decided to donate the most useless item. Next, the system asked him to choose a god to whom he would donate the item. This surprised Michael greatly, for he thought that since the signet belonged to the god of darkness, he would be the one to whom the sacrifice was made. However, his surprise increased several more times when the system suddenly reported an error. She said there was no trace of God in his divinity, so the redirection process kicked in. Michael was recognized as the owner of his own divinity, so his own donation would be addressed to him. The guy couldn't check into that. After all, the rank 3+ item, Little Wizard Staff, was his own victim. The system reported that he could also transform the item into divine power. Michael looked at all of this with his eyes wide open. He didn't realize what was even happening right now. It was a bit confusing, however, one thing he realized for sure. Now he could increase his divine power by himself. However, there was a slight nuance. He didn't know how to use this power. Though, as new myths are obtained, so too will the uses of divinity be found. And while he could only hoard it, with that thought, Michael moved on to another relic. That would be the Veil of the Night the guy decided to save for later. He also thought that the tower would not have given him these items for nothing, so the time to use them would still surely come. But for now, a battle awaited him. They won a few battles, and allied mercenaries with priests became more confident. However, everyone but him was taking quite a big risk every time they entered the battlefield. Because Michael wasn't thinking about keeping his life, he was fixated on something else. It was his height, and the guy figured at this rate the ordeal would go smoothly. But his attention was suddenly drawn to the people who suddenly pointed to the sky, which had turned red. It turned out to be a very real portal that drew the gazes of all the participants in the battle. Michael was also surprised at this appearance during the battle, for it could only mean one thing. Someone is about to appear from this portal. Steam suddenly had a strange feeling, and then it was replaced by horror, and he thought this can't be happening. But that seemed to be it. The system reported the activation of the divine punishment will. In the next instant, a huge table of powerful laser energy rained down directly on the people. It was extremely dangerous, and Michael realized that the gods had now intervened in their battle. He extended his arm, preparing to use a counterattack shield when the pillar reached him as well. Michael made the shield as huge as possible so that it could cover as much area as possible. However, it was also much harder to contain him like this. Soon the attack hit the shield, and then it stopped. A small puff of smoke coming from the sky, indicating a reload. Michael was the only one left unharmed. Thanks to the healing effect, he was able to heal all of his wounds. And there were quite a few, for the attack was strong, and he wondered who it could be. Meanwhile, the people he saved were amazed that they managed to survive it. But some fell to the ground from lack of strength to fight anymore. Michael didn't like that. And then suddenly a guy from the sky who had wings like Kyrene appeared. He turned to the men of the God of Darkness, saying that he had good news for them. The people, meanwhile, thought the guy was a real angel of their god, except it wasn't really like that, for he added that the merciful God of War had decided to use divine retribution on them specifically. Michael thought he'd felt a similar feeling before. Now it was happening again. They were taken by surprise, and what could men do against the power of a god? The system reported that the God of War used divine power to partially condescend. During indulgence, a god cannot fully control his myths and will. God has condescended into Apostle Jaren Navia, who cannot utilize all the divine power. The difficulty of Michael's 15th floor challenge increased dramatically, and he thought, here they go again. However, the system suddenly gave a message that it thought the guy could handle it, so the ordeal would not be interrupted. But Michael thought Tower should have asked him first. Meanwhile, the God of War in the Apostle's body said that today he would be able to kill this dog with his own hands. Of course, he Michael, who had prepared for defense. The guy figured that if he didn't start putting his best foot forward right away, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he activated instant acceleration and wind grace, increasing his speed by 70%. This was followed by the activation of the combat concentration skill, also 20 times at once. Meanwhile, Jaren activated the will of the heavenly blood cultivation technique. When everything was ready at Michael's place, he thought, now he'll deal with this cocky guy quickly. However, to his surprise, the God of Darkness had the same speed and was beside him with a punch in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Michael's face and he didn't even have time to react in any way. The God of Darkness then slammed his head against the rocks and continued to hold his head while closing his eyes. This was so the guy couldn't see and block his next attack up close. It was going to be decisive, especially given Michael's condition. The guy spit up blood. The attack had damaged his internal organs and her power was staggering. He suddenly thought that the opponent was, for the first time in all his battles, the strongest. Because the system suddenly reported that he had died, and it was a bit of a weird feeling. It was as if he was floating in the air, unconscious, but he could feel his body being destroyed. Michael slowly opened his eyes. He thought it was all just a dream. However, he did die at the hand of the descended god of battle. His stomach was pierced. Memories of all the trials he had faced in the tower flashed before his eyes. There really is a lot that has happened in that time. And up until now, he had handled everything well on his own. However, now was different. All the fateful meetings and connections he had made with people were now meaningless. For him, everything will come crashing down in the here and now because, unfortunately, both wins and losses are part of life. That's how it ended. The wound on his stomach was too deep for him to continue fighting. The guy was slowly dying and thought that the only thing left to do was to accept the fact of his death. Probably because he had already decided everything for himself, even this darkness seemed cozy. Suddenly he felt as if someone was approaching him from behind, and it made Michael turn around. This was some girl who wanted to hug him, but he wouldn't let her. However, the girl said that he had nothing to worry about since she was not his enemy. Michael then asked who she was, and the girl smiled lightly, saying it was a little funny. After all, although the situation had been recreated by the system, it was a bit unfortunate that he didn't recognize the one he had entered this war for. Michael then asked if she was the God of Darkness on whose side they fought. The girl responded positively and complimented him for being so quick-witted. She wanted to pet him, but Michael again wouldn't allow it. He stopped her hand. The guy told the girl not to touch him, and the girl suddenly agreed to that too. She replied that it wasn't time yet, but that he would soon figure it out for himself, that she wasn't his enemy. And now that Tower had made a mess, the girl suggested moving on. She added that the guy should humor her properly since she had lent him her power. Suddenly, Michael felt the wound in his stomach begin to heal, and the girl continued. She said that from the moment he opens his eyes, everything around him will change. At first, Michael only realized that she had helped him heal his injury. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of him, which he gripped tightly, and the god of darkness smiled as she looked at him. She allowed him to utilize the blessing of apostleship that had been bestowed upon him. Michael still lay motionless, but the god of war realized that he was still alive. The price a man deserves for daring to defy the position of God was death. The people who saw this cried out that they were now doomed. This caught Jaren's attention, and he glanced in their direction. And a while back, a guy named Michael Nodfort used a magic shield. This meant that his power was now greatly reduced because there was now no one who could protect these people. The god thought he would finally destroy them all this time, and suddenly Raynell ran up to Michael. The girl saw only the guy's weapon, to which one of the relics was strapped, and soon she saw Michael himself. Noticing the wound on his stomach, she thought it couldn't be, for that one was fatal. Plus, it hadn't lingered yet, since all of this was happening while Michael was talking to the god of darkness. Jaren, meanwhile, flew off to the right distance to deal with all the humans on the side of the god of darkness. He thought that, as expected, the body of the future apostle was unable to withstand the coming. It was an extremely weak body, which annoyed the god of war, but there was no other option. He had to cancel his adventuring, but even without it, he was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, he screamed from the power that overwhelmed his body. Now, this was the future apostle Zeren, and the lad wondered if the coming of his god had been delayed. He would have died of a broken heart, but through it, he received God's grace. His divine power became stronger, and the guy thought that he had become the strongest being under this heaven. The god of battle commanded the future apostle to stop talking nonsense and quickly prepare a force. It was the power of heavenly punishment, and the guy suddenly felt the wrath of his god for procrastinating. A column of powerful energy suddenly descended from the sky again, falling directly on the place where Michael was lying. Everything was up in smoke, so it was hard to see anything, but Zeren realized it wasn't good. It was actually the activation of the exclusive Veil of Night effect. In a little while, there was to be a complete revival under her influence. The system also added that an apostolization state entry was made, and a moment later, Michael was reborn. The qualities of the god of death manifested more strongly, loudly announcing his presence. And challenger Michael Nodforth recognized as quasi-divine for the duration of his tenure as an apostle. He had 3 key divine words: death, darkness, and immortality. This greatly surprised Zeren, who realized that the coming of the god of darkness had now occurred. However, there were no apostles on her side, and that didn't please the guy. He pounced on Michael. The guy screamed that he would rip him to shreds and pointed a huge trident at him. But Michael didn't even blink an eye as he collapsed on top of him, now possessing a new power. Michael used it to activate a new absorption effect that worked perfectly. The guy's appearance had also changed. His body was now covered in unknown armor, and he was wearing a mask. It all looked more like a masquerade costume, but Michael was focused on his opponent. His aura also changed and turned black. It filled the space around him. Zahan was surprised to notice that underneath the mask of this new creature was the same guy, who was defeated by his guard a couple minutes ago, and Michael noticed him too. He remembered that this man was his enemy, so he prepared to attack him. Then the guy, clearly not wanting to get involved in this battle, headed away from it. But Michael had already pulled out his sword, which looked somewhat larger than it had originally. He took aim and realized that it was about 70 meters away from the fleeing future apostle of the god of darkness. Michael then used the divinity Death, and his power increased by leaps and bounds. The True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword he possessed also poured with a new ball. It was an incredibly powerful energy that he sent as a key attack at the guy, and the guy was chopped in two. Zerhan couldn't even scream. He was only greatly surprised that he had been hit from such a distance. Michael thought that this attack was better than the clumsy key used by Akutagawa. The guy activated a more powerful effect, the Serene Mind Power. Now the condition had stabilized a bit, but the problem was the coming of the god of battle. Looking at the body of the future apostle cut in half, Michael thought there was nothing more to worry about. Both camps retreated for fear of becoming cannon fodder in the struggle between the two titans. So Michael should have found the warrior people sooner and joined them. After all, if the remnants of the forces completely retreat, then during the next battle we'll have to sweat. Suddenly, Zerhan's body behind his back miraculously reconnected. The battle god said that even though the guy was recreated, he was his future apostle, so he shouldn't have been killed. At least now he and Michael could fight in earnest and finally decide who was stronger. The god of battle re-entered the body of his future apostle and shouted that he would grant Michael death from now on. And this time it would be real, and he tensed up hearing it, but didn't show it. He only had 12 minutes to complete his apostolization, and in the meantime, the god of battle attacked him. He used powerful spikes that he aimed at the guy, and the guy prepared to defend himself. Michael thought that earlier he had been killed by a single spear, but now there were several at once. He activated the indomitable will and battle-hardened warrior skill. As a result, his stats increased by as much as 118 and even activated a special buff. It increased stats by an additional 18 units, and now Michael felt incredibly strong. The god of battle, meanwhile, swung his finger downward, aiming the fiery spears directly at Michael. Those pierced through the ground with a tremendous rumble, so the power of the attack was tremendous. However, Michael managed to dodge all attacks. He faced it repeatedly. One spear almost grazed him, but the guy was able to bounce back in time. He could see for himself that the power of these attacks was considerable and would surely kill him again. But this time was different, for he wasn't about to lose to his enemy. Michael prepared to sheath his sword when suddenly someone stopped him. The boy was surprised to realize that the enemy had gone behind his back and grabbed his arm, preventing him from gaining his sword. Zerhan was under the control of the god of darkness, who ordered the guy to wipe Michael out. This arrangement did not please the latter. He realized that he could die again, which there was no way he was going to let happen. Suddenly, wings formed behind his back as well, surprising Zerhan, who was caught in their attack. At the ends of his wings were claws, like those of a hippogriff, and Michael aimed them at the enemy. Zerhan did the same, except Michaela managed to shred his wings with his dark energy. Seeing this, Zerhan panicked, because he didn't expect the guy to be able to unleash himself this time. In the meantime, Michael was finally able to retrieve his blade, with which he intended to defeat his opponent. He heard Asgold suddenly speak, saying that it was finally his turn to go on stage. However, Zerhan didn't plan to give in to them so easily. He was controlled by the god of battle, so he had his powers. Asked by Asgold in the meantime what kind of crazy god it was that had come down from heaven. He added why the difficulty level of the test had suddenly increased several times, but Michael didn't know the answer to those questions. All he asked in return was to use all the support skills the demon had in his arsenal. However, the latter replied that it was not a problem that could be solved by support skills. The demon asked if the guy had gone through the apostolization procedure, but Michael suddenly shouted that there was no time for chatter now. As if to confirm his words, 2 attacks cut off his left science and right leg. In this condition, his chances of winning were reduced to almost 0, and Michael understood that. Zerhan, who by then had fully recovered his wings, prepared to finish the job. He created a fireball of incredible power with an effect like Michael's counterattack shield and aimed it at the guy. The one was able to dodge something while regenerating his limbs with ash blood. Asgold said he would give him all the power he could right now and activated the Mana Surge skill. Next, he activated a lightning-fast thought process, and then the Little Heart, which was created a virtual magical organ to aid in the movement of mana. However, as a result of this, his strength decreased by 0.4% and continued to drop by the same amount with each passing second. Michael had even received a report that at this rate, the heavenly demon Sword Soul's ego might disappear. However, he liked the buffs the one provided and their ranks were high. But fighting face-to-face with Zerhan was still an impossible task for the guy. He decided to fix it and suddenly flew into the sky with great speed. Zerhan, who had been watching this, was surprised that the guy wasn't tearing toward him. He noticed that the guy was using his head, however, for that way he would be able to buy some time. Meanwhile, Michael had flown quite a distance away and asked the demon to tell him everything he knew about deities. Thoth said the guy should give him time to think about it, but soon replied. However, his words were incomprehensible, and he was just sifting out methods that wouldn't work, he thought. While he was doing that, the future apostle of the god of battle approached them again, who was already targeting Michael with an attack. He said that he seemed to have decided to go for the ploy, but it wouldn't work. Zarin added that this time he would tear him into tiny pieces so that he would be unable to recover. Michael told Askold that if he didn't tell him some method right now, he would lose and die. And the man replied that he had only come to the conclusion that there was no way the current Michael would defeat this monster. He should have used the power of God, for though with limitations in his state of apostleship, he could do so. The demon said he would signal the guy at the right moment, but for now he needed to take the enemy by surprise. Askold added that Michael would only get one single chance. After all, there is only more than 1 minute to go before the end of his apostolization. Suddenly, he felt a new strength fill his body, and with it came lightness. He had never felt this before, and even though his opponent had already gone behind his back, the guy didn't even flinch. He suddenly looked directly at him, making it clear he was watching his every move, and then swept near him with unexpectedly fast speed, attacking Zarin's sphere. But the man only laughed, asking if the guy thought he could hit him with such trivial swordsmanship. But Michael had everything going according to plan. He activated the sea-splitting white sword technique. Suddenly, a tremendous energy clustered around his blade, which he brought only slightly closer to Zarin's face. That one was clearly not ready for it and couldn't react in time. So the attack was successful and unexpected, just as Askold said it would be. Now all that was left was to finish off the enemy with divine power. But suddenly Michael froze with surprise, for it turned out that it wasn't enough. Zarin screamed again, activating his new attack to kill him. He said Michael's skills and techniques were satisfyingly entertaining. However, it wasn't enough to overpower him, at which point Askold told the guy to get ready. Zarin attacked, and Michael noticed that the speed of his attacks increased even more. He dodged each one at the last second, but he didn't back down. All he had to do was wait for the moment his opponent opened up. But the one didn't seem to be planning to stop. On the contrary, he added to the intensity. Then Michael decided that if not now, then never, and put his swords forward. Space itself had grabbed his swords, and now he could control it, fending off their attacks. It was the idea of the 7 white sword techniques that he had copied after only seeing it once. But Zarin asked if the man really thought he would set himself up for a hit so easily. Michael, on the other hand, thought he could break free of his grip by balancing the position with his white sword. He wanted to use the white sword creating void, but suddenly Askold told him not to. The demon asked to trust him, saying that the guy should have taken the hit of the enemy's attack. All he had to do was just stand still. A moment later, the attack reached him, and Michael realized he had to hold the blow. This, however, was quite difficult to do, for the enemy used all his power. Zarin asked with a sneer, did he really hope to block that with his power? He approached the guy, thinking he could kill him permanently, and suddenly Askold signaled. When the attack was right near Michael's eyes, he used his divinity. It was exactly what the demon had advised him to do, but so far it had had no effect. Though Zarin's attack pierced the lad's eye, the future apostle was greatly surprised. He saw that Michael had activated his divinity, and with it, his deathlock. Askold, meanwhile, explained that it wasn't to stop the blood key. It was only necessary for the enemy to weaken their defenses. As it happened, it was now Michael's turn to attack. With his Bloodseeker skill, he bound Zarin's body, forming it into a bloody ball. He puffed up more and more, and the future apostle realized he couldn't move. However, this effect wouldn't last long, so Michael had to destroy the enemy. Because of becoming an apostle, divine power was consumed at an insane rate. Michael realized that this was only enough for him to use divinity one more time. This time he used one of his keywords, namely death, and then swung his sword, imbued with imminent death, towards Zarin. The attack went straight at the future apostle, who could not dodge in any way. Askold added that now was just the right moment for total annihilation. Michael realized it himself. He pounced on his opponent, who could only move a finger. In the next second, the bloody ball of blood burst with Zarin, and he flew a short distance away. The demon told Michael to stop, saying the opponent could still throw something out. And the guy asked the guy if he really thought the body the deity was in would be the same as a human body. Instead of answering, Michael used a double consecutive attack. First Demon Sword, the special effect of this attack, has been activated. Michael swung it again, aiming its full power at the remaining headless body of his opponent. He even got scared because the situation was not in his favor and asked the guy to stop. But Michael did not heed his request. He only increased the power of his attack, which Zarin was no longer able to contain. The battle god thought that he had never seen something like this on the 13th floor before. Meanwhile, the guy finished his attack by chopping the future apostle's body into pieces. The next instant, the system announced the successful passage of the 15th floor. His reward was a defense bracelet of Unknown God of Epic Plus rank. He also received 10,000 CO and an additional reward, a divine orb of an unknown god. Seeing that it was finally over, Askold laughed, saying that he had already begun to doubt. But Michael had proven he was capable of many things. Now he could return to Earth. The guy landed, his wings beginning to slowly second-guess himself. He also gained the reincarnation and opponent achievement, resulting in an 8 increase in his stats. All of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Soul skills had also been deactivated. His strength decreased by 9.4%, and Michael asked if the demon was okay. But Askold was in no hurry to answer him, and this puzzled the lad a little. Then the demon suddenly asked if he could be all right after such a battle. He added that Michael was lucky it wasn't a completed descent, or they would have died by now. Michael meanwhile looked at Askold, who actually appeared to be a girl. However, she said that the guy shouldn't judge her by her gender. However, he realized that himself in his battle with her. Still, Michael was greatly surprised, for her voice seemed masculine to him as he fought her in the form of an apostle. Then he asked if the girl had possessed the ability to show herself like this from the beginning. But she replied in the negative, saying that she thought Michael himself was the cause of it. Or rather, his divine power. With these words, Askold approached him. The girl said she couldn't keep this form up for long, so they should have gotten right to the point. Michael didn't understand what she was talking about, but he braced himself just in case. And Askolda suddenly reached out her hand using some sort of blood consumption power. An unknown energy pulled from her hand that reminded Michael of his Bloodseeker skill. The system reported that due to the activation of the sword's special effect, his rank had increased. There was also talk of a new ability engraved on Michael's soul. Askolda said it was the consumption of the true form, and now the effectiveness of the ability will be much better. She also asked how come he was fighting a god, but she needed to rest for now. Using her abilities made her want to sleep, so the girl told him to tell her all about it later. After that, it became a sword again, which Michael took in his hand. This discovery of the girl's abilities surprised him, as did the fact that the demon was female. The boy walked over to the corpse of the defeated Zarin, who lay motionless. Michael's attention was drawn to his wings, which he wielded so skillfully. However, suddenly the guy saw them stirring and prepared to attack again. He didn't understand how this was possible after all. He had even received notification of a successful mission. But Zarin's body was really aiming at him, so it was worth doing something about it. In place of the severed head, it created an eye-like sphere that was still pointed at the guy. And Michael didn't understand why this was happening if he had already defeated his opponent. And then he suddenly remembered that successfully passing the test was winning the war. However, it must have been because Zarin couldn't do anything else that the tower counted it as a successful pass. Michael remembered the notification of a significant expenditure of divine energy when the god of checks tried to meet him. Therefore, the god of war too had to expend a considerable amount of divine energy to condescend. But this was getting out of hand. The god of war suddenly roared that he would definitely kill Michael. He added that he didn't think that was the end of it either, and Michael decided that the first thing he realized as an apostle. So it is that one who receives divine power without connection to God gets the opportunity to strive to become a god. And the reason the god of war is so hostile to him is because he fears the birth of a new deity. The boy clenched his sword, thinking that everything was falling into place now. The god of war even used the descent to kill him, however, he was only a tower dog. Toth shouted that he would make the guy sorry, but the guy was beside him in a flash and poked him in the eye. Michael added that he always kills those who consider him their enemy. The system reported that the heaven-piercing sword had destroyed a difficult-to-destroy item and its rank had increased. The last thing the god of war in this guise had time to say was that he would definitely tear the guy to shreds. Michael was even a little surprised at this certainty, but decided not to pay much attention. Askolda advised him to absorb it, and the boy heeded her advice. He used divine power and his darkness consumed the said target. The god of war could do nothing about this condition. He had to accept the loss of the future apostle. The system announced that Michael had successfully absorbed Zarin's soul, increasing his skill by 7.7%. As expected, it was exactly what the soul of the body that served as the host for the descent of the god was. And then he suddenly read that he had consumed a soul stronger than his own, and some sort of judgment began. The presence of will in the soul of prospective challenger Zarin has been confirmed. The system extracted it for Michael's benefit, which surprised him. As a result, the instant Step 1 plus will was engraved on Michael's soul. Now he could instantly move to a location within his field of vision. That meant he could move anywhere from now on, which made the guy very happy. He decided to check it out immediately, but suddenly the system crapped on him again. After all, she reported that her time in the apostle state had expired. And now Michael had only his powers again, and his familiar form was back. Michael remembered running around as a kid with his friends at school. They played soccer and had fun together, and he really loved that time. Here before his eyes, one of his friends turned around to ask why he wasn't running. And Michael looked at him, not realizing where he was supposed to run, but that was only from the outside. And Michael, who was a kid back then, knew exactly what he had to do. Moments later, they were already celebrating victory in a soccer match with their team. The boys were heading towards the entrance of the school when suddenly an unknown creature invaded the playground. It was incredibly large, and the guys were quite surprised at its size. Michael's sweat broke out. He realized that the monster in front of them was a portal monster right on the school grounds. His size and build resembled something human, though very exaggerated. Apparently, a god stood before them then, who took the form of one of his apostles. But Michael didn't realize it at the time. He was a kid and incredibly scared. To make matters worse, the monster reached for him with his huge hand to finish him off. Michael screamed for help. He was gripped by fear and unable to move, and thus unable to escape. And then he woke up, being scared and sweating from this nightmare. The guy was breathing heavily. If he hadn't woken up, it would have been really bad. The system, meanwhile, reported that thanks to the will of cold reason, all his negative emotions were disappearing. But Michael didn't even realize where he was. Apparently, he had passed out. The guy got up and headed toward the exit of the tent, where he saw an interesting thing. All of his main associates and more recently his friends were waiting for him outside the barracks. When they saw him come out, everyone rejoiced greatly, not hiding their excitement. The big guy apologized again for being so brash with him all this time. But suddenly someone approached Michael, calling him an apostle. It turned out to be a senior priest who said that the guy was the true savior of the cult of darkness. Then, for some reason, he fell on his knees and asked why the apostle didn't help them when things were so hard for everyone. Hearing this, Michael frowned a little. He made a serious look on his face, saying that everything had to be in a timely manner. He explained that he could not have acted sooner to express the apostle of the god of war. But after all, their cult won the holy war, and that was the most important thing. He told the old man to wipe his tears. After all, they had won, so they should have been happy. Michael then activated his absolute charm skill to make his words sound as convincing as possible. The system announced that the crowd had fallen into a worship status that caused people's judgment to slacken. They were now acutely aware of Michael's presence, whom they perceived as their protector. Unexpectedly, the guy got a message from a verification god who was impressed with his cheating skills. The god of darkness also smiled contentedly, and Michael meanwhile began his faith absorption. It was gathered from nearby territories, and enough of it had accumulated to create a new myth. Michael was very happy with this news because he will get a new effect. This time, it was called First Savior and was safely brought into his divine power. When using this mythic, it had a save effect activated. As well as the Truth Seeker effect, both effects increased his stats and divine power. Michael raised his hand, saying goodbye to the men and wishing them luck. Then he bestowed his smile on them and took off into the sky, flying off to the right place. People looked at him with admiration. Michael had completely succeeded in taking control of their hearts. He himself, meanwhile, was flying to that place, hoping to get there as quickly as possible. Soon the boy found it and smiled happily, for at last he would be able to leave this fictional world. There was a portal in front of him, which he approached to return to the waiting room. Michael landed somewhat awkwardly, thinking that the first thing he should do was rest. He also noticed that he'd never been through floors for so long before, and at this rate, he might as well have gotten attached to all those people in their tower-created world. Soon he entered the portal and returned to the waiting room, and the receptionist began to congratulate him. Two of them, namely the White Crane Sword and the Steel Bloodlord, had invited him into their domain. Michael apologized for making them worry, saying, however, that he would stop by another time. He thought of the divine power that used to simply accumulate in his heart. It could have been used and spent on myths and wills, but much has changed. Through apostolization, Michael was a pseudo-god and could use divinity directly. And he also remembered that one had gotten darker for some reason, and realized that the description said something about the god of death. The guy concentrated divinity in his hand and aimed for the floor. He then punched and punched through the tiles in the waiting room, which, however, was a frequent occurrence. Michael was greatly surprised at the effect, for the walls of the waiting room that usually recovered in seconds now did not regenerate in any way at all, or rather, did it much slower. It was quite unexpected and surprising, so Michael decided that it spoke to the power of his strength as well. He then moved on to the 15th floor's rewards. The first was the defense bracelet of an unknown god. He also received a divine orb of an unknown god. Both items were worthwhile. Plus, they had to be pretty strong since they had an epic minus rank. Michael absorbed Zaren's soul and increased his stats by an average of 7 points, as well as one of the apostle's skills, the rank 1, Lament of the Strong. But Michael remarked that, given his efforts, it wasn't much of a reward. He had extracted divinity from Zaren's soul, and that had been successful. Michael felt his own divinity greatly enhanced. He then opened his assignments, looking through the requests from the admins. There were up to 87 in total, each admin wanting to give him his own special assignment. Michael was surprised to see so many assignments, however. There was nothing wrong here. Suddenly, a task from the administrator of the Soldiers of the Fallen World caught his attention. He gave out his Savior of the End quest, and the reward was the ability to put an indestructibility effect on 2 products. Such an assignment was just right for Michael, as he was thinking about how to fix the Celestial Demon Sword. The EEG of the soul had gotten him pretty stressed out, so the guy didn't hesitate to accept the assignment. The system reported the replacement of the 16th floor test with an End Savior task. It was also said that only a few administrators would be able to supervise him. The test began, and its theme was simply, Warrior was given 48 days to complete. The condition for successful passage was to make a choice he would not regret. It was a bit odd wording, but Michael figured he'd find out all about it later. Suddenly, he found himself on a bed somewhere in the room and noticed that his body was unbearably sore. His gear was limited, and some items were moved to inventory. It was also said that the guy's strength exceeded the test limit, so all of his stats were set to 50. Michael got out of bed and realized he didn't feel well. It felt like he was sick. Suddenly, a gag reflex formed, and the guy covered his mouth with his hand to keep from spewing it all out. He hurried out of the room he was in. For some reason, it reminded him of a fighter's barracks again. Meanwhile, some girl came up to him saying he was finally awake. Michael turned around and wanted to ask what was going on, but he couldn't finish. He suddenly had the urge to vomit again, and this time the guy couldn't hold back. The girl who came to him told him not to overdo it, and she would call the others in the meantime. She added that they would be here soon, and suddenly turned to Michael, calling him Neil. He didn't understand at first why she suddenly said that name, but when he looked at his reflection, he understood. After all, it was different, and the system reported that the admin hero of the ruined world was looking at it closely. Michael thought that in this ordeal he had become a character named Neil, which he now saw in the reflection of the water, and his physical condition left a lot to be desired. The main item, the True Blood Heavenly Demon Sword, and the entire armor were sealed. And although the pain was making itself felt, the guy thought it was better to play the role of Neil properly to begin with. Luckily, he still had the items he had bought on him just in case. Among them was the eye patch of detection. Also, handmade explorer gloves that helped me adapt to unfamiliar situations. Suddenly, he saw people in front of him who were all glad he had finally opened his eyes. It turns out he was an apostle chosen by the goddess, and his return was also called a miracle. Suddenly, the blindfold reported several enemies approaching the ne'er-do-well. This was very useful information. Michael began to look around. And then he simply activated the exclusive auto-detect effect. According to him, enemies caught in sight were surrounded by a red halo. The guy realized with great surprise that it was working out. All these comrades were his enemies. Now he understood why the quest settings are geared towards psychological difficulties. For starters, he reasoned, something strange must not have happened in the tent. By then, they had moved exactly there and Michael thought his skills were still working. An old man with green hair looked at him questioningly, asking if he had lost his memory. Then, Michael decided to answer in the affirmative, saying that he couldn't even remember who he was. The girl who saw it first said the aftermath was worse than she thought. However, she said they didn't have time, so she would explain it briefly. The girl said that Neil was the troop's only apostle of the Dragon God Church. They set out together to defeat the Demon King, with the guy getting seriously hurt in the battle with the Great Evil. That's why he lost his memory. Besides, the Demon King serves the Demon God. And together, they planned to bring the incarnation of the Demon God into this world. And if that were to happen, their world would come to an end. To summarize, Michael realized that in this world, only a KO warrior under the protection of a god can kill a Demon King. Because of this, people had to force him, who had been riddled with battle, to join the campaign. And he, a warrior, will have to face all kinds of enemies until he gets to the Demon King. In the meantime, he needed to recover his skills as soon as possible. The rest, the girl offered to discuss on the way. They were already on their way to the demon realm. There were 3 people in total, not counting the guy. One guy, a blonde guy, asked if Neil, really didn't remember anything. He wondered if the man didn't even remember his name, but of course Michael didn't know it. The guy then introduced himself, saying his name was Alan Nix. He added for Michael to stop using that kind of speech already. She was a little too respectful, and Michael realized that his character didn't talk like that. Michael turned to the old man then, and the man introduced himself as Jack, saying that titles didn't matter much to an old magician like him anymore. Alan has noticed that even when the world is on the brink of destruction, the belly clock is in full swing. He offered to do a little hunting for some game while they drove. After all, they have lost all their food, so if they don't hunt, they have nothing to eat. The guys stopped, saying they'd get something edible and Michael could rest for now. In a little while, they were already roasting the killed game, and it was getting dark outside. For now, they were sitting without the guy, and Jack said that Neil was so KO wrecked that he couldn't act as a rescue warrior. However, they weren't wrong. Even though it was mean, it was the only way to save this world. Acting in moderation so the guy wouldn't die, Alan offered to take him to him. Everyone agreed with the decision, prizing the fact that Michael was just a tool to save the world. However, they didn't even realize that he had been watching them the whole time. He suddenly thought about just finishing them all off here and now, but held back. The boy shook his head, pushing those thoughts away, and thought about what he should do. After all, you should not have forgotten that you need to fulfill certain conditions to pass this quest. And if he acts in a hurry and something goes wrong, it could complicate the situation. After that, the comrades continued to go out hunting whenever they had the opportunity. This allowed Michael to have some free time, which he used for personal purposes. He ran from where they had stopped and came to a halt in a spacious clearing. The guy thought it was the perfect place to practice, when suddenly he heard someone growling. Some kind of monster suddenly appeared behind him, and Michael thought he had wandered too deep into the forest. In a moment, he had disposed of the monster and was sitting on it, contemplating what to do next. He decided to start with a snack and cut off a straight raw piece of the monster, which tasted like chicken meat. Currently, his body had no problems with physical activity, and even if he didn't eat or sleep. Eating rat meat for days was a tough task for him, and his comrades also banged pots at night. It seemed like normal childish antics to him, but for now he was able to tolerate them. However, Michael thought it was time to slowly retake the initiative. He activated the Ash Blood skill and improved his body condition in an instant. Because of this, he had made a full recovery, but this was unknown to anyone but himself. When he returned, his companions were already seated near the carriage, and he had to explain that he had been away for a short time. Michael noticed that the hunt ended earlier than usual today. The girl from his team, meanwhile, rose from her seat. She said he wasn't feeling well, so he might have difficulty acting on his own. But Michael replied that he thought the girl was just annoyed that he was out of her control. He added that he'd been in bed for days and was bored, and Jack suddenly stopped him. The old man could see that he had completely healed his body and asked how he had managed it. Michael replied that he was just on vacation for a few days, but added that it was fun. After all, the old man had said he was not a mage specializing in healing. Yet somehow he was able to recognize at a glance the changes that had taken place to his body. Jack didn't know what to answer, so Alan came to his aid, telling him that they needed to hit the road. A moment later, they were once again traveling to the demonic realm. They didn't have much time left. Jack hesitantly asked the guy if it was possible that his memories had come back, but the man replied that his memory was still not recovered. He was about to add one more thing when suddenly their carriage bounced on the road. It was because the horse that was carrying her refused to go any further. So the boys got out of the carriage and looked at the place where they had arrived. The system reported that they had been exposed to an environment filled with demonic energy, and the longer they were exposed to it, the more spiritually drained they became. The girl, whose name was Isabella, said that henceforth they could not travel in a carriage. That meant they couldn't take care of Michael anymore either. But he suddenly answered in the negative. He said he, on the contrary, was more comfortable with that option. In the demonic dimension, the key of demons drove people crazy. There were countless monsters here that could single-handedly wipe out hundreds of people. And even warriors who had passed through all kinds of hardships said that no one could survive in the demonic dimension unless they were willing to die. Michael and his team stood in front of the dimension exit, all looking surprised. Even Michael himself admitted that he got goosebumps from the place, and Alain was shocked that he didn't even remember that. Apparently his memory was completely lost. He was suddenly approached by Jack, who pulled out a strange object from somewhere. It turned out to be a sword, and the old man said it was a weapon the lad held dearer than life. It was called a holy sword, and Michael immediately felt its power. The lad was also surprised that Jack had shown him this, for the gesture was clearly made out of goodwill. Meanwhile, the monsters in the demonic dimension saw them. They prepared to attack the humans as soon as they entered their territory. All the while, the owner of this quest was watching. The administrator of the Soldier of the Fallen World thought he could handle it since it had been so long. He could no longer bear the bitter memories of that time, for then he was weaker than ever and needed the help of his comrades. However, what they had done to him did not settle in his mind even to this day. The administrator remembered this battle well, for it was because of him that he had lost his life. But now it was a quest test for Michael, who saw no obstacles in front of him. He did not depend on the support of his comrades and was the first to rush into battle. This forced Neil to just watch him, not interfering with the guy going through his test. Thoth activated the exclusive effect of his homemade gloves, and now his mind was protected. Due to the large amount of demonic ki, his mana was also increased by 2. It was remarked by his companions that though he had lost his memory, he remained just as impatient. However, they thought it would be difficult for him to fight these monsters alone, and Alain offered a solution. They'd just pretend to help and exhaust him like he said they would. It had to be done to make the guy feel desperate, but so far, Michael was only toppling his enemies. His comrades had to admit that the one was incredibly strong, and it surprised them. In fact, at this time in his past life, the real Neil wasn't actually that strong. He used his sword's ability, Sacred Light. A sphere of powerful and light energy formed at the tip of his blade, which he directed at the monsters. Those were unprepared for such a thing, and the attack was successful, flying a little ways away. There she met an obstacle in the form of the first monster she encountered. And then there was a huge explosion that severely damaged the monsters' bodies. He did so much damage to them that it made them swim. Michael realized that this blade was indeed incredibly strong. He might even have gotten some unexpected abilities. His comrades were discussing one night that he had forgotten who they were and must have lost some of his combat experience. So they had no other choice. They had to end everything during this battle. However, things looked completely different now, and Alain and Isabella didn't understand what was going on. James noticed it was strange too, for the guy fought like he'd been fighting all his life. Alain nervously asked why Neil was suddenly so strong. This was clearly not part of their plans. In the evening, they camped again to spend the night. Everyone sat in silence and munched on the yushka that had been prepared in advance. Michael glared at them all, but no one dared look him in the eye. There was an awkward silence. The guy thought he had gotten stronger and destroyed a lot of monsters, but no one was happy about it. Disgust, excitement, guilt, anxiety, and other similar feelings hovered in the air. But Michael saw only negative emotions, and it even annoyed him a little. After a few minutes, they finished their food and went to bed without further ado. He himself also lay on the bed in his barracks, thinking about the situation. The boy closed his eyes, and when Jack peeked in on him, he saw that he was asleep. However, when the old man left, Michael opened his eyes in a flash and realized what he had to do. A few minutes later, he was already flying away from the camp on his steel wings. Looking around, the lad wondered if he should go hunting alone. In front of him was a large and dense forest, and a mountain range began further away. Then he activated the instant step wheel. With 3 Arter, he could move to any place in sight. The recharge time was 10 minutes, but that was enough for him. In an instant, he was over the mountain, having saved about 50 kilometers. Michael was pleased with that, for he had covered that distance in a second. He thought that this wheel was incredibly useful and worth cherishing. He could perform such instantaneous movements with his divinity. However, this only worked if the object was in his field of view. Accordingly, if there is some obstacle, he will not be able to jump over it. But this power will be very useful for choosing the right moment during the battle, and also for emergency exit in dangerous situations. All indications were that he had acquired amazing power. But now it was worth deciding what to do next. Michael looked around. He used the Fire Dragon Eyes skill and glanced at his sword. It was a Dragon God sword of epic plus rank. When divine power was injected, an exclusive holy light effect could be obtained. And when he prayed sincerely, he could activate the prayer, gaining power for his offering to the Dragon God. An exclusive punishment effect he could activate against demons and monsters. However, this item will disappear after breaking through challenger Michael Nodforth's personal challenge. The guy thought it was rather unfortunate, but expected nonetheless. He decided to use his sword sense to absorb the abilities of this weapon beforehand. Slashing his arm, he activated the Bloodseeker skill, and then pointed the bloody spikes toward the monsters roaming below. Those didn't understand what it was, so they couldn't even defend themselves. And the bloody torrents knocked them to the ground, piercing through their bodies. There were quite a few of them, but Michael didn't leave any alive to stay out of the way. He himself landed near them and made their bodies his lab rats, and then stuck his sword into the stone, preparing to swap it for another. He had now taken Akutagawa's destructive heavenly sword of high plus rank. He could acquire the item's exclusive effects as skills. Michael could only convert 2 of the 3 effects of the Holy Sword into skills. And of course, the abilities he should have chosen were the best. The first one he chose was the Holy Sword, which immediately became fully mastered. It was the same with the second one, which was the Punishment skill. The system reported that the number of uses of the Sword Sense skill had been exhausted. Michael decided it was worth it, for the Saint Sword's abilities were too good. In particular, an effect such as Holy Light, the power of which is far more powerful than even a counterattack shield. And most importantly, like the shield, it can be used immediately. The guy activated the skill. Now, having absorbed the effect as a skill, he could use it without a sword. It was easy enough to just put his hand out and concentrate, which he did. However, at the last second, he suddenly noticed that something had gone wrong. There was a large explosion, which however was directed in the wrong direction. Michael had to use the Bloodseeker skill to heal his injury because he had the entire lesson to himself. He didn't understand why he couldn't control the direction of this sword's attack. And the monsters that surrounded him started laughing with him, which Michael really didn't like. He pointed the blade at them and once more used the Holy Light. This time, it was more successful, and the monsters succumbed to the incredible power. The guy didn't understand why when he used the Holy Sword everything worked properly. And then a crazy idea suddenly came to him. He wondered what would happen if he exercised control with something other than mana. And through divine power, with this thought, he once again prepared for the attack. This time he gave direction with divine power. As expected, that was the answer. The attack worked perfectly. She zeroed in on the monsters that stood exactly in front of her as test subjects. The power of this attack was incredible too. Michael liked that he understood how it worked. He was now able to control this skill more freely. One time, Michael even decided to use it to its full potential. Alain, who in the meantime had gone to take a leak, didn't expect to hear something like that. First, there was a small sound somewhere in the direction of the mountains, and the guy turned around. And then, the sky was illuminated by a bright light from an explosion that occurred in the area of the mountains. Alain was greatly surprised at what he saw. It even made him tense up. Michael, meanwhile, was delighted with the effectiveness of his attacks. She was a roofie, and of course he was sorry to part with that sword after the ordeal was over. He received the achievement Warrior Successor and the special power Dragon Transformation. It has now been restricted from receiving it due to a special test penalty. Michael, who had not heard of this power, was surprised that it was so powerful. The system then announced that the dragon god had sensed his substantial presence. He was very much impressed by his exploits and watched the lad with interest. Unexpectedly, he offered him the position of apostle, but Michael declined. However, the dragon god didn't seem to take no for an answer. He offered him the position again and again. Soon, Michael realized he had an annoying temper and wouldn't let up. The next day, he prepared with his companions to continue the journey. They were just about to have breakfast, and Michael had time to think things over well. If you looked back at the history of the 16th floor, the dragon god was the one who protected this world. To be honest, he personally didn't have the best impression on him after all. He had been threatened by a deity before, an entity that abandoned even the warrior who tried to save this world. A subject that had never once given a warrior proper power was clearly not to Michael's liking. So to avoid being noticed, he didn't use the prayer effect. The moment when the dragon god annoyingly offered him the position of apostle. God then asked why such an insignificant being was refusing to serve him as an apostle. He added that one day, the lad would realize his greatness and become his apostle. The other gods seemed to support Michael, with the god of verification and darkness on his side. Then the dragon god concealed his presence, asking Michael to give his proposal one last thought. The steel-blooded lord praised the boy for his unwavering faith, and the white crane sword was proud and admired his willpower. The warrior of the ruined world administrator thought his choice was interesting. He kept watching the guy the whole time. In some ways, he and he were even similar. And while Michael was thinking about what he should do next, Alan recounted his experience yesterday. He said he saw a beam of light shining from a distant mountain, but Michael said he must have imagined it. Jack then said it would be more accurate to think of it as a natural phenomenon created by demonic energy. Isabella agreed, saying that she saw no other normal explanation here. Soon, they faced the monsters again, which again were taken on by Michael alone. He did it because he could try out different abilities, including the new Lifesaver mythic he activated, and his stats increased. However, immediately he received a message about the special test penalty and all stats decreased again. Then, Michael applied the truth-seeking effect, but he had to find followers for it. Based on that, he realized that both skills would not be fully realized here. Nevertheless, everything was going smoothly. His comrades never once got tangled up under his feet either, all because he single-handedly defeated everyone and continued to do so. His comrades really just stood idly by, waiting for him to finish. Just then, Michael killed the gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle, and they could go inside. But the more he demonstrated his power, the more grim their faces became. That was perhaps the main change he noticed in the boys. Opening the doors, they entered the castle and immediately found themselves in a rather beautiful living room. Suddenly, Michael was approached by Alain, asking if he might never have lost his memory. Michael decided to mess around a bit and asked them what they themselves thought. Then Jack came over to him with some kind of jug, saying that they should focus on the battle now. He held out the jug to him, adding that it was a rare rank reinforcement potion. And Michael used the Fire Dragon Eyes skill to test his words. Alain, meanwhile, reminded him that he would have to face the Demon King soon. So this potion was supposed to help him, and Michael wondered if they put poison in it. Then Isabella asked in reply if he doubted them, to which the guy replied in the negative, saying that he was even touched by such concern. He lifted the jug to his mouth and sipped some of the liquid from it. As suddenly, the system reported that he had been dispatched by the poison of the demonic swamp sea worm. After 5 minutes, the poison would spread throughout his body and he would no longer be able to use mana. Meanwhile, his comrades approached him. They told him not to hold a grudge, since they had no other choice, but Michael only smiled. This puzzled the boys a little and they stopped, and Michael added. He said he never thought that all the comrades of the warrior would turn out to be traitors. It made his comrades feel awkward, but they had their own motivation. Taking advantage of their moment of confusion, Michael tried to summon his sword. However, the one would not yield to the summons. He was held back by the old man using his magic. He said he had sealed his holy sword and the guy wouldn't be able to use it anymore. Michael then asked since when and why they had thoughts of betraying a warrior. Isabella screamed, did he really think they wanted to betray him? She said they just had no other choice. Michael thought about it. He wanted to understand why people acted this way. But such an explanation seemed incomplete to him, and suddenly it all came together when he heard someone's new voice. He said it was foolish to ask his comrades about it, for nothing would change anymore. They are just faithfully fulfilling the contract they made with him, the Demon King said so. Michael asked if he was the one behind it all to begin with, and he smiled wickedly. The king added that they had seen each other once before, when Michael had defeated a great evil. Then Michael realized that it was about the warrior who was the master of this ordeal, and this demon came close to his companions when he lost consciousness during a battle with a great evil. But Michael didn't understand why the man used treachery when he could have just killed the warrior. He asked the king about it, and the king replied that it would be too boring. The guy was also amazed that the dragon's fire eye skill didn't find any lies in those words. The Demon King, meanwhile, added that this was far from all. He suddenly laughed out loud, saying he was so smart and savvy. In truth, this very situation was a tribute to him. It surprised Michael greatly. And the king continued by saying that just like Michael went through a lot of suffering to be recognized as a warrior of the dragon god, he also goes through trials to become an official apostle. And lastly, all the guy has to do is be sacrificed on the altar of the demon god and die. Then Umi, the king of demons, will be able to become an apostle. He asked Michael how he felt now. Perhaps he was in despair, or perhaps he was simply angry. Either way, it amused the king. And then he suddenly added that the guy should have guarded his companions better, and that didn't please Michael anymore. The warrior's memories of each of his companions flashed before his eyes. They were all good people and his best friends and partners. He had always been with them for as long as he could remember, and every time he felt that these people could be trusted. He had always believed in them, yet he still did not understand their choices. But still, the cause of it all was that damned Demon King. If he hadn't hexed something to his comrades, they would never have betrayed him. Of that he was sure. Neil thought he'd gotten too overexcited, but no matter how many times he looked at the scene, his blood kept boiling every now and then. The system informed Michael that the hero of a ruined world administrator was scrutinizing his choices. He really wondered what else this guy, who probably had his own friends too, would do. The Demon King, meanwhile, activated his power with which he wanted to carry out his plan. He applied it by grabbing Michael by the throat and arms, telling him that they would now proceed to the final step of the ordeal. Suddenly, huge jaws that were furnished with sharp needles hovered over the guy. The Demon King was excited to begin the sacrifice ceremony. After laying a warrior on the altar of the demon god, he will finally become an official apostle. With that thought, he pushed with his foot the lever that was responsible for the trigger mechanism. And then a huge spiked jaw came down on Michael at an incredible speed. The boy looked at the approaching spikes, but couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, he held his breath for some reason and concentrated his energy. Except it didn't seem to help, because the spikes still fell on him and crushed him. Blood seeped from inside the altar, and the Demon King came to his senses. For it signified the activation of the ritual of the offering, and thus its apostolization. The king appealed to the demon god, saying that he had donated the blood of the warrior to him as requested. However, the system suddenly informed him that the demon god was looking at the king with pity, because he had given him poisoned blood. Suddenly, behind his back, Michael said that it looked like the demon god was a little angry. With those words, he activated the Holy Light skill, saying that he wanted to make the best choice. But no matter how much he thinks about what happened, it seems this world has lost hope of salvation.